Family, who could have thought? Early in the morning, I saw my wife, Yuhi Kurenai, and my friend, Mitarashi Anko, fighting on the living room sofa, and it was a chaotic scene. This all started from the day I was promoted to Jonin. After that, I experienced a series of events including rejecting Danzo, learning forbidden techniques, and being flirted with by Anko, which led to the current situation. Family, who understands? I tell you, I woke up early and saw my wife Kurenai and my other friend Anko directly fighting on the sofa. Their clothes were a mess. It was simply unbelievable. I stood there dumbfounded, my mind buzzing. This matter has to start from the day I was promoted to Jonin. Let me tell you, that day in the Hokage office, the third Hokage finally issued Jonin certificates to me and Kakashi. Asuka Shigure, 18 years old, have crossed over and endured for so many years and finally made it. Kakashi, with his dead fish eyes and indifferent expression, was assigned to be a responsible Jonin to take care of kids. I was different. I was a regular Jonin, you know? That means freedom. I couldn't help but complain to the third Hokage about Kakashi's half-dead demeanor, saying he shouldn't lead the new graduates astray. Well, Kakashi looked speechless and shot me a glance before leaving. I didn't care about him. Once I stepped out of the Hokage building, the air felt sweet. From today onward, the sky's the limit. When I got home, of course, I had to celebrate with my beautiful wife Kurenai. Well, I won't go into details about the celebration, but let's just say it involved very intimate exchanges between adults, focusing on pure enjoyment. But did you think that was it? I tell you, I was holding my soft and fragrant wife late at night, yet I couldn't sleep, and the more I thought, the angrier I got. As a time traveler, it's been 18 years. Family. Where's my system? Where's my golden finger? Did the delivery go to the wrong address? For this broken system, I did so many stupid things back in the day that I could write a book. When I first got my memories, I thought killing would activate it, so I went to the riverbank and killed a whole basket of fish, but apart from getting my hands stinky, it was useless. Later, I thought maybe I had to interact with plot characters. I want to touch Kakashi's hand and took the opportunity to touch Anko's, but guess what? They were both colder than ice and more irritable than ever. I even climbed up to Hokage Rock in the middle of the night and shouted at the first Hokage's giant face, "System Dad, are you there?" The wind made me feel like a fool. In the end, I had no choice but to spend a fortune hiring someone from the Hyuga clan to do a CT scan on my eyes to see if I had a USB drive growing in my brain or something. I still can't forget the look that Hyuga clan member gave me. It was a look that saw through the diversity of species. In the end, I finally understood that this life was just a blank slate. No cheats. Fine, no cheats. They'll rely on myself. Anyway, I won't let any beauty in Konoha slip away. The next morning, while I was practicing Kanai in the yard, trouble came knocking. A root member with a deadpan face said their leader Danzo wanted to see me. Danzo, the underground emperor of Konoha. What good could come from him wanting to see me? But I wasn't afraid. I was one of the third's people. When I arrived at his eerie underground chamber, that old man started painting a big picture, saying that Root was the future of ninjas and that I could unleash my true potential there, try to recruit me. I was laughing inside. I'd be crazy to join you. I flat out rejected him, saying I liked sunshine and didn't like hanging around in a sewer. Well, Danzo's face turned dark right away. Just as the atmosphere was about to freeze, the third Hokage appeared as if he had been monitoring us and sent Danzo packing. Before leaving, I wouldn't let him waste my time for free. I turned the tables on him and said, "Lord Danzo, I heard you have a technique called Super Beast Imitation that's quite interesting. Could you let me have a look?" Guess what? To win me over, he actually pinched his nose and handed me the scroll as a congratulatory gift for my promotion. Seeing that I was so agreeable, the third Hokage called me back to his office. He said that I had made great contributions in the Umbu, and the Elder Council decided to reward me by letting me choose a forbidden technique from the Book of Seals. I tell you, the joy of getting something for free is simply amazing. When I opened that scroll, there were so many good techniques like Flying Thunder God Technique and Edo Tensei, but the Flying Thunder God Technique relies on talent, and I estimated that was unlikely. Edo Tensei? If I dared to learn that, the third would bury me on the spot. After some consideration, I chose a rank water style developed by the second Hokage water break. This technique is great, powerful, and looks cool. I spent 2 hours in the office memorizing the entire ninjutsu. As soon as I walked out of the Hokage building with my new ninjutsu, I bumped into Mitarashi Anko. This girl has a great figure, but loves to eat dango, and I'm worried she'll end up looking like a ball. I usually call her Fat Dango. When she heard I was promoted to Jonin, she insisted on taking me out for drinks to celebrate. Passing by the dango shop, she suddenly dashed inside and came out with dozens of skewers. I took a bite and advised her to eat less, but she wasn't happy and huffed at me. Once we got to the private room in the izakaya, after a few drinks, Anko started getting a little too close for comfort. Suddenly, she leaned in, almost pressing her face against mine, and asked, "Is Kurenai at home?" Then she directly kicked her leg onto mine and asked with seductive eyes, "How does it compare to my wife Kurenai? Family? Who dares to answer such a life-threatening question?" I got carried away and pushed her down onto the seat, hugging her tightly. She didn't resist and was even breathing heavily, saying, "Keep going." I kissed her a few times, but ultimately held back. Going further would be impolite. Just as I released her, she kicked me away and angrily said that if I thought Kurenai was good, I should go find her. Later, this girl got so drunk that she blacked out, and I had no choice but to carry her home. As soon as I walked in, my wife Kurenai saw us, and the look she gave me, wow. I tossed Anko onto the bed, and Kurenai, being the caring person she is, helped wipe Anko's face. I was still fired up from Anko's flirtation, and when I turned to see my wife's gentle expression, what was there to wait for? I directly picked her up and returned to the bedroom for some more in-depth exchanges. The next morning, Uchiha Sasuke, that little brat, was blocking my door like a door god. He coolly told me he wanted to ask me to guide him in his training. I told him he had the wrong person and suggested he come back tomorrow for a more powerful mentor. Just as I sent Sasuke away, I turned around and, I tell you, saw the scene at the beginning. Kurenai and Anko had somehow both gotten up, dressed quite revealingly, and were rolling around on the sofa. Anko was even reaching out to tickle Kurenai, and the two of them were laughing uncontrollably. I stood there, dumbfounded. Family. Has the fortune finally come to me? Until my wife Kurenai noticed me. Her face turned red, and she shouted at me, "What are you staring at? Get in there and make breakfast." At that moment, I didn't dare to look any longer. I quickly responded, "Got it, ma'am," and dashed into the kitchen. I tell you, the breakfast table was like a battlefield without gunpowder. Anko's mouth was like a machine gun, firing at Kurenai. "Oh wow, Kurenai, you're stricter than our Umbu interrogations." Family who understands this family status is crystal clear. My wife Kurenai didn't let her off either. She took a sip of milk and leisurely replied, "Humph. If I didn't manage things strictly, her tail would have been up in the air, probably running off with some girl." Well, these two went back and forth, and I didn't even get a chance to interject. I silently pulled out a chair for Anko and gestured for her to sit. "Miss Fat Dango, please." She shot me a glare. "I told you not to call me Fat Dango." Fine, fine. You're not fat, you just have a bit of a plump figure." As a result, this girl suddenly turned the conversation around and directly provoked me. "Shiyu, are we drinking at noon? This time I'm going to make sure you're knocked out." I couldn't help but laugh at that, thinking, I hope you won't end up crying for your mommy. Just as I finished speaking, she kicked me under the table, and I endured it. My wife couldn't stand it anymore and said something to us, and only then did we finish our breakfast in peace. After breakfast, Hondo pushed the bowl towards me and said, "You wash." Then she flopped onto the sofa like a limp noodle. The way she lay there, TSK, 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 in a deep purple short skirt with her long legs casually draped, was simply stunning. I walked over with a teacup, teasing her on purpose. I say, "Fat dough, just after eating you're lying down? Are you trying to contribute to our country's pig farming industry?" She immediately sat up with a leap, fire flashing in her eyes. "Who are you talking about? Want to stretch your muscles?" I was waiting for this line. "All right, how about we practice in the yard?" My wife, Hong, looked at us helplessly and reminded us not to tear the yard apart. Hondo patted her chest and promised, "Don't worry, this time I won't use ninjutsu, just physical skills." In the yard, this girl was fully in her element, starting with, "Pervert, let me see your strength." And then she threw a punch at my handsome face. How could I let her succeed? I grabbed her fist with my other hand and retorted. I said, "No hitting the face, I make a living with my looks." She snorted coldly and immediately aimed a jab at my stomach. I sidestepped and countered with an Iron Mountain crash. Oh no, I mean a loving impact right against her chest. She staggered back several steps, rubbing her chest, her face turning red as she scolded me. "Humph, pervert. I swear, family, this is called strategy. Pure strategy." Then this girl completely lost her cool, her attacks becoming fiercer, with various high kicks and spinning kicks, creating gusts of wind. I tell you, that skirt of hem, even this pure love warrior started to lose focus and had to resort to passive defense. The most dangerous part was that she finished with a split kick. Oh my goodness, that scene was so beautiful I couldn't bear to look. I almost didn't catch it, just at that critical moment. My wife let out an angry shout from the side. "Enough!" Instantly, the whole world went silent. Hongdo pulled her legs back and even secretly threw me a flirtatious glance, saying in a voice only we could hear, "Pervert." I hurried over to comfort my wife, and with a princess carry, I brought Hong back to the sofa, finally putting that incident behind us. In the afternoon, Hong and I were cuddling on the sofa, and Hongdo probably got stuff from all the dog food, couldn't bear to watch anymore, and directly stood up saying, "I'm going to buy some drinks and snacks." As soon as she left, it was just the two of us in the living room, and the atmosphere instantly became ambiguous. I was holding Hong, just about to express some deeper intentions, and guess what happened? Hongdo came back. She was so fast. The three of us ended up drinking at the dining table. My wife can't hold her liquor, and after just a couple of glasses, she started to feel a bit dizzy and eventually fell asleep on the table. I was pondering how to carry my wife back to the bedroom, when suddenly I felt something unusual under the table. A pair of smooth, long legs wrapped around mine. I looked up and met Hongdo's eyes, sparkling with laughter, and that look was practically saying, "Come on, let us have some fun. What can I do?" Of course, I grabbed her ankle. She didn't resist either. Once Hong was sound asleep, she became bolder, got up, walked around, and sat right on my lap, wrapping her arms around my neck and kissing me. I have to tell you, I'm really into this. My wife let out a little hum in her dream. Red Bean got scared like a startled rabbit, jumped up from me in a flash, her face turned pale, and she dropped the line, I'll head back first, then grabbed her things and fled in a panic. I couldn't help but laugh at her flustered back. Then, of course, I picked up my fragrant wife and went back to bed. The next morning, as soon as I stepped out, I saw that little brat Air Juicy standing at my door like a door god, with a face that said I owed him 8 million, insisting that I take him to find someone to guide him in his training. Fine. I took him straight to Kakashi's house. On the way, I gave him a spoiler. Let me tell you, that guy Kakashi is a lazy dog. He definitely won't pay you any attention. Just shamelessly practice in the little woods next to his house. Keep hovering in front of him and make him annoyed. Sooner or later, he'll have to teach you. Got it? This is the prototype of upward management in the workplace. Sure enough, Kakashi, holding his little yellow book, had a face that said, "Don't bother me." And in 3 seconds, he sent Sasuke away. Sasuke was obedient, without saying a word, turned around and went to practice in the little woods next door. I swaggered into Kakashi's house, chatted with him, and took the opportunity to ask about the S-rank jutsu, water release, water severing wave. Kakashi, despite complaining about the trouble, was quite honest and took me directly to the training ground in his backyard, giving me special attention. Wow, this S-rank jutsu is no joke. Kakashi said I needed to compress my chakra into a water line thinner than a hair. I tried with all my might, but it ended up spraying everywhere like a watering can, creating a mist with no lethality at all. Kakashi's dead fish eyes nearly rolled to the sky. He told me to start with the basics and concentrate chakra into a fine line at my fingertips. I practiced all afternoon, nearly rubbing my hands raw, but I still couldn't get it right. Exhausted, I returned home and saw my wife, Hong, waiting for me gently. In that moment, all worries about S-rank jutsu disappeared. Sleeping with my wife is more comforting than anything. The next day, Hong went on a mission, and I couldn't focus on practice at home, so I went out for a stroll. Not far from home, I saw little Hinata peeking from behind a utility pole, her little face flushed and cuter than ever. Without saying a word, I pulled her out and took her to Ichiraka Ramen. "Boss, 5 bowls to start." Hinata's eyes were filled with surprise and delight. After she devoured 5 bowls in no time, I waved my hand, "Boss, another 5 bowls." Seeing her eat so happily made me feel it was worth it. It was worth squatting in the snow for over a month back then. After she was full, I took Hinata back to the Hyuga house. In front of her stern-faced father, Hayashi Hyuga, I got straight to the point. "Lord Hayashi, your daughter just ate 10 bowls of Ichiraka ramen." I almost wrote child abuse on their faces. Then I added, with her talent, "If you ensure she has enough to eat from a young age, her future achievements will at least double." Hayashi's face changed colors, but he was still a man who valued his reputation. So he kept a serious face and said he would consider it. I could tell this was going to work. Sure enough, the next day, I heard that Hayashi had someone prepare a luxurious breakfast for Hinata that could feed 10 people. Hinata finished all of it right in front of her dad. He was stunned, staring blankly, then suddenly yelled at the servants, "Prepare 5 more servings." But wait, it didn't end there. Let me tell you, Hinata was really impressive. While her father was getting flustered, she quietly continued to eat. Who understands that scene? It was like a top-tier eating broadcast. 15 servings of food, all finished. Hayashi fell silent, his gaze scanning Hinata as if she were a cheat code character. I could only imagine him thinking, is this girl perhaps a distant relative of the Uzumaki clan? After watching the commotion, he took Hinata straight to the dojo. Without saying a word, they began. Hinata understood and immediately assumed the gentle fist stance. Hey, you wouldn't believe it, but as she started, her chakra surged like a flood, and her little fists were striking like the wind. Hayashi watched, occasionally shouting, "Higher." Very good. His expression slowly melted from a frozen face to one of slight approval. By the end of her set, Hinata was flushed and panting as she looked at her father. Hi, she simply said, not bad. But his gaze was so gentle it could melt ice. Hinata couldn't hold back and gave a deep bow, nearly hitting her head on the ground. I figured it was probably the first time she had received such praise from her father. After wrapping up things with Hinata, I slipped back to the small forest behind Kakashi's house to check on Sasuke. From a distance, I saw him throwing kunai with all his might, looking as cool as if everyone owed him money. I casually called out, Yo, Sasuke, are you sulking here? He turned around, his eyes sharp like a knife. What do you want? I came to see how you were doing, I said as I walked over and patted his shoulder, casually asking if Kakashi, that PUA master, was giving him any attention. When Sasuke heard this, his expression darkened. He hasn't even watched me train. I chuckled, don't rush. That guy's just like that. You have to learn to play him the other way around, understand? The less he pays attention to you, the more you should practice hard to show him. I glanced at the kunai on the ground. He had clearly been training for quite a while. I picked one up, flicked my wrist, and it hit the target perfectly. Not bad, I thought, but that was not enough. Sasuke's eyes lit up, and his eager expression was impossible to hide. Can you teach me? I didn't have time, but I could give him some pointers. I told him, first, manage your chakra. Without it, your Sharingan is just a colored contact lens. Second, use your environment. Don't just stand there like a target. Third, and most importantly, be patient. As long as you're strong enough, Kakashi will eventually come running to teach you. Seeing his thoughtful expression, I knew he got it. That's enough for now. I'll take my leave. When I got home and opened the door, I saw Hong nestle on the sofa reading a book. I walked over from behind and hugged her waist. She leaned against me and gently asked how Sasuke was doing. I smiled. That kid is quite stubborn, the type to stick to it. As we chatted, I felt the atmosphere and lighting. Who cares about reading? I picked her up in a princess carry and started walking upstairs. You're really something in broad daylight. She blushed, playfully punching my chest. I chuckled. What is wrong with the daytime? No one is watching anyway. And then the screen went black, and you all can fill in the rest. The next day, I felt refreshed. The next morning, I was summoned to the Hokage's office by the third Hokage. When he saw me, he got straight to the point. Shigure, how's the water-severing wave coming along? Almost there, I'll master it soon. I boasted without a second thought. Good. He nodded and tossed me a scroll. There's a job for you. I opened it and saw it was about hunting down a wandering ninja named Kiba, a Chunin level who had killed someone in the land of fire and fled to the land of hot water. What's special about this guy? I asked. Not particularly strong, but he is a slippery one, like a rabbit, the third said. I laughed. So he is a parkour champion? All right, I'll take the job. Don't worry. Lord Third, I'll bring back good news. I waved the map and left, thinking, isn't this just a government-funded trip? I packed my things and set off. I strolled along the way and first arrived at the land of hot springs. Let me tell you, this place is really nice, filled with hot springs and delicious food everywhere. As for the mission, there's no rush. The key is to balance work and relaxation. I first found a restaurant and tried all the specialty dishes, then comfortably soaked in a hot spring. That feeling instantly revitalized me. After enjoying myself, I got down to business. I found an inn to stay at, planning to look for that toothy ghost the next day. Early the next morning, I stood by the window of the inn and unleashed a big move. Perception ninjutsu, with a buzz. All the chakra fluctuations of everyone within a 2-kilometer radius became as clear as a radar map in my mind. Time to start the investigation. I thought to myself. Soon, I filtered out a bunch of mediocre people, leaving only 7 obvious chakra sources. I strolled around the street like nothing was wrong, starting to call out names one by one. First, the owner of the hot spring inn. His chakra was even weaker than my cat-ass. Next, second, a street performer. His ninjutsu was worse than my 3rd driving test practice. Next, third, a drunken ninja in a tavern. His chakra was as chaotic as a ball of yarn. Next, I eliminated 6, all of them unpromising. Only one was left, in the mountainous area outside the town. Although the chakra fluctuations weren't strong, it was very well hidden. The last one. I hope it's you, kid. Don't make me run all this way for nothing. I sneered and headed straight for the mountains. I maxed out my perception and quickly locked onto a cave hidden by vines. Hey, it's pretty concealed. I quietly slipped inside and immediately saw that guy called Ghost Tooth. Ghost Tooth, I found you. My voice wasn't loud, but it echoed in the cave like thunder. He flinched in fear, suddenly looked up, and then scowled. Who are you? Konoha, Amino Shigure. I'm here to send you on your way. I couldn't be bothered to waste words with him. And in a flash, I charged forward. He tried to dodge, but was my taijutsu a joke? After a few punches, he started spitting blood. Damn it. Fire release. Great fireball. The kid dared to fight back. I formed a one-handed seal, water release, water barrier. A wall of water extinguished his little flames immediately. But it wasn't over yet. Water release, water dragon bullet. I unleashed a water dragon right in his face, slamming him against the wall so hard he couldn't peel himself off. I walked over slowly, forming a water blade in my hand, and with one swift motion, the world fell silent. I sealed the body into a scroll and casually searched the cave. Wow. Over 3 million Rio? Hey, this trip was a huge profit. Task completed. I didn't head straight back to the village, but took a detour to Shortbook Street. 5 years ago, I had paid a high price to rescue Kane and her daughter K-Rin from Grass Ninja Village, and they lived in the little courtyard I arranged for them. As soon as I pushed the door open, Kane came out to greet me. She was wearing a purple kimono and that mature, curvy figure. Wow. Anyone would be mesmerized. Lord Shigure, you've come, she said in a soft, sweet voice. Yeah, just finished a mission. Thought I'd come check on you, I replied as I walked inside. K-Rin was reading a book, and when she saw me, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Dinner was made by Kane herself, and it tasted amazing. After dinner, K-Rin very sensibly went back to her room. I gave Kane a glance, and her face turned red, understanding what I meant. What followed was some content that requires a fee to view. You know how it goes, folks. The night was deep, and only the room was filled with intimacy. The next morning, I woke up and saw Kane sleeping soundly beside me, and mischievous thoughts crept in again. Kane, as soon as I called her, she woke up, her purple eyes filled with obedience. And then came another indescribable morning workout. The focus was on companionship and an unparalleled experience. Afterward, we both took a shower, feeling refreshed. During breakfast, I suddenly got inspired and decided to teach her some real skills. I took her to the courtyard. Come on, I'll teach you an S-rank ninjutsu. I explained that this technique was called water severing wave, which basically means compressing chakra into a water line thinner than a hair and then spraying it out with ultra-high pressure. The cutting power is like a laser knife, capable of slicing through anything. As I spoke, I formed a water line in my hand, making a hissing sound in the air. Kane was mesmerized, trying to mimic me, but as soon as her water line appeared, it dispersed, and her little face fell instantly. I laughed and walked over, holding her hand. Don't rush. This thing is difficult because of chakra control. Come on, I'll teach you step by step. First, feel how the chakra gathers at your fingertips. You know, Kane really has great talent. With just a little guidance, her chakra control improved significantly. Meanwhile, her daughter K-Rin wasn't idle either. Holding a book on medical ninjutsu and glancing over at us from time to time, her little eyes filled with admiration. I thought I must encourage her, so I went over and praised her, telling her she would definitely become a top medical ninja in the future. The little girl blushed, and hey, she got even more into her reading. Lunch was so warm and cozy, it really felt like a family. After eating, I hugged Kane and sat with her in the hallway, basking in the sun. That feeling was just incredible. I told her she had made rapid progress today, and she looked up at me, her eyes filled with me, saying that as long as I was happy, she was satisfied. Family, who understands? That feeling of complete dependence on you is really hard to bear. Days passed quickly, and I returned to Shortbook Street again. Let me tell you, as soon as I opened the courtyard door, that familiar scent of cherry blossoms was amazing. Upon entering, I saw Kane and K-Rin busy in the dining room. Kane was wearing a purple kimono, and her figure, wow, with the light shining on her, the atmosphere was just perfect. Little K-Rin came out holding a dish, and when she saw me, her eyes lit up, saying that today's meal was made together with her mom and asked me to try it. What could I say? I had to show face. I took a bite, and it was really delicious. I praised them profusely, making the mother and daughter ecstatic. After the meal, K-Rin was very sensible and took the initiative to clear the dishes. Kane brewed me a cup of tea, and, after taking a sip, I set the cup down and glanced at her. I tell you, sometimes a man doesn't even need to speak. One glance is enough. I lowered my voice slightly and called out, Kane, and her face instantly flushed, lowering her head and murmuring a response. I stood up directly, took her hand, and walked towards the bedroom. Xianglin watched from behind with a rather complicated look in her eyes, but she quickly lowered her head and continued with her tasks. Once in the bedroom, I sat down by the bed, looked at her, and said, Xiangnai, come here. She really came over, obediently kneeling by my feet, asking what I wanted her to do. I asked her to massage my shoulders, saying I was tired today. I have to say, her technique was truly professional, with just the right amount of pressure, making me feel completely relaxed. I closed my eyes and enjoyed it, complimenting her on how her skills were improving. And she softly replied that as long as I liked it, that was enough. I grabbed her hand and pulled her from behind to stand in front of me. Let me tell you, the atmosphere instantly changed. I switched to my dominant voice and told her she was becoming more charming by the day. She lowered her head so much that it almost buried in her chest, and I held her chin to make her look at me. At first, she seemed a bit flustered, but she quickly calmed down. Well, no need to say anything else. I just went in for a kiss. As for what happened next, it was a natural progression. That night was, quite exhilarating. The next morning, I was still lying in bed while Xiang and I was already up and busy in the kitchen. I sipped my tea, watching her move around in the kitchen, and it felt like admiring a perfect piece of art that belonged to me. During breakfast, Xiang Nai's face was still flushed, and Xiang Lin was watching us, probably filled with questions in her little head. After breakfast, I pulled Xiang Nai back to the room, closed the door, and we definitely had to indulge a little more. We lingered until noon when I finally told her I had to return to Konoha in the afternoon. She was so reluctant, holding on to me without saying a word. I kissed her forehead, got dressed, and prepared to leave. This gentle haven truly is a hero's grave. Once I returned to Konoha, the first thing I had to do was report back to my superiors. I went straight to the Hokage's office, where the third Hokage was puffing away on smoke. When he saw me come in, he accepted the mission scroll I handed in, nodded, and said I did well. What could I say? Just a few small fry. Nothing much. But guess what? The old man suddenly shifted the topic and started asking about my personal life. He immediately asked, I heard you've been getting close to Hong lately? Hey, I said, third grandpa, is the Hokage's office turning into a neighborhood committee or what? I straightforwardly clarified, that's right. She's my woman, and I'll take good care of her. The third let out a sigh, probably feeling helpless with me, and just reminded me that the feelings between ninjas should prioritize the village's interests before sending me off. I dashed home in a flash. As soon as I opened the door, Mei Hong was sitting on the couch waiting for me, and that scene was just perfect. I went over and hugged her from behind, giving her a kiss, and asked if she missed me. She blushed and nodded. Let me tell you, Mei Hong really understands me. She had prepared a whole table of dishes, all my favorites. After dinner, we snuggled on the couch, and I told her about the gossip involving the 3 generations, which made her laugh uncontrollably. She was a bit worried, afraid that our relationship might affect my reputation. I just laughed and said, when have I ever cared about that? Besides, it was an honor to win over someone like you, my dear. I can tell you, my sweet talk was so smooth that Mei Hong was completely captivated and leaned against me, not moving at all. With the atmosphere being like this, what else could we do? I directly carried her into the bedroom. I had to turn up the intensity. The next morning, I crawled out of Mei Hong's gentle embrace, feeling completely relaxed. I kissed her and said I was going to Kakashi's place, telling her to rest well. Just as I got near Kakashi's house, I heard clanging sounds coming from the small woods. Goodness, that little brat, Sasuke, was indeed over there training like crazy. With such intensity in his eyes, he was really pushing himself to the limit. I didn't bother with him and went straight into Kakashi's yard. Kakashi was as usual, completely unfazed, engrossed in reading a little yellow book. I greeted him in the past and asked if Sasuke comes every day. He said yes, rain or shine. When I saw his indifferent attitude, I thought, let's just settle this with a fight. I said, how about a 50-50 match? Want to spar a bit? His eyes lit up, and he stood up saying he would accompany me all the way. We were just sparring in the yard. Let me tell you, Kakashi is really strong. I was attacking fiercely, but his defense was impeccable. I directly hit him with a water-style, water dragon bullet right in the face. And guess what? He used body flicker technique and disappeared. I was stunned. We fought for almost half an hour, and my stamina was starting to run out. He seized the gap and knocked me down with a punch. Lying on the ground, I was still laughing, saying, as expected of you, it's a 50-50. He pulled me up and said I had made a lot of progress, but I still needed to practice. We sat in the corridor, listening to Sasuke's desperate sounds from afar. I asked Kakashi how far he thought Sasuke could go, and he said it depended on Sasuke himself. Hate can make him stronger, but it can also destroy him. By evening, I was still practicing chakra control with Kakashi. That S-rank water dragon jutsu was really hard to master. Kakashi, rarely comforting me, said I was making rapid progress. I suggested we go see Sasuke, but he refused again. Fine, if you won't go, I will. I quietly sneaked into the small grove, hiding behind a tree to watch Sasuke practicing like a madman, drenched in sweat, his eyes filled with killing intent. This kid is really single-minded. I watched for a while and then left. Guess what happened next? Just as I stepped away, Kakashi followed right behind. What a surprise. Were we playing a nesting doll game here? He was also hiding behind another tree, watching Sasuke with a very complex expression, probably thinking of Obito. These two, one not teaching and the other peeping, really have their quirks. Sasuke practiced until it was dark before leaving, and Kakashi jumped down to stare blankly at the training marks left by Sasuke, muttering, "Uchiha Sasuke, where will your path ultimately lead?" Enough about these two awkward guys. I went straight home. As soon as I opened the door, my wife Mei Hong's gentle smile greeted me. I went over and hugged her. Nothing feels better than holding my wife. We cooked dinner together. It was so harmonious. During dinner, I shared the story of Sasuke and Kakashi as a joke, and she sighed, saying that Sasuke was too pitiful. After dinner, once we cleaned up, we definitely had to deepen our emotional connection. This deepening connection naturally flowed, and when I woke up the next morning, let me tell you, I felt refreshed. Looking at Mei Hong, who was still asleep beside me, her face, her slightly curly black hair, wow, I felt two words in my heart: satisfied. I gently called her name in her ear to wake her up, and this little lazy cat pouted at me, saying I was too restless last night. What could I do? I directly pulled her into a hug, telling her that it was her charm that caused this. After a bit of cuddling, she blushed and ran off to take a shower, while I, like a house husband, went to make breakfast. Just as I was frying eggs, I was pondering my water release, water severing wave technique. Goodness, Kakashi's advice was almost useless. This thing was much harder than I thought. Compressing chakra into a line? Easy to say, but I tried for half a day, and the chakra was like a wild dog, completely unruly. I had just set breakfast on the table when Mei Hong came out. We were feeding each other when she had to leave for a mission. Before she left, I had to give her a kiss and remind her to come back early. After sending off my wife, my exhausting life began again. I ran to the yard to continue my relentless training with that troublesome water release. Guess what happened next? Just as I was forming the hand seals, suddenly, someone jumped down from the wall. I looked closely. It was Ino. This blonde girl, wearing a purple tank top, was bursting with youthful energy. She came over and asked if Hong Jie was there, and I said she just left. I thought she would leave now, but she plopped down on the stone next to me and said she wanted to watch me train. Fine, let her watch. I continued to focus on molding my chakra, but every time I failed, the chakra would disperse as soon as it formed. Ino, on the side, propped her chin up, her eyes sparkling, and kept saying, "Shiyu, brother, you are so amazing." I was speechless at the time and said, "What's so impressive? It's not even settled yet." Then listen to what she said. "But you've already worked very hard. I believe you will definitely succeed." Oh my, such high emotional intelligence. I immediately gave her a head pat, and the little girl blushed immediately. When we got hungry at noon, I took her to eat ramen. On the way, she subtly asked me how things were going with Sister Hong. I teased her, "What? Are you interested in her?" She waved her hands in a panic. When we arrived at the restaurant, she propped her chin on her hands looking at me. And that look in her eyes, let me tell you, it was as if she was obsessed. After finishing the meal, she came back home with me. I sat on the sofa to continue practicing, and she lay on the opposite sofa, not saying a word, just staring at me intently. Suddenly, she blurted out, "Brother Shiyu, you're really handsome." I was so focused at that moment that I didn't pay her any mind. Not long after, Mei Hong came back. When she opened the door and saw Inoue, she was taken aback for a moment, but still greeted her gently. Inoue was so flustered, it was as if she had been caught stealing. Seeing this situation, I quickly sent Inoue home. As soon as Inoue left, my wife's radar went off, and she tentatively asked me, "Shiyu, what do you think of Inoue?" What could I say? I pulled her into an embrace and said, "She's just a little kid. What could I possibly think?" Let me tell you, my survival instinct was on high alert. Mei Hong then sighed and leaned on me, saying, "Just don't hurt her feelings." I thought to myself, whether she gets hurt or not can be discussed later. My goal is the stars and the sea. Those who understand will understand. In the evening, we cooked together again, and she teased me about Inoue, asking if I liked young and pretty girls. I cornered her and told her that I only have her in my heart, which made her smile brightly. After dinner and tidying up, we definitely had to continue our deep conversation, discussing the topics we hadn't fully talked about during the day in a different way. Just when we were getting cozy, she suddenly asked me, "Do you really have no interest in Inoue? What she grows up?" I was really a loss for words and could only vow my loyalty again, saying that no one can compare to her in my heart, which finally turned the situation around. The next morning, there was another round of sweetness. After sending Mei Hong off, I thought to myself that today I must have some peace. However, just as I finished breakfast, the door was kicked open with a bang, and Yusho Washi Hongdo rushed in like a cannonball, shouting, "Shiyu, let's drink." As soon as I saw her energetic demeanor, I couldn't help but tease her. "Fat bean, what are you drinking so early in the morning?" She hated me calling her fat bean and immediately got angry, glaring at me and shouting. Fortunately, Our Mehong was gentle and managed to calm her down, saying she'd drink with her. Goodness, when these three sat together, as soon as Hongdo opened the liquor, she started pouring it into her mouth. After a few drinks, she was already tipsy, practically hanging on me, rubbing against me, and saying how impressive I was, managing to drink at 18. Let me tell you, the scene was something else. Mehong's face was almost green with envy. I quickly said she had drunk too much and needed help to rest. Mehong came over to help, and together we got the drunk cat to the guest room. After settling her down, Mehong and I stood in the hallway, and the atmosphere was quite awkward. She was about to say something when I directly hugged her and kissed her forehead, telling her, "Mehong, you are the most important person to me." That resolved a potential family storm. In the afternoon, Mehong went out for something. I continued practicing water break wave alone in the hall. While I was practicing, I heard some movement on the stairs. Looking up, I saw Hongdo coming down, still sleepy. Let me tell you, the way she looked just after waking up, with messy hair and the collar of her tight outfit open, was just captivating. She walked over, bent down to watch me practice, and intentionally asked, "How is it? Does it look good?" My heart skipped a beat, but I tried to act tough and said, "Fat dough, you're playing with fire." As a result, she got even more into it, directly sitting on my lap, wrapping her arms around my neck and whispering in my ear, "What's wrong? Afraid of Hong seeing?" I told her directly that Hong had gone out, and it was just the two of us now. Who understands the family dynamics? The hints were so obvious. How could I hold back? I went in for a kiss. Just at the crucial moment, guess what happened? I heard footsteps at the door. Hongdo and I quickly pulled apart, and the speed was definitely at the level of a seasoned ninja. She hurriedly adjusted her clothes, her face still flushed. When the door opened, it was indeed Mei Hong returning. We both acted as if nothing had happened. Mei Hong glanced at the blushing Hongdo, and although she seemed a bit suspicious, she didn't ask much. Hongdo casually linked her arm with Mei Hong's and suggested they cook together. Watching them walk into the kitchen, Hongdo even turned back and winked at me, which was quite thrilling. Later that evening, after sending Hongdo off, I had another deep conversation with Mei Hong. Afterward, she indeed asked me, saying she felt something was off between me and Hongdo. I could only lie through my teeth, saying we accidentally bumped into each other, and I was afraid she would misunderstand. Fortunately, our Mei Hong is pure-hearted and believed my lies, even saying she hoped there wouldn't be any misunderstandings with her best friend. I held her close, feeling quite complicated inside. A month passed like this, and let me tell you, I finally made some progress and could stabilize my chakra into a fine line. Just as I was feeling happy, I sensed a familiar presence at the door. When I turned around, lo and behold, it was Hinata Hyuga. That little girl was peeking at me from beside the door again. I called her indirectly, and the little girl turned as red as an apple, not daring to look at me as she lowered her head. I let her sit on the sofa and noticed her little face was a bit rounder than before. It seemed that Hinata had listened to my advice and stopped starving the child. I couldn't help myself and reached out to pinch her little cheek. It felt so soft. Guess what happened next? The moment I pinched her, wow, it was like I fried her CPU. She rolled her eyes and fainted right away. I was completely at a loss. When she woke up, she kept apologizing to me. To confirm whether she had really gained weight, I picked her up to weigh her. And yes, she was a bit heavier. This time, it was even more unbelievable. The little girl stiffened in my arms, her face turning so red it looked like it was about to bleed. Fortunately, she didn't faint again this time. I encouraged her a few times to practice her well and not to waste her talent. The little girl looked at me with determination in her eyes. Looking at her adorable face, I pinched her cheek again. Finally, I told her that in the future, she could come openly whenever she wanted, and not to always peek from outside. As soon as she heard this, her eyes lit up, and she quietly asked me, "Really, can I really do that?" I laughed at that moment and said, "Of course. You can come whenever you want. I'll always leave the door open for you." Goodness, Hinata's little face instantly lit up, her eyes sparkling like they had stars in them. I tell you, that wasn't the end of it. A couple of days later, I thought I should take the little girl out to improve her diet. After all, she was undergoing intense training with me every day, and her nutrition had to keep up. I went straight to her doorstep and pulled her out. "Let's go. I'll treat you to a good meal at Ichiraka Ramen. All you can eat." Hinata was stunned, her little face flushed, following me obediently. Walking down the street, we turned heads at a rate of 300%. I was known as the handsome and wealthy guy from Konoha. She was the daughter of the Hyuga clan. This combination was enough to dazzle anyone. The elderly folks by the roadside looked at us as if they were seeing their son bring home a daughter-in-law. Hinata, this shy girl, had never experienced such a scene and nearly buried her head into the ground. I saw that this wouldn't do, so I directly reached out and held her little hand. Let me tell you, her palm was warm, and she froze for a moment, then obediently let me hold her hand like a little cat. When we arrived at Ichiraka Ramen, I plopped down and shouted at the owner boss, "Bring me 10 bowls first." The owner, being a perceptive man, saw our situation and smiled ambiguously, saying, "Oh, Lord Shiyu is taking Miss Hinata out on a date?" Hinata's face flushed a bright red. As soon as the ramen was served, I pushed a bowl in front of her. The little girl was starving, cautiously took a bite, and her eyes instantly lit up, as if she had discovered a new world. "Is it good?" I asked her with a smile. She nodded vigorously, her mouth full, mumbling them, "So good." Seeing her satisfied face warmed my heart immensely. However, halfway through, she suddenly looked up and asked, "Lord Shiyu, why are you so nice to me?" I chuckled and replied, "Because you are very special. You have talents and potential that others don't. It's just that you haven't discovered them yet. Don't always be shy, and don't always back down. You need to believe in yourself. You will definitely become a person who can stand on your own in the future." After hearing this, Hinata's gaze changed completely, filled with a confidence and brilliance she had never shown before. Seeing the potential, I ordered another 5 bowls of ramen. Folks, that has 15 bowls. The little girl finished every single one. After we filled our stomachs, I took her straight to Hokage Rock. Standing on the head of the first Hokage, we had a panoramic view of the entire Konoha village. I wrapped my arm around her shoulders, gave her a dose of encouragement, and told her to work hard to become stronger for the sake of this beautiful view and for herself. The admiration in her eyes, as she looked at my profile, was overflowing. It was all about a supportive growth experience. When I took her home, the reluctant look in her eyes was just, wow, my irresistible charm. But wait, here comes the twist in the story. You thought I spent every day just taking the little girl out for meals and sightseeing? The next morning, as soon as I opened my eyes, I found Kurenai lying in my arms. What a sight! Her black curly hair, dreamy eyes, and the lazy look of someone who had fully woken up from a hangover. I leaned down and kissed her, saying, "Kurenai, it's time to get up." She mumbled and pushed me away, her voice so husky it was almost deadly. I couldn't resist that, so I pulled her closer. "Stop messing around. I have a mission." I laughed and said, "Mission? Isn't today a day off? You're not trying to run away, are you?" She shot me a playful glare, punched me lightly, and said, "You're such a rogue." I laughed heartily and carried her into the bathroom. As for what happened next, cough, cough, let us just say it's indescribable. After we finished the heartfelt breakfast I made, I told her I needed to find Kakashi for some ninjutsu guidance. "Come back early," Kurenai said, leaning against me, looking so gentle. I left the house feeling content. Let me tell you, I had been practicing an S-rank water jutsu called Water Severing Wave. This technique has several steps, and I had already mastered the first step, being able to condense a water line thinner than a hair at my fingertips. Now I was stuck on the second step. I kicked open Kakashi's door, and there he was, lounging on the couch, engrossed in that worn-out book of his. "Old Kakashi, stop reading. Time to work," I said as I stretched my hand out, and the water line shot out from my fingertip. He lazily lifted his eyelids and said, "Oh, not bad. The next step is to gather chakra in your mouth and spit it out to turn it into a high-pressure water cannon." Easy for him to say. I ran to his yard to try it out, but when I finished the hand sign, the water didn't shoot out. It exploded in my mouth, choking me half to death. Kakashi leaned against the doorframe, watching me laugh, saying, "Don't rush, take your time." I spat in frustration. I don't believe this. After practicing for a whole morning and failing numerous times, I finally managed to spit out a crooked little water column. Only then did Kakashi saunter over like a grandpa and pat my shoulder, saying, "You're getting the hang of it. Keep practicing." I thanked him and turned to leave. When I got home, Kurenai was still waiting for me, dinner already prepared, my favorite braised pork. My heart warmed, and all the fatigue from training vanished. After dinner, seeing her gentle gaze, I couldn't hold back anymore, and I swept her up in a princess carry and headed upstairs. Days passed like this, full of flavor and joy. However, on the morning of February 18th, while I was sitting cross-legged in meditation, there was a loud knocking at the door. "Lord Shiyu, the Hokage is calling for you." Upon hearing that, I thought, great, work is here. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage looked serious, with Kakashi standing beside him, still with that dead fish eye expression, holding that old book. The third Hokage got straight to the point. There has been an incident at the border. A group of unidentified ninjas has infiltrated from the land of grass, and their numbers are significant. You and Kakashi will go investigate, with Kakashi in charge. Determine the situation. If you can drive them away, do so. If they show hostility, eliminate them on the spot. I took the scroll and felt a chill in my heart. The land of grass? At this juncture, It was likely that those rock ninjas were up to no good. I asked Kakashi, old Kakashi, what do you think? He closed the book, lazily saying, "It's a mission, we just go." I was really exasperated with this guy. I told the third Hokage that this could be a conspiracy by the rock ninjas. The old man thought it was possible and told us to be careful. After leaving the Hokage building, the two of us headed outside the village. On the way, I was still talking about Sasuke, and Kakashi bluntly said, "That kid is filled with hatred right now. He is not worth teaching." Goodness, what a statement. Just as we reached the street corner, I spotted Hinata. The little girl was holding a bag, sneaking glances at me. He waved to her, and she darted back into the store. Kakashi, standing beside me, said sarcastically, "You're really popular, huh?" I tossed my hair back, saying, "What can I say? My charm is just too great." We rush along the way, and by nightfall, we set up camp in the forest. I was giving up and practiced water-severing wave again, but it still failed. Kakashi, on the side, made sarcastic comments, S-rank ninjutsu, isn't that easy to practice. The next day, we continued our journey, and I didn't stop talking, analyzing who from the rock ninjas we might encounter. Lus Akatsuchi, it sounded so thrilling. Kakashi simply replied, "Prioritize the mission, don't complicate things." What a boring man. In the evening, we finally arrived at the border watchtower. As soon as the guard ninjas saw us, it was like they were seeing family. A special Jonin named Sarutobi came over to report that there had indeed been ninja activity at the border and that their movements were suspicious. Suspected to be rock ninjas, but they couldn't keep up with them. After hearing this, Kakashi waved his hand, saying, "All right, rest for now. We'll act first thing in the morning." I stood on the watchtower, looking at the dark forest in the distance, feeling incredibly excited. It felt like the water was too deep for me to grasp, but this wave was definitely a high-end match. The next morning, as soon as I got up, I saw Kakashi again holding that old book. I immediately started teasing him. 50-50, you really can get into the zone anytime and anywhere. Without looking up, he replied, "Good morning, you pervert." I couldn't be bothered with him, so we headed straight to the dining hall. In the dining hall, there were 5 border ninjas, and the leader was that Sarutobi Aoi from yesterday. As soon as he saw us, he immediately stood up respectfully. "Good morning, Kakashi-senpai, Shiyu-senpai." Kakashi coolly nodded. I smiled and waved my hand. No need to be so polite, we're all on the same side. Since we're all on the same side, we should have breakfast together. Let me tell you, the food Aoi brought was really simple. Rice and miso soup, but I was so hungry at the time that it tasted amazing. While eating, Kakashi asked about the situation, and Aoi's face was as gloomy as a bitter melon. He said that at least 5 mice had burrowed into our territory, most likely from the rock ninjas. Goodness, these guys are like moles, digging holes everywhere and leaving behind a bunch of Earth-style traces. But we just couldn't find their main base. Kakashi made a few marks on a map and said these holes weren't far apart, probably a temporary base. I said, "So what are we waiting for? Let's go for it." Aoi said no, afraid of alerting the snakes. After breakfast, Kakashi and I followed a Chunin named Omoku to begin the most boring activity of my life, exploring caves. Who understands? Family? Going from one cave to another. Aside from some residual chakra on the walls and ground, proving that these guys had been there, we found nothing. I complained to Kakashi, saying 50-50, these guys aren't here for a team-building exercise to dig for wild vegetables. Are they? We wandered through all the marked caves without discovering a thing. Those guys had already slipped away. Omoku was already numb from boredom and asked us what to do. Kakashi coolly told him to go back and report, to strengthen the alert. Then, let me tell you, he did something really interesting. He bit his finger and performed the summoning technique. With a bang, smoke dispersed, and a little dog appeared, wearing a Leaf Village forehead protector. I couldn't help but laugh and squatted down to tease it. "Oh, Parker, right? Is that forehead protector for a genin or a chunin?" Guess what it said? It glanced at me, very proud. "Humph, I'm elite ninja dog. My strength is no less than yours, Jonin." I couldn't stop laughing. No kidding, this little dog's nose is really sharp. Kakashi had it sniff around, and Parker said there was a strange scent not far ahead. Well, professional matters are best left to professional dogs. We followed Parker as he led the way. While we were puffing and searching for clues, what were those rock ninjas doing? Can you guess? They were slurping noodles at a restaurant in the nearby town. The leader, named Awami, was worried about finding a rogue ninja called Deidara, while his subordinates were complaining. Let me tell you, these guys really don't take us from the Leaf Village seriously. They had already snuck up to our doorstep and still dare to swagger around like that. Parker led us outside the town, saying the scent was getting stronger and the people were inside. We mixed into the crowd and crouched by the window of a small restaurant. And wow, there were 5 of them, all intact, not a single one missing. Kakashi said not to act impulsively and to wait until they left the town before taking action. All right, I'll follow your lead. We were waiting by the tree stump in the woods outside the town. I was gnawing on a skewer of grilled fish, while Kakashi, as usual, was engrossed in his worn-out book. I teased him, saying, "What if they don't take this path? Wouldn't we be waiting for nothing?" He didn't even lift his eyelids, replying, "Then we'll go look for them. They have to pass by eventually." Just then, Parker's ears perked up, saying they were coming. Kakashi and I immediately stood up, and soon 5 figures emerged from the woods. The leader, IWA, recognized Kakashi at a glance and asked what we were doing there. I stepped forward, crossed my arms, and said, "Shouldn't I be the one asking you that? Friends from IWA Village, here for a deep tour of the Land of Fire?" The group still tried to act tough, claiming they were just passing through on an internal mission. Kakashi closed his book lazily and said, "Sorry, but the borders of the Land of Fire do not welcome passersby. Please leave immediately." The atmosphere suddenly became tense. IWA sneered, "A little brat from Konoha, quite the mouth." Kakashi nodded at me. "Looks like negotiations have failed. Let's fight." I was ready. My hands moved so quickly they were almost sparking, and I formed the seals, water style, water dragon bullet technique. A massive water dragon roared and charged forward. IWA reacted quickly, raising an earth wall. Just as the water dragon hit the wall, splashing everywhere, Kakashi vanished. I tell you, his speed is unreal. When he reappeared, he had already darted to the enemy's side, holding a crackling ball of lightning. With a swift motion, he struck, and 2 of them were taken out on the spot. Iwa's face turned pale, and he roared, summoning a mud dragon. Kakashi wasn't fazed at all. He countered with a Chidori. While they were engaged in fierce combat, I didn't slack off either and charged at the remaining 2. One had just reacted, trying to raise an earth wall, but my kunai already slashed his throat. The other, seeing this, opened his mouth to breathe fire, but I quickly formed a water barrier to block it, and beneath his feet, a swamp appeared, trapping him. He was still struggling in the mud when my second water dragon bullet arrived, blasting him several meters away, leaving him motionless. Finally, only the leader, IWA, remained. His earth techniques were fierce, but they couldn't keep up with Kakashi's speed. In just a few exchanges, Kakashi appeared behind him like a ghost and delivered a lightning blade straight through his heart. The battle was over. It took less than 5 minutes. Efficiency was the key. Kakashi calmly said, "Mission accomplished, seal the bodies, and let's return to Konoha." On the way back, we made a fire in the woods for the night. I was munching on grilled rabbit when I asked Kakashi, "What do you think those IWA ninjas were so secretive about?" He continued reading his book without looking up. "Who knows? It has nothing to do with us." I laughed and said, "Fun. I'm the little prince of Konoha gossip. I love to find out these things." I even deliberately asked him, "Hey, what do you think of Sakura?" He paused, flipping the pages, glanced at me, and said, "An excellent ninja." I puffed out my chest proudly. Of course, she's my woman. Kakashi's expression was full of resignation, as if to say, "How did you end up with such a good catch?" The next day, we returned to the village and headed straight for the Hokage's office. The 3rd Hokage was busy with a pile of documents and sighed in relief when he saw us. Kakashi respectfully handed over the scroll and reported the mission in detail. As for me, I flopped down on the sofa. "3rd Hokage, this mission nearly killed me. I need a big vacation." The 3rd Hokage chuckled, praised our good work, and told us to rest first. My eyes lit up at the mention of rest. After leaving the Hokage's office, I invited Kakashi for a drink, and guess what? This oblivious guy actually said he had something to do and left. Seriously, no wonder he's single. Forget him. I dragged my exhausted self home, pushed open the door, and the smell hit me. Unbelievable. Sakura was busy in the kitchen wearing an apron, and her figure and aura were simply stunning. I gently hugged her from behind. "Mayong, I'm back." She turned her head, her eyes full of tenderness. "You're back. Was the mission successful?" I rested my chin on her shoulder, inhaling the fragrance of her hair, and lazily said, "It went well. I just missed you a bit." Her face turned red instantly, and she gently leaned against me, saying, "Don't tease, I'm still cooking." I didn't care about that. I just turned her around and looked at her. I said, "Dinner can wait. I want to eat something else right now." Her face turned as red as an apple, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at me. I leaned in and kissed her. When I let go, she was panting, her cheeks flushed, and she looked incredibly cute. I touched her face and said, "Mahong, you're really beautiful." She pushed me away and playfully scolded, "Stop saying that. I still have to cook." I smiled and released my hold, leaning back to quietly watch her busying herself. At that moment, I thought to myself, what's the point of fighting outside? Isn't it just for this moment of peace? But once dinner was finished, that peace turned into something else. Let me tell you, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The tension was palpable, and I just swept her up in a princess carry. She gasped, playfully punched my chest, and that was all part of the fun. The next part is a long story that I'll skip over, but it went from the bathroom to the bedroom, and by the time it was late at night, she was exhausted, like a little kitten, asleep in my arms. The next morning, bright and early, just as I woke up, she wrapped herself around me again. I said, "Sister, you have tasks today." She replied, "It's fine, just for a bit." All right then, who am I to deny her? In the end, I had to pull her out of bed, and watching her get dressed and leave, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. After sending Meihong off, I thought I had nothing to do, so I slipped over to Kakashi's place for a visit. Guess what? Sasuke was practicing shuriken in the little grove at the entrance. His gaze fierce, as if he wanted to take on the world. Inside, my dear teacher Kakashi was lounging on the sofa, happily watching his intimate paradise, looking incredibly relaxed. I went in and started complaining to him, saying that my S-rank water release, water shockwave, after practicing for half a day, only sprayed out a water column that went 10 meters and then just turned into a drizzle like a water gun. Kakashi just started giving me some motivational talk, saying to take it slow and that it requires patience. I tell you, he really understands the art of nonsense talk. While we were chatting, we casually mentioned Sasuke, and Kakashi said that kid has talent, but he's just too impatient. I was about to agree, but then I got up to leave. As I was strolling down the street after leaving Kakashi's, suddenly, I heard a loud duong from behind me, followed by a voice saying Shiyu. I turned around, and wow, it was Yuhi Kurenai. That signature checkered shirt, that slim waist, TSK. She came up and teased me, asking why I was wandering around alone, if I was thinking of some bad ideas again. I said no way, I'm a serious person. She looked me up and down with a meaningful smile and said, "Since you have nothing to do, why don't you come to my place for a drink? I have some good wine." Family members, who understands that look and tone? It was like she had come here, written all over her face. How could I refuse? I still remembered what happened last time. I immediately agreed and followed her. And on the way, we romantically picked up some snacks to go with the drinks. When we got to her house, as soon as the door closed and the wine was poured, after 2 cups, the atmosphere started to heat up. She began to hint around, asking me how things were going with Meihong. I said, "Guess." She directly sat on my lap, wrapped her arms around my neck, and asked with a gentle breath, "Then, what if it were me? I tell you, who can withstand this? Just take it down." The specific process is not convenient to elaborate on, but it was a thoroughly enjoyable academic exchange. After it was done, she leaned in close and whispered to me, saying, "Next time, should we get Hong drunk? Wouldn't that be exciting?" Goodness, I just exclaimed, goodness. I said, "What are you thinking all day in that little head of yours? You're practically my internet mouthpiece, saying everything I'm thinking." The next morning, I jokingly called her Fat Bean, and she got so mad that she hit me, saying no, but her body was quite honest. And she pulled me to study the mysteries of the human body all morning. Before leaving, she reminded me not to forget about getting Meihong drunk. I thought to myself, this girl is really into it. So guess what? Just after I finished messing around with Hong-Do, I got home and saw that Meihong hadn't returned yet. Feeling like a dutiful partner, I tied on an apron and started cooking. Just after chopping a few vegetables, a pair of small hands hugged me from behind. Well, Meihong is back, I thought, just after exercising, and here she comes again. As it turns out, Meihong was even more proactive than me, and the battle started in the kitchen, moving from the stove to the dining table. After the battle ended, her legs were weak, and I had to feed her dinner bite by bite. I thought that was the end of it, but the next morning, while we were exercising in the bathroom, there was a loud crash downstairs, and Hong-Do stormed in like a demolition team, holding a bottle of sake and shouting, "Shiyu, Meihong, come drink with me." My heart skipped a beat. It was over, this girl was serious. Meihong was still foolishly saying, "What kind of alcohol can you drink so early in the morning?" Hong-Do was incredibly persuasive, and in just a few sentences, she had Meihong completely convinced. 1 cup after another, I watched as Meihong went from slightly tipsy to dazed, and eventually, she just collapsed onto the table. Hong-Do shot me a glance, and we tacitly agreed to carry Meihong upstairs to the bedroom. As soon as we laid Meihong on the bed, I hadn't even caught my breath when Hong-Do suddenly wrapped her arms around my neck, right in front of the unconscious Meihong. I said, "Are you sure?" Without saying a word, she leaned in and kissed me. Let me tell you, that scene was exhilarating. It was simply wild. After it was all over, she remained remarkably calm, climbed off me, tidied up her clothes, told me to clean up the scene so that Hong wouldn't find out, and then casually patted her butt and left. A master, she was definitely among the best of the best. I looked at the messy battlefield, then at Meihong, who was drunk and looked like a dead pig on the bed. What could I do? I could only clean up with tears in my eyes. When Mahong wakes up and sees the scene, she'll probably think we had another round, and she'll be so embarrassed. Great, I'll take the blame for this. The two women at home were temporarily appeased, but I thought to myself, with all this commotion, I needed to go out and hide for a bit. And by the way, check on my precious goddaughter, Xianglin. I'm on my way to Duan Street. After reluctantly saying goodbye to Mahong, I went to the task hall and picked up a ride-along task, escorting a boss named Liangjie to Duan Street. This boss was a nice guy. He wanted to open a hot spring business there and even said he would let me soak for free when it opened. The journey was peaceful, like a business trip. Once I arrived, I said goodbye to the boss and made my way to Xiangnai and Xianglin's home. When my goddaughter, Xianglin, opened the door and saw me, she was so affectionate, calling me Shiyu Gij, which melted my heart. Xiangnai was still as gentle as ever, preparing a huge feast for me. I tell you, that feeling was just like coming home, and my heart felt so at ease. After putting Xianglin to sleep at night, Xiangnai and I sat in the yard chatting. The atmosphere, the moonlight, it was perfect. When she told me to go rest, I directly took her hand and said, Xiangnai, let's go inside together. She blushed, gently nodded, and followed me into the room. The look in her eyes was so tender it could melt water, and her hands were so gentle as she started to help me unfasten my clothes. Then in the next moment, I was too lazy to waste words and directly leaned down to kiss her. Let me tell you, that feeling was just incredible. It was as soft as jelly, with a hint of sweetness. The temperature in the room kept rising, and the air was so ambiguous that it made my head a bit dizzy. Anyway, I really didn't sleep much that night. Those who understand know what happened. The next morning, when I opened my eyes, there was Xiangnai curled up in my arms like a little cat, her long red hair spread across my pillow, and there were still traces of my masterpiece from yesterday on her neck. I couldn't help but laugh and playfully poked her cheek. As a result, her eyelids fluttered, and in that lazy, just woken up tone, she half opened her eyes and asked if I didn't have enough last night. Let me tell you, who can resist that? I immediately rolled over, using my actions to tell her that this was not over. By the time we both got ourselves sorted out, it was almost noon. Xiangnai's cooking skills were truly impressive. Even the simplest food smelled amazing. While eating, I asked her where Xianglin was. She said she was still sleeping. I thought to myself that it made sense. The noise last night was probably quite something. Staying in this little courtyard in Duan Street felt a bit lacking with just the two of us. So I thought I should take the two of them out to experience the hustle and bustle of the world. So I waved my hand and said, let's go shopping. Duan Street was bustling with activity, with people coming and going. Xianglin was like a bird released from its cage, fascinated by everything she saw. One moment she wanted to eat that dessert, the next she wanted to look at that little toy. As for me, I was all about pampering them, picking up the tab the whole time. While wandering around, I passed by a clothing store and had a mischievous thought. Let me tell you, I have a bit of a wicked sense of humor. I headed straight for the row of maid outfits, picked out the prettiest one, and handed it to Xiangnai, saying, go try this on. For those who understand, Xiangnai's face turned as red as an apple, but she obediently took the clothes into the fitting room. When she came out again, I was stunned. That figure, paired with that outfit, was simply stunning. I immediately decided and told the shop assistant, I'll take these few, and those few as well. Then I leaned in close to Xiangnai's ear and told her, wear this for me tonight. Her face was so red it looked like it could bleed, but she still gently nodded. The effect, I can only say, was even better than I imagined. In the following days, let me tell you, life was pretty sweet. During the day, I practiced the water technique Kakashi taught me in the courtyard. After practicing for half a day, I could only shoot a water column about 10 meters like a water gun. Seeing me struggle, Xiangnai decided to give it a try. Wow, her water column was straight and powerful, shooting over 20 meters. She was way ahead of me. The gap in talent left me speechless. However, with her practicing alongside me, I progressed quickly. In just a couple of days, I could stabilize at 15 meters. After a few days like this, I thought it was time to head back to Konoha. I had tasks to turn in and people to see. After saying goodbye to them, Xianglin, with her red-rimmed eyes, hugged my leg and wouldn't let go. I told her to be good. I'll bring you a gift next time I come back. I made my way back at a swift pace and arrived in Konoha around noon. I first went to the mission hall to turn my tasks, then walked along the village's main street, feeling quite nostalgic. Just as I hadn't walked far, I heard someone calling out behind me, Shiwanai. When I turned around, I was surprised to see a girl with blonde hair in a ponytail, She was wearing a purple tank top, youthful and vibrant, and her eyes lit up when she saw me. She said she had just come from a flower shop and came over to say hello. I noticed it was mealtime, so I casually asked her if she wanted to come to my house for a visit since I was about to make lunch. Ino nodded excitedly like a chick pecking at rice. When we arrived at my house, she looked at my large yard, which had both a garden and a training area, and was extremely envious. I guess that Red had some tasks to do and wasn't home. I went into the kitchen by myself and quickly prepared a few dishes. Ino leaned against the kitchen door watching me, her face full of admiration, saying, "Shigure and I, you look so cool when you cook." After we finished eating, we snuggled on the sofa drinking tea. Ino, being quite bold, directly hugged my arm, resting her head on my shoulder, and asked me if I would always be there for her in the future. I laughed at the moment, just wanted to say something, but then the doors suddenly swung open, and Hong came back. Let me tell you, her gaze went icy in an instant, staring at Ino, and the atmosphere in the entire living room dropped by 3 degrees. Ino was so scared that she stood up right away, stammering an explanation that she just came for lunch. Hong didn't give her a good look and directly said, "Ino, you're still young. Don't think too much about certain things." As soon as those words came out, Ino's face turned instantly red, and she said, "I'll be leaving now," and ran away as if she were fleeing for her life. Once she was gone, Hong immediately turned her attention to me, saying that Ino was still a child and I shouldn't get too close to her. Hey, I found that hilarious. So I wrapped my arms around her waist and leaned in to whisper in her ear, "Mei-hong, are you jealous?" Her face flushed, and she denied it, saying she was just worried about Ino. I thought to myself, how could I not know you? But I didn't expose her and just picked her up. As night fell, the whole Hidden Leaf village quieted down. In my home-esque dining room, the lights were warm and cozy. Hong leaned against me like a boneless doll, playfully asking where I had been these past few days. While holding her, I told her about going to Short Book Street, of course, omitting certain details. She complained that I never accompanied her, but her body was honest, constantly trying to snuggle closer to me. I told her that tonight I was all hers. As soon as those words left my mouth, the atmosphere instantly changed. She picked up a piece of fish and fed it to me, then leaned in to kiss me. The kiss grew deeper, and our breaths became erratic. She wrapped her arms around my neck, breathing into my ear, saying, "Then why don't you hurry up and carry me to bed?" I directly picked her up horizontally, and her long legs naturally wrapped around my waist. I carried her to the bedroom, and she kept murmuring in my ear that she missed me terribly during the days I was gone. I laid her down on the bed and jokingly told her, "Don't worry, we have all night." This commotion lasted until midnight. Hong was so tired that she didn't want to lift a finger and collapsed on the bed, asking me to carry her to take a shower. Of course, I was more than happy to oblige. After we finished showering and changed the sheets, she clung to me like an octopus and fell asleep in no time. The next morning, it was the same familiar routine. We cuddled in bed for a while before she was satisfied and asked me to carry her to wash up. During breakfast, Hong said she wanted to go see Hong-Do, mentioning that he seemed to have something on his mind lately. Upon hearing this, my heart sank a little, but I still smiled and said it was good for them to have a chat. As soon as she left, I headed straight to the training ground to continue struggling with my water-style jutsu. As usual, I could barely sustain it for 20 meters before it fell apart, leaving me quite frustrated. Just then, Kakashi appeared out of nowhere, leaning against a tree with that worn-out book in his hands, telling me that my technique was lacking. He offered some pointers, saying that chakra needs to be compressed to the maximum to form a high-pressure water column. I was a bit confused, but understood that it was a matter of control. I just started to get a feel for it, and, on the other end, in the office of the third Hokage, an unexpected person arrived. The person was wearing a deep blue kimono, with a serious expression and an unmistakable anxiety etched on his face. It was the current head of the Kurama clan, Kurama Yunkai. He deeply bowed to the third Hokage, his tone filled with pleading as he began to speak. "Hokage-sama, I am here today for my niece, Kurama Bayun. My niece Bayun is the only one in our Kurama clan to awaken the bloodline limit in decades. Her talent is exceptional, you understand. But the problem is, her body is too fragile. No one in the family understands. It's that kind of physique that collapses at the slightest breeze. After just a little training, she completely exhausts her stamina. And now the ninja school has even advised her to withdraw." Kurama Yunkai was in such a hurry, his voice almost breaking with emotion. The third Hokage fell silent at that moment. He certainly knew about this matter. The Akamatsu clan was once powerful, a group skilled in illusion techniques, wreaking havoc on the battlefield. Now, however, their numbers had dwindled, and only this lone girl remained, the hope of the entire clan resting on her shoulders. The third took a puff of smoke and said slowly, "Yunhai, I understand you, but Akamatsu Ayun's body is indeed not suited for being a ninja. If she trains too hard, it could lead to a tragedy." And guess what happened next? Yunhai shot back, "Hokage-sama, I know her health isn't good, but what if she can be treated in the future? That bloodline limit of hers is called 5 senses manipulation. and it only appears once in decades. We can't just let it go to waste. Well, that struck a chord. The third nodded, realizing the validity of his argument. This talent was indeed rare and too precious to discard. So he asked, "What do you mean?" Yunhai quickly replied, "Please send an illusion expert to tutor her. Our Akamatsu family really has no one who can teach her now." The third nodded, beginning to contemplate the matter. He needed to find someone reliable, skilled in illusion techniques, and patient. He told Yunhai to go back, promising to arrange it as soon as possible. Yunhai was profusely grateful, bowing so deeply his head nearly touched the ground. Once Yunhai left, the third leaned back in his chair, running through a list of names in his mind. Finally, one name popped up. Why, hi Kurenai. Yes, she was the one. The foremost female Jonin in Konoha's illusion techniques, skilled and patient. The third picked up a pen and quickly wrote Kurenai's name on a scroll. The next morning, the third summoned Kurenai to his office. Kurenai, still confused, entered wearing her signature dress and asked, "Hokage-sama, what do you need me for?" Without beating around the bush, the third explained Akamatsu Ayun's situation, her frail health, her impressive bloodline limit, and her expulsion from school. He concluded, "I hope you can become her tutor and guide her in illusion techniques." Kurenai was taken aback for a moment, but quickly nodded, saying, "I understand, Hokage-sama. I will do my best." The third smiled and reminded her to pay attention to Ayun's health and to report any issues. Once Kurenai left, she returned home and saw Shiyu sitting on the sofa reading a scroll, his long silver hair shimmering in the sunlight. "I tell you, that scene was something else." Kurenai walked over and said, "Shiyu, I need your help with something." Shiyu looked up, a smirk forming on his lips. "What is it, Kurenai?" Kurenai was used to him calling her that and didn't bother to correct him. She explained that the Hokage had sent her to teach Akamatsu Ayun, adding, "Her health is too poor, so I need you to come with me and help assess her condition." Shiyu's interest peaked when he heard about the five senses manipulation. He put down the scroll and stood up, saying, "Sure, I'll go with you. I also want to see just how amazing this legendary bloodline limit is." The two went directly to the Akamatsu clan's estate. The house was enormous but eerily quiet. Akamatsu Yunhai personally greeted them at the door, being exceedingly polite. Once inside, they saw a small girl sitting in a chair, drawing. She looked pale and as thin as a piece of paper, but her eyes were full of determination. This was Akamatsu Ayun. Kurenai approached her with a gentle voice. "Ayun, iie maigrega ikuranai. From today on, I will be your teacher. Do you want to learn illusion techniques from me?" The little girl nodded and softly replied, "I do. Great. Let the lessons begin." Kurenai started with the most basic principles and even created an illusion of petals to entertain her. Just then, Shiyu walked over from the corner, holding a scroll, and handed it to Ayun. Ayun looked confused and asked, "What is this?" Shiyu smirked, "It's the Super Beast imitation. It's a technique that can turn your drawings into real ninjutsu. You could draw a bird to fly you around or a tiger to help you fight. I tell you, if you combine your bloodline limit with this technique, you'll soar to new heights." Ayun's eyes lit up instantly as she tightly grasped the scroll. But she still looked a bit uncertain, saying, "But my health is so poor, can I really learn it?" Shiyu patted her shoulder. "Don't worry. Your potential is way beyond what you think. With me and your teacher Kurenai here, you'll definitely learn." In the following time, Kurenai focused on teaching theory, while Shiyu chimed in with jokes, making the complex principles clear and keeping Ayun giggling. The atmosphere became much lighter. After a day of lessons, Ayun respectfully bowed and said, "Thank you, teacher Kurenai. Thank you, brother Shiyu." Shiyu waved his hand and said, "No need to be polite. Remember, don't rush your training. Take it slow." On the way back, the setting sun stretched their shadows long. Kurenai glanced at Shiyu and teased, "I didn't expect you to have such a serious side." Shiyu casually draped his arm over her shoulder and grinned. "What is wrong, Kurenai? Are you complimenting me? I can't be serious in front of you." Kurenai rolled her eyes, but didn't push him away. Once home, I tell you, that scene was vibrant. Shiyu was cooking in the kitchen while Kurenai hugged his waist from behind, her face pressed against his back. When dinner was ready, Kurenai sat on his lap, feeding him bite by bite. After dinner, just as Shiyu was about to wash the dishes, Kurenai jumped onto his back, wrapping her legs around his waist. "Carry me to the bedroom." Goodness, who could resist that? Shiyu carried her upstairs. As for what happened next, you know how it goes, lights out, good night. The next morning, Shiyu was woken up by Kurenai. The two of them were all cuddly for the entire morning, and Kurenai finally went off to teach Ayun, while Shiyu leisurely got up, had breakfast, and ambled toward Kakashi's house. As he reached the small grove near Kakashi's house, he saw Sasuke practicing shuriken throws with all his might. Shiyu watched from a distance for a moment, thinking this kid is really putting in the effort. He entered Kakashi's house, and sure enough, Kakashi was lounging on the sofa, engrossed in that book, Make Out Paradise. She flopped down on the opposite sofa and lazily asked, "How's the preparation going for your new role as the leading Jonin? Graduation season is just around the corner." Kakashi didn't even lift his eyelids. "What is there to prepare? Just a bunch of kids." Shigure chuckled and pointed outside. "What do you think of Sasuke?" Kakashi finally glanced up. "The Uchiha prodigy, decent talent. But he is too arrogant, hard to manage." "Then why don't you want to teach him? He is the last of the Uchiha clan." Shigure continued to prod. "I hate trouble," Kakashi said with disdain. Shigure grinned like a fox. "He won't give up. He practices here every day after school and doesn't rest on weekends. Aren't you even a little tempted?" Kakashi fell silent. Shigure pressed on. "I'm telling you, you are the most suitable person to teach him in all of Konoha. You graduated at 5, became a Chunin at 6, and a Jonin at 12. You are his ultimate idol." Kakashi remained silent for a long time before finally saying, "Maybe, but I'm not in the mood for it right now." Shigure stood up and stretched. "All right then, I'm leaving. You continue enjoying your little book." He walked to the door and looked back at Sasuke, still practicing in the grove, silently saying, "Sasuke, the future path is up to you." Another evening, Shigure and Kurenai were at home engaged in some indescribable training. Afterward, they cuddled in the bathroom, and Kurenai leaned in his arms and suddenly asked, "Will you always be here with me?" Shigure smiled and kissed her forehead. "Nonsense. You are my woman. Who else would I accompany?" The next morning, it was another day of sweet affection. Satisfied, he went to work, and just after finishing breakfast, he saw Hinata peeking at the gate of the yard. Shigure directly called out, "Hinata, come in." The little girl was startled, blushing as she stepped inside, nervously twisting her fingers as if about to ruin her clothes. Seeing her shy demeanor, Shigure suddenly had a ridiculous thought. He remembered that Hinata fainted the moment she saw Naruto, and that wouldn't do. She needed to practice. With that in mind, he directly pulled Hinata into his arms and had her sit on his lap. The next second, Hinata rolled her eyes and fainted. Shigure. Wow, she really fainted. He was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, and could only wait for Hinata to wake up. A few minutes later, Hinata slowly regained consciousness. When she opened her eyes and realized she was still in Shigure's arms, she let out a cry and fainted again. Shigure was completely helpless, and could only wait while whispering in her ear, "Hinata, relax, imagine you're lying in your blanket." This went on back and forth, and the time Hinata could stay conscious in his arms gradually extended from 3 seconds to 10 seconds. Although she would still faint the moment Shigure's fingers brushed against her cheek, he looked at the little girl in his arms and felt that this training was effective. The price of the effectiveness was that, let me tell you, after this little girl woke up, the atmosphere in the entire house changed completely. I just settled Hinata down, and when I turned around, I saw that guy, Shigure, clanging around in the kitchen. Goodness with that setup. One would think he was preparing a feast for a small squad of the Ninja Alliance. He was confidently saying, 17 servings should be enough, right? I was just standing there like an old man on the subway looking at my phone, completely puzzled. What was he up to? Then Hinata woke up, groggily floated to the kitchen door, her little face as red as a tomato, shyly calling out, "Shigure and I." When Shigure turned around, he smiled warmly. "You're awake. Just sit and wait. The food will be ready soon. And let me tell you, family members, a whole table of dishes, I mean a whole table." Shigure directly told Hinata, "This is a 16-serving lunch prepared for you. Dig in." I was shocked. Was he planning to raise Hinata like pain? And guess what? Hinata bowed her head, eating slowly but quickly, and ultimately finished off 15 servings. 15 servings. This wasn't just eating. It was pure physical infrastructure construction. After the meal, you thought they could rest? Think again. Shigure wiped his mouth. "Take a break, and then we'll continue the feigning training." Then the two sat on the sofa, and Shigure directly pulled her into his arms. Hinata's little face turned bright red, but this time she didn't dodge. Shigure was seriously guiding her. "Relax. You need to get used to this feeling." I was nervous just watching. Her heart must have been racing out of her throat. Sure enough, it didn't take long before the little girl proudly fainted again. Shigure had no choice but to place her down and quietly watch. When Hinata woke up, she was full of apologies and assurances. Shigure just said 2 words, "It's okay. Take your time." They kept practicing back and forth until the sun set. Although Hinata still fainted, it was evident that their relationship was visibly getting closer. Meanwhile, while Hinata was working on her physical infrastructure, someone was paving the way for Sasuke's career. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage called Kakashi over. The old man didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. "Kakashi, That kid Sasuke is cosplaying as the Avenger every day in the little grove by your house. Aren't you going to do something about it? Kakashi, with his little yellow book, looked lazy. Hokage-sama, he is out for revenge. I can't take care of the Avengers. The third sighed and directly poked him in the chest. Have you forgotten your own past? You understand his pain better than anyone. You're not just a power mentor. You're a life mentor, got it? Let me tell you, Kakashi is the kind of person who says he doesn't want it, but his body is quite honest. That evening, he was hiding in a tree, secretly watching Sasuke practice. That kid Sasuke is indeed ruthless. Every move he makes is practice to the extreme. But when Kakashi saw it, he shook his head and mumbled, all brute force, a flurry of moves, but all ineffective. He kept watching until it got dark. And when Sasuke was exhausted and ready to go home, Kakashi lazily floated down from the tree and said, come to my house tomorrow, but don't come too early. Sasuke was stunned at first, then ecstatically happy. That little trick Shigure came up with, making him clock in at Kakashi's door every day, actually worked. Isn't this just a classic case of, as long as I work hard enough, I can get the boss to promote me? The next day, before dawn, Sasuke stood at Kakashi's door like a door god. Kakashi yawned as he opened the door. Did I not say not to come too early? Once in the yard, Kakashi directly ordered, come at me with the determination to kill me. Sasuke, being straightforward, charged without hesitation. What happened? He was easily subdued by Kakashi and was thrown to the ground in one round. Kakashi, while reading a smutty book, commented, too straightforward, kid. Your attack intentions are more obvious than a mask on my face. After a few exchanges, Kakashi found it boring and switched to basic teaching mode. All right, today we start practicing tree, climbing, and water walking. He zoomed up the tree trunk like it was anti-gravity, leaving Sasuke dumbfounded. Then he explained the method and went back inside to read. Sasuke was also tough. He fell down, climbed back up, fell again, and climbed again. At noon, Kakashi called him in for a bowl of ramen, and after eating, Sasuke washed the bowl himself and turned back to challenge the tree. Kakashi watched from the window, saying nothing. They practiced all day, and finally, Sasuke could wobble his way to the top of the tree. Only then did Kakashi come out, casually throw out a compliment. Not bad, you're progressing quickly. We'll continue tomorrow, and went back inside. Sasuke looked at his back and sincerely said for the first time, thank you, Kakashi-sensei. While Sasuke successfully became Kakashi's disciple, Shigure wasn't idle either. He started spreading dog food early in the morning. After getting cozy with Kurenai, they discussed teaching another student, Asuka. I tell you, this Akuma family used to be wealthy, but now there's only the lone heir, Yakumo. This girl has an incredible bloodline limit that allows her to control the five senses. It sounds like she has GM privileges, but her physical condition? It's as fragile as paper, and after just a little practice, she is out of breath. Shigure and Kurenai arrived at her home, and the little girl was drawing. Her face as pale as a sheet of paper. Shigure took out a scroll. Yakumo, today I'm going to teach you something new, super beast imitation. This idea is simply amazing. You may not be physically strong, but you're great at drawing, right? Come on, learn this, and let the things you draw come to life and help you fight. Isn't this the 2025 version of Shun by Ma Yang? Upon hearing this, Yakumo's eyes lit up, but she was worried about her physical condition. Kurenai gently encouraged her, saying she would help control the intensity. Thus, the teaching began. Yakumo's comprehension is truly high. After listening to Shigure's explanation, she quickly started trying to infuse chakra into her drawing. At first, the little birds she drew, let me tell you, they flew as if they were dropping frames, stuttering, and at any moment could blue screen and crash. But at least it was a success. The little girl was extremely excited. Shigure pointed out, just bringing them to life isn't enough. They need a soul. You have to feel them with your heart. Teacher Kurenai was beside her, feeling sorry for her, suggesting she take a break. But this girl is quite stubborn and insisted on continuing to practice. Shigure admired her determination, but still advised her to balance work and rest. They taught her all day until the sun went down. And seeing the birds Yakumo drew becoming more agile, they finally prepared to go home. On the way, Kurenai was still a bit worried and asked Shigure if Yakumo would really be okay. Shigure was incredibly confident. Don't worry, with her high talent, she will definitely succeed. After I finished speaking, I felt so at ease, walking side by side with Hong towards home. Let me tell you, the sunlight of the setting sun was warm and cozy, stretching our shadows long. Just as we reached the front door, there stood a person, with a face so sour it looked like someone owed him 8 million. I took a closer look and realized it was Air Juzi. I couldn't help but laugh and went up to tease him. Hey, Air Juzi, are you here as a door god of my house? What is up? Do you want to invite me to dinner? His little face was tightly scrunched up, and his eyes were darting back and forth between me and Hong. like a little wife checking on her husband. Then he coldly said, "I'm here to thank you." Oh, I was shocked at that moment. Was the sun rising from the west? This aloof little prince actually said thank you? I had to tease him a bit. Thank me? You, Ejutsi, can actually thank someone? How rare. His face nearly turned green. It seemed that the name Erjuzi had caused him tons of hurt. But he still held it in and said, "Kakashi is willing to teach me now. You were right. He is the most suitable for me." I couldn't help but laugh at that, feeling quite pleased. Of course, man, when have I ever missed a chance to read someone? But that guy Kakashi is tough to deal with. If you can get him to nod, good for you. His little proud expression finally softened a bit as he said, "I've been practicing at his door every day like you said, and today he finally relented. Not bad, you've got perseverance." I patted him on the shoulder and added, "But you better be mentally prepared. That guy Kakashi has plenty of ways to torment people." With a serious face, he even bowed to me and said, "Anyway, thank you." I quickly waved my hand and said, all right, no need for all this empty talk. If you really want to thank me, just take me out for a meal next time." He didn't respond and coolly turned around and left, his back exuding a vibe of "don't bother me." Watching him walk away, Hong beside me sighed and said that Sasuke's persistence had moved Kakashi. I couldn't help but laugh. That guy Kakashi is just a reserved flirt, saying he doesn't want anything, but he's as soft-hearted as can be. However, the next challenges for Erjuzi are going to be tough. Once inside, we flopped onto the sofa, and Hong wanted to make me some tea. I picked up a scroll and flipped through it, my mind full of Erjuzi's stubborn face. Hong brought the tea over, sat next to me, and gently asked if I was thinking about Sasuke. We chatted for a bit, discussing how this kid is filled with hatred and has a difficult road ahead. As we talked, the atmosphere became just right, and I casually took her little hand, saying with deep affection, "But with you here, everything feels so much simpler." Her little face turned bright red in an instant. She lowered her head and softly said, "You just know how to say sweet things." I couldn't help but laugh at the time. Of course, the #1 romantic in Konoha. How could she let you down? She gave me a punch, and the force felt like a tickle, and we just got all cozy like that. The next morning, let me tell you, I felt completely refreshed. I played around with Hong in the bathroom for a while, and we both got busy with our own things. She wanted to teach Ikumo, and I planned to drop by Kakashi's place to ask him what he was really thinking about taking in Sasuke. When I arrived at Kakashi's house, that guy was sitting there, completely unfazed, reading a little yellow book. I asked him about Sasuke, and he lazily said that it was the 3rd Hokage who asked him to give some guidance, since he had nothing better to do anyway. We exchanged a few words, and then I went to his yard to practice my water breakthrough technique. Goodness, that S-rank ninjutsu is no joke. I put all my effort into it, and the water column only shot out about 20 meters before falling apart. Kakashi was still there making sarcastic comments, saying my chakra control was lacking. Well, of course, if I had that under control, why would I still be practicing? After practicing for a while with no progress, I said goodbye to him and decided to go out for a stroll. Let me tell you, sometimes a person's feet have their own ideas. I was just wandering around, and guess what? I ended up at the bottom of Hongdo's house. I looked up, and the window was open. Hey, isn't that a coincidence? I instantly appeared on the windowsill and knocked on the glass. Hongdo, with her messy hair, pulled back the curtain and froze when she saw me. The room was a complete mess, as if it had been ransacked. She stood there barefoot, arms crossed against the wall, her gaze sharp like a little wildcat. What's the matter? Didn't Hong satisfy you? Running over here so early in the morning? I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. Walked over and pinched her chin, the way you say that makes it sound like you don't like it at all. I tell you, this woman is just playing with fire. And the next second, she directly wrapped her arms around my neck and kissed me. Who understands family? Who can withstand this? The temperature in the room shot up instantly, and we were directly pinned to the bed. It was simply unbelievable. By the time we finished messing around and came out of the bathroom, it was almost noon. Hongdo, wrapped in a bathrobe, holding a glass of wine, looked at me sideways and said, "Aren't you afraid Hong will find out?" I confidently hugged her and said, "Don't worry, she won't." Just kidding. My time management is at a master level. She snorted and called me a jerk, then kissed me again. Sigh women. When I opened my eyes again, wow. It was another refreshing morning, but this time, lying next to me was Hong. She was still asleep, and I quietly got up, originally intending to go to the yard to keep working on my water-cutting wave. However, Hong woke up, saw my constipated expression, and laughed, saying, "Don't rush your training too much. How about we take a break and go to the land of soup to soak in a hot spring and travel?" As soon as I heard it, I thought it was a great idea. I made the decision on the spot and said, "Let's go." We tidied up and headed to the mission hall, where there happened to be a task to escort a merchant convoy to the land of soup, which was just perfect for us. After accepting the mission, we joined the convoy. The leader was a chubby uncle named Yamada, who was quite polite. At noon, the convoy set off on time. I was guarding the rear while Hong was at the front, and everything went smoothly along the way. In the evening, we camped in the wild, and the people from the convoy were quite friendly, treating us to grilled meat. Hong and I sat by the campfire, and she leaned against my shoulder, dreaming about soaking in hot springs when we arrived in the land of soup. It was such a warm scene. After nearly 3 days of travel, we were just about to reach the border of the land of soup when a most clutch plot twist happened. Bandits. Dozens of them rushed out from the forest, and the big, bearded leader shouted loudly, "Leave the goods." At that time, I was too lazy to waste words with them. So I directly told Hong, "You take care of the team, leave these head senders to me." Hong nodded and made a hand seal, ready to support at any moment. I charged in alone. Let me tell you, those mountain bandits were just there to make up the numbers. With a few punches and kicks, they fell down like dominoes. When the boss saw this, his face turned pale, and he still tried to hold on. I used Earth Style, Earth Flow River to knock him around until he was disoriented, and I disabled his arms. Before he could steady himself, I was already in front of him, and with one punch, I sent him flying. In the end, I made hand seals with both hands and unleashed Water Style, Water Dragon Bullet. A massive water dragon roared and swallowed him whole, not even giving him a chance to say a final word before he was swept away into the mountains to meet Yama. The remaining little minions were so scared they peed their pants, abandoning their weapons and running faster than rabbits. Uncle Yamada and the others were dumbfounded and came over to thank me repeatedly. I waved my hand, indicating it was all just a small matter. The team set off again, and as the sunset shone down, Hong suddenly leaned over and said, "Shu, let's go soak in a hot spring after the mission is over." I laughed. All right, that's exactly what I meant. Once this escort mission is over, Mehong and I will head straight to the land of soup without a word. We definitely need to soak in a hot spring and enjoy ourselves. I have to tell you, this place is really nice, with a hint of sulfur in the air that invigorates you. We didn't waste any time and headed straight to the most expensive and grandest hot spring hotel in town, called Tino Yado. As soon as we walked in, we were greeted by a warm atmosphere, and the landlady was very polite. I directly said, "We'd like the best room, the one with a private hot spring." The landlady led us inside, and that room was incredible. Opening the door revealed a private hot spring pool. With steam rising from the water, it was simply delightful. I closed the door and turned to Mehong with a mischievous smile. With the atmosphere set, what else could we do? I tell you, that hot spring water was so smooth, and the temperature was just right. All the fatigue disappeared, leaving only bliss. Mehong's face was as red as an apple, leaning in my arms, and the feeling was indescribable. I won't go into details about what happened next, but it was all about the racing heartbeat. Those who know. By the time we got out of the hot spring, it was already dark. I thought we couldn't just stay in the room, so I pulled Mehong out to stroll around the town. The night view of this hot spring town was actually quite nice, with small shops on both sides hanging red lanterns, selling all sorts of things. As we were walking, I suddenly caught a familiar name with my sharp ears. Lady Tsunade. We are out of money. As soon as I heard it, I immediately stopped in my tracks. Following the sound, I saw two people at the tavern entrance. One had big golden waves and an incredibly sexy figure, while a short-haired girl with black hair stood beside her, looking all flustered. This was none other than the legendary Tsunade, the notorious gambler who always loses, and the one next to her must be Shizen. Does anyone understand this overwhelming fortune? No, this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity has just landed right in front of me. I have to go over and say hello. I pulled Mehong along and approached. Clear my throat. "Lady Tsunade, long time no see." Tsunade turned around, her expression initially puzzled, probably not recognizing this little guy like me. But as soon as she saw Mehong beside me, she immediately reacted. "You are Yuhi Kurenai?" Mehong quickly nodded and introduced me. "Yes, Lady Tsunade. This is Aoyama Shigure, Jonin from Konoha." I smiled at her, and her gaze lingered, scanning back and forth over me several times. "Who is Tsunade? How could she not feel it?" She smirked and spoke directly. "Kid, do you think I'm pretty?" Wow, that direct approach caught me off guard. I quickly touched my nose and laughed. "Lady Tsunade, your charm is as captivating as ever, truly legendary." Mehong next to me stepped on my foot hard, and I finally toned it down. I thought I couldn't just stand there, so I suggested, "Since we've met, how about we grab a drink together?" Tsunade glanced at Shizen beside her, probably feeling there was no other option, and readily agreed. Once inside the tavern, I ordered several bottles of sake, and after a few rounds, the atmosphere became lively. Let me tell you, Tsunade drinks with such gusto, downing it like water. After a few bottles, her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes were slightly glazed over. I tell you, the vibe of a mature woman was simply irresistible. My heart was racing wildly. We chatted until midnight, and since they had nowhere else to go, I booked them a room at the inn where we were staying, right next to ours. After escorting them to the door, Tsunade gave me a meaningful smile, saying, "Kid, thanks for today." Back in my room, Mei Hong, the little jealous one, was sulking, saying I was too enthusiastic towards Lady Tsunade. What could I say? I could only pull her closer and kiss her to make her obedient. Let me tell you, the soundproofing in this hotel was terrible. Tsunade probably heard everything. I lay on the bed thinking, a woman of Tsunade's caliber exudes a high-class aura that says you have no chance. Yet the more she is like that, the more I want to conquer her. This move was basically an S-level textbook case of self-sabotage, but I just couldn't control myself. The next morning, I woke up with Tsunade still on my mind. I dragged Mei Hong to knock on the door next door, inviting her to breakfast. When the door opened, wow, Tsunade was wearing a loose bathrobe, and the neckline was quite revealing. She even intentionally puffed out her chest and raised an eyebrow at me, asking, "Do you think I'm pretty?" My blood rushed to my head, and Mei Hong beside me looked like she was about to explode. During breakfast, I heard that Tsunade was short on money and had sent Shizen out to find work. My mind started racing with ideas. I immediately proposed, "Lady Tsunade, how about we head back to the room for another drink?" Tsunade was open to it, and Mei Hong, feeling uneasy, followed along. Back in Tsunade's room, while pouring her a drink, I kept giving Mei Hong covert signals to drink up. In no time, Mei Hong was a bit tipsy, and I quickly made an excuse to help her back to our room, tossing her onto the bed before turning back to Tsunade. As soon as I entered, I saw Tsunade leaning there with hazy eyes, her bathrobe partially open, and that scene. I just lost my mind. What is rationality? I growled, "Lady Tsunade, you are truly beautiful." She looked at me, her eyes full of challenge, and asked again, "Do you think I'm pretty?" Who could resist that? I instantly transformed into a beast and pushed her down. She didn't resist. Instead, she hugged me tightly. With the alcohol kicking in, it was like a thunderstorm igniting a fire, spiraling out of control. Just as I was enjoying my victory with Tsunade, the door burst open with a bang, and Mei Hong rushed in. She looked at the scene on the bed, her eyes reddened, but without a word. She immediately helped Tsunade tidy up and cover her with a blanket. Then she grabbed me by the collar, gritting her teeth, and said one word, "Leave." I knew things were bad at that moment. Wouldn't I get torn apart if I didn't wake up? We quickly put on our clothes and ran outside, like we were fleeing from a disaster. Just as we were about to leave the town, I suddenly remembered that Tsunade and the others had no money. I hurriedly took out 5 million ryo from the scroll and gave it to Mei Hong, telling her to use her sensing ninjutsu to find Shizen, give her the money, and say we had urgent business and were heading back to the village. Shizen was probably in shock, but Mei Hong didn't have time to explain, dragging me away as we sprinted towards Konoha without looking back. We didn't stop running until it was dark, finally halting in the woods. Mei Hong sat by the campfire, not saying a word, her expression so cold it could freeze the air. I leaned in to hug her, but she pushed me away. "Don't touch me." How could I make her so angry? I directly held her tightly in my arms. She struggled a few times, but in the end, she softened in my embrace. I quickly apologized, and she asked me with a cry in her voice, "Why did you go after Tsunade? Don't you know who she is? What if she comes back to Konoha and causes trouble?" I can only comfort her while kissing her. "Baby, don't worry. I can handle this. It won't involve you." After I managed to calm her down, we finally settled down. We ran back to Konoha in a state of anxiety, standing at the village gate. My calves were cramping a bit. I kept reassuring myself that in the anime, Tsunade didn't even want to be Hokage and was extremely lazy, so she shouldn't come all the way back to Konoha to hold me accountable for this, right? But just thinking about her incredible strength made me a little uneasy. Beside me, Mei Hong also looked worried. Seeing my distracted expression, she knew I was still thinking about that woman, Tsunade. She couldn't help but ask me, "Are you still thinking about her?" I quickly shook my head. No, I was thinking about this task. Mei Hong glanced at me, clearly not believing a word. We both returned to my home, each with our own thoughts. It was a grand mansion located between the Hokage Tower and the Uchiha clan, complete with a training ground and a garden, very impressive. As soon as we entered the hall, we sat down on the sofa and simultaneously let out a long sigh. I smiled and asked her, "What are you sighing about?" "Who else could it be but you?" Mei Hong shot me a glance, her little expression a mix of annoyance and helplessness, saying that this matter wasn't over yet. I told her that she was just worrying unnecessarily, afraid that Tsunade would come after me for old debts. I pulled her in and squeezed her cheeks, saying, "Don't worry. When has your husband ever messed up?" She leaned against me, saying, "You always say that, but her body was quite honest. Who understands, right? This kind of small, tsundere attitude is simply irresistible. Anyway, for the next 2 days, we just stayed home, focusing on companionship, and life was wonderfully sweet. When she went to teach that little apprentice Yukomo, I took off like I was greased, my feet practically flying. First stop, Kakashi's house. I pushed the door open and, wow, Juzi was practicing hard in the yard. His little face tense, as if he was about to go into battle. I lazily called out, Juzi, what are you practicing? He shot me a cold glance and ignored me. Well, he's really nailing that cool guy persona. Inside, Kakashi, that perpetual half-hearted guy, was unwaveringly immersed in his little yellow book, not even lifting his eyelids as he asked where I had been these past few days. I told him I had gone to the land of hot water with Hong for a mission and took the opportunity to soak in a hot spring. Only then did he look up and asked how Sasuke was doing in his training. I said he was doing all right, showing some talent. I didn't stay long, as I was hungry and headed straight to Ichiraku Ramen. Just as I sat down, that loudmouth Naruto burst in, his voice so loud it could blow the roof off. Boss, one supersized miso ramen. I glanced at him and shook my head inwardly. This so-called prophecy child of the future is just a fool right now. I don't want to get involved with him. He's just a pure trouble magnet. Anyone who gets close is bound to have bad luck. I was focused on eating my noodles when my mind started wandering back to that incident with Tsunade. That night, TSK, the feeling, the taste was simply unmatched. Although I knew she would definitely blow up when she woke up. Who am I afraid of? When soldiers come, I fight. When water comes, I block it. Anyway, my life goal is to gather all the beautiful women, and someone as extraordinary as Tsunade must be captured. After finishing my noodles, I patted my butt and left, while Naruto was still busy showing off his noodles. When I got home that night, I specially cooked a meal. When Meihong came back and saw the table full of dishes, her eyes lit up. She said that Yukomo had made rapid progress and was getting better at Super Beast imitation. We chatted while eating, and the atmosphere was really warm. After we were full, it was essential to have some deep emotional exchanges, so we went upstairs directly after hugging and spent the night without a word. The next morning, we had another round of morning exercises, making sure Meihong was comfortable. As she got dressed, I even gave her a kiss on the lips. Don't cause trouble, she warned me before leaving. I waved at her with a smile that could only be described as harmless. Let me tell you, as soon as she left, I took a quick turn and headed straight to Anko's house. Family, the ultimate time management master, is me. I knocked on the door and wow, Anko was wearing a bathrobe, her face all flushed, and there was a strong smell of alcohol in the room. She squinted at me and said, "Oh, what are you doing here so early?" I said, "Fat Bean, you're already drinking this early in the morning. That's too indulgent. Let's talk. Don't call me Fat Bean." She let me into the house, and we immediately started drinking straight from the leftover dishes on the table. After a few cups of alcohol, she began to look dazed and asked me if I was having fun with Hong. I said it was okay. She wanted to teach Yagumo. As we chatted, she suddenly started swaying, and I realized she was getting tipsy. I had no choice but to help her upstairs, toss her onto the bed, and cover her with a blanket. Looking at her in a hazy sleep, I smiled and whispered, "Have a good rest, Fat Bean," then quietly closed the door and slipped away. Coming out of Fat Bean's house, I felt refreshed and wandered over to Kakashi's house. As soon as I entered the yard, that kid Sasuke came at me like he was on fire, launching a fireball right at my face. I easily dodged, and the fireball grazed my clothes, scorching the ground. "Not bad. Juzi, you've been training well," I teased him, crossing my arms. Kakashi also strolled out of the house, still looking like a dead fish. Suddenly, Sasuke got fired up, rushing in front of me with a fierce look in his eyes. "Shiyu, I want to spar with you. Let's see how big the gap is between me and a Jonin." "Oh," I chuckled. "All right, Juzi, the sky is clear, the rain has stopped. And you think you're tough now? Come on, I'll play with you." As soon as I finished speaking, he quickly formed hand signs and launched another fireball. I swayed my body and vanished, appearing behind him. He reacted quickly, turning around and executing a phoenix fire technique. Wow, there were small fireballs everywhere like fireworks. Unfortunately, in front of me, it was just child's play. I leisurely weaved through the gaps between the fireballs without even singeing a corner of my clothing. Seeing that ninjutsu wasn't working, he charged at me to try taijutsu. His punches were fierce, but what happened? I sidestepped and gently pushed on his arm, and he nearly stumbled and fell. In close combat, you're still a bit too naive, Juzi. This kid was tough. The more he was pushed back, the more determined he became, gritting his teeth and charging at me again and again, his punches and kicks getting faster. I just played Tai Chi with him, dodging while dismantling his moves and casually teaching him. Your attack pattern is too rigid, no variation. In real combat, that's just a live target. After about 10 minutes, Sasuke was panting like a broken bellows, soaked as if he had just been fished out of water. Meanwhile, I was calm and composed, not even sweating. Only then did Kakashi leisurely stand up and say, "All right, that's enough." Sasuke was not convinced at all, his fists clenched tightly, glaring at me and declaring, "Shiyu, next time I will definitely defeat you." After saying that, he turned and ran to the side, practicing on his own again. I walked over and patted him on the shoulder, but he arrogantly shrugged me off. By noon, things got even better. This kid actually went to the kitchen and cooked ramen for the three of us. Kakashi was over there reading a book while I sat here with my legs crossed, and he quietly placed the noodles in front of us. While I was eating, I teased Kakashi, 50-50, you really got a good student. You don't even have to cook." Sasuke heard this, shot me a cold glance without saying a word, and buried his head in his meal. After finishing eating and washing the dishes, this guy didn't even take a moment to rest. He turned around and ran back to the yard. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, another fireball jutsu. The reckless energy was just unbelievable. I told you, I was just standing in the yard with Kakashi at that time, and the two of us looked like supervisors. I crossed my arms and teased Kakashi with a mischievous smile. "Hey, it's a 50-50 chance. With this reckless drive to rank up like Naruto, what do you think he'll become in the future?" Kakashi, with his hands in his pockets, looked too cool, staring at Sasuke's small frame for a long time, then suddenly said, "Hard to say. He might be stronger than both of us." Wow. Those words were like a performance-enhancing drug. Sasuke, with his sharp ears, instantly sped up his hand signs and launched a fireball that raised the temperature in the yard by 2 degrees. I couldn't help but laugh. This kid has a pure trigger response physique. Just one sentence got him all pumped up. Watching the fiery clouds in the sky, Sasuke finally practiced hard enough to collapse, looking like he was pulled out of water. Kakashi went over and patted him, telling him he would teach him something new tomorrow. The kid's eyes lit up immediately, as if it were the new year. Once this was done, I strolled back home. My yard is neither big nor small, and the cherry blossom tree is in full bloom. As soon as I walked in, I tossed my jacket onto the sofa and headed straight for the kitchen. I was in a good mood today and had to cook for myself. Just as I tied my apron, a warm, soft figure pressed against my back. Oh my, it was Hong. She had just returned from Yakumo's place, wearing that iconic battle outfit that showed off her curves. She quietly snuck up behind me and gave me a bear hug, complaining that I sneaked out this morning without waiting for her to wake up. I laughed and said, "Oh, you little sunset red. How dare you complain first?" I directly picked her up in a princess carry and set her down on the dining table. We had to have a good talk. This discussion went on until dinner time. By the time I served the food, she was so tired she was almost falling asleep. My heart ached, so I picked her up and fed her bite by bite. After dinner, seeing how sleepy she was, I carried her upstairs to the bedroom. The moonlight outside was bright, creating an incredible atmosphere. The next morning, as soon as I opened my eyes, I met Hong's sparkling gaze. Great. This little girl was restless again. We had a playful morning, and we finally woke up completely in the bathroom. During breakfast, I teased her about being so proactive today. She blushed and said it was because she's been busy lately and was afraid I'd get seduced by wildflowers outside. Who understands this damn possessiveness? I love it so much. After sending Hong off, I slumped on the sofa with a cup of tea, enjoying this rare, quiet moment. But it wasn't long before a little head peeked in at the door, short hair, white eyes, rosy cheeks. Who else could it be but Hinata? This girl, timid as a rabbit, was peeking at the door, too scared to come in. Hinata, come in. I see you. She shivered all over, her face turning as red as blood, and finally shuffled inside. When I saw her little figure in a blue and white kimono, it was quite cute. I reached out and pulled her into my arms. Guess what happened next? She let out a little squeak and fainted right in my arms. I was completely dumbfounded. Seriously? How is she going to be a ninja like this? She's a pure glass cannon. When she woke up and realized she was still in my arms, she almost fainted again. I quickly held her down. Don't move. This needs to be treated. Today, I'm giving you special training focused on companion-style anti-fainting therapy. I talked to her about a lot of grand principles, like overcoming psychological barriers and relaxing the body. I had her close her eyes and take deep breaths, imagining she was just sitting on the sofa. She actually listened, closed her eyes, and murmured, sitting on the sofa, sitting on the sofa. That little look made me feel so amused. I deliberately moved a bit to test her, but as soon as my aura got close, she wrinkled her little nose and fainted again. I couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. This training was as challenging as an S-level mission. The whole morning, she was stuck in an infinite loop of fainting, waking up, mumbling, and fainting again. As noon approached, I looked at Hinata. who was still mumbling about the sofa while lying on me, and quickly moved her to the sofa, then dashed into the kitchen to cook. I knew this girl could eat, so I prepared a meal for 17 people. After finishing the meal, just as I was about to continue the afternoon's therapy, the door opened. Goodness, it was Akatsuki, who I usually call Fat Bean, and she rushed in like a gust of wind. She immediately spotted Hinata on the sofa and burst out laughing, crossing her arms and teasing me. Oh, the famous pervert of Konoha has expanded his business to minors? Her loud voice startled Hinata, who had just started to resist, and she fainted again. I quickly explained that I was helping her train, but Fat Bean's expression was one of disbelief. She pulled out a few bottles of alcohol from behind her and said, "Is Red not home? Feeling lonely?" With that, she started drinking by herself. I woke Hinata up and told her to go home first, and we could practice another day. Hinata blushed and ran off like a little rabbit. Pango looked at her back, clicking his tongue in amazement. "Wow, you're bold, even daring to flirt with the Hyuga family's young lady. Aren't you afraid Hyuga Hizashi will break your legs?" I took a sip of my drink and shrugged nonchalantly. What is there to be afraid of? As long as we don't get caught, it doesn't count as anything. After hearing this, Pango's eyes lit up, and he directly threw away the bottle, hanging on my neck and exhaling sweetly. So, with Mahong not around, do you really need someone to keep you company? What could I say? My CPU was almost overheating, so I picked her up horizontally and headed straight for the second floor. By the time she was satisfied and wanted to leave, it was almost dark. I hugged her from behind, urging her to stay a little longer. She pecked me on the lips and said, "No way, if Hong finds out, I'll be in big trouble." After saying that, she slipped away, leaving me standing by the window, reminiscing. The next morning, I woke up again in Hong's gentle embrace. After some morning exercise, I told her I needed to go to Short Book Street for a few days. She exploded at the news, saying the last time caused such a big mess that she had to come with me this time. No matter how I tried to persuade her, she wouldn't listen. So I had no choice but to take a more forceful approach, pushing her back onto the bed and convincing her through action. Once she was too tired to protest, I got dressed and went out. To have an excuse, I went straight to the mission hall and casually accepted a C-level escort mission to Short Book Street, purely as a cover. It was a quiet trip, and when we arrived at Short Book Street, I dropped off the fat merchant and hurried towards Xiong Nai and Xiong Lin's little courtyard. From a distance, I saw Xiong Nai waiting for me at the door, dressed in a purple kimono, her red hair flowing. Her mature charm was simply stunning. I sensed her chakra had strengthened quite a bit, which made me feel reassured. "Lord Shiyu." Her voice was as sweet as honey. I went up and gave her a big hug. At that moment, Xiong Lin rushed out, grabbing my hand and chattering, "Brother Shiyu, why did you take so long to come?" I smiled and patted her head, pulling out a few introductory books on medical ninjutsu from my bag and handing them to her. The little girl was overjoyed and immediately began to devour the books. Xiong Nai said she would go make dinner, and watching her swaying figure, I couldn't resist and followed her into the kitchen, hugging her from behind. We got a bit carried away in the kitchen and almost delayed dinner. After dinner, I sent Xiong Lin to bed and took Xiong Nai into the bedroom. We couldn't waste this long night. In bed, we talked about our recent training progress. Xiong Nai was working hard, steadily improving her strength, and Xiong Lin also showed great talent in medical ninjutsu. Everything was developing in a positive direction. The next morning in Short Book Street, the sun was shining brightly. Xiong Nai and I were in the bathroom. You know what I mean? Just as we reached a critical moment, footsteps came from outside, and I quickly used my sensing ninjutsu to check. Goodness, it was Xiong Lin getting up. I was almost caught live, which startled me. Xiong Nai blushed like crazy, and I reassured her that it was fine then. We continued. By the time we tidied up and came out, Xiong Nai went to make breakfast, and I was caught in the living room by Xiong Lin, who had just woken up and was asking me all sorts of questions. After breakfast, Xiong Nai said she wanted to help me practice water release, so we began special training in the yard. No matter what I did, my water wave wouldn't go far, and my chakra control was a mess. Xiong Nai couldn't bear to watch and came up behind me, teaching me hand in hand and guiding the flow of chakra within me. The fragrance from her body and the soft touch on my back made me feel distracted. But to be fair, this method was effective. When I exerted myself, the water column shot out over 20 meters. Xiong Nai was even more excited than I was and jumped up to hug me. I naturally wrapped my arms around her and smiled, asking how she would reward me. We were getting cozy again on the training ground when Xianglin suddenly ran out of the house, looking innocent and asking, "Brother Shiyu, Mommy, what are you doing?" I quickly let go of her hand and, with a serious expression, patted Xianglin's head, saying, "Nothing much. Your mom and I are practicing ninjutsu. Just taking a break because we're tired. Have you finished your book?" Xiangling shook her head and said there was a part she didn't understand. She looked at us with bright eyes and asked, "Your ninjutsu was so amazing just now. Can I learn it too in the future?" I was thinking to myself, all right, let's teach. This has to be taught. But guess what happened? Just as I was about to nod, that little Shigure suddenly pulled Kana into his arms. Goodness. He went straight in for a passionate kiss, and I was just standing there like an old man on the subway, looking at my phone. You know what I mean? Kankuri was beside us, covering her mouth and giggling, saying something like Shiyu and Mom looked like a sweet couple from a ninja show. I tell you, Kana's face turned as red as her hair, and she gently pushed Shiyu away, playfully scolding him not to say silly things. After the laughter subsided, we finally settled down and continued with my water release training. Kana was really focused, sticking with me the whole time. Every time I succeeded, she was even more excited than I was, showering me with praise as if it were free. After practicing for the whole morning, my water release technique was getting better and better, with the water column becoming thicker and longer, really steady. As the sun reached its peak, Kana felt sorry for me and said I should take a break while she went to cook. I nodded and followed her into the house. I have to say, I was really tired from practicing this morning, so I went back to my room for a nap. When I woke up, wow, the aroma of the food was so enticing it almost hooked me in. I rushed barefoot to the kitchen and saw Kana busy with an apron on. That silhouette, those curves, ahem. Anyway, I couldn't help myself and quietly snuck up behind her, wrapping my arms around her. Kana was startled, and the knife she was holding almost flew out of her hand. Lord Shigure. Her voice was a mix of embarrassment and urgency. It was something else. I told her that the way she cooks is just too amazing, I couldn't hold back. Then, well, we kissed again. Who understands the struggle of family, right? It's all about being unable to control oneself. When we finally pulled apart, Kana's face was flushed, her eyes dreamy. She picked up the knife and shot me a glare before continuing to cook. I just stood there, openly watching. Before long, the food was on the table, and Shiriko came out of her room holding a book. As soon as she saw the teriyaki chicken leg, her eyes lit up. After dinner, it was time to continue. My water release technique was still a bit off. The water column I shot out was wobbly and unstable, like I had drunk fake alcohol. Then Kana pulled out her big move. She pressed her whole body against me from behind, her little hands covering mine, teaching me the hand signs step by step. Wow, that warm, soft presence in my arms. Oh no, I meant that chakra, right chakra? Her warm breath brushed against my ear as she explained how to control the flow of chakra. I have to say, this is simply immersive teaching. Her own chakra gently guided into my body, helping me find the feeling. In an instant, I understood. With a whoosh, a straight and sharp line of water shot out. Incredibly steady. Lady Shiyu, you did it. Kanai was even more excited than I was and immediately turned around to give me a bear hug. Hey, the reason I learned so quickly is all thanks to you, right? I held her, feeling incredibly happy inside. To celebrate my achievement, I decided I must reward my great contributor, Kanai. In the evening, with the sunset just right, I strolled into the kitchen where Kanai was preparing dinner again. Without saying a word, I snuck up from behind and wrapped my arms around her waist. Kanai, thanks to you today, let me show you how I'll reward you. I buried my face in her neck and took a deep breath. She symbolically struggled a couple of times, saying something about the fragrance still being there. But then the spoon fell to the ground with a clatter, and she melted directly into my arms. As for what happened next, well, it was a bit inappropriate for children, kisses and hugs. Dinner was a sumptuous sushi feast, and Kanai was educating us about Ninja Medical Encyclopedia while eating, saying there's a jutsu that can instantly heal serious injuries, which is really cool. As for me, I was busy feeding Kanai, making her blush all over. After dinner, while Kanai went back to her room to read, I took her for a walk in the yard. The moonlight fell like water, making it particularly romantic. My hand was restless, rubbing her waist, and I kept mumbling that tonight's moonlight is beautiful, just like her. I made Kanai blush, and of course, we ended up kissing again, then naturally returned to the room. I have to tell you, happy times are always short-lived. In the blink of an eye, it was time for me to return to Konoha. Early in the morning, just after waking up, Kanai was still sleeping in my arms like a little kitten. Her red hair spread across the pillow. I told her that I had to leave today, and her eyes instantly filled with reluctance. Without a second thought, she leaned in and gave me a good morning kiss. Wow, who could resist that? We lingered in bed for quite a while before getting up to wash up. During breakfast, the atmosphere was a bit heavy. The little girl, Sharon, turned a bit red around her eyes when she heard I was leaving. I quickly patted her head and promised that I would definitely come back to see her and her mom next time, which seemed to soothe them. After breakfast, Kanai helped me organize my clothes and took them to the door, repeatedly reminding me to be careful on the road. I held her hand and told her to take care of themselves and to come find me in Konoha if anything happened. Watching the two of them standing at the door to see me off, I felt a mix of emotions. And so, I set off on my journey back to the village. In the evening, I finally saw the gates of Konoha and the distant Hokage Rock again. To be honest, this trip to Short Book Street was incredibly rewarding. I got the S-rank ninjutsu, water break wave, and enjoyed the benefits of a harmonious relationship. Hee. Anyway, this was a huge win. Let me tell you, the feeling of stepping into the village is simply incredible. The streets are packed with people, and that bustling atmosphere hits you right in the face. There are ramen shops, ninja tool stores, all so familiar. As I passed by the ninja school, I saw a bunch of little kids running around crazily on the playground. Wow. You could hear Naruto's loud voice from 800 meters away. In a corner, Sasuke was trying to look cool all by himself, making a sour face while practicing shuriken throwing, that typical cool kid vibe he had down since childhood. I thought to myself, these little guys will be the pillars of Konoha in a few years, but for now, they still have to call me senpai in front of me. Not wanting to linger, I headed straight home. My house is in an awesome location, right between the Hokage building and the Uchiha clan's territory, peaceful amidst the hustle and bustle. As I pushed open the gate, sure enough, the living room light was on. When I walked in, I saw Mei Hong curled up on the sofa reading a scroll. I have to tell you, what she was wearing today was, a white bodycon dress paired with a red inner outfit. That figure was just stunning. "I'm back," I shouted, as soon as she heard my voice. She threw the scroll aside and rushed over, immediately asking me if everything went smoothly, her little eyes full of concern. I reached out and patted her head, smiling as I said, "Don't worry, everything went well, and I even learned the water release, water dragon bullet technique." Her eyes lit up at that. "Really? Tell me all about it." I pulled her down to sit and recounted everything that happened in Short Scroll Street. Of course, when I got to the part about Kana, I embellished it a bit, and as a result, she lightly punched me and said, "You just know how to flirt around everywhere." I directly pulled her into my arms and said with a mischievous smile, "Oh, are you jealous? Don't worry, you're the most important to me. That Chanel is just..." Before I could finish my sentence, I leaned in and kissed her. At first, she struggled symbolically for a moment, but then, you know what I mean. The temperature in the room instantly rose. After a long while, I finally let her go, looking at her flushed face and dazed eyes. I leaned close to her ear and said, "Mei Hong, I missed you." She leaned against me and in a soft, mosquito-like voice, replied, "I missed you too." And then, of course, we went upstairs while hugging. I don't need to describe the details, right? We're all adults here, so just imagine it. In short, it was a night of passionate battle, exhilarating. The next morning, as soon as I opened my eyes, I saw Mei Hong sleeping soundly on my arm. I couldn't help but reach out and play with her black curly hair. Before long, she woke up, looked at me with her dreamy, deep red eyes. Her face turned red, and she playfully scolded, "You're being naughty, so early in the morning." I pinched her chin and teased her, "How is this being mischievous? I'm just appreciating a work of art." She swatted my hand away, saying something slick, but the laughter in her eyes was about to spill over. I laughed heartily and pulled her in tight again. Let me tell you, her heart was pounding like a little deer in a panic. I leaned in close to her ear and showered her with sweet nothings, and then, cough cough, morning exercise is quite reasonable, right? When we finally crawled out of bed, Mei Hong went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast while I slumped on the sofa like an old man, watching her busy silhouette and occasionally teasing her with a few words. When the aroma wafted out, I exaggeratedly took a deep breath and said, "My goodness, Mei Hong, with your skills, you should open a Michelin restaurant." She peeked her head out from the kitchen and rolled her eyes at me. "You sure know how to sweet talk." While having breakfast, I asked her about her plans for the day. She said she was going to supervise Yakumo's illusion techniques. As for me, I planned to stroll over to Kakashi's house. After we finished eating, she gathered her things to head out, and I, like a clingy person, leaned in and kissed her on the forehead, saying, "Come back early." Watching her walk away, I finally turned around and went back inside. April 11th, year 57 of Konoha. The weather was nice. I hummed a random little tune and strolled over to Kakashi's house. His place was quite remote, tucked away in a small grove. I wasn't polite at all. I pushed the big door open and shouted, "Hey, Erjuzi, good morning." To my surprise, Sasuke was practicing the fireball jutsu in the yard. Upon hearing my shout, he paused for a moment, turned his head to give me a glance with those dead fish eyes, and then acted as if he didn't see me and continued practicing. "I really have to thank you. You truly are the last proud Uchiha." I ignored him and went straight into the living room. Kakashi was sprawled on the sofa, immovably watching his intimate paradise. I plopped down, grabbed an apple, and started munching, I said it's 50-50. Isn't the third Hokage supposed to have you teach students? What? Just slacking off watching some adult content. He didn't even bother to lift his eyelids and replied slowly, they didn't pass my test. I raised an eyebrow and remembered that this guy had discouraged several batches of students before meeting Naruto and the others. Well, you're quite demanding. I laughed and said, by the way, I've learned a new move recently, an S-rank one. Want to see it? Kakashi's mouth curled up, and that dead fish, I finally showed some spirit. Water break wave? I was shocked. What the hell, you can guess that? No wonder you're the copy ninja. Come on, let's go out and show you. We walked outside one after the other. As soon as Sasuke saw that Kakashi had moved, he stopped training and curiously followed us. I deliberately said to Kakashi in a loud voice, this is the S-rank water release. Water, severing wave. Its power is limitless. Let me show you what a genius can do today. As soon as the words S-rank came out, Sasuke's icy face twitched noticeably. When we reached the small grove, I stood still, quickly formed hand seals, and then shot out a powerful jet of water. Let me tell you, that thing is just like a high-pressure water cutter, thin and fast. In an instant, a large area of trees in front of me was severed, and the cut was so smooth it could be used as a mirror. Kakashi nodded. The power is good. Sasuke was already dumbfounded, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg. I walked over, patted him on the shoulder, and said, Juzi, did you see that? This is the strength of a Jonin. Don't underestimate Konoha. He stubbornly huffed. Isn't it just an S-rank ninjutsu? I will definitely learn something even more powerful in the future. At noon, Kakashi and I just stayed at his house. To my surprise, Juzi could actually cook. When I saw the dishes he brought out, I was shocked. Juzi, you could do this. I thought you only knew how to make instant noodles. He gave me the usual eye roll. During lunch, I asked him, Juzi, how many chakra natures do you have? He didn't even look up. Fire, lightning. I immediately looked at Kakashi. 50-50, aren't you going to teach him some basic lightning release? Who will inherit your skills in the future? As soon as I finished speaking, Sasuke's eating stopped abruptly, his ears perked up like a rabbit's. Kakashi glanced at Sasuke and said slowly, lightning release is too dangerous. We'll talk about it once he has better chakra control. Sasuke fell silent for a moment, then resumed eating quietly. After lunch, Sasuke went to wash the dishes. When he came out of the kitchen, he sat down with an expression on his face that looked like he had been constipated for 3 days and nights. Glancing at me, and then at Kakashi, wanting to ask, but not daring to. Kakashi and I just kept him company, lounging on the sofa, one reading and the other drinking tea, deliberately staying silent to keep him on edge. The atmosphere was incredible. As time passed, Sasuke's little eyes seemed like they were going to burn holes in me. I pretended to sip my tea slowly, enjoying the torment. Finally, he couldn't hold back any longer. Gritted his teeth, stood up, and asked me, Senior Shiyu, what is Kakashi-sensei's special technique? I put down my teacup, cleared my throat, glanced at the still playing dead Kakashi, and decided to give him a good lesson. Juzi, the 50-50 special technique, is called Raikiri, also known as Chidori. I deliberately elongated my tone. Back in the day, he used this technique to split the lightning in the sky with one strike. Just imagine that scene, holding a ball of lightning in his hand. Zzz, the person just disappeared. Cool, right? Sasuke's eyes instantly lit up, like two 500-watt light bulbs. Moreover, I continued to add fuel to the fire, saying this technique is a perfect match with your Sharingan. With the dynamic vision of a Sharingan, when you use Raikiri, it will be precise and its power will double. Now, Sasuke was completely fired up. His brain probably started playing out scenarios. He suddenly stood up, bowed to Kakashi, and shouted with all his might, Kakashi-sensei, please teach me lightning release ninjutsu. Kakashi finally sat up straight and said, if you want to learn Raikiri, you need to start with the basics of shape transformation. Sasuke nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at rice. I understand. I will definitely work hard. All right, then let's go to the courtyard. Kakashi got up to lead the way, and we followed to watch the fun. Kakashi told Sasuke to calm down and feel the lightning chakra within him. At first, this kid didn't quite get it, his face turning red. After Kakashi gave a few pointers, it wasn't long before Sasuke excitedly shouted, I can feel it. Great, now gather into your palm, Kakashi said. Sasuke closed his eyes and began to circulate his chakra. Soon, a faint blue electric light emerged from his palm. He succeeded. He was so excited. I joked, nice job. Juzi, you picked it up pretty quickly. Next was the compression of chakra. This step was difficult. Sasuke tried several times but failed, almost getting backlash. I walked over and patted him. Don't be discouraged. Failure is the mother of success. Just keep trying. This kid was really stubborn. Gritting his teeth, and refusing to give up. Finally, after persistent effort, he successfully condensed a small, crackling lightning ball in his palm. The whole afternoon, Sasuke practiced in the courtyard, sweating profusely. By the time it was almost dark, he was already able to control that lightning ball quite skillfully. Kakashi told him to stop for today and continue tomorrow. Watching Sasuke's energetic back, Kakashi and I exchanged smiles. The next day, I was contemplating whether to continue watching Sasuke train or do something else when I was summoned by the third Hokage. I arrived at the Hokage's office. Putting away my mischievous expression and respectfully greeting, "Hokage-sama, you called for me?" The third Hokage took a puff from his pipe and said, "Shiyu, there's an important mission. The western border needs a shipment of supplies, and I'm sending you to lead the escort." I immediately accepted the order. I will complete the mission. Who is coming with me? 3 Chunin, Sato, Suzuki, and Miyasaka Miho. They're already waiting for you at the supply depot, the third Hokage said, handing me 3 scrolls. The items inside are crucial. Make sure they arrive safely. I took the scrolls, patted my chest, and went out. I first sent a shadow clone to report to Meihong, then casually made my way to the supply depot. When I arrived, I saw 2 carts and 3 people. One big guy, with a face full of muscle, looking like an iron tower, that was Sato. A skinny monkey with shifty eyes, looking very clever, that was Suzuki. And one more, wow. A beautiful girl with long black hair in a ponytail, and a figure that was absolutely stunning. That was Miyasaka Miho. I stepped forward and introduced myself with a smile. "I am Shigure the Flying Bird, the captain this time. Let's all get to know each other." Sato said in a deep voice, "Lord Shigure, I have long heard of your reputation. I am skilled in earth release and fire release." Suzuki also chimed in, "Hello. My lord, my name is Suzuki, and I am proficient in water release." Miho, feeling shy, blushed and quietly said, "Lord Shigure, I am Ahama Miho, skilled in wind release and water release, and I have decent sensory abilities." I nodded, my gaze lingering on her for a couple of seconds, and smiled as I arranged. "All right, Sato, you take the first car. Suzuki, you're in the second. Miho, you sit with me in the first car and keep watch. Let's go." As the carriage started moving, I began chatting casually with Miho. This girl had been a Chunin for 2 years and was quite humble. While using sensory ninjutsu to scout the surroundings, I made small talk with her and also joked around with Sato and Suzuki in the back to lighten the mood. We traveled like this until evening when we found a clearing to set up camp. We lit a bonfire. Sato was wolfing down food. Suzuki was keeping a vigilant watch, and Miho sat quietly by the side. After I finished eating, I told them to go rest while I took the night watch. Not long after, I heard light footsteps approaching. It was Miho. She sat down next to me and quietly asked, "Lord Shigure, aren't you going to rest for a bit?" I opened my eyes and said with a smile, "It's okay. I'm in good spirits. Why aren't you sleeping?" Meihui's face was a bit red in the moonlight. She hesitated for a moment and said softly, "I'm a little curious and want to ask Lord Shigure a question. I tell you, when that little girl asked her question, I almost couldn't hold it together. She asked how Hong and I got together. Well, isn't that just hitting the nail on the head? I had a belly full of stories and was just looking for a place to share them." I cleared my throat, putting on a serious demeanor, and launched into my storytelling mode. I told her that this story started 6 months ago. That day, Hong and I had just finished a mission and decided to relax at a small tavern. Let me tell you, that night, Hong was something else. She wore a tight-fitting bodycon dress, her black curls framing her face, and her deep red eyes under the lights. Oh my heart was racing like it had an engine. May we listen with wide eyes, eagerly asking, "And then? And then? And then?" I continued, of course, fueled by the alcohol. I made my move. I launched a full-on assault on Hong, showering her with sweet words and persistent flirting. At first, she was quite aloof after all. She was the unattainable flower on the high peak. But where was the turning point? One time, she was seriously injured on a mission, and without a second thought, I carried her back, taking care of her every need along the way. From that moment on, the way she looked at me changed. As I spoke, I almost believed my own words, unable to hide the smug expression on my face. Just as I was getting into the groove of my storytelling, Sato, who was lying nearby, suddenly turned over and mumbled in his sleep about barbecue, asking for another plate, which made both Meihui and me laugh. I thought to myself, who understands? This big guy looks tough, but when he sleeps, he's surprisingly cute, a pure foodie. We talk about Suzuki next. That guy may look as skinny as a monkey, but he's really clever in a fight. Meihui listened with envy, resting her chin on her hands, her eyes sparkling, saying that my relationship with Senior Hong was really good. I thought since I'd already blown my own trumpet, I had to keep the stories coming. So, I shared a few more anecdotes, like how we pretended to be a couple on a mission, and Hong got so into character that she almost really broke up with me. Or how I foolishly admired another girl and ended up in a cold war with Hong for several days, only to win her back with flowers and dessert. I tell you, my storytelling skills are so good that I could easily be a screenwriter. As we chatted, a gust of wind blew by, making Mei shiver. I saw my opportunity. Classic scene. The male lead's jacket had to make an appearance. Without a second thought, I took off my jacket and draped it over her. The young girl blushed instantly, lowering her head to say thank you. At that moment, the moonlight shone down, and the surrounding insects were chirping happily, creating a perfectly romantic atmosphere. All right, enough of the love gossip. Let's get to the serious stuff. Before I knew it, we were on the third day, escorting 2 carts of supplies, getting close to the border of the Land of Fire. I was walking in the front, using sensory ninjutsu to scout the way, while Mei, Sato, and Suzuki followed closely behind, each one as alert as if preparing for an exam. When we reached the foot of the mountain, I suddenly hit the brakes. Sensing something was off, I pressed my fingers to the ground, and sure enough, there was an ambush ahead. The chakra fluctuations were weak, but sneaky. They definitely weren't good people. I immediately created a shadow clone to guard the carts while I used a body flicker technique to sneak closer. Hiding behind a tree, I saw that, as expected, 3 rogue ninjas were lurking there, eyeing our carts with greed in their eyes. The leader, a beefy guy with a big scar on his face, looked like trouble, boasting to his 2 lackeys about how, if they succeeded in this heist, they would live a life of luxury. I thought to myself, still enjoying a lavish life? Taste my ninjutsu. I immediately formed a hand seal, opened my mouth, and shouted, water release, water severing wave. I have to tell you, that scene was bloody and violent. A high-pressure water jet, thinner than a hair, swept across in an instant. The first person didn't even react. He was sliced open from shoulder to chest, blood spraying like a fountain. The second one tried to dodge, but was a moment too slow and was cut in half on the spot, his intestines spilling everywhere. The third one reacted the fastest and jumped up, but his legs couldn't escape and were cleanly severed, leaving him howling while holding his severed legs. By the time Mei and the others arrived, the fight was already over. Suzuki went up to grab the sole survivor and started interrogating him. That guy was a coward and quickly confessed everything. He said they were a group of wandering ninjas, a total of 10 people, with their leader named Aoki, and the remaining 7 were waiting in the mountains ahead to ambush us. After Suzuki finished questioning him, he swiftly executed him, sending him to meet his 2 companions. When he came back to report to me, a plan instantly formed in my mind. Waiting to die isn't my style. I had to take the initiative. I told them we couldn't just sit and wait. We needed to find a way to take them all out. So, I left Mei alone to guard the carriage, repeatedly reminding her to run at the first sign of trouble and not to confront them head-on. Then, I took Sato and Suzuki with me, and the 3 of us stealthily made our way to the cave where the wandering ninjas were hiding. The closer we got to the cave, the clearer I sensed the chakra. There were 7 people inside. I gestured to Sato and Suzuki, and the plan was simple. I would use a big move to force them out of the cave, then I would take on their leader, Aoki, while the 2 of them handled the smaller enemies. With the plan set, I took a few steps back and quickly formed hand seals. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A massive water dragon surged up from the ground, roaring as it surged into the dark cave. The people inside the cave instantly went into chaos. The leader, Aoki, reacted quickly and shouted earth release, earth wall, and a wall of earth rose up immediately. Unfortunately, it was useless. The force of my water dragon bullet was too strong, and it broke through from both sides of the wall, directly washing 2 unlucky ones out. I was waiting with Sato and Suzuki. As soon as the people came out, shurikens and kunai flew out like they were free. Those 2 guys were instantly pierced like hedgehogs, dead with no chance of recovery. Seeing this, Aoki's eyes turned red. He grabbed a small brother beside him as a meat shield and charged out. This move was a desperate act, sacrificing a teammate for a chance to escape. While our ninjutsu hit his little brother, he awkwardly rolled out of the cave. As for the 3 left inside, they were probably already blown to bits by our combined ninjutsu. Now, only the lone Aoki was left on the field. The 3 of us surrounded him, and I couldn't help but smile, raising an eyebrow at him. Aoki, right? Surrender, and I'll spare half of you, and you might even get to keep your whole body. That guy was quite defiant, roaring that he would take us down with him, brandishing a kunai and charging at me. I couldn't help but laugh at that. Is that all? I quickly followed up with a water dragon bullet right to his face. He hurriedly tried to block it with a dirt wall, but I used a body flicker technique to get behind him, stomped my foot, and activated earth release, yellow spring swamp. It directly trapped him in a muddy pit. Sato and Suzuki were also really strong, launching a fireball and a barrage of water blades right at him. Sangmu, in a desperate situation, actually forced his way out of the mud pit and unleashed a massive earthen river, creating a mudslide. As soon as I saw it, I decided not to play with him anymore and to finish it quickly. I took a deep breath and unleashed my ultimate technique, S-rank ninjutsu, water release, water severing wave. The finely condensed line of water shot through with a whoosh, leaving Sangmu frozen in place, his eyes wide open, probably unable to comprehend how he had met his end until his last breath. After finishing the fight, what was the first thing I did? Of course, I searched the body, a long-standing tradition. Sure enough, I found a pouch of money on Sangmu. I counted it and divided it into 4 parts, one for each of us 3, and one to keep for Meihui. This was unexpected fortune, and I wasn't going to pass it up. When we returned to find Meihui, the little girl was so excited to see us back. I handed her the money, and she hesitated to take it. I told her, "This is what you deserve. Take it." After dealing with those bandits, we continued on our way. By evening, we finally spotted the outpost of the Western border troops in the distance. I breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to myself, finally, I can take a break. At the outpost, the task handover went smoothly. The person in charge, Asuka, had a serious expression that seemed to say I owed him 8 million. But after checking the supplies, he signed a mission scroll, and that was that. He was quite polite, inviting us to stay the night before leaving. The next morning, we set off on the road back to the village. I thought this mission was over, and I could just relax at home. But what happened next? Well, it turned out the big surprise was still ahead. Halfway through, I suddenly slammed on the brakes, my hair standing on end. I sensed 2 extremely powerful chakras ahead, and one of them, let me tell you, my mind went blank. It was Kakuzu, the legendary immortal monster from the Akatsuki organization. I realized at that moment that this situation was serious. I immediately turned back and ordered Meihui and the other 2 to return to the border station at full speed without looking back. This was no joke. I wouldn't be able to escape with all 3 of them. After they left, I stood by the cart, crossed my arms, and waited quietly. After a while, 2 figures dressed in auspicious robes appeared. One was naturally Kakuzu, and the other I didn't recognize. I took the lead in speaking, my tone relaxed. "Hey, long time no see, Kai-D." Kai-D squinted his eyes under the mask, his voice rough like sandpaper. "Faniashu, I didn't expect to run into you here." The guy next to him, called Yamazuk, was quite arrogant, shouting that he wanted to take me down directly. I laughed after listening and completely ignored him, directly turning to Jiao-Do and asking, "Jiao-Do, how much is this guy worth?" Jiao-Do was taken aback for a moment and replied, 30 million. I made the decision on the spot. Let me tell you, Shiyu's mind works really fast. He actually started talking business with Kakuzu right in front of his teammates. "So how about we team up to take him down? You get 20 million, and I'll take 10 million. How does that sound?" Everyone, at that moment, the guy named Yamazuki had an expression on his face that was more entertaining than eating Oreos. He pointed at Kakuzu, struggling to get his words out. "Kakuzu, you're crazy?" Kakuzu, on the other hand, was straightforward and coldly replied, "Sorry, business is business." As soon as he finished speaking, I had already launched my water release, water dragon bullet technique. Yamazuki was so scared that he quickly raised an earth wall for defense. But the next second, Kakuzu countered with lightning release, false darkness, and a thick bolt of lightning struck right into my water dragon. The water dragon instantly transformed into a lightning water dragon. Its power drastically increased. With a loud bang, the earth wall shattered as if it were made of paper, and that raging lightning water dragon slammed directly into Yamazuki. Yamazuki let out a miserable scream, was blown away, his body flickering with electricity, and lay on the ground convulsing, clearly not going to make it. I'll tell you, my buddy Jiao-Do and I are both ruthless. As we watched Shanju over there twitching, we exchanged a glance, completely in sync, giving him no chance to catch his breath. I unleashed a water break wave, while Jiao-Do used a fake dark technique, and with a couple of quick moves, we sent this guy packing, leaving him completely cold. Now that Shanju was down, the atmosphere on site instantly became awkward. Jiao-Do and I stared at each other. The tension in the air was all about who would make the first move. I was clear in my mind that Jiao-Do, this guy, is purely greedy. Asking him to fork out 10 million for me? That's harder than getting him to admit he's good looking. So I went straight to the point and broke the silence. Jiao-Do, let us be straightforward, you definitely don't want to give me that 10 million, right? His stitched face showed no expression, just a cold grunt, meaning, you're quite self-aware, aren't you? I'll throw out my plan right away. Let me tell you, I have to grasp this extreme tug-of-war. This way, the body of the mountain assistant will belong to you. You go exchange it for the bounty. And give me the hidden Earth-style, Earth Spear scroll of his. We can act as if nothing happened. How about that? I also need to add some pressure. My teammates have already gone to the border outpost to gather people. If you kill me now, you won't be able to escape. Besides, are you sure you can take me out in an instant? If I drag this out for a few minutes, by the time Konoha's main force arrives, you'll be here singing Tears of the Iron Window. Kakuzu's green eyes were filled with calculations, and his brows were furrowed enough to crush a fly. Does anyone understand this feeling of negotiating on the edge of a knife? It's incredible. After about half a minute of silence, he finally backed down, took out a scroll from his pocket, and unhappily tossed it to me. I took it over and deliberately examined it carefully in front of him, even cheekily asking, "Hey buddy, this thing isn't a counterfeit from Pinduoduo for 9 yuan with free shipping, is it?" He was incredibly impatient. As bounty hunters, we value our reputation. "Fine, I'll trust you this once." He was straightforward too, effortlessly lifting the corpse of the mountain assistant like it was a ragged sack and disappeared into the woods without looking back, leaving behind a harsh warning. "Kid, don't let me see you again next time." Of course, I have to return the favor. "Same to you, Mr. Kakuzu. I hope we can cooperate happily next time." Only when that dead aura completely disappeared from my perception did I let out a long sigh of relief. Goodness, dealing with such an old monster is really exhausting. However, looking at the Earth release, Earth Spear scroll in my hand, hey, this deal is not a loss. After taking care of Kakuzu, I quickly used body flicker technique to find my little followers. When I found them, the 3 of them were huddled together back to back like startled birds, keeping watch. Especially that girl named Mayama Miku. As soon as she saw me, her eyes lit up with a duong, and she rushed over, creating quite a stir. I quickly reassured them. It's okay. Everything is taken care of. The enemy is done for. Let's go home." Sato, that big bearded guy, still didn't believe it and asked with a serious face, "Is it really that simple?" Jiao is not an easy opponent. What can I say? I can't just say that we teamed up to backstab his teammate, right? I can only brag. Hey, I made a PY deal with him. He provided the body, and I exchanged it for the bounty. I got the intel I wanted, a win-win. Anyway, everyone can relax. Let's head back to Konoha. On the way, Mei Huey's little eyes never left me, practically glued to me, filled with admiration. I get it. My charm is just irresistible. The next morning, back in Konoha, I sent them all home to their own families. I had to hurry to the Hokage building to report to the old man, the 3rd Hokage. When I arrived at the Hokage's office, the old man was still puffing away, with a mountain of documents piled up on his desk. I placed the sealed scroll containing the Tsungmu on the table and began my performance. I briefly mentioned encountering the wandering ninja, focusing mainly on Kakuzu. 3rd Hokage, I have something to tell you. On the way back, I ran into 2 guys wearing those black cloaks with red clouds, super trendy. I suspect they are part of some mysterious organization. I half-truthfully recounted how I tricked Kakuzu, teamed up with him to take down his teammates, and how I ultimately exchanged the bounty for the Earth release, Earth Spear scroll. The 3rd Hokage listened, stunned, even forgetting to smoke his pipe. Finally, I handed the scroll over to him. He looked it over with a complex expression, probably wondering how this kid can stir up trouble and still come out unscathed. "You have some guts, kid, but you handled it quite well." He returned the scroll to me and began to worry about that mysterious organization, advising me to be cautious in the future. Of course, I readily promised, "Don't worry, I'll make sure to complete the task." Then I quickly made my exit. Once I got home, I flopped down on the sofa and started reviewing everything. That guy Kakuzu and that organization called Akatsuki are definitely going to be a huge problem. Just as I was thinking about it, I sensed a weak, timid chakra at the door. Hey, I understood it was Hinata passing by my house again. I pretended not to notice on purpose, waiting for her to peek around for a while before slowly saying, "Come in, little Hinata. The door isn't locked." Wow. Her little face turned as red as an apple in an instant. Even after coming in, she was still stubborn, saying, "Shigure and I was just passing by." I walked straight over, pulled her into my arms, and rubbed her hair vigorously. "You're so punctual passing by, aren't you? Every time I come home, you just happen to be passing by." I took out the little snacks I made for her earlier and fed them to her. Seeing her satisfied expression was simply delightful. After chatting for a while, I noticed it was getting late, so I walked her back to the Hyuga house. Watching her turn back 3 times, reluctant to part, I couldn't help but sigh at my damn, uncontainable charm. After dropping Hinata off, I'm a little tuned on my way home. As soon as I walked in, I smelled the delicious food. Mihon was back. Let me tell you, She looked absolutely stunning today in a white bodycon dress, paired with a red long-sleeve top and mesh lingerie, leaving me completely mesmerized. She crossed her arms and pretended to be angry, asking me, "You're back so late. Where have you been fooling around?" I went up to her with a big hug and a kiss, whispering sweetly in her ear, "How could that be? I'm just sending Hinata-chan home." Mayon. I rushed back right after finishing my business, and my mind is full of you. My sweet words almost convinced even myself. After dinner, we sat under the cherry blossom tree in the yard. The moonlight was just right, and the atmosphere was perfect. What happened next? Well, those who understand know, and I'll skip a lot of details here. The next morning, I woke up feeling refreshed, made a heart-shaped breakfast for Mahong, and strolled over to Kakashi's house. As soon as I walked in, I saw Naruto practicing shuriken, throwing with a serious expression, while Kakashi, as usual, was lying on the sofa watching his intimate paradise. Looking like a useless person, I told Kakashi about encountering Kaku and switching to the Earth release, Earth Spear Scroll. He lazily lifted his eyelids from the book and reminded me to be careful. At lunch, Sasuke still served his usual 3 dishes: miso soup, grilled fish, and white rice. I immediately switched to sarcasm mode. "Hey, Sasuke, you need to step up your cooking skills. Eating this every day, Kakashi is going to turn into a salty fish who has lost his dreams." Sasuke's face darkened, but he ignored me, playing it cool. After lunch, I sat on the couch studying the Earth release, Earth Spear Scroll. Wow, this thing is really difficult. It made my head hurt, and I had no clue what to do. Feeling frustrated, I looked up and saw Sasuke still training in the yard, huffing and puffing. "Hey, isn't this the perfect opportunity for some fun?" I beckoned to him with a finger. "Erjuzi, stop practicing, come here, let me see how much you've improved lately." Without saying a word, Sasuke shot a fireball right at my face. Let me tell you, that thing looked like slow motion to me. I sidestepped and easily dodged it. He was still unconvinced and started throwing shurikens and a series of taijutsu moves at me. But what good was that? I felt like I was playing with a child, hands in my pockets, weaving around him effortlessly. He couldn't even touch the hem of my clothes. Since I had nothing better to do, I occasionally threw a light punch or kick at him, not much force, but it was extremely insulting. I was just like a monk striking an electronic wooden fish. Every hit reduced his merit by 1. Sasuke was furious, his face turning purple, his eyes filled with fire, but he just couldn't do anything to me. In the end, it was Kakashi who couldn't bear to watch any longer. He lazily walked out from the house and said, "That's enough." Only then did Sasuke stop, glaring at me fiercely before running to the other side of the yard to sulk. I shrugged, feeling incredibly pleased. Bullying a little kid felt great. The next morning, my hands itched again. I rolled out of bed, not even bothering to kiss my wife, and rushed straight to Kakashi's house, planning to give Juzi some more practical shock therapy. When I arrived, that kid Sasuke was already in the yard huffing and puffing, drenched in sweat, as if he'd just been pulled out of the water. Man, he's really putting in the effort. I leaned against the door, crossed my arms, and started talking. "Hey, Juzi, are you practicing for triathlon here? What's the point of just sweating? Real masters are forged in battle. Come on, let me practice with you." As soon as he heard that, his face darkened instantly, and he nearly crushed the kunai in his hand. Does anyone understand? This kid hates it when people say his hard work is useless, and my words hit him hard. Without saying a word, he dashed right in front of me, his eyes looking like he wanted to eat me alive. I waved my finger at him, meaning you go first. He wasn't polite and immediately launched into a set of Uchiha clan's shuriken techniques, throwing several kunai at me. As for me, I just tilted my body slightly and dodged them all, keeping it relaxed and carefree. Right after that, the kid started forming hand seals and shouted, "Fire style, Phoenix fire technique." Several small fireballs came shooting at me like fireworks. I couldn't help but give a thumbs up in my heart. Wow, there's progress. Then I pointed my toes, and in an instant, I circled behind him. Too slow, too weak, too many openings. As soon as I finished speaking, I threw a punch right into his eye socket, giving him a panda eye. Before he could react, I landed another punch in his stomach, and he immediately bent over like a shrimp. Following through, I executed a sweeping kick, and with a gentle push, he flew out like a broken sack. "Hey, don't say it." This kid is quite stubborn. He wobbled and got back up, the fire in his eyes burning bright. Another flurry of shurikens came flying at me. I dodged while slipping right in front of him, using the same old moves: punch to the eye, punch to the stomach, sweeping kick. He flew out again. This time, he got smart. He started by throwing fire to create distance. What happened? I directly passed through the wall of fire, got right in his face, and unleashed another set of 3 love taps. All right, that's enough for today. I clapped my hands and casually walked to the living room, thinking he should really reflect on things and try to touch a hair of mine next time. I left Sasuke lying on the ground, fist clenched tightly, questioning his life choices. In the living room, Kakashi, that reserved guy, was engrossed in his little yellow book. Without lifting his head, he said, "You really have too much free time." I just lay on the sofa, crossing my legs. This is called tough love. Giving him some real combat training so he won't get one shot by someone out there and embarrass our Leaf Village. Then I started practicing my Earth Spear technique, toughing my skin to be as hard as stone. Kakashi and I were just one reading and one training, chatting occasionally, creating a large-scale cyber retirement scene. By noon, Sasuke came in with dark circles under his eyes, a cold expression as he headed to the kitchen. I shouted from the sofa, "Make something different today. I can't keep eating grilled fish and soup every day. I'm about to grow scales." Sasuke paused for a moment, said nothing, but soon enough, there were different sounds coming from the kitchen. Before long, wow, steamed fish and bone soup. He really switched it up. I sat up and took a bite. It was surprisingly good. Not bad. Erjuzi, didn't expect you had this skill. Let us keep this standard from now on. Sasuke was eating with his head down, the corners of his mouth curving up uncontrollably. After the meal, this kid went out to the yard to torture himself again. I thought, shouldn't I guide him a bit more? So I followed him outside and beckoned him with my finger. "Come on, digest your food." In the afternoon training, the focus was on helping him practice evasion. Let me tell you, I was like a ghost, darting around him, fists and flying kicks. Every move aimed at his face and stomach. He wanted to dodge, wanted to block, but in front of my absolute speed, everything was in slow motion. No matter how he twisted or defended, the end result was always him being knocked down by my set of 3 love taps. After going back and forth over 10 times, he lay on the ground, panting like a bellows, with only his eyes still defiantly staring at me. "All right, let us call it a day. I'm afraid if I hit you anymore, your resolve might break." I elegantly turned around and went back inside, comfortably lying back on the sofa to continue my training under Sasuke's murderous gaze. It wasn't until the sun set that I stretched, greeted the 2 introverted kids in the room, and strolled back home. I returned home contentedly, and just as I reached the gate of the yard, I saw a girl in white standing there, timidly asking, "Shiyu-sama, may I come in?" I took a closer look and realized it was Amma Bayun. Let me tell you, this girl is something else now, completely different from the sickly one before. Dressed in a white kimono with a slim waist and long legs. Her high ponytail is tied with a big bow, and her little face is rosy, pure yet alluring. I quickly welcomed her in. She came to thank me, saying that with my help, she has completely mastered her skill called Chow B pseudo painting. As she spoke, she performed right in front of me. With a few swift strokes, a giant eagle took shape on the canvas. Seriously, family, it was like AI generating something with a single click. After infusing it with chakra, it suddenly swooped out of the painting, vividly alive, circling in the yard. The wind was so strong it nearly messed up my hairstyle. As soon as I saw this, my mind started racing with calculations. This ability, combined with her bloodline limit that can manipulate the 5 senses, is truly a trump card among trump cards, right? She has to be on my side. I walked over, patted her shoulder, and started painting a grand vision. "Yukari, with your talent, if you follow me, I promise you'll become the brightest star in Konoha." The little girl couldn't resist my persuasion, and her eyes sparkled with excitement as she said, "Lord Shigure, I want to follow you forever." Just then, my wife, Yugao, came out of the room. Seeing the closeness between Yukari and me, her brows furrowed, and she pulled me into the kitchen to interrogate me. "Shigure, what are you scheming this time? Stay away from Yukari and don't mess around." What can I do? Of course, I should focus on physical persuasion. I directly pulled her into my arms and whispered in her ear, "Meong, think about it. With Yakumo's strong combat power, if we can heal her body, wouldn't she be one of us? In the future, who would dare to mess with us in Konoha?" As I said this, I started kissing her from her neck to her lips, making her dizzy. In the end, she could only breathe heavily and say, "All right, but we can't act on her now." Hee done. We tidied up our clothes and left the kitchen. Then I ran to guide Yakumo. I took her small hand, while channeling chakra to her, teaching her how to finally control her abilities. The little girl was blushing, looking at me with admiration. This matter was settled. The next day, I headed straight to the Hokage's office, bragging to the 3rd Hokage, saying that for the future of Konoha and to cultivate the next generation, I must take Yakumo to find Tsunade for treatment. The old man was taken aback by my persuasion, waved his hand, and approved. He even told me that Tsunade had appeared in H-Gon City half a month ago. Having secured the leader's approval, I visited the Amma family, greeted her father, who was incredibly grateful and entrusted his daughter to me right then and there. Everything settled. I took Yakumo to the village entrance. The little girl excitedly summoned a giant eagle, and we jumped on it together. However, I didn't go straight to find Tsunade. The first stop outside the village had to be my gentle paradise, Kanna's courtyard in Shortbook Street. When we arrived at the courtyard, Kanna's eyes lit up upon seeing me. So warm and inviting. I introduced Yakumo to her, and then let Kanna take Yakumo to play. As for me, I directly pulled Kanna into the house. Let me tell you, a short separation is better than a newlywed life. Those in the know understand. We were like thunder and fire, kissing from the living room to the bedroom. By the time we finished and came out, it was almost dark. Kanna went to cook, and I saw in a yard that Yakumo was riding the eagle she had drawn in the sky, playing with Kanna, both little girls laughing joyfully. During dinner, I shared my upcoming plans, bringing Kanna along since her physical healing ability would be useful on the way, and how could I possibly leave such a beautiful woman behind? The next morning, the four of us were ready to set off. Yakumo summoned her private plane again, and I held Kanna close as we jumped onto the eagle's back. Yakumo and Kanna followed us up. Looking at the gentle Kanna in my arms and the adoring Yakumo glancing at me, I thought, family. Isn't this just the perfect script for a life winner? The giant eagle soared into the sky, heading straight for Hgon City. By noon, we finally arrived. I walked the three beautiful women into the city, and the attention we garnered was impressive. I found a nice restaurant, settled them down, then whispered to Kanna, "You guys eat first, I'll create a shadow clone. One will go to the casino, and the other to the tavern, two-pronged approach." I refuse to believe I can't find any clues about that old woman Tsunade. Before we could even take 2 bites of our meal, I tell you, my shadow clone zoomed back in an instant. Wow, the efficiency was incredible. The news it brought was straightforward. Tsunade had been here, but had already left for the capital. Great, what a wasted trip. Without further ado, I settled the bill and left. We jumped back onto the giant eagle and headed straight for the capital. Let me tell you, flying in the sky with a gentle breeze, I casually pulled Kanai into my arms, and the feeling was incredible. Kanai's face turned as red as a little apple, and she whispered in my arms, "Big brother, Yakumo and the others are watching." I glanced to the side and saw Yakumo's little face flushed, her eyes filled with both envy and admiration, like a little fangirl. As for Cheyenne, she directly gave me a big eye roll, turned her head away, and mumbled something. She probably thought we were too showy, too dazzling for her eyes. Who understands family? That contrast was simply adorable. Finally, we arrived at the capital in the evening, which was bustling with activity. I went straight to the most luxurious inn in the city and booked 2 rooms, one for me and Kanai, and the other for Yakumo and Cheyenne. This arrangement was perfect, right? After settling them in, the first thing I did was create a dozen shadow clones and sent them out to keep a close watch on every casino in the capital. I refuse to believe that you, Tsunade, who always loses at gambling, could just vanish in a thin air. Once the shadow clones left, I pulled Kanai into the room. As soon as the door closed, I pressed her against the wall. What happened next, you can imagine for yourselves. It was just a deep yet simple exchange. However, just as we were getting into it, there was a loud knock on the door. Who is so clueless? I opened the door to find Yakumo and Cheyenne standing there, eagerly asking, "Shigure and I, when are we eating? We're hungry." I was really at a loss. Fine, let's eat. I ordered a feast of delicacies, and seeing them enjoy their meal happily lifted my spirits quite a bit. Then came the waiting. Let me tell you, I waited for a whole 7 days. During these 7 days, my shadow clones acted like the most dedicated paparazzi, surrounding the capital's gates and various casinos tightly. Meanwhile, I was just hanging out with 3 beautiful girls, practicing my skills, and my days were pretty good. Yakumo even showed me her special talent. She drew a bird, blew on it, and that bird flew right off the paper and landed on my shoulder. Pretty impressive. Finally, on the evening of the 7th day, a shadow clone burst into the room, bringing the ultimate intel. Tsunade and Shizun had entered the city and were drinking at an inn. As soon as I heard this, I put down my chopsticks, and it was time. The main characters had finally arrived. I stood up, and Kanai gently came over to help straighten my collar, whispering, "Big brother, you need to be careful." I smiled, of course. Yakumo nervously tugged at my sleeve, saying, "Shigure and I, will Lady Tsunade help me?" I ruffled her hair and reassured her, "Don't worry, I'm here." We headed straight to the tavern. I was actually quite anxious, after all. Last time in the land of soup, I had taken advantage of someone who was heavily intoxicated to get things done. And then I just pulled up my pants and ran away. That created quite a rift. As soon as I entered the tavern, sure enough, Tsunade was there. Her face flushed, clearly having had quite a bit to drink. The moment she saw me, Her gaze instantly turned icy, as if she wanted to kill me. How dare you show up in front of me? I smiled on my face, but felt frustrated inside. I walked over and sincerely said, Lady Tsunade, I was wrong last time, and I apologize. But I'm here for an important matter. I quickly pulled Yakumo in front of me and pointed at Kanai and Kei-Rin, emphasizing, these two are descendants of the Uzumaki clan. Tsunade's expression changed as expected. Seizing the moment, I said, please help Yakumo. She has a bloodline disease. The reward is 10 million Ryo. Money really is effective. Tsunade didn't refuse outright. She just said, I don't want to discuss serious matters today. Let's talk tomorrow. All right, there's hope. But I also knew this wouldn't be easy. Sure enough, after a hearty meal, Tsunade stood up, tilted her chin at me, and her gaze was sharp. You brat, come with me. I want to see why you dare to take advantage of me. My heart sank, knowing that I couldn't avoid this beating. A few of us followed her to the open space outside the tavern. Without saying a word, she stomped her foot on the ground, and I swear the ground cracked with a snap, the fissure slithering like a snake right beneath my feet. I was jolted into the air, and before I could steady myself, she was already in front of me, throwing a punch straight at my stomach. In an instant, I activated my earth spear, making my abdomen harder than stone. With a thud, I felt my internal organs shift, and I was launched like a cannonball, flying several meters away. I just got up when she charged at me again, moving so fast, it was like teleportation. I quickly activated my earth spear all over my body and wrapped myself in a layer of water release for cushioning. And the result? Useless. She kept throwing punches at me, and I felt like a broken sandbag flying in the air. Just when my water prison was barely formed, she shattered it with a punch, and my hardened skin felt like it was about to break. After a dozen punches, her final heavy blow smashed me from midair into the ground, creating a huge pit. She clapped her hands and even said, not bad, you have some skills. I crawled out of the pit, my whole body in pain, forcing a smile. Thank you, Lady Tsunade, for showing mercy. Kanai and the others were almost in tears, and I quickly told them not to come over. I looked at Tsunade and had a bolder plan in mind. I endured the pain and asked her, Lady Tsunade, it's so late. How about resting at the inn where I'm staying? To my surprise, she nodded. Great, the opportunity had come. When we arrived at the inn, I booked a room for her and Shizun. Once they went in, Kanai helped me back to my room, looking heartbroken. But I told her not to worry. I had to get my revenge. That's right, she had just beaten me half to death. And my way of getting back at her was to take a bottle of good wine and knock on her door. Family, this is the top-tier Sigma grind set. Have you learned it yet? I knocked on the door, and Tsunade had just finished taking a shower, wearing a bathrobe, her body covered in steam. She raised an eyebrow when she saw me. What's up, haven't had enough? I shook the bottle of alcohol in my hand. Apology drink, want some? She let me in. In the room, we took turns drinking, exchanging harsh words. I leaned in and said, you look really charming when you're angry. Her fists clenched tightly, and it seemed like she was about to strike. I whispered in her ear, if you really wanted to kill me, you wouldn't have held back just now. She was taken aback. Seizing the opportunity, I kissed her. At first, she resisted, but later, I easily won her over. The next morning, when I opened my eyes, Tsunade was sleeping in my arms. After some morning activities and friendly negotiations, she finally agreed to treat Yakumo. But of course, the 10 million still had to be paid. We walked out of the room hand in hand, and to my surprise, Kane and Yakumo were all outside. The scene was quite awkward. Kane's gaze was filled with resentment, and Yakumo looked at me as if I were a deity. After finishing that strangely tense breakfast, we all went to Yakumo's room. Tsunade instantly transformed. The alluring woman from before was gone, replaced by the number 1 medical ninja in the ninja world. She became serious, her hands glowing with green chakra, as she began to carefully examine Yakumo's body. Let me tell you, the atmosphere was so tense. I was standing right next to them. My heart was in my throat, and I was just short of cracking walnuts on the spot. Xiang Nai was the same. Her little face was tightly strained. Only that little girl, Xiang Lin, looked like she was watching some kind of spectacle, her eyes filled with curiosity. An hour, folks, a full hour. There was sweat on Tsunade's forehead. Goodness, when she finally withdrew her hand, her face looked as dark as if a storm was about to break. My heart sank. I thought, this can't be a terminal illness, right? I quickly asked her how it was. She didn't say anything, just sat there, and it felt like the air in the whole room had solidified. After a long pause, she finally spoke, saying that the situation with Yugura was particularly concerning. To put it simply, it was a genetic defect. Her clan's bloodline limit, the sensory manipulation, is a super energy-draining big move, purely in release. But Yugura's body is like a low-spec power bank. The yang energy can't keep up, leading to a direct imbalance of yin and yang. The excess yin release chakra has nowhere to go, so it wreaks havoc in her body every day, corroding her organs, and if this continues, she won't survive. As soon as I heard it, my head started to spin. I asked her, what should we do? Tsunade said there is a way, but it's extremely difficult. We need to hold a tri-party consultation. First, we have to go to the wet bone forest to recruit some people and call over her summoning beast, the live slug, the big sister. Then, we need to get Kanai involved too. The specific operation is to use the live slug sage chakra to neutralize the poison in Yakumo's body, and then have a clone of the slug act as a courier to precisely airdrop Kanai's Uzumaki clan gene fragments, which is that powerful life force yang release energy, into Yakumo's genetic defects to patch her up. Finally, the slug has to spread all over Yakumo's body to create a temporary energy circulation network to prevent the two forces from clashing and exploding on the spot. When Yakumo heard there was hope, her eyes lit up. As for Kanai, there was no need to mention. When I asked her, she nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at grains, saying she was willing to do anything to help Lord Shigure. Family, who understands this damned sense of security? Tsunade, being impatient, made a quick decision, saying no more nonsense, and we should set off now. She grabbed Yakumo and Kanai, performed a series of hand seals, and shouted, Reverse summoning technique. With a loud bang, white smoke dispersed, and the three of them disappeared right in front of my eyes. Well, they basically ascended on the spot. I'm waiting for news at the hotel, and they have already been airlifted to the wet bone forest. I've heard that places like Avatar, with giant glowing mushrooms everywhere. That little girl Yakumo was completely mesmerized. After meeting the living slug sister, Tsunade laid out the plan, and the treatment began immediately. Let me tell you about that scene. Tsunade directly used the 100 healings technique, pouring out chakra like it was free, and put a shield around Yakumo first. The living slug was even more impressive, splitting into countless smaller slugs that covered Yakumo tightly like a facial mask, starting cellular-level repairs. Kanai was also there, pressing her hands on Yakumo, using her chakra like a power bank to feed it into her. This process lasted for 8 days. Finally, on the 8th day, good news came. The surgery was successful. Not long after, with a bang, Tsunade and the others returned. The first thing I did was look at Yakumo, and wow, she had completely transformed. The sickly look was gone. Her little face was rosy, and her eyes were shining with light. I immediately handed Tsunade the promised 1 million ryo, and her eyes lit up. Without saying a word, she tucked it into her pocket, hooked her arm around my shoulder, and said, Let's go, little brother. Accompany your sister for a drink. I let Kanai and the others rest first, and then followed Tsunade to her room. The drinks kept coming, one after another. Once the alcohol hit, I have to tell you, the atmosphere became a bit off. With Tsunade's figure and face, who could resist? I got bold and put my arm around her shoulders. She didn't dodge. Hey, after a little struggle, she hugged me even tighter. As for what happened next, you know what I mean? Let's just say the temperature in the whole room went up. I bet Kanai next door was about to see through the wall. And that little brat Shirori even told her mom, you're worried about Lord Shigure again. Sigh, what a sin. After it was over, I returned to my room, and sure enough, Kanai was waiting for me. She didn't ask anything, just looked at me gently. My heart warmed, and I directly hugged her. Sigh, who could refuse such seamless tenderness? The next morning, Tsunade indeed sent that 1 million to the casino and lost it all, looking green with anger and helplessness. I saw her frustrated expression and pulled her to drink again. As a result, cough. We had another deep exchange. A few days passed, and on May 20th, Tsunade said she was leaving. When I went to see her off at the city gate, I secretly slipped a scroll to Shizun, which contained 5 million ryo for them to use on the road. Tsunade, that spendthrift, can't do without money. Watching their figures disappear, I began to formulate my plans. Once the 3rd Hokage died, Tsunade would have to come back as the 5th Hokage, and that old schemer Danzo would definitely be a stumbling block. I must find a chance to deal with him. Just as I was thinking about this, Yakumo had already drawn a giant ink eagle. Wow, its wings spread over 10 meters wide, like a private plane. We jumped on it, and with a loud cry, the giant eagle took off, flying back to our little courtyard in Shortbook Street. In the afternoon, the plane landed smoothly, and as Yakumo put away the drawing board, the big eagle disappeared with a bang. Quite convenient. I tell you, as soon as I returned to our little courtyard, that familiar scent made me feel alive again. Nothing beats the comfort of home. Kanai was so considerate. The moment she saw me back, she immediately dove into the kitchen to get busy, preparing snacks and hot tea with clarity. Xianglin and Baiyun also gathered around. Little Xianglin even clenched her fist and promised me that she would roll up her sleeves and become the strongest support. Looking at all these familiar faces in the room warmed my heart. As for the events of the night, cough. Anyway, the family understands. After a round of activities, the next morning felt refreshing. Early the next morning, Kanai was already up preparing breakfast. I was still being affectionate with her when in the dining room, Xianglin was like a top student, devouring the medical ninjutsu scroll given by Tsunade. Baiyun, on the other hand, quietly drew beside her. Wow, the focused look of hers clearly shows she'll be a great artist in the future. After finishing breakfast, it was time to get down to business. I reluctantly said goodbye to Kanai and Xianglin. With a wave of her small hand, Baiyun summoned a giant eagle, and we jumped on it, heading straight for Konoha. As soon as we landed, we didn't even go home, but headed directly to the Hokage building. Upon meeting the third Hokage, I immediately switched to serious nonsense mode. Kanai and Xianglin? Who are they? I don't know them. Ispun atale, focusing on sincerity. About how I traveled thousands of miles with Baiyun to find Tsunade, how I spent 10 million Ryo, and how Lady Tsunade worked her magic, spending 7 days and nights in the wet bone forest to heal someone. I tell you, my words could bring the dead back to life. The old man nodded repeatedly, looking very pleased. The old man looked at the fully recovered Baiyun, thrilled, saying, Baiyun, your super beast imitation technique is a big weapon. You will definitely be Konoha's ace. Then he suggested, how about you go back to the Ninja Academy and continue studying? Make more friends and feel the warmth of the group. But Baiyun, being quite resolute, directly refused. She said that the things taught at school weren't enough for her. She wanted to focus on Jinjutsu under Teacher Hong and combine her bloodline limit with super beast imitation to create something big. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage thought, hey, this kid has ideas. All right, approved. As long as you need it, Konoha will be your strongest support. After leaving the Hokage building, Baiyun and I parted ways. My heart was already racing with excitement to go home and see my Mei Hong. I pushed open the door, and sure enough, Mei Hong was sitting on the sofa reading. As soon as she saw me, her eyes lit up, and like a little cannonball, she jumped into my arms and immediately asked, did you find Lady Tsunade? I held her and sat on the sofa, deliberately teasing her. I found it, and she ended up giving me a beating. Goodness, this really flustered her. She grabbed me and checked me up and down, afraid that I was missing an arm or a leg. I quickly reassured her, saying it was okay. It was just a superficial injury thanks to Lady Tsunade's mercy. Then I told her that Yakumo had been completely cured. Only then did she let out a sigh of relief. But her gaze still held a hint of reproach. Let me tell you, the saying absence makes the heart grow fonder is absolutely true. My heart was burning with passion, and I didn't care that it was daytime. I picked her up in a princess carry and took her into the room. By the time we came out, it was almost dark. The blush on Mei Hong's face was even prettier than the evening glow. We cooked a meal together and opened a bottle of wine. As we were drinking, she started interrogating me. She squinted and asked, did Hondo come looking for you again? No, you know her personality. Would she hide something from you? I quickly denied it. It better not be. She huffed, then continued, by the way. The eldest daughter of the Hyuga family has been hanging around our door several times when you weren't here. I invited her in, but she didn't come in. Is she looking for you? My heart skipped a beat, Hinata. I could only laugh it off. Oh, I helped her a few years ago. She probably just wants to thank me. Hero saving a beauty? You better be careful. The Hyuga clan is not to be trifled with. Don't worry, don't worry. My relationship with her is purely innocent. After dinner, once we cleaned up the dishes, well, with the alcohol kicking in and the atmosphere just right, naturally, we had another round of deep communication. The next morning, the sunshine was just perfect. We got up all lovey-dovey and enjoyed the heartfelt breakfast I made. She said she wanted to go check on Yakumo and guide her on some illusions. I said sure, I was just going to visit Kakashi. As a result, I sneaked up to Kakashi's door, but he wasn't home. Instead, I saw a familiar face. Who was it? Naruhiko. Goodness, he was playing with electricity, sparks crackling in his hands like a faulty power bank, looking both cool and cocky. Ishutero to him, hey, Ashusi, practicing. He didn't even lift his eyelids, acting as if he hadn't heard. Hey, this little brat. I walked over and said with a smile, come on, let's practice a bit. Let me see how much you've improved. This worked. He jumped up in an instant, his eyes sharp as knives. One word, come. As soon as he finished speaking, a few shurikens shot over, connected by steel wires, trying to bind me. TCH, is that all you've got? I swayed my body, stepping lightly like a cat, easily dodging all of them. Those shurikens embedded themselves into the tree trunk behind me, making a series of muffled thuds. When that kid saw he didn't catch me, he panicked. Good heavens, he immediately started to form a fireball right there. Oh no, I mean a huge fireball. As he opened his mouth, a fireball larger than himself came flying at my face, the heat making it feel like my eyebrows were about to get singed. I didn't even bother to dodge. Just turned to the side, and that fireball brushed past my hair. Family members, who understands this feeling? It's like playing extreme dodgeball, all about the heartbeat. And guess what? This kid actually laughed. I had the expression of an old man on the subway, looking at his phone, thinking, is this kid stupid? The next second I understood. He predicted my landing point. Suddenly, several electric snakes crawled up from underneath me. Not bad. Erjuzi, you can even chain moves now. Unfortunately, my dude, I was in the air, gracefully performing a mid-air turn, lightly tapping my toes, and I was already floating several meters away. His lightning technique hit nothing but air. Now, that little smugness on his face was completely gone, replaced by shock and disbelief. I patted off the non-existent dust on my clothes and smiled at him. Erjuzi, not bad. You're making progress. Just as I finished speaking, Kakashi, with his hands in his pockets, strolled out of the room like an old man, looking like he hadn't woken up yet, as if our fight had nothing to do with him. Sasuke, hearing my praise, was about to smile, but then forced his mouth back down and coldly said, I'll make you aware of my progress. I chuckled. Oh, really? Then let's see you dodge me. With that, I dashed forward in a flash. I told you, as soon as this kid heard I was going to make a move, he obviously showed some PTSD, but still braced himself and took a defensive stance. I charged in front of him, clenched my fist, and shouted, punch to the eye, and aimed for his eye socket. He was so scared that he quickly crossed his arms to protect his face and leaned back. Hey, is that all you've got? I flicked my wrist, and my fist skillfully slipped through the gap between his arms, landing solidly on his panda eye with a loud thud. With a dull sound, Erjuzi was knocked down by my punch, covering his eyes, gritting his teeth in pain, and looking utterly incredulous. I stood there, looking down at him. Get up, continue. He bit his teeth and reluctantly got back up. I nodded and charged again, this time shouting, punch the belly. This time he was smarter, his eyes wide open like copper bells, staring intently at my movements. Just as my fist was about to land, he crossed his arms over his belly and turned to the side. Hey, he actually managed to block it. However, the force of my punch still made his arms tingle. Not bad, quite an improvement. I was a bit surprised. He stubbornly replied, you think I'm like you, just hanging around for free meals all day? Wow, he really has an issue with me eating for free. I laughed, a meaningful laugh. Do you want to see my real strength? He looked conflicted at that moment, his expression showing both curiosity and fear of getting hit. I stoked the fire further. Have you thought it through? Not every high-ranking ninja is willing to play with a little brat who isn't even a low-ranking ninja. As soon as I said that, I hit a nerve. His pride surged, and he shouted, come on, watch out, I'm going for the eyes. As soon as I finished speaking, I disappeared from my spot. He hadn't even blinked, and I was already in front of him, still with the same fist, still in the same position. He couldn't react in time, and with a smack, he was hit again. This time he didn't fall but staggered back several steps, covering his eyes, his other eye filled with fear. He finally understood that I was just teasing him earlier. I didn't stop. When I saw him steady himself, I shouted again, punch to the belly. He desperately tried to see my movements, but it was no use. It was too fast. In the blink of an eye, I landed a solid punch on his stomach. He gasped and nearly vomited his dinner from the night before. Taking advantage of his bent posture, I hooked my foot, gently pushed his shoulder, and executed a smooth little combo, sending him flying like a kite with a broken string. I clapped my hands, looking at him lying on the ground, questioning his life, and smiled as I asked, how is it? Are you shocked? He snorted coldly, stubbornly turning his head to the side. Kakashi finished watching the show and turned to go back inside. I followed him in, plopped down on the sofa, and started practicing my earth release, earth spear. Kakashi was still watching his paradise of affection, not even lifting his head. You're really idle, bullying Sasuke every time you come. I lazily replied, I'm just here to see how the second pillar is improving. We chatted back and forth, and I told him I had taken Ayam to find Tsunade. Kakashi was quite surprised, saying that since he took Sasuke as a student, he had also paid attention to this batch of promising newcomers. By the end of the conversation, Kakashi gave me a strange look and asked if there was something between me and Lady Tsunade. I quickly coughed a couple of times, insisting there was nothing. At noon, Sasuke was like a wronged little wife, clattering around in the kitchen, serving dishes as if he owed him 8 million, his face cold the entire time. While we were eating, Kakashi suddenly said, in this generation, there might be someone stronger than you. Sasuke immediately looked up at me, and I shrugged. Why are you looking at me? I'm not the one he's talking about. Only then did he realize, quickly asking Kakashi, who is it? Kakashi pointed his chin up, asked Shigure. Sasuke's gaze instantly pinned me down. I cleared my throat and directly named her Karasume Ayam. Alright, she was just expelled from the ninja school 2 months ago due to poor health. Sasuke had a face like he was being joked with. I continued. A few days ago, I took her to find Tsunade, and she got better, just came back yesterday. He still didn't believe me and wanted to ask. But both Kakashi and I were focused on our food, ignoring him. After finishing the meal, Sasuke silently cleaned up the dishes. After washing the dishes, he sat on the sofa and stared at me intently. I felt uncomfortable under his gaze and intentionally coughed. He immediately widened his eyes. I then slowly said, Karasume Ayam, bloodline disease. Her bloodline is called five senses control, which means whatever she wants you see, and whatever she wants you to hear, you hear. She can also turn the damage from illusions into real, tangible harm on you. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's fists instantly clenched, his face alternating between green and white. Not saying a word before turning and rushing outside to start training like crazy. Kakashi and I exchanged glances and laughed. A few days later, I thought it was time to give Sasuke a bit of a shock. First, I went to find Akane, bringing along some barbecue and drinks. As soon as I called her Fat Bean, she exploded, but her body still honestly let me in. After a few drinks, the atmosphere became a bit intimate, and she directly sat on my lap, blowing in my ear, asking if Lady Tsunade was particularly beautiful. I hugged her soft waist and said, "No one is more beautiful than you." As for what happened next, well, it was the kind of content that requires a membership to access, you know? That night when I got home, Akane was already waiting for me. After dinner, we talked about Ayam, with me saying Tsunade had cured her, and she was in great shape. I turned my eyes mischievously and said, "Next time, let's take Ayam to beat up the second pillar a bit. Give him some real combat experience." Akane rolled her eyes at me, saying I always bullied Sasuke. I justified myself. Who told him to be so tsundere? I get itchy just seeing him. And then, well, adult nightlife is just that simple and unadorned. Early the next day, Akane and I went to find Ayam. She was in the yard drawing, looking like a little fairy. I got straight to the point. Ayam, let's go beat up the second pillar. Ayam looked confused. Akane explained from the side. The second pillar is Uchiha Sasuke. Your Lord Shigure wants you to spar with him. I quickly added, yes, mainly because your teacher Akane was always oppressed by Kakashi back in school, and now she can't beat the old one. So let you go beat up the young one to vent her frustration. Upon hearing this, Ayam's fighting spirit soared. I understand. Teacher Akane, I will definitely defeat Uchiha Sasuke. The three of us stormed over to Kakashi's house. Juzi was practicing lightning release in the yard. I shouted, Juzi, good morning. He looked up and saw us, especially the Ayam next to me, and his expression changed instantly. I patted Ayam's shoulder and said, "Here, this is Ama Ayam, who Kakashi said might be stronger than you." Sasuke's competitive spirit ignited immediately, and he directly challenged her. Kakashi, lounging nearby, said lazily, "Sasuke, be careful, don't lose too embarrassingly." I called out, and just like that, the battle was over in an instant. As Juzi was just getting into position, a flash of light appeared in Yakumo's eyes, and he was immediately caught in an illusion. Then, everyone watched him performing alone, casting fireballs at the air, using the F-Senka technique against the wall, and throwing wire-bound shurikens, all with precise movements and utmost seriousness. The scene was like a live broadcast of a major social death. Hong was fanning the flames beside him. "Oh, Kakashi, your student is using fire release quite well." Kakashi's face turned dark, and he directly covered his face with a book, unable to bear watching. I was analyzing the situation nearby, saying that this kid had such a strong sense of pride after such a big shock. He might just activate his Sharingan out of anger. In the end, he might have panicked in the illusion, and with a loud roar, he charged into the wall, trying to take them both down. As a result, with a bang, the wall, which had already been battered by his ninjutsu, truly collapsed. Once Yakumo released the illusion, Juzi stared at the fallen wall, then looked back at Yakumo, who was unscathed and whose clothes were still neat, and he completely broke down. He instantly realized what he had just done. His small face turned red, then pale, then greenish, and finally he managed to blurt out, "I'm going back first," and zoomed away, probably trying to find a crack to hide in. Hong proudly tilted her chin toward Kakashi. I laughed and said, "It's okay. If he successfully awakens his eyes, then wouldn't that be sunny day assistance?" On May 27th, 57th year of Konoha, in the morning, sunlight poured down, yet it failed to bring any vitality to the old grounds of the Uchiha clan. The once prosperous clan land was now reduced to broken walls and ruins, with wild grass growing wantonly, gently swaying in the breeze as if whispering the stories of the past. Sasuke dragged his heavy and dazed steps, slowly walking on this land soaked in memories. With each step he took, it felt as if he was stepping on shards of broken memories, producing a dull sound. His gaze swept over those familiar yet dilapidated building outlines, and endless hatred and bone-deep pain surged in his heart. The bloody and cruel scenes of the night of the massacre resurfaced in his mind like a haunting specter. Uchiha Itachi's cold and piercing Sharingan seemed to be looking down at him, mercilessly mocking his current weakness and helplessness. Sasuke stepped into the home that was once filled with warmth and laughter, gently pushing open the already decayed wooden door. In an instant, dust danced wildly in the glaring sunlight, as if disturbed by the passage of time. He walked into his room, only to find old toys and yellowed books scattered chaotically on the floor, remnants of his childhood. He slowly knelt down, his long fingers gently brushing over those items that had accompanied him through countless joyful times, his heart a mix of emotions, with various, complex feelings swirling within. The scene of being ruthlessly toyed with by Onma Yakumo, using illusion at Kakashi-sensei's house in the morning, once again vividly appeared before his eyes. He clearly remembered that he had crashed into the wall and foolishly thought he had successfully defeated Yakumo. At that time, he had proudly exclaimed to the empty space, "Is this your strength?" Thinking of this, Sasuke's eyes instantly filled with bloodshot veins, and his fists clenched unconsciously, nails digging deep into his palms, bright red blood slowly oozing out between his fingers, dripping onto the cold ground. Humiliation. This was simply a great shame. Sasuke murmured softly, his voice laced with endless anger and unwillingness, a glint of fierce determination flashing in his eyes. He could not accept such a disgraceful defeat, especially in front of Kakashi-sensei, and even more so in front of Shigure and Hong. The thought of Kakashi looking up at the ceiling, not want to look at him, made him feel as though his dignity was ruthlessly trampled underfoot, filled with a burning unwillingness and anger. Meanwhile, Shigure and Hong were walking side by side, sending Yakumo home. The three of them arrived at the grand entrance of the Onma clan, and Shigure, with his usual smile, gently patted Yakumo's shoulder, saying, "Yakumo, you did well. However, that guy Juzi will definitely challenge you again after getting stronger, so you need to practice your illusion techniques well." Yakumo's lips curled up slightly, revealing a confident and composed smile with a determined light in his eyes. "Don't worry, Lord Shigure, I will continue to work hard in my training." Hong also nodded, gently encouraging, "Don't worry, if you have any problems, I will help you." Yakumo gratefully glanced at Hong, then slightly bowed to Shigure and Hong, saying, "Lord Shigure, Teacher Hong, I will go in first, goodbye." Shigure and Hong stood in place, watching Yakumo's figure slowly walk through the Onma clan's door. After Yakumo disappeared from sight, they turned to leave. Yakumo stood inside the door, quietly watching their departing figures through the crack, a faint smile blossoming at the corners of his mouth, revealing an elusive expression that others could hardly grasp. When Shigure and Hong returned home, Hong, with a face full of smiles, like a cheerful little bird, lightly wrapped her arms around Shiyu's neck, softly saying, "Carry me to the room." She raised an eyebrow, a hint of teasing flashing in his eyes, and smiled as he joked, "So impatient?" Hong's cheeks instantly flushed with a rosy hue, as bright and beautiful as the evening glow. Her eyes filled with a hint of charm and playful pouting. "Are you happy today?" Shiyu lowered his head and gently kissed her fragrant lips, then steadily lifted her up in his arms, striding into the room. He gently placed Hong on the soft bed, then slowly leaned down to kiss her lips. In that moment, the air in the room seemed to ignite. Love freely spread in this small space. After a long time, Hong lazily leaned against Shiyu's embrace, her face as red as a ripe apple. She gently spoke, her voice carrying a hint of laziness and satisfaction. "It seems you are also very excited today." Shiyu extended his arms, gently holding Hong, a satisfied smile on his face, teasingly saying, "Aren't you too? All right, let me carry you to the bathroom for a wash first." Hong smiled weakly, obediently allowing Shiyu to carry her into the bathroom. Under the warm water flow, the two washed away their fatigue and sweat. Shortly after, Shiyu walked out of the bathroom with a refreshed Hong, carefully placing her on a chair in the dining room, then turning to the kitchen to start preparing dinner. He skillfully washed vegetables, cut them, and cooked, all in one go, revealing the warmth of everyday life. Hong sat on the chair, resting her chin on her hands, quietly watching Shiyu's busy figure, her eyes filled with tenderness and love. After dinner was ready, the two sat across from each other at the dining table, eating and chatting. Hong picked up a piece of food, put it in her mouth, chewed for a moment, and suddenly asked, "Do you think that kid Sasuke can awaken his Sharingan?" Shigure put down his bowl and chopsticks, frowned slightly, and after thinking for a moment, replied, "With his stubborn and unyielding personality, he will probably be able to awaken it." Hong nodded, seeming to agree with Shiyu's judgment, and then asked, "Then after he awakens it, can he defeat Yakumo?" Shiyu's lips curled up slightly, revealing a confident smile, and he firmly said, "It's not that easy. Yakumo's talent for illusion is extremely high, and with his bloodline limit, it's not so easy to defeat him." After hearing this, Hong seemed to let go of a heavy burden in her heart, lightly exhaling, and said, "That's good. I was worried that Yakumo would be defeated." After finishing dinner, the two cleaned up the dishes together and went to wash in the kitchen. Shiyu inadvertently looked up and saw Hong in that wine-red nightgown, which accentuated her graceful figure. He quietly approached Hong from behind, gently embracing her, and whispered in her ear, "You look so charming in this outfit." As the setting sun cast its glow, Xia Hong turned around, casually wrapping her arms around Shiyu's neck, a playful smile on her face as she deliberately asked, "Is that so? How do you plan to express your feelings?" Shiyu did not answer. He simply smiled and picked Xia Hong up again, striding towards the room. At that moment, the moonlight gently spilled through the window, casting a soft glow on the two embracing figures, and the room was once again filled with an atmosphere of intimacy. Meanwhile, the cold moonlight quietly illuminated the old grounds of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke sat alone in his former room, the moonlight falling on him and outlining his face, which was filled with hatred. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something, his body jolting as he instinctively drew a kunai and raised it to his face. In the moonlight, he clearly saw his own pupils reflected on the kunai, and within them slowly emerged a deep and mysterious Tomo. The corners of Sasuke's mouth lifted slightly, first letting out a low chuckle, then his laughter grew louder and gradually turned maniacal. Ha ha ha. His laughter echoed in the empty, silent grounds of the Uchiha clan, tears uncontrollably sliding down his cheeks and dripping onto the ground. He clenched his fists, the veins on his arms bulging, his eyes flashing with a crazy and resolute light as he shouted loudly, "Yagura, just you wait. I will definitely defeat you. And I will kill Uchiha-Itachi." Sasuke's laughter and vow lingered in the moonlit grounds of the Uchiha clan, his solitary figure appearing particularly determined beneath the moonlight. The soft light of dawn gently draped a layer of misty veil over Konoha village. A faint morning fog lingered in the streets. In the Uchiha household, the young boy had already awakened from his dreams. He lay quietly on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, his thoughts drifting back to last night. He had successfully awakened his Sharingan, and at that moment he felt a surge of power, as if he had already reached the pinnacle of the world. However, this power also made him more acutely aware of the gap between himself and Uchiha-Itachi, a gap that felt like an abyss, filling him with immense anger and resentment. "Uchiha-Itachi, I will definitely kill you," Sasuke growled softly, his voice filled with hatred and determination. He suddenly sat up, his gaze becoming firm and sharp. He knew that, to achieve his goals, he must continuously enhance his strength, and the Sharingan was the first step toward becoming powerful. Sasuke quickly dressed, and, after washing up, he stood in front of the bronze mirror, activating his Sharingan once more. In the mirror, his eyes revealed an unprecedented fierceness, the Tomo Sharingan flashing with a mysterious light, as if telling the glory and sorrow of the Uchiha clan. A confident smile appeared on Sasuke's lips as he slowly closed his Sharingan. He was well aware that while the power of the Sharingan was formidable, it also consumed a large amount of chakra. Stepping out of his house, the morning breeze gently brushed against Sasuke's face, bringing a refreshing chill. He took a deep breath, the air filled with the unique scent of Konoha village, making him feel incredibly familiar and at ease. He walked with determined strides toward the ninja school, slightly lifting his head, his eyes revealing a sense of pride and disdain, as if everything around him could not pique his interest. "Hey, Sasuke, good morning." A villager greeted him enthusiastically. Sasuke merely nodded slightly, not stopping his pace or responding to the greeting. To him, these ordinary villagers felt out of place with his world. His goal was to become a powerful ninja like Uchiha-Itachi, not to engage in idle chatter with them. Soon, Sasuke arrived at the ninja school. The school gate was wide open, and some classmates were already practicing in the morning light. Their figures appeared particularly vigorous under the morning sun, brimming with youthful energy. Sasuke walked straight toward the classroom, ignoring everything around him, with only one thought in his mind: to show everyone his strength and let them know that Uchiha Sasuke was no longer the same Uchiha Sasuke. Entering the classroom, students were gathered in groups of 3 or 5, laughing and playing. Some were discussing yesterday's training, while others were sharing their insights on ninjutsu, creating a lively scene. However, Sasuke had no interest in any of it. He coldly glanced at his classmates, his eyes filled with indifference and disdain, as if they were just a bunch of inconsequential ants. His gaze finally landed on the most active figure in the classroom, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto was chatting enthusiastically with a few classmates when he suddenly felt a cold gaze on him. He turned his head and met Sasuke's indifferent eyes. The contempt and disdain in Sasuke's eyes ignited a surge of anger within Naruto. "What are you looking at, you arrogant Sasuke?" Naruto frowned and shouted. He had always been straightforward and hated Sasuke's condescending attitude, especially now, as there seemed to be something unsettling in Sasuke's gaze. Sasuke cast a scornful glance at Naruto and coldly uttered 3 words, "Last place." These simple words struck like a sharp blade, deeply hurting Naruto's pride. He had always cared about being called the last place, especially when it came from Sasuke, making it even harder to bear. "Damn you, Sasuke." Naruto instantly exploded with rage, clenching his fists and charging toward Sasuke, raising his right fist high to smash it into Sasuke's face. This punch, fueled by Naruto's anger and unwillingness to back down, was incredibly fast, and a faint sound of wind could be heard in the air. However, Sasuke was already prepared. He activated his Sharingan, allowing him to easily see through Naruto's movements and intentions. Just as Naruto's fist was about to hit him, Sasuke calmly stood up, slightly turned to the side, and effortlessly dodged Naruto's attack. A hint of mockery flashed in his eyes as he said, "Punch the eyes." Then, his right fist shot out like lightning towards Naruto's exposed left eye. Sasuke's fist was packed with power, and Naruto had no time to evade. With a loud thud, Sasuke's fist accurately struck Naruto's eye. The sudden blow sent Naruto stumbling backward, the intense pain in his left eye forcing him to cover it with his hand. A look of agony on his face. "Damn it." Naruto gritted his teeth, his anger intensifying. Ignoring the pain in his eye, he clenched his fist again and charged at Sasuke once more. This time, he moved even faster, his momentum fiercer, like an enraged beast determined to compete with Sasuke. Sasuke watched Naruto charge at him, a confident smile appearing on his lips. He calmly lifted his left leg, and just as Naruto was about to reach him, he suddenly kicked towards Naruto's stomach, saying, "Kick the stomach." Naruto tried to dodge, but Sasuke's attack was too fast for him to react. Sasuke's foot landed heavily on Naruto's abdomen, and Naruto felt a tremendous force surge through him, causing him to involuntarily fly backward. He arced through the air before crashing heavily to the ground with a dull thud. Naruto! The surrounding classmates gasped in shock at the scene. They had not expected the conflict between Sasuke and Naruto to escalate so suddenly, and it seemed Sasuke's strength was even greater than they had imagined. Lying on the ground, Naruto struggled to get up. His face was filled with unwillingness and anger, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. He could not believe he had been so easily defeated by Sasuke. He had to stand up and show Sasuke what he was capable of. He pushed himself up with both hands and slowly stood up. Although his body was still slightly trembling, his gaze was unusually firm. He looked at Sasuke and shouted, "Damn it, Sasuke, don't get cocky. I won't lose to you." After saying this, he charged at Sasuke again, this time with a hint of determination in his eyes. Sasuke looked at Naruto rushing towards him and felt an inexplicable thrill in his heart. He finally understood the feeling when Shigure easily defeated him back then. The sensation of controlling the situation and playing with his opponent was intoxicating. He effortlessly dodged Naruto's attacks while muttering, "Sweep kick, light push." When Naruto reached Sasuke, Sasuke suddenly extended his right foot and precisely swept Naruto's left foot. Naruto instantly lost his balance and leaned forward. At that moment, Sasuke gently bumped Naruto with his shoulder, sending him flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground. This time, Naruto lay on the ground and didn't get up for a long time. His eyes were filled with shock and despair. He couldn't accept the fact that he had been easily defeated by Sasuke again. He had always believed that after his hard work and training during this time, he had become strong enough. But he never expected to be so easily overwhelmed in front of Sasuke. "Train hard, and try to defeat me soon," Sasuke said with a smirk, mimicking Shigure's tone, speaking disdainfully to Naruto. His voice was not loud, but it clearly resonated throughout the classroom. The classmates were shocked by Sasuke's words, looking at him with a mixture of awe and fear. At that moment, Sasuke, in their eyes, was no longer just an ordinary Uchiha boy, but a terrifying existence with immense power. Just as Sasuke and Naruto were at a standstill, the classroom door was suddenly pushed open. Irika-sensei walked in with a serious expression. Upon seeing the chaotic scene in the classroom and Naruto lying on the ground, his face turned grim. "What are you two doing?" Irika-sensei shouted, his voice filled with anger and authority. As a teacher, seeing students fighting naturally made him very angry. At the same time, he was also disappointed in Sasuke's behavior. He had not expected Sasuke to engage in a fight with Naruto in the classroom. Hearing Irika-sensei's voice, Naruto felt a pang of panic. He looked at Irika-sensei and defiantly said, "Humph. I wasn't doing anything, I just fell." He didn't want Irika-sensei to know that he had been easily defeated by Sasuke, so he chose to hide the truth. Sasuke glanced at Naruto with disdain, snorted, and turned back to his seat. He knew that Irika-sensei wouldn't do anything to him. After all, he was the top student. Irika-sensei looked at the two of them and sighed helplessly. He knew that the conflict between these two kids had been ongoing for a long time. He didn't pursue the matter further, simply telling the students to return to their seats and start the class. Sasuke and Naruto returned to their seats, both still immersed in the earlier conflict. Sasuke was filled with a desire for power. He knew he had awakened the Sharingan and possessed potential beyond ordinary people. But he also understood that to truly become a powerful ninja, there was still a long way to go. Meanwhile, Naruto secretly vowed to train hard, quickly improve his strength, and defeat Sasuke. He could no longer be looked down upon by Sasuke. He had to prove his worth. Chapter 63. Sharingan on May 28th, the 57th year of Konoha. Konoha village was gently wrapped in the afternoon sun, warm rays of light spilling over the streets and alleys, filling the place with a leisurely atmosphere. The school bell rang suddenly, breaking the tranquility of the campus, and the students poured out of the classrooms like cheerful birds, laughter echoing in every corner of the school. In this bustling scene, Uchiha Sasuke's figure seemed out of place. Dressed in black ninja attire, the Uchiha clan emblem on the hem sparkled with a cold light in the sunlight, as if telling the tale of the clan's past glory and present desolation. Sasuke slightly raised his head, his face bearing an innate pride, and walked steadily away from the school. The conflict with Naruto in the classroom earlier still stirred complex emotions within Sasuke. He had easily defeated Naruto using the power of his Sharingan, just as Shigure had once taught him. The familiar scene made him feel as if he had returned to the moment when he was taught a lesson by Shigure. Now, the roles had reversed, and he finally understood Shigure's feelings back then. Soon, Sasuke arrived in front of Kakashi's house. He stared at the familiar house. Memories of his duel with Iriki Yakumo flooding back. The wall he had repaired now seemed to mock his defeat mercilessly. During that duel, he had fallen victim to Yakumo's genjutsu from start to finish, fighting against the air, and in the end he had foolishly crashed into the wall, thinking he had declared victory. Remembering that scene, a blush of shame and anger crossed Sasuke's face. "Yakumo, I will definitely defeat you and restore the glory of the Uchiha clan." Sasuke gritted his teeth and growled softly. His eyes were filled with determination and resolution, as if declaring his resolve to the world. He took a deep breath to calm his emotions and then walked into Kakashi's house. The light in the living room was soft, and Kakashi was comfortably sitting on the sofa, engrossed in the little yellow book he always had in hand. His signature silver hair sparkled in the sunlight, and his half-covered eyes made it hard to discern his expression. Sasuke walked up to Kakashi, unconsciously clenching his hand, the veins on the back of his hand slightly bulging, revealing his inner tension and anticipation. "I've awakened a Sharingan." Sasuke tried to make his voice sound calm, but the excitement and pride were still hard to conceal. He thought that when he said this, Kakashi would look up in shock, give him an appreciative glance, and eagerly ask how he had awakened the Sharingan. After all, the Sharingan was the bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan, possessing powerful and mysterious abilities. And awakening, it was a significant event for any Uchiha. However, Kakashi merely responded with a casual not even looking up, as if awakening the Sharingan was the most ordinary thing in the world to him. He gently flipped through the pages of the book, his expression unchanged, seemingly unaffected by the news. Sasuke watched Kakashi's reaction. A strong sense of unwillingness surged within him. He couldn't understand why Kakashi was so indifferent to his awakening of the Sharingan. Anger and disappointment flashed in his eyes, and he clenched his fists tighter, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. "I will defeat Yakumo with this Sharingan," Sasuke said again, this time with a bit more firmness and resolution in his voice. He hoped to catch Kakashi's attention with this statement, to let him know his determination and courage. "Yeah." Kakashi remained nonchalant, a simple word dousing the flames of enthusiasm in Sasuke's heart like a bucket of cold water. His attitude made Sasuke feel incredibly frustrated, as if all his efforts and achievements were being ignored. Sasuke could no longer tolerate Kakashi's indifferent demeanor. He felt that his hard work and efforts were not being recognized, and the anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed. "I'm going to train," Sasuke said fiercely, then turned and strode toward the yard. His back was filled with anger and unwillingness, each step heavy as if declaring his dissatisfaction with the world. In the yard, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, forming golden beams of light. Sasuke stood in the middle of the yard, took a deep breath, and slowly activated his Sharingan. A tomo slowly rotated in his eye, emitting a mysterious and profound light. He recalled every detail of his battle with Yakumo, reflecting on his shortcomings. He knew that to defeat Yakumo, he had to fully utilize the power of the Sharingan and continuously improve his strength. "I must become familiar with the Sharingan and then defeat Yakumo," Sasuke said softly, and then began his arduous training. He practiced various ninjutsu continuously: lightning release, body flicker technique, fire release, phoenix fire technique, fire release, great fireball technique. He unleashed these techniques over and over again, each release accompanied by powerful waves of energy. Sweat soaked his clothes, but he was oblivious. His mind focused solely on one belief: to defeat Yakumo and restore the glory of the Uchiha clan. His gaze was resolute as he immersed himself in training, as if everything around him was irrelevant. While Sasuke was focused on his training, Shiyu Aoi pushed open the door to Kakashi's house. Shiyu's waist-length silver hair fluttered gently in the breeze, and his black eyes sparkled with a lively light, exuding a unique charm. He walked into the yard and saw Sasuke deeply engrossed in his training, a playful smile appearing on his face. He had always kept an eye on Sasuke's growth and was well aware of his potential and determination. "Nice training, Sasuke," Shiyu said with a smile. His voice broke the tranquility of the yard and caught Sasuke's attention. Hearing Shiyu's voice, Sasuke looked up, a hint of pride curling his lips as he said, "I've activated the Sharingan." His tone was filled with pride. Upon hearing this, Shiyu smiled slightly and pretended to be very shocked, saying, "Wow, Sasuke, you're amazing. You've activated the Sharingan so quickly." Sasuke huffed confidently, saying, "Humph, once I get familiar with the Sharingan, I'll defeat Yakumo." His eyes revealed a determined conviction. Filled with confidence about defeating Yakumo, Shiyu nodded, a smile on his face, saying, "I believe in you. You'll definitely be able to defeat Yakumo then." Sasuke coldly snorted and returned to his training. Shiyu looked at Sasuke's focused demeanor with a glimmer of appreciation. He then walked into Kakashi's living room and sat on the sofa opposite Kakashi. "Hey, did you hear? Sasuke is going to use the Sharingan to defeat Yakumo," Shiyu said to Kakashi with a grin. His tone was relaxed, as if discussing something interesting, but his eyes revealed anticipation for Sasuke. Kakashi lazily lifted his head, glanced at Shiyu, and then continued reading his book, saying casually, "I hope he won't get discouraged again." Shiyu leaned back on the sofa, hands clasped behind his head, and smiled. "Maybe he'll unlock the two tomo." Kakashi raised an eyebrow at Shiyu's words, saying, "You really dare to say that?" Shiyu straightened up and said seriously, "Geniuses are often unreasonable. Sasuke has a strong desire for revenge, and that desire will become a powerful driving force for his growth. Sasuke's potential should not be underestimated. His thirst for power will drive him to constantly surpass himself." Kakashi closed his book and leaned back on the sofa, looking through the window at Sasuke, who was training, saying, "He does have talent, but this path is not easy. The growth of the Sharingan comes with pain, and he has much to endure." He understood the secrets of the Sharingan and the hardships of its growth, and he felt concerned about the challenges Sasuke would face in the future. Shiyu nodded slightly, saying, "I know, but this is also his fate. He carries the hatred of the Uchiha clan, and that hatred will fuel his progress." Kakashi's lips curled into a barely noticeable smile as he replied, "I guess so. That kid has some understanding, but he's too proud." Although Kakashi's evaluation of Sasuke carried a hint of teasing, it also affirmed Sasuke's talent and potential. The two continued discussing Sasuke's training and future for a while. Shiyu glanced at the sky and prepared to leave. "I have to go. I have some things to take care of," Shiyu said as he stood up. Kakashi, not looking up, replied, "You came just to check if Sasuke has activated his eyes." He was well aware of Shiyu's intentions, and the tacit understanding between them was evident in this simple exchange. Shiyu smiled and said, "Yes, I want to give Yakumo a little preparation. After all, once Sasuke gets serious, his strength is not to be underestimated. Plus, I want to see his state after activating the Sharingan." He candidly expressed his purpose and showed concern for the upcoming confrontation between Sasuke and Yakumo. Afterward, Shiyu walked out of the living room, looking at the determined Sasuke practicing with the Sharingan, saying, "Sasuke, train hard." His voice was filled with encouragement, letting Sasuke feel his care. Sasuke looked up and said proudly, "Let Yakumo be ready. I will challenge her again." His tone was firm, filled with anticipation for challenging Yakumo once more, eager to prove his strength. Shiryu smiled slightly. "No problem. I'll let her know." Upon hearing Shiryu's words, Sasuke was momentarily stunned, then returned to his proud demeanor, nodded, and continued training. Shiryu turned to leave Kakashi's house, walking along the village streets, thinking about Sasuke's growth and the upcoming challenges. During his training, Sasuke also continuously tried to combine the abilities of the Sharingan with his ninjutsu. He found that the inside of the Sharingan allowed him to control chakra more precisely, thereby enhancing the power of his ninjutsu. His attacks became swifter, and his defenses more solid. Time passed unknowingly. The sun gradually slanted towards the west, and a brilliant sunset painted the sky. Sasuke remained tirelessly training in the yard, his figure appearing particularly resolute under the reflection of the evening glow. Meanwhile, in the living room, Kakashi was still sitting on the sofa, reading his book, but his thoughts had long since drifted to the boy training hard in the yard. Kakashi slightly raised his head, looking through the window at Sasuke's back. A hint of unnoticeable relief and expectation flashed in his eyes, but he quickly returned to his lazy demeanor. In the evening, the sunset bathed everything in a warm and gentle glow. In the sky, the magnificent sunset resembled a beautiful painting, with colorful hues changing endlessly. The houses on both sides of the street looked particularly peaceful and serene under the afterglow. Shiryu Aoi walked leisurely along the familiar path back home. When he entered his garden, a faint floral fragrance wafted over. In the courtyard, the cherry blossom tree swayed gently in the breeze, pink petals falling to the ground, as if covering it with a soft carpet. The training grounds and garden beside the path appeared particularly tranquil in the sunset's afterglow, and a warm feeling surged in Shiryu's heart. He walked in the hall and heard faint sounds coming from the kitchen. Shiryu's lips curled up slightly, revealing a tender smile. He knew that it was Yugao, the woman who made his heart flutter, preparing dinner for him. Shiryu quietly walked into the kitchen and saw Yugao focused on cooking at the stove. She wore a white bodycon dress with black stripes, and the red long-sleeved shirt highlighted her voluptuous figure, with a sheer netted top hinting at her curves, adding a touch of sensuality. Her black, slightly curled, long hair naturally fell over her shoulders, and the waves at the ends swayed gently with her movements, exuding a mature and elegant charm. Shiryu quietly approached Yugao from behind, suddenly wrapping his arms around her tightly. Yugao was startled by this sudden action, almost dropping the spatula in her hand. She turned her head slightly to look at Shiryu, her face displaying a hint of reproach. "Don't mess around. I'm cooking," Yugao said softly, her voice carrying a touch of tenderness. "You do your thing, and I'll do mine," Shiryu replied with a smile. Yugao lightly swatted Shiryu's hand, playfully saying, "Don't move around." "All right, you can't escape tonight," Shiryu said with a smile, his tone carrying a hint of teasing and anticipation. Hong's face turned slightly red as she softly replied with an mm. Then, the two of them together brought the prepared dishes to the dining table and began to enjoy this warm dinner. The table was filled with a variety of sumptuous dishes, rich in color, aroma, and flavor. Shiryu and Hong sat across from each other, tasting the food while happily chatting. "Where did you go just now?" Hong asked softly, picking up a piece of food and putting it in her mouth. "I went to see Sasuke," Shiryu replied, pouring himself a cup of tea. "Did Sasuke awaken his Sharingan?" Hong continued to ask, showing concern for Sasuke's situation. "He has awakened it. He told me to inform Yakumo to prepare for a challenge after he gets familiar with the Sharingan," Shiryu said, a playful smile appearing on his face. "It seems Sasuke has good potential. I will tell Yakumo," Hong nodded seriously. "Don't worry, a single Tomo isn't that powerful," Shiryu reassured, having enough confidence in Yakumo's strength. The two continued to eat and chat, the atmosphere very harmonious. After dinner, Shiryu and Hong washed the dishes together. Shiryu took the initiative to wash the dishes, while Hong wiped the dining table beside him. Shiryu looked at Hong, who was focused on cleaning the table. Her graceful movements made his heart flutter, unable to resist. He put down the dishes and hugged Hong from behind. Hong felt a little shy from Shiyu's action and softly said, "Let's go to the room." However, Shiryu did not heed her words and gently kissed her instead. A blush spread across Hong's face. The dining room was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere, and the two were immersed in this warm and romantic ambience. "Shiryu," Hong softly called his name. The temperature in the dining room gradually rose. Shiryu gently lifted Hong onto the dining table. I love you, Mei-hong, Shiyu whispered in her ear. I love you too, Shiyu, Hong responded, her voice laced with affection. The two felt each other's love, and the dining room was filled with an ambiguous air, as if the whole world consisted of just the two of them. After a long while, Shiyu gently picked up Hong, who was lying on the dining table, and walked towards the second floor. The afterglow of the sunset poured through the window, casting a golden light on their figures. Shiyu carried Hong into the bedroom and gently placed her on the bed. A satisfied smile appeared on Hong's face as she looked at Shiyu, her eyes filled with love. Chapter 64. The Challenge of Clear Sky. 4 days later, in the evening, the sky was painted orange-red by the sunset, and the warm light shone in the courtyard of Shiyu's home, adding a touch of warmth to this tranquil place. Shiyu and Mei-hong were sitting in the dining room enjoying dinner, the table filled with the dishes Mei-hong had carefully prepared, fragrant and inviting. As Shiyu savored the food, he smiled and said to Mei-hong, Mei-hong, your cooking is always so delicious. I feel like I can't live without you. Mei-hong shot him a light glare, but the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, always talking nonsense, just eat. Just as they were happily eating, a sudden knock on the door broke the tranquility. Shiyu frowned slightly, then touched the ground with his finger, using sensory ninjutsu to instantly know the identity of the person outside. Seeing this, Mei-hong asked, who is it? Shiyu shrugged. Who else could it be? It's Sasuke. Mei-hong was slightly taken aback, puzzled. Why is he here? Shiyu thought for a moment and speculated. Maybe he wants to challenge Ikumo. A hint of surprise flashed in Mei-hong's eyes. He has become familiar with the Sharingan so quickly? Shiyu shrugged. Maybe. Let's go see. Mei-hong softly replied with an putting down her bowl and chopsticks, and followed Shiyu to the courtyard door. As the door slowly opened, Uchiha Sasuke, the usually proud boy, stood outside. He wore a black top paired with deep blue pants, his jet black hair gently swaying in the breeze, his eyes filled with determination and confidence, along with a hint of unmissable arrogance. Shiyu smiled slightly and warmly said, Sasuke, it's so late. Do you want to come in for some food? Sasuke coldly shook his head. No need. I'm going to challenge Ikumo at Kakashi-sensei's house tomorrow. Shiyu raised the corners of his mouth slightly, his eyes filled with admiration. You've mastered the Sharingan in just a few days? You really are something, Sasuke. Hearing Shiyu's praise, Sasuke's lips curled slightly, showing a barely perceptible expression of pride, and he snorted without saying anything. Mei-hong looked at Sasuke with a gentle smile in her eyes. Don't worry. I will take Ikumo there tomorrow. Sasuke nodded slightly, and after getting a response, he raised his head slightly and turned to leave with an air of pride, as if he had already defeated Ikumo and restored the glory of the Uchiha clan. Shiyu watched Sasuke's departing figure and couldn't help but laugh. Another good show to watch. I can't wait to see it. Mei-hong shot Shiyu a glare. If Ikumo loses, just wait and see. Shiyu laughed as he wrapped his arms around Mei-hong's waist, and the two returned to the house to sit back at the dining table to eat. Shiyu said while eating, as long as Ikumo is careful, nothing will happen. If it really comes to it, she can fly, and Sasuke can only stare. Mei-hong glared at him again. Aren't you just being unreasonable? Shiyu chuckled. This will give Sasuke some experience in aerial combat, so he won't just stand there stupidly when he meets a flying opponent in the future. Mei-hong shook her head helplessly, no longer paying attention to Shiyu, and continued eating. After finishing dinner, the two washed the dishes together. Shiyu watched Mei-hong's busy figure, feeling a warm current surge in his heart. He quietly walked up behind Mei-hong, embraced her from behind, and softly said in her ear, Mei-hong, it's so nice to have you by my side. Mei-hong was slightly startled, a blush creeping on her face as she gently patted Shiyu's hand. Stop it. We haven't finished washing yet. However, Shiyu showed no intention of letting go and gently placed a kiss on her neck. Mei-hong's actions came to a halt. Taking the opportunity, Shiyu turned Mei-hong around, looked at her affectionately, and then slowly lowered his head to kiss her lips. Mei-hong's eyes slightly closed, and her hands gently rested on Shiyu's shoulders, responding to the kiss. For a moment, the kitchen was filled with intense love. After an unknown amount of time, the two slowly parted their lips. Mei-hong's cheeks were flushed, her eyes filled with tenderness. Shiyu looked at Mei-hong and smiled. Let's not wash anymore. Let's go to the room. Saying this, Shiyu picked Mei-hong up, and she let out a soft gasp, instinctively wrapping her arms around Shiyu's neck. Shiyu carried Mei-hong with big strides toward the room. The afterglow of the sunset streamed through the window, draping the couple in a golden veil. In the room, Shiyu gently placed Mei-hong on the bed, then tenderly leaned down and kissed her again. Their love continued to intensify in this warm evening, filling the room with a captivating atmosphere. Outside the window, the sunset gradually descended, the night slowly falling and the story of Shigure and Meihong was still ongoing. The next morning, the sky was as clear as if washed with water. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows on the ground. Fei Niao Shigure stood in his spacious courtyard. Today was the day of an exciting showdown. And thinking about the upcoming match between Sasuke and Yakumo made him feel a little excited. Meihong, Yakumo, hurry up, don't keep Sasuke waiting too long. Shigure shouted into the house, his voice tinged with urgency. Inside, Yuhi Kurenai was tidying her black wavy long hair in front of the mirror, the wavy tips gliding gently through her fingers. She wore a white bodycon skirt with black stripes, and underneath, a red long-sleeve top paired with a mesh overlay that subtly accentuated her ample bosom. Hearing Shiyu's urging, she smiled helplessly and softly replied, "Got it, I'm coming." Turning to the side to look at Akima Yakumo, her red eyes were filled with tenderness and encouragement. "Yakumo, don't be nervous, just showcase your strength." Yakumo, dressed in a white kimono, had her loose white robe tightly cinched at the waist, perfectly highlighting her slender waist and perky hips. Her long hair was styled in a high ponytail, with the ends cascading to her waist, and a single strand of hair falling over her right forehead added a touch of liveliness to her nearly translucent fair complexion. She nodded gently, her deep blue eyes revealing determination. "Teacher Hong, I will defeat Sasuke." The three of them walked out of the courtyard towards Kakashi Hitaki's house. Along the way, Shiryu eagerly shared his experience with Yakumo. "Yakumo, don't underestimate that brat Sasuke. Even though he's younger, his strength is formidable, especially with his Sharingan. You have to be very careful, but I believe in your Genjutsu. You can definitely make him suffer a bit." Yakumo listened earnestly, nodding occasionally, secretly noting every word Shiryu said. Meanwhile, Hong quietly listened, a gentle smile on her lips, filled with confidence in Yakumo and looking forward to this exciting duel. Before long, they arrived at Kakashi's house. Pushing open the familiar door, they saw Uchiha Sasuke standing in the yard with a serious expression. His short black hair swayed slightly in the breeze, and his youthful face bore a determination and coldness that belied his age. Upon seeing Shiryu and the others enter, his gaze immediately fixed on Yakumo, his eyes burning with strong fighting spirit, as though Yakumo were his greatest enemy at that moment. Kakashi leaned against the wall of the corridor, as lazy as ever, and today he surprisingly wasn't holding that little yellow book, simply watching everything quietly with a hint of barely perceptible anticipation in his eyes. "Good morning, Sasuke," Shiryu greeted with a broad smile, completely unfazed by Sasuke's cold stare. Sasuke snorted coldly, not responding, but his eyes remained locked on Yakumo, as if trying to pierce her with his gaze. Shiryu stepped forward, patting Yakumo's shoulder, and said earnestly, "Be careful, don't let your guard down." Yakumo took a deep breath and firmly replied, "Lord Shiryu, I will be careful." Hong also encouraged from the side, "Yakumo, go for it and defeat Sasuke." Yakumo nodded vigorously. "Teacher Hong, I will defeat Sasuke." Kakashi lazily spoke to Sasuke, "Don't let your guard down." Sasuke, filled with fighting spirit, said loudly, "I will defeat her." Kakashi lightly responded, "I hope so." Upon hearing this, Sasuke emphasized again, "I will defeat her with my Sharingan." Kakashi merely replied lightly. Yakumo walked to face Sasuke, standing a few meters apart, and the atmosphere instantly became tense, as if invisible smoke filled the air. Shiryu saw that they were in position, and Sasuke slowly activated his Sharingan. The blood-red eyes with the Tomo began to rotate slowly, emitting a strange and mysterious light, as if they could see through everything. Shiryu coughed and loudly declared, "Start." In an instant, both moved. Sasuke reacted quickly, swiftly drawing a few kunai from his ninja tool pouch, flicking his wrist as the kunai whistled sharply, shooting towards Yakumo like meteors. The kunai sliced through the air, aimed directly at Yakumo's vital points. However, Yakumo remained calm, her slender fingers gently gripping the paintbrush, and with a light wave in the air, she instantly cast Genjutsu on Sasuke. In Sasuke's eyes, the once familiar courtyard became distorted, the surrounding scenery reflecting like a warped mirror, appearing illusory and unreal. Startled, he immediately realized he had fallen into a Genjutsu. Gritting his teeth, he concentrated his visual power, attempting to observe the chakra distribution in the environment to find the core of the Genjutsu. His Sharingan was fully activated, not missing any detail, the blood vessels in his eyes becoming more pronounced due to the strain. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not find any flaw in the Genjutsu. It was like an invisible cage, tightly trapping him. Sasuke was unwilling to be defeated so easily. His pride would not allow him to give in. He gritted his teeth and began to disrupt his own chakra. hoping to break the Jinjutsu this way. The chakra within him surged like a raging tide. But the Jinjutsu remained unbroken. Sasuke became anxious, beads of sweat forming on his forehead and rolling down his cheeks. He steeled himself, plunging a kunai into his palm, the intense pain instantly coursing through his body. He hoped that this pain would awaken him and break the dreadful Jinjutsu. In reality, Shigure, Hong, and Kakashi watched as Sasuke shot several kunai toward Yakumo, then stood still. First, he disrupted his chakra, and then, shockingly, stabbed his palm with a kunai, surprising all three. Truly worthy of being the brat, Shigure couldn't help but exclaim, a hint of admiration in his eyes. Kakashi awkwardly pulled out his little yellow book to read, but still stole glances at Sasuke, secretly worried about the stubborn boy. Hong looked at Yakumo with a beaming smile, filled with pride, confident that her student would surely win this battle. Soon, they saw Sasuke running around the yard with a kunai in hand, as if fighting against an invisible enemy. His movements were somewhat frantic, yet carried a reckless determination. Shigure, smiling, said to Kakashi, "It's 50-50, look at how good the brat's skills are." Kakashi pretended not to hear and continued reading his little yellow book, but in his heart, he was secretly paying attention to Sasuke's every move. Hong also smiled and said, "He truly is Kakashi's student." At this moment, Sasuke seemed to be in a desperate situation. A hint of despair flashed in his eyes. Yet his stubborn character wouldn't allow him to give up. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed the fire release. Great fireball technique towards the empty space in front of him. A massive fireball erupted from his mouth, carrying intense heat and powerful momentum, charging forward. With a fireball passed, the air seemed to ignite, crackling loudly. "This ninjutsu is much stronger than a few days ago," Shigure commented, surprise flickering in his eyes. Hong nodded in agreement. Yeah, it seems that after awakening his Sharingan, his chakra control has improved significantly. Sasuke seemed to have lost his sanity, immediately using the fire release, Phoenix fire technique, towards the wall. Countless small fireballs rained down on the wall, making a popping sound. Under the attack of the small fireballs, the wall appeared with cracks, as if it would collapse at any moment. Shigure smiled at Kakashi and said, "It's 50-50, you're going to have to repair the wall again." Kakashi shot Shigure a helpless glance, remaining silent, secretly thinking that these two brats really know how to cause trouble. After jumping around, Sasuke used 2 more ninjutsu. By this time, he was already panting heavily, his stamina severely depleted. His legs trembled slightly, sweat soaking his clothes. But his stubborn character wouldn't allow him to concede defeat easily. Then, in front of their eyes, he reluctantly unleashed the lightning release. Lightning beast tracking Fong towards the wall. The powerful lightning release erupted instantly. A chakra in the shape of a lightning beast charged towards the wall, shaking the ground with its power. 50-50. The brat's lightning release is quite good, Shigure laughed. Kakashi glanced at Sasuke's lightning release, but remained silent, his eyes revealing a hint of approval. The wall collapsed instantly upon being struck by the lightning release, raising a cloud of dust. Sasuke, however, collapsed to the ground, lying there, gasping for breath. His face filled with unwillingness and humiliation. His eyes revealed confusion and disappointment. He could not accept the fact that he had been defeated by Yakumo once again. Yagami, upon seeing the situation, dispelled the illusion. Sasuke, noticing the illusion had been broken, lay on the ground looking at the sky, his gaze vacant as if he had lost focus. Hong proudly said, "Kakashi, my student has defeated your student again." Kakashi looked at Sasuke, softly acknowledging with a hum. Although he felt a bit regretful in his heart, he was also pleased with Sasuke's growth. Hong walked over to Yagami, smiling widely, and said, "Yagami, you did great." Yagami happily replied, "Thank you, Teacher Hong." Hong said to Shigure, "Let's go back." Shigure glanced at Sasuke, lying on the ground, and said, "All right, it's 50-50, I'm heading back first." Then, Shigure, Hong, and Yagami left Kakashi's house. Kakashi walked over to the 2 pillars, looking at Sasuke lying on the ground. "Come in and bandage your wounds." After saying that, he turned and walked inside. Sasuke tightly clenched the hand he had injured, his eyes flashing with unwillingness, then slowly got up, dragging his tired body into the house. He knew that this failure was only temporary. He would definitely become stronger, and one day, he would defeat Yagami and all those who stood in his way. Chapter 65. Asuma returns on June 10th, 57th year of Konoha. The morning sun warmly bathed the gates of Konoha village, coating this village that carried countless ninja dreams in blood with a layer of golden brilliance. Kamizuki Izumi and Gongzi Tai, dressed in Konoha ninja attire, stood straight on either side of the gate, fulfilling their duty to guard the village. Kamizuki Izumi was tall and slender, with clean-cut black short hair covering one eye. While the other deep, I was constantly watching the pedestrians coming in and out of the village. Gangzi-Tai sported his signature afro, his gaze revealing a sense of determination as he guarded the gates of Konoha alongside Kamizuki Izumi. From the initial novelty of their assignment to now, in just a month, the repetitive task of checking incoming and outgoing personnel had made them feel incredibly bored. The two occasionally yawned, their eyes filled with fatigue, mechanically repeating their inquiries and checks. Just as they were feeling utterly bored, a figure slowly approached from a distance. Kamizuki Izumi and Gangzi-Tai instantly perked up, their drooping eyelids lifting, excitement flashing in their eyes. It was Asuma. Kamizuki Izumi spoke first, his voice laced with surprise. He remembered Asuma's resolute figure as he left Konoha to serve as a guardian ninja, and now seeing him return, he felt a surge of emotions. Yes, Asuma is back. Gangzi-Tai echoed, a smile appearing on his face. Asuma was well-liked among the Konoha ninjas, and both his strength and character earned him great respect. Suddenly, images of Yugao and Shigure flashed through Kamizuki Izumi's mind. He leaned closer to Gangzi-Tai and whispered, "Do you think Asuma knows about Hong and Shigure?" Gangzi-Tai paused slightly and then shook his head. He probably doesn't know. He's been out as a guardian ninja, so he wouldn't be up to date with the news. Kamizuki Izumi raised an eyebrow and suggested, "Why don't you ask him later?" "Why don't you ask?" Gangzi-Tai shot him a glare, replying irritably. He didn't want to touch this sensitive topic. Who knew how Asuma would react to the news? Kamizuki Izumi pouted, "I don't want to know." In truth, he was aware that it was better to stay out of such matters. As Asuma approached closer, his tall and upright figure became clearer. He still wore that iconic black trench coat, with a green ninja outfit underneath, a Konoha forehead protector on his head, and an unlit cigarette in his mouth. Walking with steady and powerful steps, Kamizuki Izumi and Gangzi-Tai stepped forward simultaneously, saying in unison, "Asuma, you're back." Their voices echoed in the open gate, full of warmth. Asuma saw the two and revealed a familiar smile, nodding, "It's Izumi and Ziddy." "Yeah, just got back. When did you start guarding the gate?" His voice was deep and magnetic, making it feel very friendly. Gangzi-Tai scratched his head and answered, "About a month ago." Kamizuki Izumi looked at Asuma, curiosity in his eyes. "Came back to take a look, or—" He didn't finish his sentence, his eyes filled with questions. Asuma took a deep breath and said slowly, "I'm not going back. I've resigned for being a guardian ninja." His tone carried a hint of relief, as if he had put down a heavy burden. Gangzi-Tai, hearing this, couldn't help but exclaim, "Looks like Konoha has gained another elite Jonin." Asuma's strength was well known, and his return was undoubtedly a great asset for Konoha. Asuma slightly nodded and then asked, "Nothing has happened in Konoha, right?" He hadn't been in Konoha for a long time, and he couldn't help but worry about the situation in the village. Kamizuki Izumi and Gangzi-Tai exchanged glances, hesitation flashing in their eyes, both signaling for the other to speak first. Their small actions did not escape Asuma's eyes, and a wave of unease surged in his heart as he anxiously said, "What happened?" "Izumi, you tell me." Kamizuki Izumi, being called out by Asuma, could only awkwardly brace himself and say, "Konoha is fine, it's just that." His voice grew quieter, as if it was hard to speak. "Just what?" Asuma pressed, his brow furrowing tightly, his unease growing stronger. Kamizuki Izumi paused for a moment, biting his lip, and said, "Do you know about Hong?" Asuma's expression instantly turned grave as he anxiously said, "What happened to Hong?" He had known Yugao for a long time and had always held special feelings for her. Hearing that something might have happened to her made his heart race. Kamizuki Izumi glanced at Gangzi-Tai, as if to encourage himself, and then said, "Hong has a boyfriend now, and they're living together." Upon hearing this news, Asuma felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his whole being frozen in shock. He never expected that the person he liked was with someone else. The image of Yugao's smile, which had once made his heart flutter, now felt like a knife stabbing into his heart. Silently, he took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a deep drag amidst the swirling smoke. His gaze became somewhat hazy. "With who?" His voice was hoarse, as if squeezed out from between his teeth. Gangzi-Tai, seeing Kamizuki Izumi hesitate, spoke up, "Shigure, 18 years old, promoted to Jonin." He knew this matter couldn't be hidden, so it was better to be direct. "Is that so? Seems like he's quite strong." Asuma's tone held a hint of self-mockery. He recalled leaving Konoha to become a guardian ninja, only to return to find everything changed. Asuma looked up at Hokage Rock for a moment. Those massive statues carried the history and glory of Konoha, witnessing the joys and sorrows of countless ninjas. Then he asked the two, "Where does Shiyu live?" His gaze held a hint of determination. He wanted to meet the person who had taken away his beloved and see how Hong was doing now. Kamizuki Izumi quickly advised, "Don't be impulsive, Asuma." He was worried that Asuma might do something extreme. After all, this kind of thing was hard for anyone to accept. Asuma waved his hand and said, "I just want to see Hong." His tone was calm, but both Kamizuki Izumi and Gongzi Tai could feel the turbulence in his heart. Seeing that Asuma was resolute, Kamizuki Izumi could only say helplessly, "It's between Hokage Tower and the Uchiha clan's old site. I'll go first." After saying that, Asuma turned and walked into the village. His back appeared somewhat lonely, and the past vigor seemed to have faded significantly. Kamizuki Izumi and Gongzi Tai watched Asuma's retreating figure, filled with countless emotions. Gongzi Tai couldn't help but say, "Do you think Asuma will get into a fight with Shiyu?" His eyes were filled with worry. Asuma and Shigure were both elite ninjas of Konoha. If they fought, the consequences would be unimaginable. Kamizuki Izumi shook his head and said, "Asuma doesn't seem like the impulsive type." Although he said this, he felt uncertain inside. No one could predict such matters. Gongzi Tai then asked, "Why did Asuma leave Konoha to become a guardian ninja?" He had always been curious about this. Asuma had a good position in Konoha. Why would he leave to become a guardian ninja? Kamizuki Izumi looked in the direction Asuma had left and said, "With Hong around, they won't fight." He hoped that Hong could be the key to easing the relationship between the two. After all, they were all ninjas of Konoha. If conflicts arose over such matters, it wouldn't be good for the village. The two stood at the gate, watching Asuma's gradually fading figure, silently praying that nothing unexpected would happen. In the morning, Konoha village was basked in sunshine, with a gentle breeze blowing, the streets bustling with crowds. The villagers were busy, creating a scene of harmony. Between the Hokage building and the old Uchiha clan area, there was a courtyard surrounded by walls. This was Shigure's home. Inside the courtyard, a large training ground next to the path was empty, while the cherry blossom tree in the garden swayed gently in the wind, its petals falling softly. In the spacious hall, Shigure and Mihong were preparing to go out, chatting and laughing, creating a very pleasant atmosphere. At this moment, Asuma was walking towards this direction. He had just returned from outside, his black trench coat fluttering in the wind, with his green ninja attire faintly visible underneath. He still had an unlit cigarette in his mouth. His eyes carried a hint of fatigue, but also a sense of determination. When he stood at the entrance of Shigure's house, his mood became complicated, filled with mixed feelings. Asuma took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, and raised his hand to gently knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking was particularly clear in the quiet courtyard. Shigure and Mihong exchanged glances after hearing the sound and walked together towards the door. Mihong, while walking, tidied her black wavy long hair, the waves at the ends swaying gently with her movements, showcasing her mature and elegant demeanor. Shigure reached out to smooth his waist-length silver hair, curiosity shining in his black eyes as he wondered who was outside. When they opened the door, they saw Asuma standing there. Shigure raised his eyebrows slightly, surprise flashing in his eyes, clearly not expecting Asuma to suddenly appear here. Mihong widened her eyes, her face showing expressions of joy, and instinctively said, "Asuma, when did you come back?" Her voice was crisp and pleasant, carrying a hint of joy from a long-awaited reunion. Asuma looked at Mihong. A ripple of emotions surged in his heart, and all kinds of feelings he once had for her flooded back to him, but he still tried to maintain his calm, softly saying, "Just got back." His gaze lingered on Mihong for a moment before turning to Shigure, giving a slight nod. Shigure smiled faintly and said warmly, "Why not come in and sit for a while?" His tone seemed sincere, but inside, he was wary of Asuma's intentions, knowing the past between Asuma and Mihong. Asuma shook his head and said, "No, I just came to take a look and we'll leave." His voice was somewhat low, tinged with a sense of helplessness. His gaze fell on Mihong again, as if he wanted to deeply imprint her appearance in his mind. Mihong looked at Asuma, feeling a bit emotional since they had once been good friends, and said, "Let's find some classmates to gather sometime." Her eyes carried a hint of expectation, hoping they could all come together and chat like before. Asuma nodded slightly and replied, "Sure, I'll take my leave now." After saying this, he took a deep look at Shigure and Mihong, as if saying a final goodbye, then turned and slowly walked away. His back appeared somewhat desolate, as if much of his former vigor had faded, and each step he took felt particularly heavy, as if he bore endless worries. Shigure and Mihong stood at the door, watching Asuma's figure gradually fade away. Shigure sighed softly and said, "It seems Asuma really likes you." His tone was teasing, but there was also a sense of probing. Wanted to see Mihong's reaction. Mihong shot Shigure a glance, playfully pouting, "There are many who like me. You just don't cherish me." She feigned anger, crossing her arms over her chest, her ample figure accentuated by the white skirt with black stripes and the red long-sleeve top. Shigure quickly wrapped his arms around Mihong's waist, smiling as he said, "How can I not cherish you?" His eyes were filled with affection, trying to cheer Mihong up. Mihong twisted her body slightly, breaking free from Shigure's hold, and playfully pinched his waist, pretending to be angry in the land of soup with Lady Tsunade. Just mentioning this made her feel somewhat dissatisfied. Recalling the incident when Shigure took advantage of her drunkenness in the land of soup, she felt both angry and wronged. Upon hearing this, Shigure's face showed an awkward smile, quickly explaining, "That was in the past, right?" He tried to change the subject, not wanting to bring up that unhappy memory for Mihong. Mihong scoffed a few times, clearly unsatisfied with Shigure's explanation. She turned her head away, no longer looking at Shigure, her gaze still fixed on the direction Asuma had left. Her heart was complex. On one hand, she felt helpless and angry about Shigure's flirtations, while on the other, she was surprised and emotional about Asuma's return. Under the sunlight, Shigure and Mihong quietly stood at the door, watching Asuma gradually disappear at the end of the street, his figure becoming more and more blurred until he could no longer be seen. Chapter 66. 1 year later, 1 year later. In June of the 58th year of Konoha, Konoha village was as bustling as ever. At the market, a dazzling array of goods filled the stalls, and vendors shouted loudly, their calls intertwining. Shigure had just returned from a special escort mission. The task of escorting nobles to the fire temple for worship seemed ordinary, but was actually carefully selected by him. His only goal was to head to the route and implement his plan. When he arrived at the entrance of the route, 2 root ninjas stood there like guards emerging from the darkness, silently watching. They wore black, tight-fitting outfits. White masks concealed their faces, revealing only a pair of cold and sharp eyes, which scanned the surroundings vigilantly, missing no suspicious signs. Shigure stepped forward steadily, his expression calm, yet carrying an innate aura, and said lightly, "I need to see Danzo." His voice was deep and powerful, clearly resonating in the quiet corner, breaking the surrounding silence. One of the root ninjas, upon hearing this, shot a sharp look at Shigure, scanning him up and down, trying to find a flaw in his expression and posture. After confirming there was no obvious threat, he coldly replied, "Wait for me to report." He then turned and swiftly disappeared into the depths of the root, his movements as agile as a night-walking black panther, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The other ninja remained rooted to the spot like a pine tree entrenched in the ground, closely watching Shigure, his weapon subtly gripped in hand, ready to strike if Shigure made any suspicious moves. Shigure crossed his arms, seemingly leisurely standing in place, but in reality, he was secretly channeling chakra, extending his sensing range to the utmost, with every blade of grass and every fluctuation of airflow clearly reflecting in his mind. He was well aware that the route was a place filled with unknown dangers, where every corner might hide deadly traps. Every root ninja had undergone brutal training, fiercely loyal to Danzo and willing to go to any lengths to complete their missions. Not long after, the ninjas sent to deliver the message returned, speaking in a brief and cold tone. "Lord Danzo wants to see you." Shiyu's lips curled slightly, revealing a faint smile. He then followed the ninja into the route. As soon as he stepped inside, a suffocating and eerie atmosphere rushed at him, as if he had instantly entered a dark world isolated from the rest of society. Dim lights emitted from the walls on either side of the corridor, which did not dispel the darkness, but instead made the environment feel even more bizarre and chilling. Along the way, he occasionally saw a few similarly dressed root ninjas hurriedly passing by, their footsteps light as if they were phantoms. The presence of these ninjas constantly reminded Shiyu that this was Danzo's absolute domain. Shiyu was brought before Danzo. The office was spacious but lifeless, with a massive desk occupying the center of the room, behind which Danzo sat. His face bore that signature cold expression, one eye tightly wrapped in bandages, seemingly hiding countless unknown secrets, while the other eye coldly scrutinized Shiyu as he entered. Behind him stood 2 elite root members, their postures straight as pines, their gazes sharp as eagles, exuding an air of lethal seriousness. Danzo looked at Shiyu, his voice low and hoarse, as if it emerged from the depths of a dark abyss. "Hayabusa Shiyu, what do you want?" Shiyu calmly took 2 steps forward and said, I discovered something that is suitable for Elder Danzo to handle. Upon hearing this, a sense of pride surged within Danzo. In his mind, Shigure, instead of seeking the third Hokage, had come to him, which undoubtedly recognized his position and abilities, greatly satisfying his inflated vanity. He slightly lifted his head, asking with a hint of arrogance and pride, "What matter could lead you to me instead of the third Hokage?" Shigure secretly scoffed in his heart, while maintaining a respectful demeanor on his face. He slowly began to speak. "I escorted someone to the Fire Temple and found that the monk ninjas are rejecting a boy named Sora. After inquiring, I learned that several years ago, he went berserk and broke the ceiling iron wall of the Fire Temple, causing significant damage. I suspect he is a Jinchuriki. Even if he isn't, he is highly suspicious and deserves further investigation." As he spoke, he closely observed Danzo's expression and saw a glint of greed flash in Danzo's eyes upon hearing the word Jinchuriki. He knew his plan had succeeded halfway. Danzo's eyes immediately flashed with an unmistakable greed upon hearing the term Jinchuriki. A Jinchuriki held immense power, and if he could control one, the strength of Root would undoubtedly leap to a new level, furthering his ambition to dominate Konoha and even the entire ninja world. Realizing this, Danzo coldly replied, "I will send someone to investigate. If the information is accurate, I will reward you handsomely. You may leave now." His voice revealed a hint of urgency. Clearly captivated by the prospect of the Jinchuriki that Shigure had painted, eager to seize this powerful force for himself. He seemed to envision himself as Hokage, leading Konoha to unify the ninja world, overlooking all life, his heart filled with an endless thirst for power. Shigure feigned an expression of profound gratitude, saying, "Then I will await Elder Danzo's reward." After that, he slowly turned and left with steady steps, each one firm and powerful, as if declaring his victory to the darkness. He knew he had successfully lured Danzo into the trap he had meticulously designed. Now, he just needed to see how this drama would unfold. Danzo watched Shigure's departing figure and ordered the guards behind him, "Select elite members immediately to investigate that boy named Sora at the Fire Temple. Remember, act with utmost caution and do not let the Fire Temple discover us. Confirm whether Sora is indeed a Jinchuriki. Report to me as soon as you have concrete information." The two guards received their orders and quickly left to prepare for action. Their figures vanished into the darkness, as if they had never existed. While Danzo leaned back in his chair, lost in thought, his mind began to sketch out a beautiful blueprint for controlling the Jinchuriki. Fantasizing about the day he would become the ruler of the ninja world, his lips involuntarily curling into a greedy smile. Shigure stepped out of the root and turned back to gaze deeply at the entrance hidden in the darkness, silently thinking, "Danzo, your death is not far off." He knew that he had successfully taken the first step in his plan. The boy named Sora was entangled in the secret of creating a false Jinchuriki with the Nine-Tails chakra from Hama. Now, with Hama faking his death and using the alias K he would undoubtedly be watching Sora from the shadows. As long as Danzo's people went to investigate the Fire Temple, there would surely be a conflict with Hama. When the two forces clashed, he could reap the benefits as a bystander, completely eliminating the hidden threat that was Danzo, clearing the path for Tsunade. Upon returning home, Shigure entered the spacious hall, sat on the soft sofa, closed his eyes, and began to carefully contemplate the next steps in his plan. He needed to closely monitor the movements of the Fire Temple. Meanwhile, within the root, the selected elite ninjas had already gathered, dressed in tight black uniforms. Their white masks flickered with a cold light in the dim glow, resembling a group of messengers from hell. The leader, Hayabusa, had a stern gaze, like a lone wolf in the cold night, scanning the crowd before speaking in a low voice. "This mission has been personally ordered by Lord Danzo. It is crucial and must not be flawed in the slightest. The boy named Sora is said to possess a powerful and mysterious force. Lord Danzo wants to harness this power for Root, and our task is to uncover his background." Hayabusa spoke each word carefully. "Yes, Captain." The other 6 ninjas responded in unison, their voices low but filled with determination and loyalty. They were all dressed in black ninja outfits, their white masks obscuring their faces. These ninjas were elites selected through the brutal training and filtering of a Root, loyal to Danzo and willing to pay any price to complete their mission. After confirming that everything was ready, Hayato nodded slightly and waved his hand, causing the 7 of them to vanish into the darkness like ghosts. Their figures darted swiftly through the woods, moving agilely and silently, with the moonlight casting blurred shadows of them, as if they were a group of messengers from the dark world, about to disrupt the tranquility of the Fire Temple. They cautiously approached the Fire Temple, taking each step with extreme care, afraid of making any noise. Finally, they arrived outside the walls of the Fire Temple. Hayato looked up at the towering walls, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. He leaped lightly over the wall, and the other ninjas followed suit, moving as gracefully as falling leaves. Once inside the Fire Temple, they crouched low and slowly moved along the walls, the moonlight elongating their shadows. Resembling hunters lurking in the dark, they weaved through the corridors of the Fire Temple, avoiding patrolling monk soldiers, and finally arrived outside a plain room. Hayato peered through the window and saw a young monk ninja lying on the bed, fast asleep, his breathing steady and even, completely unaware of the impending danger. Hayato signaled to a ninja beside him, who understood and gently pushed open the door, then stealthily approached the bed. He reached out, covering the monk ninja's mouth and nose with a handkerchief soaked in a narcotic. The monk ninja struggled a few times before gradually losing consciousness and falling back into a quiet sleep. Hayato stepped forward, crouched down, and placed his hand on the monk ninja's head, focusing his mind to begin the memory-reading jutsu of the Yamashiro clan. Beads of sweat gradually appeared on his forehead, and his face showed a concentrated expression, as if engaged in a fierce battle with the monk ninja's consciousness. Time passed second by second, and a tense atmosphere filled the room, while the other ninjas remained alert, watching everything around them, ready to respond to any sudden situation. Their eyes were sharp like those of a cheetah, missing no detail, and their weapons were gripped tightly, prepared to strike at any moment. Finally, Hayato found the memory he was looking for. In the memory, Sora radiated dark red chakra, which burned like flames. Filled with a wild and destructive aura, he rampaged through the Fire Temple, destroying everything in his path with his power. The fluctuation of that chakra reminded Hayato of the Nine Tails that once ravaged the Leaf Village, equally powerful and equally terrifying. In the end, Sora erupted with dark red chakra, spreading it around, and the sealed iron wall of the Fire Temple was instantly blown to pieces. The surrounding monk ninjas fled in all directions, their terrified shouts echoing in every corner of the Fire Temple. Just as the intelligence had indicated, Sora's power was formidable. Hayato whispered, excitement flashing in his eyes. He withdrew his hand, stood up, and said to the other ninjas, "Let's check the other rooms." Subsequently, they infiltrated 2 more rooms, repeating the process of incapacitating the monk ninjas inside and allowing Hayato to read their memories. The results showed clear records of Sora's rampage and that powerful chakra, further confirming for Hayato that Sora was indeed the target they were looking for. Hayato led everyone to the outside of Sora's room, quietly pushed open the window, and looked inside. Sora was lying on the bed, fast asleep, his face calm and peaceful, a stark contrast to the rampaging figure in the earlier memory. Hayato carefully observed Sora for a moment, then whispered, "This is the mission target. He must not escape. His power will be the key to our rise in the root." The other ninjas nodded in understanding, their eyes filled with vigilance and determination, as if declaring to Sora that he was already in their sights. And no matter where he ran, he could not escape their grasp. Hayato led the group out of the Fire Temple and into the nearby woods. He turned around and said to the 6 ninjas in front of him, "3 of you stay to monitor Sora. Remember, keep a close eye on his every move. The other 3 come with me back to the Leaf Village to report our findings to Lord Danzo." His voice was firm and decisive, leaving no room for doubt. Upon receiving the order, 3 ninjas quickly dispersed, hiding in the woods outside the Fire Temple, choosing several concealed positions to wait quietly. Their gazes were fixed on the direction of the Fire Temple, as if anticipating an approaching storm. Meanwhile, Hayato, along with the other 3 ninjas, turned and rushed towards the Leaf Village. Their figures darted swiftly through the woods, the leaves rustling under their speed. The moonlight illuminated their path as they moved. The 3 ninjas left outside the Fire Temple remained hidden in the shadows of the trees, quietly watching the Fire Temple. Hayato led his 3 companions, moving quickly in the night. Their figures flitted through the mountains and forests like ghosts, with moonlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves and casting mottled shadows on them. As the outline of the Leaf Village gradually came into view, a sense of accomplishment surged within Hayato. He knew that the Roots investigation mission had successfully taken a crucial step, and the next move depended on how Lord Danzo would decide. Chapter 67. The Fake Nine Tails Jinchuriki. In June of the 58th year of the Leaf Village, The village gradually awakened under the gentle sunlight of the morning. On the streets, vendors began to set up their stalls, fresh fruits and vegetables gleaming enticingly. Children laughed and played, their spirited voices rising and falling amidst the crowd. However, in a hidden corner of the village, a place shrouded in darkness and mystery, the root stood in stark contrast to this peace. Hayato, accompanied by 3 root ninjas, returned quietly to the base after completing their secret mission, their slightly weary bodies moving like shadows, seemingly blending into the darkness. Along the way, no one spoke. Only the hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor. Upon returning to the base, Hayato raised his hand to signal the 3 ninjas to rest, while he took a deep breath and straightened his somewhat disheveled clothing. His gaze radiated determination and loyalty. As Danzo's trusted aide, he understood the importance of reporting the intelligence to Danzo. He then walked steadily toward Danzo's office area. Arriving at the closed door, Hayato paused, raised his hand, and knocked on the door, his voice steady and strong. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. A low, hoarse voice came from inside the door. Hayato pushed the door open, knelt on one knee, his movements smooth and swift, demonstrating his absolute loyalty and obedience to Danzo. He leaned slightly forward, his head bowed, his gaze fixed on the floor, not daring to meet Danzo's eyes. Lord Danzo, I have investigated the situation regarding Sora. Hayato raised his head, his gaze fixed firmly on the floor, not daring to show any slackness. After reading the memories of the monk ninjas from the Fire Temple, he learned that Sora had rampaged in the Fire Temple several years ago, covered in dark red chakra, which was very similar to the chakra of the Nine Tails on the night of the Nine Tails attack. In the end, that dark red chakra even shattered the solid ceiling iron wall. Upon hearing this, Danzo's half-closed eyes suddenly widened, a flicker of barely concealed excitement flashing in them. That glimmer was like a starving wolf in the dark spotting its prey, filled with greed and ambition. He slowly sat up straight, crossed his hands over his chest, and fell into a brief contemplation. The room was silent. Only Danzo's heavy breathing could be heard, as if building up some kind of power. Very good. After a long moment, Danzo said in a low voice, a hint of subtle satisfaction in his tone. He waved his hand, signaling for Hayato to withdraw. Hayato complied, quickly rising and turning to leave. His movements were clean and swift, making not a single unnecessary sound. Danzo leaned back in his chair, a hint of self-satisfaction visible on his face. He never expected that what Shigure had said about Sora was actually true. Reflecting on Shigure, Danzo quietly pondered that it seemed Shigure agreed with his philosophy. Once he successfully ascended to the position of Hokage, he would definitely promote this young man. After all, Shigure excelled in water release and earth release, possessing outstanding abilities in ninjutsu. Such talent would undoubtedly be of great use in the future. Komin, Danzo suddenly spoke, his voice echoing in the empty room, carrying an undeniable authority. 2 guards emerged from the shadows, their figures appearing silently before Danzo like phantoms. Give the water release. Heaven's weeping scroll to Shigure and tell him he did well, Danzo said, his tone flat yet filled with the pressure of a superior. Yes. The 2 guards replied in unison, their voices cold and mechanical, as if emanating from lifeless puppets. One of the guards then turned and quickly left to carry out Danzo's orders, his steps firm and swift, leaving a dark afterimage in the dim corridor. In the root corridor, the sound of the guard's footsteps echoed in the silent space. His face bore no excess expression, only a sense of coldness and focus. Before long, the guard obtained the water release, Heaven's weeping scroll, and exited the root base, heading towards Shigure's home. Along the way, his gaze vigilantly scanned the surroundings. Though he was within the confines of Konoha, as a member of Root, his alertness was ingrained in his very being, always on guard against any potential danger. His figure swiftly darted through the streets like an agile Black Panther, skillfully avoiding the crowd without drawing anyone's attention. At that moment, Shigure was practicing in his yard at home. Suddenly, a knock on the door broke the tranquility of the yard. Shigure paused his movements, frowning slightly. Secretly guessing who the visitor might be, he slowly walked toward the door, each step steady and powerful, exuding a unique aura. When he opened the door and saw the Root ninja standing there, he instantly understood everything. He knew that Danzo had investigated the matter of Sora, and the arrival of this Root ninja must be related to it. The Root guard, upon seeing Shigure, said no unnecessary words and directly handed him a scroll, coldly stating, "This is from Lord Danzo. He said you did well." After speaking, he turned to leave, his movements swift and decisive, giving Shigure no chance to ask questions. Shigure took the scroll, and after opening it to glance at the water release, heavens weeping, he thought to himself, Danzo is quite generous. Holding the ninjutsu scroll, Shigure quietly stood at the doorstep, watching the retreating figure of the root ninja until he disappeared around the corner of the street. On the morning of June in the 58th year of Konoha, just as dawn was breaking, a chilling atmosphere had already enveloped the root base in Konoha. Danzo, the actual controller of root in Konoha, was early in the center of the base's hall. His gaze revealed coldness and determination. In front of him stood 20 elite root ninjas, each with a stern expression, wearing specially made masks that revealed only their sharp eyes. Their bodies leaned slightly forward, like cheetahs poised to pounce, ready to obey Danzo's orders and rush into battle. Their attire was uniformly black, simple yet efficient, with their ninja tool pouches subtly swaying, producing faint metallic clinks. Danzo slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping over each ninja, as if assessing their loyalty and capabilities. After a moment, his deep and hoarse voice resonated in the hall. Today, we are heading to the Temple of Fire with the objective to capture the false nine-tails Jinchuriki, Sora. This mission must succeed. Failure is not an option. His voice was devoid of any emotional fluctuations, like a cold stone crashing to the ground. The ninjas made no sound, simply nodding in unison, their movements clean and decisive, with no extraneous actions. Then, under Danzo's lead, they filed out of the root base. Their figures appeared particularly elongated in the morning light, resembling a group of messengers from the darkness. Along the way, the ninjas maintained a high level of vigilance, their steps light and swift, making almost no sound. They weaved through the trees like a flock of black ghosts, leaving only the faint rustling of leaves in their wake. By noon, the scorching sun filtered through the dense foliage, casting dappled shadows. Danzo and his group hurriedly arrived at the woods outside the Temple of Fire. The towering trees formed a natural barrier. Danzo raised his hand to signal everyone to stop and rest. The ninjas quickly dispersed, occupying advantageous positions. Some climbed onto tree trunks, while others hid in bushes, their eyes alertly observing the surroundings. Before long, 3 root ninjas responsible for monitoring Sora swiftly approached Danzo. They knelt on one knee, and one of the ninjas respectfully reported, Lord Danzo, Sora is still at the Temple of Fire. Everything is normal. Danzo nodded slightly, his expression unchanged. After resting for a moment, Danzo stood up and led everyone toward the Temple of Fire. Their steps were steady and firm, as if they were not heading into battle, but embarking on an ordinary journey. Before long, they arrived in front of the Temple of Fire. The temple was nestled among green mountains and clear waters, its grand architecture imposing. The temple's gates were tightly shut, and the guarding monk sensed the sudden appearance of the group, his expression immediately tense. He quickly turned and ran back inside to report. Moments later, Jiraku emerged with a group of monks from the temple. Jiraku was a high monk at the Temple of Fire, dressed in solemn monk robes. He bore an air of authority, his eyes revealing determination and confidence. Behind him, a group of monks stood in formation, gripping weapons tightly, their eyes warily watching the approaching enemies. Jiraku saw Danzo and felt an ominous premonition swell within him. He stepped forward, fixing his gaze on Danzo, and loudly asked, Danzo, what are you doing bringing people to the Temple of Fire? Danzo coldly regarded Jiraku, a smirk of derision curling at the corners of his mouth. Hand over the false nine-tails Jinchuriki, Sora. His voice was succinct and frigid, leaving no room for negotiation. Jiraku's expression changed, and he scoffed. Danzo, the Temple of Fire is not a place you can rampage at will. Sora is our disciple, and we will never hand him over. His voice was filled with anger and resolve, as if declaring his determination to Danzo. A glint of cold light flickered in Danzo's eyes as he coldly stated, I wouldn't have come without evidence. If you do not hand over Sora, I will flatten the Temple of Fire. Jiraku understood that a battle was now inevitable. He quickly took a step back, formed hand seals, and shouted, prepare for battle. His voice barely fell when the monks behind him quickly assembled into a defensive formation. Seeing this, Danzo wasted no time. He waved his hand for the root ninjas to surround them. Instantly, 20 root ninjas dispersed like phantoms, encircling Jiraku and the monks. Their bodies crouched slightly, weapons glinting coldly, ready to strike at any moment. Attack! Danzo commanded, and the root members charged toward the monks and Jiraku. Their speed was astonishing, like a streak of black lightning. Jiraku gazed at the incoming root ninjas, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. He quickly formed hand seals and shouted, welcome, 1,000 hands kill. In an instant, A dazzling golden light erupted from behind Jiraku, and a 20-meter-tall, golden thousand-handed cannon appeared before the root ninjas. The body of the thousand-handed guanin exudes a powerful aura, as if it were a war god descending from the heavens. It swings its massive fists and strikes fiercely at the root ninjas. Bang, 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 with several loud crashes. A few root ninjas are instantly hit dozens of times, their bodies crashing to the ground like kites with broken strings, falling heavily dozens of meters away, lifeless. The other monk ninjas, faced with the assassination skills of the root ninjas, also find themselves in a bitter struggle. A few monk ninjas with talent from the Sage clan use the thousand-handed kill against the root ninjas. Although the thousand-handed guanin they summon is only 2 to 3 meters tall, they still engage in a fierce battle with the root ninjas. The other monk ninjas, lacking the talent of the Sage clan, can only use chakra-formed fists to fight against the root ninjas. However, under the attacks from the root ninjas, they are instantly heavily injured, with 7 or 8 dying in a single encounter. Di-Lu controls the thousand-handed guanin, but cannot move his body. Watching the monk ninjas continuously die, he feels an intense urgency in his heart. Sweat beads cover his forehead as he tries to control the thousand-handed guanin to protect his disciples. Tuanzong, seeing the immense power of Di-Lu's thousand-handed guanin as it swiftly takes down several of his subordinates, flashes a hint of anger in his eyes. He quickly forms hand seals and shouts, "Wind release, vacuum sphere." Instantly, a barrage of air bullets is shot from Tuanzang's hand, like cannonballs, rushing towards Di-Lu. Upon seeing this, Di-Lu immediately commands the thousand-handed guanin's fist to strike at the vacuum sphere. Bang, bang, bang. A series of violent impacts ensues as the thousand-handed guanin's fists extinguish the vacuum sphere one by one. Seeing that the vacuum sphere has no effect, Tuanzang's expression darkens further. He forms hand seals again, and this time uses wind release. Vacuum Great Sphere. A giant air cannon flies from his hand, carrying a powerful airflow, charging towards the thousand-handed guanin. Di-Lu controls the fists of the thousand-handed guanin to strike at the Vacuum Great Sphere. But the enormous Vacuum Great Sphere has an extensive coverage area, directly enveloping the thousand-handed guanin within. Boom! A loud explosion occurs as the thousand-handed guanin is shattered. And Di-Lu is also hit, instantly flying backward and crashing heavily onto the steps in front of the fire temple. He spits out a mouthful of blood, his body collapsing weakly on the ground, unable to stand up. At this moment, a gray-haired boy of about 12 or 13 runs out from the temple. His face is filled with anxiety and worry as he quickly reaches Di-Lu's side, crouching down and nervously looking at him. "Lord Di-Lu, are you all right?" His voice trembles slightly, revealing his concern. Di-Lu looks at the boy, his heart tightening, and shouts loudly, "Get back." However, it is already too late. From the moment the gray-haired boy ran out, Tuanzong knew he was Ku. A glint of greed flashed in his eyes as he shouted loudly, "Catch him!" Instantly, the root ninjas abandon their opponents and rush towards Ku like a pack of hungry wolves. Ku, startled by the sudden appearance of the ninjas, swings his fists in an attempt to resist. However, his strength is far too weak against these trained root ninjas. 2 root ninjas quickly grab his arms, one using the binding curse seal on him to restrain his movements, while the other seals his chakra with a sealing technique. Di-Lu can only watch helplessly as everything unfolds, his heart filled with anger and helplessness. He struggles to stand up, but finds that his body is already immobile. The root ninjas take Ku and use body flicker technique to appear behind Tuanzong. The other root ninjas also emerge behind Tuanzong, their faces expressionless, as if everything that just occurred had nothing to do with them. The monk ninjas quickly rush to Di-Lu's side and help him up. Di-Lu looks at Tuanzong, his eyes filled with hatred, and loudly states, "Tuanzong, I will report your actions today to the 3rd Hokage." Tuanzong coldly glances at Di-Lu, a slight smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth, revealing a hint of disdain. "The 9 tails belong to Konoha. Even Hiruzen won't do anything to me." After saying this, he looks at the dead root ninja and tells the people beside him, "Clean it up." Then he says to the others, "Let's go." Afterward, Tuanzong leads his people away. The root ninjas, collecting the bodies of their fallen comrades, quickly seal them into sealing scrolls and hurry to catch up with Tuanzong. Di-Lu and the monk ninjas can only watch helplessly as Tuanzong leaves, their eyes filled with helplessness and anger. Tuanzong and his group move swiftly and soon appear in a forest over 20 kilometers away from the fire temple. The trees here are equally dense, and sunlight filters through the leaves, casting patches of light on the ground. Tuanzong raises his hand to signal everyone to stop and rest, and the ninjas quickly scatter to take a break. Chapter 68. Kill Tuanzong on an afternoon in June of the 58th year of Konoha. The scorching sun penetrates the dense foliage, casting mottled shadows in the forest over 20 kilometers from the fire temple. A gentle breeze rustles the leaves, adding a touch of vitality to this tranquil forest. However, within this seemingly peaceful woods, a thrilling confrontation is quietly unfolding. Tuanzong and his 15 elite root ninjas are spread out in a clearing of the forest. These root ninjas wear identical black, tight-fitting outfits, their faces obscured by specially made masks, revealing only pairs of cold eyes that shine like chilling stars, radiating a murderous aura. They're like trained night hunters, silent yet full of threat. Tuanzong stands in the center of the group, his black cloak billowing slightly in the wind, and the half of his face wrapped in bandages appears especially somber in the shadows. His gaze is cold and stern, and as he surveys his subordinates, a hint of barely perceptible sorrow flashes in his eyes. The fierce battle at the Fire Temple has cost them 8 elite members, all of whom he had painstakingly cultivated to execute various confidential tasks for him in the shadows. The loss stings even the usually ruthless Tuanzong. However, when his gaze falls on Kuu, who is sealed nearby, that sorrowful expression is instantly replaced by greed and determination. Kuu, the pseudo-nine-tails Jinchuriki, is key for Tuanzong to realize his ambition of becoming Hokage. With this thought, Tuanzong sneers coldly in his heart, deeming the previous sacrifices worthwhile. I cannot let this kid slip from my hands. Tuanzong mutters to himself in a low, chilling voice, as if it were coming from the depths of hell. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Jiang Tu and his subordinates, Bu Feng, Bu Yuan, and Bu Dong, are carefully lurking. Jiang Tu's brows are tightly furrowed, his expression grave as if he could wring water from it. He is well aware of the difficulty and urgency of this operation. If Kuu is taken back to Konoha by Tuanzong, the consequences will be unimaginable, and their plans will be completely ruined. Bu Feng sukutsbeside viang tu. A hint of hesitation and worry on his face, quietly asking, do we really have to take action? Tuanzong and his subordinates are not easy to deal with. Jiang Tu turns his head, his gaze as firm as iron, and without hesitation says, we must act. Without Kuu, how can we attack Konoha? We absolutely cannot let Tuanzong succeed. Bu Yuan looks at Tuanzong's powerful formation in the distance, feeling a bit intimidated, but Tuanzong has so many subordinates. How can we defeat them? Jiang Tu thinks for a moment, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Use the small-scale Thunder Dream technique. As long as we seize the opportunity, we can eliminate them instantly. Bu Feng quickly reminds him, but that would also put Kuu at risk of being killed, right? Jiang Tu grits his teeth, his face showing determination. Even if Kuu dies, we cannot let Tuanzong take him away. With that, Jiang Tu no longer hesitates and swiftly forms hand seals. In an instant, a surge of yellow light erupts from the ground, and amidst the flickering light, the Thunder Four, Beijing, Chengma, Xingdo, and Dongyu slowly rise from underground. These 4 are powerful ninjas resurrected by Jiang Tu through Earth Release, Rebirth Technique, and their appearance fills Bu Feng, Bu Yuan, and Bu Dong with a glimmer of hope. Jiang Tu controlled Beijing, Chengma, and Dongyu to quietly move in 3 directions centered around Tuanzong and his group. The figures of Beijing, Chengma, and Dongyu vanished into the woods like phantoms. Meanwhile, Xingdo was arranged to stand by in front of Jiang Tu. Jiang Tu said to Bu Feng, Bu Yuan, and Bu Dong, each of you protect one. Ensure they can successfully use Thunder Dream Thunderman. This is our only chance. We must succeed, and failure is not an option. The 3 responded in unison, yes. Their voices were low but filled with determination. Bu Feng immediately followed Beijing and quietly left. Bu Yuan closely followed Chengma, and Bu Dong disappeared into the depths of the woods with Dongyu. At this moment, Tuanzong and his group seemed unaware of the imminent danger. After a brief rest, they prepared to continue on their way, taking Kei back to Konoha. However, just as they stood up, the atmosphere around them suddenly turned eerie. White lightning began to gather in the sky, thickening rapidly, flickering and jumping, producing a deep rumbling sound. Tuanzong was startled. With years of experience in the dark, he instantly realized this was a sign of the enemy launching a ninjutsu. Not good, it's a trap. Tuanzong shouted, quickly scanning the surroundings to try to locate the enemy's presence. But before he could react, the power of the lightning grew stronger, and the rumbling from the clouds became more urgent, as if a cataclysmic disaster was about to descend. Tuanzo recognized the urgency of the situation and decisively shouted, "Take K and get out of here. Hurry." As soon as he spoke, the root ninjas sprang into action. One ninja quickly threw K over his shoulder, while the others tightly protected Tuanzo in the middle, desperately fleeing toward the edge of the lightning range. Their movements were synchronized and coordinated, showcasing the high combat quality of root ninjas and their absolute loyalty to Tuanzo. Jiang and the others were closely monitoring Tuanzo's movements. Seeing them attempting to escape, Budong immediately formed hand seals and shouted, "Earth release, changing of the world." With a shout, the surrounding terrain began to change dramatically. The originally flat ground suddenly rose, forming thick walls that completely blocked Tuanzo and the others' escape route. These walls were like an indestructible fortress, trapping Tuanzo and his group in a desperate situation. Tuanzo looked at the suddenly appeared walls in frustration. He knew they could not delay any longer, otherwise. Once the lightning ninjutsu was activated, their lives would be at risk. Thus, he shouted to his subordinates, "Use ninjutsu to break through. Leave no room for error." In an instant, numerous root ninjas unleashed their ninjutsu. Flames of fire release, torrents of water release, howling winds of wind release, and heavy rocks of earth release intertwined, bombarding the walls. The powerful force distorted the surrounding air, uprooting trees and tearing the ground apart, creating massive ravines. Under the attack of the ninjutsu, cracks began to appear in the walls, and as the cracks widened, the walls ultimately collapsed with a loud crash. Tuanzo and the others seized the opportunity to continue breaking through. Just as they were about to break through the wall's obstruction, Tuanzo finally spotted the enemy in the distance. His gaze fell on Budong, and a flicker of killing intent flashed in his eyes. He quickly formed hand seals and shouted, "Wind release. Vacuum great sphere." A massive wind sphere instantly formed and rushed toward Budong. This vacuum great sphere contained tremendous wind power, flattening everything in its path. Budong tried to dodge, but was too late. The giant vacuum great sphere struck him hard, the immense impact tearing his body apart. Budong didn't even have time to scream before he turned into a rain of blood scattered all over the ground. His body fragments were swept away by the fierce wind, as if he had never existed in this world. Tuanzo and the others quickened their pace. However, at this moment, the Thunder Dream Thunderman above them was ready. The lightning gathering in the sky resembled an enraged white dragon, descending with claws bared, turning a radius of 500 meters around the Thunder Dream Thunderman into a terrifying lightning field. Countless bolts of lightning violently struck everything around, instantly igniting trees into ashes, riddling the ground with holes, and melting the soil into a glass-like substance due to the high temperature. Tuanzo and the others desperately ran, trying to escape this death zone. Their figures appeared so small and helpless in the reflection of the lightning, as if they could be swallowed by this immense power at any moment. The overwhelming lightning, carrying the momentum of destruction, ruthlessly descended upon them. Tuanzo watched helplessly as his elite root members fell one by one in the lightning. Kei also perished in this disaster. A strong current pierced through his body, and his consciousness faded at that moment, his life nearing its end. But just at the edge of death, Tuanzo quickly activated a Mangeki Sharingan on his right hand, invoking Izanagi. In an instant, time seemed to rewind. Miraculously, after the lightning strike, he resurrected and stood up from that death zone. He gasped for breath, feeling the reality of being reborn, filled with both relief for surviving and overwhelming hatred for the enemy. The powerful attack of the Thunder Dream Thunderman created a large pit in the ground over a radius of 500 meters, with the soil inside turned into a glass-like substance, surrounded by swirling smoke that lingered. Jiang, Bufeng, and Buyuan appeared at the edge of the pit, their expressions solemn as they looked at the apocalyptic scene before them. Bufeng broke the silence, sounding somewhat lucky. "Budong is dead. Kei, and Tuanzo should be dead too, right?" Amidst the swirling smoke, Tuanzo quickly adjusted his state. He knew he had to remain calm at this moment. He concealed himself in the smoke, secretly observing the movements outside. Hearing Bufeng's voice, "Budong is dead. Kei, and Tuanzo should be dead too, right?" Tuanzo sneered inwardly, thinking, "These fools, how could I die so easily?" He quietly gathered chakra, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. As soon as he finished speaking, Tuanzo seized the moment, rapidly forming hand seals, and dozens of air bullets shot out from the smoke, sweeping toward Bufeng, Buyuan, and Jiang like dense bullets. Following that, a giant air cannon roared forth, a culmination of his wind release. Vacuum Sphere and Wind Release. Vacuum Great Sphere. Jiangtu remained highly vigilant. With his agile skills and rich combat experience, he narrowly dodged the air bullets. Unfortunately, Bufeng and Buyuan were hit by the air bullets, their bodies pierced, blood instantly staining their clothes. Immediately afterward, they were torn apart by the Vacuum Great Sphere, resulting in a horrific scene. Bufeng's body shattered under the powerful impact, while Buyuan's eyes still held a hint of fear and unwillingness as he was swept into this bloody storm. The two disappeared in an instant, leaving behind a bloody scene and Jiangtu's terrified gaze. Jiangtu was hit by the Vacuum Great Sphere and fell to the ground. He struggled to stand up, glancing at the blood rain that Bufeng and Buyuan had turned into, filled with shock and fear. But there was no time for him to think too much. His gaze was fixed tightly on the pit. Then, Tuanzo somewhat disheveledly rushed out of the pit and stood in front of Jiangtu. Repeatedly using ninjutsu and activating his Enaji had left Tuanzo's chakra somewhat depleted, and his breath had become chaotic. At this moment, Tuanzo had already unsealed the seal on his right hand, revealing 10 Mangeki Sharingan, one of which was closed, the price he paid for activating his Enaji. These Sharingan shimmered with a cold light under the sunlight, resembling the eyes of a demon from hell. Tuanzo glared fiercely at Jiangtu, filled with anger and unwillingness. Kei was dead, and the elite root members he brought were all dead, which completely ruined his plan, and the loss of the elite root members had dealt a heavy blow to Root. He gritted his teeth and said, "You're dead for sure." Every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth, filled with a strong intent to kill. Jiangtu looked at the many Sharingan in Danzo's hands, and a wave of intense fear surged in his heart. Hearing Danzo's words, he instantly turned around and fled without hesitation. He knew that he was no match for Danzo at this moment. Staying would only lead to certain death. Only by escaping could he have a glimmer of hope. Danzo saw this and immediately gave chase. As he pursued, he watched Jiangtu desperately fleeing in front of him and unleashed Wind Release, Vacuum Bullet. Jiangtu clumsily dodged, weaving between trees, branches tearing at his clothes and skin, blood oozing from his wounds. But he couldn't care less about the pain. His mind was solely focused on one thought: to survive, to escape. Danzo, meanwhile, continued to attack with Wind Release, Vacuum Bullet. Before long, Jiangtu was shot through the arm by a vacuum bullet, blood gushing out and staining his sleeves red. But Jiangtu dared not stop. He gritted his teeth and desperately fled, using the tall trees to evade the vacuum bullet attacks. He jumped between branches like a wounded monkey, quick in movement, yet somewhat frantic. Danzo was not in a good state either. He was slightly out of breath. Continuously using ninjutsu had depleted most of his chakra, and the Sharingan and Hashirama cells in his right hand began to show signs of instability, making him wary. He could feel sharp pain radiating from his right hand, as if countless ants were gnawing at his nerves. Jiangtu, on the other hand, was in even worse condition. He was breathing heavily. Each breath felt like it was tearing at his lungs, and he had to constantly be alert to Danzo's attacks from behind, which left him utterly exhausted. His stamina was rapidly depleting, his steps growing heavier, but he still did not give up, holding on to a firm belief to survive. Danzo knew he couldn't continue like this. He chased after Jiangtu, took a deep breath, and quickly formed the hand seals to unleash Wind Release, Vacuum Bullet. Dozens of air bullets covered Jiangtu, who was caught off guard, and several vacuum bullets pierced through his body, causing him to crash heavily to the ground. His body rolled several times on the ground before finally coming to a stop, blood gushing from various wounds and staining the surrounding earth a dark red. Danzo landed not far away and quickly took out several shurikens, launching them at Jiangtu. The shurikens whistled sharply as they struck Jiangtu hard. The attacks from the vacuum bullets and shurikens left Jiangtu bleeding profusely, his life force dwindling. Lying on the ground, his eyes filled with despair. He knew he had reached the end of his life. Seeing that his enemy seemed to be dead and could no longer hold on, Danzo sat down heavily on the ground. He gripped his right hand with his left as the Sharingan and Hashirama cells in his right hand began to clash, causing him immense pain. A twisted expression appeared on his face, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and his body trembled slightly. Just when Danzo thought everything was over, suddenly, 2 golden chakra chains shot out of the ground without warning. The chains coiled around him like 2 agile pythons, binding him tightly. This sudden turn of events left Danzo in shock. His chakra was instantly sealed, and he could not mobilize it. The golden chains continued to emerge until they bound him completely, stopping just above his neck. Danzo was terrified, his eyes wide open as he stared at the golden chains. an endless despair rising in his heart because he recognized this as the Vortex clan's adamantine sealing chains, which could even restrain the Nine Tails. How could this be possible? Danzo roared in fear, trying to struggle, but the chains tightened around him. Various thoughts flashed through his mind, but he could find no way to escape. Suddenly, a high-pressure jet of water appeared in the distance. The water column struck like a silver lightning bolt, instantly severing Danzo's neck. His head flew off, and his body lost support. Blood gushed from his neck, creating a gruesome scene. Immediately afterward, the adamantine sealing chains dragged Danzo's body hundreds of meters away. There, his body began to uncontrollably spray blood around him. His four-symbol seal was triggered, and blood rapidly formed a massive sphere with a diameter of hundreds of meters centered around him. This spherical force was tremendous, slowly absorbing everything within it, including Danzo's corpse and the ground below, as if nothing had ever existed there. Shigure and Kane emerged from the nearby woods, their faces bearing victorious smiles. A hint of pride shone in Shigure's eyes. He knew his plan had succeeded. Kane appeared more composed, her gaze revealing admiration and trust toward Shigure. Shigure and Kane walked up to Danzo's head. She reached out and carefully removed Danzo's right eye, which was Shusui's Konoha Mitsukami, worth its weight in gold. He placed the eye in a glass vial filled with nutrient liquid, then carefully sealed it in a sealing scroll. After finishing this, he took another sealing scroll and sealed Danzo's head along with Jiang too. Looking at the sealed scroll, she let out a sigh of relief, saying, "Danzo is finally dead. All the plotting and waiting have finally paid off." His voice carried a hint of relief and satisfaction. Kane reminded him from the side, "Quickly clean up the traces. Don't leave any trouble behind." She was always so meticulous and thorough in her considerations. Her voice was gentle yet firm, providing a sense of reassurance. She nodded, saying Then, the two began to swiftly clean up the traces at the scene. They covered the blood on the ground, filled in the pits left from the battle, and cleared away any items that could expose their whereabouts. She used earth-release ninjutsu to restore the damaged land to its original state, while Kane employed water-release ninjutsu to wash away the remaining bloodstains. The two worked in perfect harmony, and soon, the scene returned to calmness, as if nothing had ever happened. After completing all of this, Shigure and Kane took one last look at the gradually calming woods before turning around and slowly disappearing deep into the forest. Their figures appeared particularly small under the sunlight, but they knew that Danzo's death would stir up a wave in Konoha. Chapter 69. The death of Danzo in June of the 58th year of Konoha. The summer heat slightly retreated in the evening. In the Hokage office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat at a desk piled high with documents. His expression calm, but unable to hide his fatigue. His gaze swept over the official documents on the desk, but his thoughts drifted away, although the village seemed peaceful recently. He always had a premonition of an impending storm. Suddenly, a member of the Umbu appeared at the door like a ghost, kneeling on one knee to report. "Hokage-sama, there is an unusual situation at the root. Many root ninjas are hurriedly gathering at the root, and their behavior is very abnormal." Upon hearing this, the third Hokage abruptly halted his pen, his eyes sharpening instantly. "Is this really happening? Stay vigilant and report any new developments immediately." Meanwhile, in the root's main hall, the atmosphere was as heavy as the silence before storm. A root ninja, face pale with terror, shouted with a trembling voice, "The tongue curse seal has disappeared." This statement was like a heavy bomb, instantly stirring up a storm among the crowd. Another ninja, with disbelief written all over his face, shouted angrily, "Impossible! Lord Danzo took the elite to the Temple of Fire. How could anything happen? This seal must have encountered some kind of error." But the facts were right before them, and more root ninjas realized the seal's disappearance. Having been brainwashed by Danzo since childhood, they were absolutely loyal to him. Now, with their mental pillar abruptly collapsing, they fell into great confusion and panic. In the hall, some stood frozen in place, their eyes vacant. Others anxiously paced back and forth, trying to find answers. But it was all in vain. On the streets of Konoha, those root ninjas who usually hid in the shadows now appeared one after another. Their footsteps hurried and their expressions frantic as they rushed toward the root. Their unusual behavior immediately attracted the attention of some sharp-eyed Jonin. "Look, those are root members, right? Why are they so flustered?" One Jonin furrowed his brow and said to his companion in confusion. His gaze revealed vigilance. As an elite ninja of Konoha, he was well aware of the mystery and danger surrounding Root. Such a large-scale abnormal action must signify that something big is about to happen. His companion shook his head, his expression equally grave. I don't know, but something serious must be going on. Root has always acted secretly, and this time they're gathering so openly. It's probably not simple. The two exchanged glances and saw concern in each other's eyes. They stopped what they were doing and closely monitored the movements of the Root ninjas, secretly speculating about the impending storm. Meanwhile, the Umbu had already gone on full alert. The Umbu captain's expression was stern as he quickly made arrangements. Some of you continue to track the Root ninjas and report back at any time. The rest follow me to intercept a few and find out what's going on. After saying this, he led several Umbu members, darting across the rooftops like black lightning, and soon intercepted a Root ninja. What is happening? Why the hurried gathering? The Umbu captain asked sharply. The Root ninja merely glanced at them coldly, remaining silent and continuing on his way. Seeing this, the Umbu captain's eyes narrowed, signaling his subordinates to capture him. In an instant, 3 Umbu members appeared like phantoms, firmly controlling the Root ninja. The Root ninja did not resist, as if he had lost his soul, allowing them to handle him. The Umbu captain then began to interrogate him, but the Root ninja kept his jaw clenched, unwilling to reveal a single word. Knowing the seriousness of the situation, the captain had 2 more Root ninjas captured, but still obtained no information. Left with no choice, he could only take the 3 Root ninjas quickly to the Hokage's office. Inside the Hokage's office, the 3rd Hokage was anxiously awaiting news. The Umbu captain entered with the 3 Root ninjas and knelt on one knee to report. Hokage-sama, we have captured 3 Root ninjas, but no matter how we interrogate them, they refuse to speak. As he spoke, his subordinates brought the Root ninjas before the 3rd Hokage. The 3rd Hokage stood up, his gaze sharp as he looked at the 3 Root ninjas and asked sternly, what happened in Root? Where's Danzo? The 3 ninjas lowered their heads, remaining silent, the atmosphere so oppressive it was hard to breathe. After a long while, one of the ninjas slowly raised his head, confusion and disbelief in his eyes, and said, the curse mark of tongue's sealing has disappeared. Hearing this, the 3rd Hokage's whole body jolted, almost dropping his pipe. He understood well what the disappearance of this mark meant. Either Danzo had been removed from power, or he was dead. All of your marks have disappeared? The 3rd Hokage confirmed again, his voice carrying an unmistakable shock. He never expected that Danzo, who had stood alongside him in the shadows for years, often opposing him, could have left just like that. After a brief silence, the 3rd Hokage quickly made a decision. Immediately assemble all Umbu members. Follow me to Root. We must maintain order and not let the situation worsen. The Umbu captain complied and disappeared in an instant to execute the order. At this moment, Konoha's elite ninjas also sensed something unusual. Kakashi and Might Guy stood on a rooftop, looking towards the direction of Root. Guy, as energetic as ever, excitedly patted Kakashi on the shoulder and said, Kakashi, what do you think is happening in Root? Such a commotion really piques my curiosity. Kakashi, with his hands in his pockets, still appeared lazy, and through the gap in his forehead protector, he calmly said, I don't know. Let us just watch for now. Root's actions this time are strange. We shouldn't act hastily. In fact, he was also filled with doubt, faintly sensing that the village was about to face a huge upheaval. Sunset Red and Mitarashi Anko stood on another rooftop. Anko looked anxious and said loudly, Red, what do you think that guy Danzo is up to? This sudden commotion, could it be another plot? Red shook her head helplessly. How would I know? Who can guess Danzo's thoughts? He always acts mysteriously. I don't know what he has planning this time. Anko's eyes turned, and she suddenly suggested, how about I go buy some drinks and snacks? We can watch this show while we drink. Maybe we can figure something out. Red hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded. All right, you go quickly and come back fast. Don't drink too much. If something happens, we still need to respond. Thus, Anko dashed down the stairs like a gust of wind, heading toward the tavern. Her figure swiftly weaving through the streets, drawing the attention of passers-by. The clan leaders of the Hyuga, Inuzuka, and Aburame clans, along with other ninja clan leaders, also appeared, standing in different positions, quietly observing the actions of the 3rd Hokage and the Umbu. Hyuga Hayashi's expression was stern, arms crossed, seriously watching the developments as if declaring to everyone that the Hyuga clan was prepared for anything. The leaders of the Inuzuka, Aburame, and Yamanaka clans huddled together, whispering, their faces filled with concern. The 3rd Hokage quickly arrived at the entrance of Root with dozens of Umbu members. He looked up at the tightly closed door, took a deep breath, and then pushed it open. The Umbu members closely followed, dressed in black uniforms and wearing masks that revealed only their vigilant eyes. The atmosphere tense to the point of suffocation. Seeing the third Hokage and the Anbu arrive, the root ninjas displayed wary expressions. However, without Danzo's command, they were like headless flies at a loss. They instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons, but no one dared to make the first move. Their eyes filled with confusion and hesitation, unsure how to respond to the situation before them. The Hall of Root was shrouded in a tense and oppressive atmosphere. The third Hokage stood in the center of the hall, his weathered face now serious, his gaze sharp as an eagle. His white hair fluttered gently in the breeze. And beneath the Hokage's hat, his eyes slowly swept across each root ninja. The Anbu stood neatly behind the third Hokage, dressed in black stealth suits, their faces masked, revealing only sharp eyes, exuding a cold and stern aura. "Where is Danzo?" The third Hokage's voice shattered the silence, echoing in the hall. However, the root ninjas merely stared intently at the third Hokage, no one answering. The third Hokage frowned slightly, his eyes revealing a hint of authority, and continued. "The curse mark of tongue sealing has disappeared. You should know that Danzo is dead." At this moment, a root ninja stepped forward, his voice trembling slightly. This morning, Lord Danzo took 20 people to the Temple of Fire to capture someone suspected of being the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Upon hearing Nine Tails Jinchuriki, the third Hokage's eyes narrowed sharply, and he said in a deep voice, "Start from the beginning." The root ninja Hayato swallowed hard and began to recount. Yesterday morning, Fukuro Shigure came to find Lord Danzo, saying he discovered a ninja monk named Sora at the Temple of Fire, suspecting he was the Jinchuriki. Lord Danzo sent me to investigate Sora at the Temple of Fire. I accessed the memories of the monk and found that Sora had gone berserk a few years ago, covered in dark red chakra, similar to the chakra of the Nine Tails on the night of the Nine Tails attack. Eventually, the chakra that erupted from Sora destroyed the sealing iron wall of the Temple of Fire, causing great damage. After I reported this to Lord Danzo, he took people to the Temple of Fire this morning to capture Sora. After hearing this, the third Hokage's expression grew even more serious. He turned to the Anbu beside him and said, "Take 2 teams to track down Danzo and Sora." The Anbu members responded and quickly turned, disappearing into the night. Then, the third Hokage looked at the root ninjas again, his tone firm. "From now on, Root will be merged into Anbu, and I will take command." After saying this, he instructed several Anbu squad leaders, "Take the Root members to register with Anbu." The Root ninjas, upon hearing this, displayed expressions of shock and hesitation. They looked at each other, unsure of what to do. These ninjas had long operated under Danzo's leadership, with a secretive and ruthless style, making it difficult for them to accept the third Hokage's orders. The captains of the Anbu stepped forward, scanning the root ninjas. One of the captains spoke coldly. "Come with us," offering no room for negotiation. The third Hokage and the Anbu quietly observed the root ninjas, waiting for their reaction. After a moment of silence, one root ninja slowly stepped forward and walked to the Anbu's side. Seeing this, the other root ninjas began to follow suit one after another. The third Hokage and the Anbu secretly sighed in relief. The third Hokage looked at the root ninjas and said, "Leave one familiar with Root behind. The others will go to the Anbu headquarters." A few of the root ninjas exchanged glances, and finally, a slender root ninja stepped in front of the third Hokage. The Anbu then took the root ninjas away, leaving only a dozen Anbu members and one root ninja beside the third Hokage. The third Hokage instructed the Anbu next to him, "Take over everything from Root." The Anbu immediately began to act, asking the remaining root ninja to lead them in checking Root's belongings. The Anbu ninjas moved swiftly through the various rooms of Root and soon discovered many shocking items. A large number of human experiment records, research materials on the cells of Hashirama, in both the 1 Tomo and 2 Tomo Sharingan. These Sharingan were preserved in special containers, which the Anbu suspected were taken during the Uchiha clan's massacre. Additionally, there were detailed records of Danzo transplanting Hashirama's cells and Sharingan. One Anbu ninja hurriedly brought these materials to report to the third Hokage. Upon hearing the report, the third Hokage's expression darkened significantly, and he quickly went to the laboratory to check. When he saw the horrifying materials, he couldn't help but murmur, "Danzo, you actually did so many unspeakable things behind my back." Subsequently, the third Hokage said to the Anbu members beside him, "Immediately seal these items. No one is to leak anything." At the same time, strengthen control over root to ensure that similar incidents do not happen again. The Umbu quickly acted, sealing the research records and Sharingan into scrolls. After a long while, the Umbu finished sealing all the unspeakable items and handed the sealed scrolls to the third Hokage. The third Hokage took the scrolls, glanced at them, and then put them away. He told the Umbu, "You continue to inventory Root's items here." After saying this, the third Hokage turned and left Root. Outside, it was already dark. Under the moonlight, the rooftops were filled with people. The clan leaders and Jonin of Konoha had gathered there. The large-scale actions of Root and the Umbu could not be concealed, and the news quickly spread throughout the village. The third Hokage looked at the crowd on the rooftops, took a deep breath, and said in a steady voice, "From today, Root will be merged into the Umbu, under my leadership." After finishing, he turned and slowly left into the night. The moonlight fell on the third Hokage, casting a weary silhouette. Chapter 70. Interrogation. In June of the 58th year of Konoha, the sun blazed down on every inch of the village, bustling with people. At the entrance of Konoha, Hayabusa Shigure had just returned from an escort mission, his silver hair slightly disheveled against his cheek, giving him a travel-worn appearance. Before he could catch his breath, an Umbu ninja, cloaked in black, suddenly appeared in front of him. The Umbu's voice was low and urgent. "Hayabusa Shigure, Lord Third is looking for you. Please come with me." Shigure raised an eyebrow, a hint of alertness flooding his mind, but he maintained a calm demeanor, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Sure." Then, Shigure followed the Umbu, quickly leaping onto the rooftops, and, after a few jumps, they headed toward the Hokage building. Along the way, Shigure's thoughts raced. He understood that the third Hokage likely sought him out because of Danzo. However, he was confident that the third Hokage probably did not yet know he was the one who killed Danzo. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent just one Umbu to summon him. Before long, Shigure arrived outside the Hokage's office. The Umbu knocked on the door and then gestured for Shigure to enter. Taking a deep breath and straightening his clothes, he walked steadily into the office. Inside, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat behind his desk with a grave expression. Beside him, at a table, sat Mito Kazuma and Kakashi. Their eyes were fixed on Shigure, as if trying to see through him. Shigure stood before the third Hokage with composure, slightly bowing, and respectfully said, "Lord Third, you called for me?" The third Hokage looked at Shigure, his eyes revealing a hint of complex emotions, and slowly spoke. "5 days ago, you discovered that the monk from the Temple of Fire, K, was suspected to be a Jinchuriki." Shigure's heart tightened, but he maintained his calm demeanor, nodding in response, "Yes." The third Hokage's tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction. "Why didn't you tell me?" Shigure had anticipated this question. He slightly lowered his head, feigning a helpless expression as he replied, "Because this matter is more suited for the Root." Although the third Hokage had already learned some reasons from the Root ninjas, hearing such a response from Shigure still disappointed him. In his view, Shigure did not trust him to handle this matter well. Kakashi couldn't help but interject with a questioning tone. "Where were you 4 days ago?" Shigure remained composed, quickly answering, "Escorting merchants to the capital." Mito Kazuma fixed his gaze on Shigure, his eyes sharp, saying, "Danzo is dead. Do you know that?" Shigure was startled inside, but he disguised it well, instantly displaying a shocked expression. "When? How'd he die?" Kakashi coldly looked at him and said, "4 days ago." Shigure continued to feign confusion. "How did he die?" The third Hokage observed Shigure's performance. Feeling somewhat swayed, he sighed and waved his hand, saying, "All right, Shigure, you can go back and rest." Shigure hesitated for a moment, pretending to be somewhat anxious as he replied, "Yes." He then turned and left the office. After Shigure left, Kakashi immediately said, "Hiruzen, Hayabusa Shigure is very suspicious. He just happened to leave Konoha alone on a mission when Danzo died, and he was the one who informed Danzo." The third Hokage rubbed his temples and said, "Shigure has no grudge against Danzo, and there is no evidence." Kakashi looked at Mito Kazuma. "Kazuma, what do you think?" Mito Kazuma pondered for a moment and said, "Danzo gave Hayabusa Shigure 2 ninjutsu. He should not be the murderer." The third Hokage sighed again and said, "All right, let's wait for the Umbu to see if they can find more clues." Meanwhile, Shigure left the Hokage building and walked on his way home. He kept replaying the scene from the office in his mind, a cold smile unconsciously creeping onto his lips. Danzo had already been sent away by him, and soon, the third Hokage would also be sent away by Orochimaru. He began to consider whether he should also send Kakashi and Mito Kazuma away. This way, when Tsunade became the 5th Hokage, No one would dare to flaunt their seniority in front of her. Before long, Shigure arrived at his home. Pushing open the door, the familiar scene greeted his eyes. On one side of the path was a spacious training ground, and on the other was a large garden filled with cherry blossom trees. At this moment, the cherry blossoms had fallen, leaving only lush green leaves glistening with vitality in the sunlight. Walking down the path into the hall, he could hear the voices of Mieko and Yagumo discussing Jinjutsu inside. Hearing the footsteps, Mieko turned her head first, and upon seeing Shigure, her face immediately broke into a smile as she rushed over to hug him, asking with concern, was the mission successful? Shigure hasn't been close to Hong these days. He suppressed his inner impulses and pretended to be calm as he said, nothing unexpected. Hong naturally sensed Shigure's change. Her cheeks turned slightly red as she whispered, wait until tonight. Shigure tightly embraced Hong, as if he wanted to merge her into his body. Let me hold you for a moment. Hong gently pushed him away, reminding, Yagumo is watching. Only then did Shigure release Hong and look toward Yagumo. The youthful innocence in Yagumo's eyes gradually faded, replaced by the charm of an 18-year-old girl. Yagumo, feeling Shigure's intense gaze, felt her heart flutter and softly called out, Shigure Dano. Shigure then came back to his senses, released Hong, and asked, has the second pillar challenged you these days? Yagumo shook her head no. Shigure smiled slightly, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. Let's go find the second pillar tomorrow. Yagumo obediently nodded. Okay. Hong, who was listening nearby, couldn't help but say, don't bully Sasuke. She replied dismissively, okay. Hong rolled her eyes at him, reproaching, you only know how to brush me off. I'm going to cook. Shigure hurriedly asked, do you need my help? Hong gently said, no, you just got back, rest. After saying that, she turned and walked into the kitchen. Shigure sat beside Yagumo, his gaze falling on her again. Yagumo, feeling his stare, blushed and unconsciously leaned closer to Shigure. Seeing this, Shigure casually wrapped his arm around her, gently stroking her hair. Yagumo felt Shigure's touch, her heart racing. Completely immersed in a sweetness and shyness she had never experienced before. Just then, Hong walked out of the kitchen and saw the two being intimate, deliberately clearing her throat. Yagumo and Shigure suddenly snapped back to reality, hurriedly separating. Yagumo lowered her head, nervously tugging at the hem of her clothes, appearing restless. She stood up, nonchalantly following Hong into the kitchen. Once in the kitchen, Shigure tightly embraced Hong from behind. Hong let out a soft hum, wanted to break free, yet somewhat enjoying the intimacy. Shigure began to kiss Hong's neck, and Hong softly reminded, Yagumo is still here. Shigure, however, casually said, she won't notice. In an instant, a faint sound echoed in the kitchen. After a long while, Hong tidied her clothes and hair, continuing to focus on cooking. Shigure, satisfied, helped out beside her, passing a plate, grabbing his seasoning, his face beaming with happiness. Meanwhile, Yagumo sat on the sofa, her face flushed. Out of curiosity, she had quietly used Jinjutsu to check on the kitchen's happenings and saw the intimate scene between Shigure and teacher Hong, feeling both shy and a bit envious. She thought about her feelings for Shigure, the innocent affection of a girl growing stronger in her heart. After a while, the meal was ready. Shigure walked to the living room and called Yagumo over for dinner. The three of them sat around the dining table, chatting as they ate. Hong took out a bottle of wine and started drinking with Shigure. Hong suddenly said, Danzo is dead. Shigure feigned surprise, then returned to calmness. If he's dead, he's dead. Hong rolled her eyes at him. The root has merged with the Umbu under the Hokage's command. Shigure smirked slightly, teasing, looks like the third Hokage got fat off Danzo. Hong quickly stopped him. Don't talk nonsense. Yagumo, listening in confusion, couldn't help but ask, who is Danzo? Shigure glanced at her and said, the leader of the root. Yagumo still looked puzzled. Shigure continued, he's dead, no need to know too much. Hong chimed in, indeed, doesn't concern us much. Yagumo nodded, somewhat understanding. Oh. Shigure then turned to Yagumo, asking, has the third Hokage contacted you? Yagumo shook her head, no. Shigure expressed satisfaction. That's good. If you want to be a ninja, wait a couple of years. Yagumo asked in confusion. Why? Shigure patiently explained. Jonin and Chunin have to carry out various missions. It's a waste of time for you. Focus on training and aim to become a Jonin in a year. Yagumo, feeling a bit insecure, said, can I do it? Hong encouraged her, of course, as long as you dedicate yourself to training for 2 years. With your talent and ability, it will definitely be fine. Hearing this, Yagumo nodded firmly. I will work hard. After finishing their meal, Yagumo stood up to take her leave and head home. Shigure watched Yagumo's departing figure, determined to make her completely his. Moreover, He was thinking about implanting the Mangeki Sharingan he obtained from killing Danzo into Yagumo, which would surely enhance her genjutsu abilities, and just thinking about it excited him. After Yagumo left, Shigure couldn't wait to embrace Hong, walking step by step up the stairs toward the room. As soon as they entered the room, he gently laid Hong on the bed, then slowly lowered his head and kissed her lips. Hong closed her eyes, passionately responding to him, and the room was instantly filled with an ambiguous atmosphere, as if the whole world consisted only of the two of them. Chapter 71. Yagumo and the Second Pillar. On a clear morning in June of the 58th year of Konoha, sunlight filtered through the thin curtains, casting a warm golden hue over Shiyu's room. On Shiyu's bed, he and Hong were embraced, the afterglow of their intimacy still lingering. Shigure gently stroked Hong's silky black wavy hair, gazing at her captivating face beneath him, his eyes filled with tenderness. He then leaned down slightly and placed a kiss on her lips. Hong was awakened by the kiss, lazily opening her eyes, which held the dreamy and coy look of someone just waking up. She gently punched Shigure and reproached, "Can't you be still this early?" Shigure chuckled and replied, "I couldn't help it seeing you so beautiful." The two continued to be affectionate for a while before getting up and walking in the bathroom. In the bathroom, steam filled the air as Shigure and Hong washed each other. Every occasional touch was filled with different warmth. After freshening up, they went to the dining room, where a lavish breakfast was spread across the table. As Shigure ate, he asked Hong, "Do you have plans today?" Hong, while fixing her hair, replied, "I'm going shopping with Hondo. Do you want to join?" Shigure shook his head and answered, "No, I'm going to hang out with Yagumo." Upon hearing this, Hong looked up at Shigure and reminded, "Be careful." Shigure quickly nodded in agreement. Hong continued, "Don't bully Sasuke." Shigure simply replied with an seeing his dismissive attitude. Hong rolled her eyes at him. Just then, there was a knock on the door. She got up to open it and saw Yagumo standing at the door in a white kimono. The loose white robe was cinched at the waist, accentuating her slender figure. Her high ponytail was tied with an eye-catching orange bow, and the ends of her hair cascaded down to her waist. A lock of hair fell over her right forehead, giving her a classical and gentle appearance. Seeing Shigure, Yagumo slightly bowed and respectfully said, "Shigure Dano." Shigure smiled and said, "You came early. Come in." Yagumo responded with a soft and followed Shigure into the hall. At this moment, Hong was already dressed and ready to go find Hondo for shopping. Yagumo gritait donc, "Tichon." Hong smiled back, "Are you ready to go find Sasuke?" Yagumo nodded, "Mem." Hong added, "Don't lose." Yagumo confidently replied, "I'll be careful." Hong looked at Shigure and reiterated her warning, "Be careful." Shigure said, "Got it." As Hong turned to leave, Shigure suddenly stepped forward and hugged her, giving her a fierce kiss on the lips. Hong's face turned bright red as she gently pushed Shigure away, playfully scolding, "You always do this." She then left the house. Shigure watched Hong's departing figure with a smile, and then said to Yagumo, "Let's go find the Second Pillar." Yagumo replied obediently. The two then headed towards Kakashi's house. Before long, they arrived at Kakashi's residence, which was located in a secluded grove surrounded by trees at the entrance. Upon entering the main gate, there was a large training courtyard and a main house. Shigure pushed the door open and saw Sasuke practicing lightning release in the yard. Shigure called out loudly, "Hey Naruto, good morning." Sasuke looked up, his gaze passing over Shigure and fixating on Yagumo, ignoring Shigure completely. Shigure didn't mind and patted Yakumo's shoulder, saying, "Go play with Naruto." Yagumo replied, "Okay." Upon hearing this, Sasuke felt a tremendous humiliation, his face turning bright red. Although he was filled with resentment towards Yagumo, he had lost to her in their previous encounters, leaving him unable to argue back, so he could only stare at Yagumo with a flushed face defiantly. Kakashi heard the commotion and walked from the house to the corridor to look at the three. Shigure greeted with a smile, "Good morning, Kakashi." Kakashi, wearing his Konoha forehead protector tilted to cover his left eye with the three-tomo Sharingan, lazily responded while holding a small yellow book, "You're here so early today." Shigure teased, "It's been a while since I've seen Naruto get beaten up, so I thought I'd come early." Sasuke snorted in dissatisfaction upon hearing this. Yagumo and Sasuke took their positions. Sasuke activated his one-tomo Sharingan, his eyes flashing with a sharp light as he stared intently at Yagumo. Seeing this, Shigure shouted, "Let's begin." In an instant, the two moved. Yagumo quickly took out his drawing board, using his bloodline ability combined with the super beast imitation technique to rapidly draw a giant python, which burst forth from the board and enveloped Yagumo in protection. Sasuke, without hesitation, unleashed fire release, great fireball technique, sending a massive fireball roaring towards Yagumo with a wave of intense heat. However, Yakumo remained calm, directing the giant python to meet the fireball head-on. With a loud bang, the python's head collided with the fireball, extinguishing it while the python's head was obliterated. Yet, in the next moment, the python's head quickly regenerated, continuing to protect Yakumo. Sasuke, aware of Yakumo's unique abilities, launched a series of relentless attacks right from the start. He then used Lightning Release, Lightning Wolf Fang, summoning two wolf-like creatures made of lightning that charged at Yakumo, targeting the giant python that was guarding him. The python was hit by the lightning attack, and a large portion of its body vanished instantly. However, Yakumo reacted swiftly, quickly drawing three wolves. The three wolves leaped from the drawing board and appeared right in front of Yakumo. Sasuke did not expect Yakumo's movements to be so quick. Faced with the sudden appearance of the three wolves, he was momentarily taken aback, but did not panic. Shigure, observing the battle, commented, "Looks like Naruto has improved a bit." Kakashi, with his hands in his pockets and eyes slightly narrowed, remarked, "Your reaction speed is too slow." She replied with a smile, "It's already pretty good." Upon hearing their conversation, Sasuke felt indignant, gritting his teeth as he unleashed Fire Release, Dragon Fire technique. A straight line of flames continuously erupted from Sasuke's mouth, expanding to 5 meters wide as it surged towards Yakumo like a fiery serpent. Yakumo directed the giant python to rapidly regenerate and charge towards the Dragon Fire technique. The python collided violently with the flames, causing sparks to fly. The python gradually disintegrated in the fire, but Yakumo continuously infused chakra, allowing the python to recover quickly, leading to a battle of attrition between the two. She watched the situation and said to Kakashi, "Looks like Naruto is going to lose." Kakashi nodded, saying, "But there's some improvement." Seeing the opportunity, Yakumo commanded the three wolves to charge at Sasuke. Sasuke had no choice but to abandon the fire technique and dodge the wolves' attacks. The three wolves moved swiftly, forcing Sasuke to run around the courtyard. Occasionally, Sasuke would counterattack with shuriken, but the wolves had powerful regeneration abilities, rendering his attacks ineffective. In the last moment, a shuriken would pierce the wolf's body, but as soon as it was pulled out, the wounds healed rapidly. The close-range attacks from the three wolves prevented Sasuke from using any ninjutsu, leaving him to defensively endure. At that moment, Yakumo activated his bloodline limit. In an instant, the environment of the courtyard twisted slightly before returning to normal. However, in Sasuke's eyes, he found himself surrounded by dozens of wolves. Sasuke's heart sank. He knew Yakumo had used his bloodline limit and realized he was likely to lose this round. But he was unwilling to accept it and fought back desperately. The next moment, the dozens of wolves pounced from all directions, knocking him to the ground and pinning him down. Seeing this, Yakumo instructed the wolves and the python to gradually fade away and then disappear. Shigure walked over to Sasuke with a smile, saying, "Not bad. Naruto, you made some progress." Sasuke, lying on the ground, glanced defiantly at Shigure, snorted, and silently stood up to practice on the side. Shigure turned to Yakumo and said, "Yakumo, your ninjutsu fusion is quite good." Yakumo slightly bowed and replied, "I will continue to work hard." Shigure then joined Kakashi in the living room to sit on the sofa. Meanwhile, Yakumo and Sasuke continued practicing in the courtyard. Shigure picked up the teapot and poured himself and Kakashi a cup of tea, then took a sip. After setting down the teacup, Shigure looked at Kakashi and asked Kakashi, "Has the third Hokage received any reports from Root?" Kakashi's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Shigure, saying, "You heard about it too?" Shigure nodded. "I heard some things and wanted to ask." Kakashi fell silent for a moment before slowly saying, "Root has been conducting human experiments." Shigure frowned and asked, "Do many people know about this now?" Kakashi replied, "Quite a few. There were too many Umbu who saw it back then. And so many from Root lifted the curse mark. It's impossible to seal it back up." Shigure leaned back on the sofa, pondering. It seems even the third Hokage can't keep this news under wraps. Kakashi took a sip of tea and said, "Yeah, in matters like this, the truth will eventually come out." Shigure then asked, "Did the third Hokage arrange a funeral for Danzo for people to remember him?" Kakashi shook his head and said no. He just let go like that. The two sat in silence on the sofa, with only the sounds of Yakumo and Sasuke practicing in the courtyard breaking the tranquility. In Kakashi's small courtyard, the greenery appeared even more vibrant under the sunlight, and a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, adding a lively atmosphere to the peaceful afternoon. Uchiha Sasuke finished a morning of hard training, sweat soaking his clothes, clinging to his still somewhat youthful, yet powerful physique. He walked into the living room with steady steps, his messy bangs swaying slightly with his movement, and his eyes glimmered sharply in the sunlight. When he saw Shigure comfortably sitting on the sofa, He cast a cold glance at Shigure, as if to say, "Why is this guy here again to mooch food?" Then, without saying a word, he turned and walked into the kitchen. Shigure watched Sasuke's retreating figure, a slight smirk appearing on his lips as he called out, "Make a couple more portions. For me and Yakumo." Sasuke paused for a moment, but did not respond. The chopping sounds coming from the kitchen seemed heavier than usual, as if expressing his inner dissatisfaction. Before long, Kurumi Yakumo also finished her training and walked in. Her originally fair cheeks were slightly flushed from the exercise, and a few strands of hair were damp with sweat, sticking to her face, adding a touch of charm. She politely said, "Good day, Lord Shigure, Senior Kakashi." Hatake Kakashi lounged lazily on the sofa, one hand holding his ever-present small yellow book and the other casually resting on the armrest. Upon hearing Yakumo's voice, he slightly raised his head, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his mouth, and said, "Come in and sit." Shigure stretched lazily, a relaxed smile on his face, and said, "Let's taste Juzi's cooking later." As soon as the words left his mouth, the sound of chopping in the kitchen suddenly stopped. Sasuke felt a pang of grievance in his heart. Having been defeated by Yakumo multiple times, now he had to cook for her, which was hard for his proud heart to accept. However, the sounds in the kitchen soon resumed, seemingly with a hint of stubbornness. Yakumo obediently nodded and replied, "Yes." Shigure called out to the kitchen, "Juzi, cook with care." Sasuke snorted coldly from the kitchen and responded loudly, "I will defeat her." His tone was filled with unwillingness and fighting spirit. Shigure smiled, a glimmer of mockery flashing in his eyes, and said, "I'm looking forward to seeing that." Sasuke snorted again and said firmly, "You will see." Shigure leisurely added, "At least you can't do it now." This statement seemed to be a fuse, igniting Sasuke's inner flames even more, but he could only temporarily swallow this unwillingness and continue to be busy in the kitchen. After a while, Sasuke came out with steaming dishes. He first served a bowl to Kakashi and Yakumo, his movements relatively steady, but when he served Shigure, he deliberately placed the bowl heavily in front of him, causing it to collide with the table with a bang, splattering some soup as a way to express his dissatisfaction. Shigure, however, acted as if nothing had happened, completely unconcerned with Sasuke's little mood, picking up the bowl and starting to eat heartily, occasionally letting out satisfied exclamations. Juzi's cooking is quite good." Sasuke snorted coldly, served himself a bowl of rice, and sat silently to eat, his eyes occasionally glancing at Shigure, filled with defiance. While eating, Shigure said, Juzi, cheer up, after all, Danzo is dead." Kakashi frowned slightly upon hearing this, softly calling out, "Shigure." His tone carried a hint of warning, as if reminding Shigure to be careful with his words. Shigure waved his hand dismissively and said, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Sasuke, puzzled, stopped his movements and asked, "Who is Danzo, and why should I be happy?" Shigure ignored Sasuke, silently eating, as if he hadn't heard Sasuke's question at all. Seeing that Shigure didn't answer, Sasuke turned his gaze to Kakashi, hoping to get an answer from him. However, Kakashi also silently ate, showing no intention of answering. Yakumo, watching Sasuke's confused expression, softly said, "I know." Sasuke immediately turned his gaze to Yakumo, asking eagerly, "Who is it?" Yakumo patiently explained, "He is the leader of Root." Sasuke pressed on, and then Yakumo continued, "Root is like the Umbu, but it only follows Danzo's orders." After hearing this, Sasuke still didn't understand and asked again, "Why should I be happy?" Yakumo tilted her head and thought for a moment, saying, "I don't know. Just be happy because Lord Shigure says so." Sasuke was momentarily speechless. He looked at Shigure and Kakashi, knowing they didn't want to say more, so he stopped asking, silently eating. Yet his mind kept pondering how Danzo's death related to him, and why Shigure said he should be happy. After finishing his meal, Sasuke skillfully washed the dishes and came out. He walked straight to the sofa, plopped down, and stared intently at Shigure. Last time, he stared at Shigure for a long time before Shigure was willing to tell him something. So this time he planned to use the same method. Shigure was currently immersed in thoughts about water style, heavenly cry, various concepts and details about this jutsu constantly surfacing in his mind. His long silver hair fell casually behind him, and his black eyes were deep and mysterious. On the nearby coffee table, there was a cup of tea still steaming, but he had no mind to drink it. As for Kakashi, he remained in his usual lazy posture, leaning back on the sofa, one hand supporting his head and the other holding that ever-present little yellow book, occasionally letting out a low chuckle, as if the content of the book had immersed him in a joyful world. Yakumo sat at a small table nearby, spread out her drawing board, picked up a brush, and began to paint with concentration. Her eyes were filled with gentleness and focus, and with the movement of her brush, beautiful and fantastical images gradually appeared on the board. Shigure inadvertently caught Sasuke's intense gaze and slightly raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a mischievous smile, and deliberately coughed. His cough acted like a signal, causing Sasuke to sit up straight, his eyes sparkling with curiosity, eagerly looking at Shigure. However, Shigure leisurely picked up his teacup, gently blew on it, and elegantly took a sip, then continued to lounge on the sofa, as if everything just now had been a coincidence, and he had no intention of telling Sasuke anything. Seeing Shiyu's demeanor, Sasuke's anger flared up again, and with a cold snort, he simply closed his eyes and began to rest. He thought to himself that he didn't believe Shigure could keep quiet forever. After a while, Shigure deliberately coughed again, although Sasuke had his eyes closed. His ears were perked up, and upon hearing the cough, he immediately opened his eyes and stared intently at Shigure. Seeing Sasuke's eager expression, Shigure felt it was time and slowly began to speak. Danzo. Upon hearing this, Sasuke immediately sat up straight, focusing all his attention on Shigure, afraid of missing a single word. Kakashi also put down his little yellow book, interestedly looking at Shigure, eager to know how Shigure would explain this matter to Sasuke. Shigure cleared his throat and said, Danzo has always suppressed the ninja clans of Konoha, and the Uchiha clan was forced to relocate under his orders. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's heart jolted. He recalled his father's lonely figure and heavy sigh after the relocation, a complex emotion surging up. A flicker of anger and unwillingness crossed his eyes, along with an indescribable sense of relief. Gritting his teeth, he asked, and then? Shigure watched the change in Sasuke's expression, secretly pleased. Knowing his words had successfully piqued Sasuke's interest, he continued, You should be happy that Danzo is dead. Sasuke snorted coldly, although he didn't directly admit it. He indeed felt a sense of relief at Danzo's death. For Sasuke, it seemed like a release from past pains. Chapter 72, Fusion of Ninjutsu. In the afternoon, the warm sunlight bathed the earth, and Kakashi's home was peaceful. On the living room sofa, Erjuzi was resting with his eyes closed. Not far away, she was also sitting on the sofa, but he was not idle. At this moment, he frowned slightly, deeply focused on contemplating the chakra operation method of water style, Heavenly Cry. His waist-length silver hair fell loosely behind him, and his black eyes were deep and mysterious. On the nearby coffee table was a cup of tea still steaming, but he had no thoughts of drinking it. Kakashi, on the other hand, maintained his lazy demeanor. He leaned back on the sofa, one hand supporting his head, and the other holding his ever-present little yellow book, occasionally revealing a mysterious smile. At this moment, Erjuzi slowly opened his eyes, stood up from his sofa, stretched, and moved his muscles, then headed towards the yard to continue training. He knew well that only by constantly improving his strength could he achieve his goal, killing Uchiha Itachi and avenging his clan. Seeing Erjuzi stand up, Yakumo also got up. She wore a white kimono today, and the loose white robe was cinched at the waist, which highlighted her slender waist and beautiful figure. In the courtyard, the sunlight was even brighter. Naruto stood in the center of the yard, took a deep breath, and began to perform his ninjutsu. He quickly formed hand seals, fire release, phoenix fire technique. Instantly, a series of fireballs shot from his mouth, flying forward. The fireballs traced scorching paths through the air, heating the surrounding atmosphere. Meanwhile, Yakumo stood by, quietly watching Naruto train. In her eyes, there was both recognition of Naruto's strength and a hint of challenge. Once Naruto completed a round of training, Yakumo smiled slightly and took out her drawing board. She began to skillfully combine her bloodline limit ability with the super beast imitation technique. Yakumo placed the drawing board in front of her, picked up a brush with her right hand, and started to draw quickly on the board. Her movements were light and fluid, and soon the outline of a giant python appeared on the board. As she continued to move her brush, the details of the giant python gradually enriched. Just as the giant python was completed, Yakumo suddenly waved her brush, and the over 40-meter-long, at least 2-meter-wide giant python burst forth from the drawing board, appearing in the courtyard. As soon as the giant python appeared, it caused a huge commotion. Its massive body coiled in the courtyard, taking up most of the space. It raised its head, towering 7 or 8 meters high, exuding a cold aura, continuously flicking its tongue. Upon hearing the commotion, Naruto turned around and was immediately stunned into silence by the sight of the giant python. His eyes widened in disbelief. Yakumo, seeing Naruto's shocked expression, couldn't help but smile mischievously. She jumped onto the snake's head and gently placed her hand on it. The python, which originally looked like ink wash, began to change little by little, gradually becoming real. Before long, the python looked just like a real one, appearing lifelike. Yakumo directed the giant python to charge at Naruto. The python moved incredibly fast and instantly reached Naruto's front. Naruto barely had time to react before the python stopped right in front of him, just a fist distance away. The gust of wind created by the python's movement blew Naruto's hair and clothes, making them flutter. Staring at the suddenly charging giant python, Naruto's heart raced, and he was momentarily dumbfounded. At that moment, Shigure and Kakashi heard the commotion in the courtyard and walked out onto the corridor. Shigure saw that Naruto was frozen in place by the giant python and couldn't help but laugh, teasing him. "Naruto, are you scared stiff?" Upon hearing Shiyu's voice, Naruto's face instantly turned red. He quickly took a few steps back, looking at Shigure with a hint of embarrassment. Only then did he realize that both Shigure and Kakashi were standing on the corridor watching him. Naruto stubbornly replied, "I'm not scared. I'm just shocked by Yakumo's strength." Although his voice was firm, his slightly trembling body revealed his inner tension. Yakumo found Naruto's stubbornness amusing. Mischievously, she directed the giant python to slowly encircle Naruto. Then, the enormous snake head flicked its tongue and slowly approached Naruto's face. Naruto felt an immense sense of pressure rush at him, his heart racing, and beads of sweat forming on his forehead. However, the words he had just said made him unwilling to step back, and he knew in his heart that Yakumo would not actually harm him. Kakashi, watching the scene, chuckled and said, "Looks like Yakumo's strength has improved again." Shigure nodded and remarked, "The bloodline limit is really impressive." Kakashi turned to Yakumo and said, "Yakumo, don't tease Naruto too much." Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Yakumo commanded the giant python to leave Naruto. Then she jumped off the snake's head, brought the drawing board in front of her, and directed the giant python to charge back into the board. As the python approached the drawing board, it quickly shrank and merged into the board. Soon, the giant python reappeared on the drawing board as if everything that had just happened had never occurred. Yakumo glanced at Naruto, who snorted in dissatisfaction. Then he turned his back to Shigure and Kakashi and continued training. His heart was filled with fighting spirit, secretly vowing to improve his strength and not be easily intimidated by Yakumo again. Yakumo walked over to Shigure and sat down to rest. Shigure began to practice water release, heavenly cry, since he had already learned water release, water bullet, and the principles of these two ninjutsu were quite similar. His training progressed quickly. Before long, he was able to spit out water needles. However, at this moment, the speed and penetration of the water needles were still far from enough, and there was a significant gap compared to the water release, heavenly cry performed by the second Hokage. Kakashi, watching Shigure train, couldn't help but say, "That's the second Hokage's water release, heavenly cry." Shigure nodded and replied, "Yeah, it was given to me by Danzo." Kakashi seemed to think of something and asked, "Has the third Hokage contacted you?" Shigure answered, "Yes, I was called as soon as I returned to the Leaf Village yesterday." Kakashi asked again, "Was there anything wrong?" Shigure replied calmly, "What could be wrong? Danzo isn't someone I killed. I just provided some information." Kakashi said "Oh" and stopped talking, turning to go back into the living room, lying down on the sofa to read a book. After training for a while longer, Shigure felt that his progress for the day was sufficient. He stood up and said to Yakumo, "Yakumo, let us go." Then he called out to Kakashi in the living room, "We're leaving." Kakashi didn't even look up, just replied, "Oh." Shigure looked at Naruto, who was still training in the courtyard, and smiled, saying, "Naruto, we're leaving." Naruto merely snorted in response, not turning back. Shigure chuckled and chose not to pay Naruto any more attention as he left with Yakumo. Shigure and Yakumo walked side by side on the way home, just coming out of Kakashi's house. Along the way, Yakumo's face was still radiant with excitement and pride from performing ninjutsu. "You did well today. I should continue to suppress Naruto's arrogance when I have the chance," Shigure said with a slight, teasing tone. In his eyes, although Naruto was strong, that pride of his needed to be tempered from time to time. Hearing Shiyu's praise, Yakumo beamed with a bright smile and nodded vigorously, saying, "I will." Her voice was clear and pleasant like a mountain spring. At that moment, Yakumo, dressed in a white kimono, appeared even purer under the setting sun. She secretly glanced at Shigure, her heart filled with admiration and joy. Ever since Shigure had healed her body, she had completely devoted herself to this man. Fantasizing about the day she could truly become an important person by his side. "Shigure, I'm home," Yakumo said reluctantly. Her home was in the Kurama clan's territory. Although it was still a distance from Shiyu's home, she always felt a bit lost every time they parted. Shigure nodded, his gaze lingering for a moment on Yakumo's developing figure, stirring something in his heart. He watched as Yakumo turned to leave, her ponytail swaying gently with her steps, along with the swaying hem of her skirt. It was not until Yakumo's figure disappeared into the distance that Shigure withdrew his gaze and turned to walk towards his own home. Shigure's home was located between the Hokage building and the Uchiha clan territory in a walled courtyard. As he stepped through the door and walked down the path towards the main hall, he caught a whiff of delicious food. Entering the hall, he saw Yuhi Kurenai coming out of the kitchen with a plate of dishes. Hong was wearing a red long-sleeve top with a white bodycon skirt with black stripes over it. The mesh fabric on her chest subtly outlined her full bust, and her black, slightly curly hair naturally fell down her back, with the wavy ends adding a touch of mature elegance. The moment Shigure saw Hong, a glimmer of heat flashed in his eyes. He quickly stepped forward, gently wrapping his arms around her from behind, burying his face in her neck and deeply inhaling her enchanting fragrance, his body instinctively stirring with excitement. Hong was startled by Shigure's sudden action. Nearly losing her grip on the plate she was holding, her breath became a bit rapid, and a faint blush appeared on her cheeks as she softly scolded. Wait until tonight. However, Shigure ignored her words, turned her body around, cupped her face with both hands, and kissed her deeply. At first, Hong struggled a bit, but soon she sank into the passionate kiss. Shigure took the opportunity to lift her onto the dining table, and the kitchen was immediately filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. After a long while, Shigure slowly pulled away from Hong. He gently set her down on a chair to let her rest. At that moment, Hong's face was flushed, and her hair was disheveled. Looking at her like this, Shigure's heart was filled with love. He turned and walked into the kitchen to continue preparing dinner. Hong sat on the chair, slowly tidying her messy hair and putting on her slightly wrinkled clothes. She watched Shigure busy in the kitchen, a slight smile of happiness appearing at the corners of her mouth. Soon, Shigure came out of the kitchen with a steaming dinner and set the dishes on the dining table. Hong looked at the table full of delicious food, then glanced at Shigure, shyly saying, "It's always like this." Shigure replied with a smile, "I can't help it when I see you." His smile carried a hint of playfulness and affection. "Can't you go back to the room?" Hong shot him a glance and said softly. Although her eyes carried a hint of reproach, there was more love in them. "We'll go back to the room later." Shigure winked and replied with a smile. Hong shot him another glance and stopped speaking, silently starting to eat. During the meal, Hong suddenly remembered something and asked, "Who won today?" "Yakumo," Shigure answered. Upon hearing this, Hong smiled with pride and said, "Looks like Sasuke hasn't improved much." In her heart, her student Yakumo's growing strength made her feel very proud. At this age, Sasuke's strength is considered good, Shigure objectively evaluated. He was well aware of Sasuke's talent and potential. After finishing the meal, Shigure walked to Hong's side, gently squatting down, and wrapped his arms around her legs and back, lifting her steadily. Hong instinctively wrapped her arms around Shigure's neck, her face beaming with happiness. Shigure carried Hong step by step up to the room on the second floor. Chapter 73. The Land of Water. 3 days later, in the morning, sunlight spilled over the streets and alleys of Konoha village. The villagers were busy as usual, the sounds of vendors and laughter intertwining, creating a peaceful atmosphere. However, inside the Hokage's office, the mood was slightly tense. Shigure received a notification to go to the Hokage's office, summoned by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Dressed in a black ninja outfit with a ninja tool pouch at his waist, his waist-length silver hair swayed gently with his steps. He arrived at the door of the Hokage's office, raised his hand to knock, and then pushed the door open. Inside the office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat behind the Hokage's desk. He appeared kind, but with a hint of worry, deep lines etched into his face by the passage of time. Yet his eyes remained sharp and spirited. Sitting on the other side of the desk was Tsunade, her expression serious and her gaze piercing. She slightly bent forward and calmly said, "Third Hokage, you called for me." Tsunade spoke up first. "Shigure, there's a mission I need to assign to you." Upon hearing this, Shigure glanced at the third Hokage, and seeing him nod slightly, he turned his attention back to Tsunade. Tsunade continued, "The Land of Water has been under strict lockdown, and our people sent to investigate have gone missing consecutively. We hope you can infiltrate and investigate the situation in the Mist Village." Upon hearing this, dissatisfaction surged in Shigure's heart. He glanced at the third Hokage again, who sighed and said, "Be careful." Shigure cursed Tsunade inwardly, feeling that they were sending him to his death, wondering why they didn't send him to investigate the Rain Village instead. He secretly thought that he must find a chance to get rid of this old man, but outwardly he still respectfully replied, "Understood." Then he turned and left. As Shigure exited the Hokage building, he felt frustrated his steps quickening toward home. Along the way, he complained to himself, thinking that the mist village in the land of water was notorious for its dangers, and the reputation of the blood mist was not given lightly. Those sent previously had all gone missing. This mission was practically a death sentence. Upon returning home, Hinata was in the living room organizing her ninja tools. Her black, slightly curly hair casually draped over her shoulders, and a white bodycon skirt with black stripes accentuated her graceful figure. Seeing Shigure return, she put down what she was holding and asked with concern, "What mission did the third Hokage call you for?" She already had a plan in mind, intending to infiltrate the land of water and find a place to hide for a few days before returning. So he casually said, "Just a small mission. I'll be out for a few days." Hinata knew well that some ninja missions could not be questioned too much, so she cautioned him, "Be careful and stay safe." Shigure stepped forward, wrapped his arms around Hinata, holding her tightly to feel her warmth, then leaned down and gave her a heavy kiss on the lips, only releasing her after a long time, saying, "Don't worry." Hinata was shy from his sudden intimate gesture. Her cheeks flushed as she softly said, "Come back early." She released Hinata and turned to leave. He arrived at the gate of Konoha, pausing for a moment to look back at the massive Hokage rock. The faces of the Hokage carved into the rock appeared particularly solemn under the sunlight. Shiyu's gaze lingered on the statue of the third Hokage for a while, a complex expression flashing in his eyes as he silently prayed that Orochimaru would do him a favor and take down Sarutobi Hiruzen. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the power to do so himself. Then he turned and jumped onto a nearby tree, swiftly heading toward the land of water. As he rushed through the trees, Shiyu's mind was filled with thoughts of the situation in the Mist Village. The fourth Mizukage should have been discovered by Ao and released from the Genjutsu, but he wasn't sure if he was dead. It would take a few more years for Terumi Mei to become the fifth Mizukage. Right now, it should be Genjutsu controlling the Mist Village, and the Blood Mist policy should have been lifted. But even so, the Mist Village was still fraught with danger. A slight misstep could lead to death. However, Shigure did not intend to truly investigate deeply. He thought that as long as he was careful, he could find a safe place in the land of water to hide for a few days and then return to casually fabricate a report to get by. Shiyu's figure darted quickly between the trees, the leaves rustling in the wind he created. His speed was incredibly fast, like an agile leopard, racing toward the land of water. The sun was still blazing as Shigure stood at the dock of the land of fire, eagerly scanning for ships heading to the land of water. After waiting for 3 days at the dock, he finally spotted a cargo ship about to set sail for the land of water. As night fell, he slipped onto the cargo ship like a shadow, silently concealing himself within. In the ship's cabin, Shigure listened to the sound of the hull crashing against the waves, secretly planning his course of action for once he arrived in the land of water. The long journey of over 2 days felt like torture for him, every minute and second dragging on painfully. Finally, the cargo ship slowly docked at the pier of Water Rock City in the land of water. Shigure peered through the gaps in the ship's cabin and saw several ninjas carefully inspecting all the ships that had docked. He frowned, knowing that if he just swaggered ashore like this, it would definitely cause unnecessary trouble. So, taking advantage of the crowd's inattention, he slipped into the water like a nimble fish and swam away from the dock toward the shore. Under the cliff by the sea, far from the dock, Shigure emerged from the water, wet and glistening. He looked up at the steep cliff, took a deep breath, and tightly grasped the rock crevices, beginning to climb upward. After reaching the top of the cliff, he quickly removed his forehead protector and ninja tools, took out a white garment from his pack, and disguised himself as an ordinary traveler. After doing all this, he brushed off the dust from his clothes, turned, and entered the woods, heading deeper into the land of water. Along the way, Shigure was cautious, using his keen perception to avoid several waves of patrolling ninjas. By evening, he finally arrived at a small town more than 50 miles from Mizukage City. The town looked somewhat dilapidated, with few pedestrians on the streets, giving it a desolate feeling. Shigure approached an inn, where the landlady was sitting bored behind the counter, watching the sparse passers-by outside. Upon seeing Shigure approach, her eyes lit up instantly, and her face broke into a broad smile as she enthusiastically asked, "Guest, do you want accommodation or a meal?" Shigure, noticing her warm demeanor, nodded slightly, "Accommodation, and prepare dinner for me." Hearing this, the landlady immediately beamed with joy and hurriedly led Shigure to a room on the second floor. The room was small but relatively clean. After the landlady left, Shigure sat on the edge of the bed, surveying his surroundings, contemplating how to gather information about the Mist Ninja Village. Soon, the landlady entered the room with a steaming dinner. Shigure looked at the simple meal on the table, which nevertheless whetted his appetite. As he ate, he casually asked, Landlady, I heard that the Mist Ninja Village has lifted the blood mist policy. Is that true? Upon hearing this, the landlady's expression changed slightly, a flicker of fear passing through her eyes, and she hurriedly replied, Guest, please don't inquire about the Mist Ninja Village. If the Mist Ninjas find out, you will be taken away. Shigure put down his chopsticks, a hint of melancholy on his face. I used to be from the land of water. I left with my parents several years ago. I heard the blood mist policy was lifted, so I wanted to come back and take a look. The landlady sighed in relief upon hearing this and said, I heard it was lifted, but sometimes ninjas pass through the town. I heard the Mist Ninjas are now capturing rogue ninjas everywhere. Shigure then asked, how did the fourth Mizukage lift the blood mist policy? The landlady shook her head. I haven't heard much about the fourth Mizukage for a long time. Those ninjas who stay here often talk about Lord Yuan. Shigure pondered silently. It seemed the situation in the land of water was far more complicated than he had imagined. However, he maintained a calm exterior and nodded, saying, Oh, it seems the land of water is starting to improve. The landlady agreed, sort of. Some merchants have started coming to stay at the inn this year. After saying this, she added, I have things to attend to. If you need anything, you can come find me. Shigure smiled in response, all right. After the landlady left, Shigure quickly finished his meal, took a shower to wash away the fatigue and the salty taste of the sea, and returned to his room to sleep. Suddenly, in the middle of the night, Shigure sensed a violent chakra disturbance outside the town. He immediately sat up in bed, thinking, it seems someone is fighting. He quickly walked to the window and looked out at the dark town. It was pitch black outside, and he could see nothing. After hesitating for a moment, he thought, it's none of my business, and turned back to bed to sleep. Chapter 74. Terumi, May on a clear morning in June of the 58th year of Konoha. A peaceful small town in the land of water gradually awakened from its slumber. Soft sunlight illuminated the stone-paved road. Shops along the street opened one after another, and landladies warmly greeted the early rising guests. In the inn's restaurant, Shigure, dressed as a traveler in a pure white garment, was leisurely enjoying his breakfast. His waist-length silver hair was casually tied behind his head, and his handsome face attracted the attention of many, though he was already used to it. Just as Shigure was savoring his meal, 5 Mist Ninjas suddenly entered the inn. Shigure instinctively looked up and immediately recognized 2 of them. Future 5th Mizukage Terumi, May, and the so-called Byakugan killer, AO. The other 3 Mist Ninjas were unfamiliar to him. Shigure's heart skipped a beat, but he maintained a casual demeanor, continuing to eat his breakfast nonchalantly. He knew that if he exposed his identity as a Konoha ninja within the land of water, it would spell trouble. Terumi May and her companions sat down at a nearby table. She was graceful, her deep blue attire accentuating her curvy figure with red-brown, cross-patterned long curls resembling a pine or Christmas tree, and her right eye covered by long hair, exuding the charm of a mature woman. She quietly instructed the landlady to bring some breakfast, then began to survey the entire restaurant. When her gaze landed on Shigure, it lingered, and she looked at him with interest. This action drew the attention of AO and the other 3 Mist Ninjas, who all turned to look at Shigure. Feeling their gaze, Shigure looked up at Terumi May, then casually lowered his head to continue eating. He appeared calm on the surface, but inside, he was rapidly devising strategy. Terumi May occasionally glanced at Shigure, whispering something to AO and the others. Shigure couldn't hear what they were saying, but he sensed that he had caught the attention of these Mist Ninjas. After a while, Shigure finished his breakfast, stood up to settle the bill with the landlady, and then walked out of the inn at a leisurely pace. Before leaving, he glanced back at Terumi May and her group, seeing that they were still eating. He turned and headed towards the outskirts of the town. As soon as he exited the town, Shigure activated his perception jutsu. This perception instantly startled him. He detected 5 ninjas trailing him not far behind. Without a doubt, it was Terumi May and her companions. Not daring to delay, Shigure quickly jumped onto a nearby large tree and ran swiftly towards the seaside of the land of water. Seeing Shigure's reaction, Terumi May and the others realized they had been discovered, and they no longer concealed their presence, quickly appearing behind Shigure. As she chased, Terumi May called out, "Hey, handsome, why are you running? Why not come with me to the Mist Ninja Village?" Her voice was crisp and pleasant, echoing in the morning air. She replied without looking back, "Next time, I have matters at home and need to go back." "Where is your home?" Terumi May continued to ask. "The land of lightning," Shigure casually answered. If it weren't for the fact that he was currently fleeing at high speed, their exchange would have seemed like a conversation between good friends. "I didn't expect there to be such a handsome guy in the Cloud Village," Terumi May said with a smile. She also smiled back. "I didn't expect there to be such a charming beauty like you in the Mist Ninja Village." Terumi May laughed heartily. Then why not come play in the Mist Ninja Village with me? Shigure half-jokingly replied, there's nothing to see in the Mist Ninja Village. Why not come with me to the Cloud Ninja Village? Okay, wait for me. Why are you running so fast? Tirumi maitisht. However, Shigure did not respond again and just quickened his pace. After a few minutes, Shigure arrived at the sandy beach of the Land of Water. He burst out of the woods, making a few leaps to reach the shore. The next moment, Tirumi Ao and the other 3 Mist Ninjas also emerged from the woods, partially surrounding Shigure. After a chase, both sides were slightly out of breath. Looking at Shigure, Tirumi smiled and said, Hee, handsome, come with me to the Mist Ninja Village, you can't escape. Shigure retorted defiantly, that is not necessarily true. Under the speechless gaze of Ao and the 3 other Mist Ninjas, the two began to converse again. Are you planning to make a move, handsome? It would be a pity if you got hurt, Tirumi said with a smile. Then go easy on me, Shigure replied with a grin. What's your name, handsome? Tirumi asked. I'll tell you next time, Tirumi, Shigure said. So you know me, Tirumi replied, somewhat surprised. Shigure recognized that both Kagaya and Ao possessed the dual bloodline abilities of water release and boil release, and they were incredibly beautiful. He didn't hesitate to praise them. Don't think that because you compliment me, I'll let you off the hook. Although Kagaya said this, a hint of pride still showed on her face. As both sides gradually calmed their breathing, the atmosphere became tense. She took a deep breath and launched the first attack, quickly forming hand seals and shouting, Water release, Water Dragon bullet technique. A massive water dragon began to form in the sea behind him, roaring towards Kagaya and the others. Seeing this, Kagaya quickly formed hand seals as well and cast the water dragon bullet technique. A giant water dragon formed behind her and collided with the oncoming water dragon. The 2 water dragons crashed into each other, creating a huge splash that obscured both sides' vision. At that moment, a Mist Ninja took advantage of the situation and used the water release. Hidden mist technique, filling the surroundings with thick mist that concealed everyone. In this obscuring mist, Shigure's sensory ninjutsu was also affected. Kagaya you don't follow the rules of combat. Actually ganging up on me, Shigure shouted loudly. Kagaya chuckled in the mist, surrender, and I won't kill you. Just as Shigure was about to respond, he suddenly sensed movement nearby, drawing on his extensive combat experience. He slightly shifted his body and dodged a ninja knife aimed at him. Immediately after, he delivered a heavy punch to the eye of the Mist Ninja, who had ambushed him and then violently kneed the Mist Ninja in the stomach. The Mist Ninja let out a scream and was sent flying, disappearing into the mist. However, before Shigure could catch his breath, a waterfall over 10 meters high suddenly appeared in the mist and rushed towards him. Unable to dodge in time, Shigure immediately activated Earth Release, Earth Spear, hardening his body and raising his hands in front of him. The tremendous impact sent him crashing into the sea. Soon, the Mist Ninjas dispelled the hidden mist technique, and Kagaya Ao, and 2 Mist Ninjas appeared at the seaside to assess the situation. Another Mist Ninja, injured by Shigure, lay on the beach, and Kagaya instructed one of the Mist Ninjas to take care of the wounded comrade. At that moment, Shigure emerged from the water, soaked and looking disheveled as he faced Kagaya, and the others. Kagaya looked at him and said again, surrender, you can't escape. Shigure just chuckled and then turned to desperately flee along the rocky coastline. Kagaya Ao and another Mist Ninja instantly pursued him. In the morning, the cliffs of the Land of Water were being battered by waves, creating a series of thunderous sounds. The sea breeze howled, bringing with it a salty and humid atmosphere. Shigure was desperately fleeing along the cliffs, his silver hair flying wildly in the wind, his black eyes filled with tension and vigilance. Behind him, Kagaya Ao and a Mist Ninja were hot on his heels. Initially, Shigure's escape was somewhat easy, but gradually, the pursuers began to cause him significant trouble. Ao and the Mist Ninja occasionally pulled out shuriken from their waists and hurled them forcefully at Shigure. The shuriken sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, disrupting Shigure's pace as the 3 of them slowly closed in on him amidst the continuous attacks. Shigure dodged left and right, narrowly avoiding several shuriken, and thought to himself that this was not a sustainable strategy. While running, he quickly took out a ninja tool pouch from his sealing scroll. His fingers skillfully rummaged through the pouch and pulled out several shuriken. He glanced back at the 3 who were closely pursuing him, a determined glint flashing in his eyes as he suddenly threw the shuriken towards Kagaya and the others. Kagaya and her companions reacted quickly, dodging to the side. Taking advantage of this moment, Shigure pushed off the ground and increased the distance between them. However, Kagaya-May was not someone who could be easily shaken off. Her eyes narrowed, and she signaled to the Mist Ninja beside her. The Mist Ninja understood immediately, dashing toward Shiyu from behind like a cheetah. He quickly rummaged through his ninja tool pouch, pulling out a dozen shuriken and rapidly swinging his arms like lightning, sending shuriken flying towards Shiyu one after another. Noticing the concentrated attacks from behind, Shiyu's body moved like a nimble fish, dodging between the gaps of the shuriken. However, this forced him to slow down. Kagaya-May's group took the opportunity to catch up to him. Shiyu's heart tightened, knowing that if this continued, he would surely fall into a desperate situation. He immediately began forming hand seals, channeling his chakra like a surging tide, preparing to use water release, water break wave. Kagaya-May keenly sensed the intense chakra fluctuations from Shiyu, and her expression changed as she quickly shouted to AO and the Mist Ninja, "Be careful." At the same time, a massive chakra surge erupted from her, and she rapidly formed hand seals, preparing to use water release, water formation pillar. Shiyu suddenly turned his head and unleashed a high-pressure water column towards Kagaya-May and the others. As the water column swept through, it seemed to slice through the air itself. Kagaya-May also launched a water sphere from her mouth, which rapidly expanded after leaving her lips, crashing towards the water break wave like a comet. In an instant, the water column and the water sphere collided with a deafening sound. The tremendous impact created a massive splash, as if it were raining heavily. Shiyu continued to output chakra, and the power of the water column did not diminish in the slightest, piercing through the water sphere and continuing toward Kagaya-May and the others. Seeing the water formation pillar getting pierced, Kagaya-May and the others were shocked and hurriedly retreated, narrowly avoiding the water column. Seizing this opportunity, Shiyu turned and continued to run forward. Kagaya-May watched Shiyu's retreating figure with a hint of reluctance in her eyes, turning to AO and the Mist Ninja, saying, "Water break wave? A leaf ninja." AO frowned slightly, and after thinking for a moment replied, "It seems so." After that, the three of them quickly pursued Shiyu again. Before long, they were back behind Shiyu. Kagaya-May was furious, shouting, "Bastard, clearly a leaf ninja, yet you claim to be from the cloud." Shiyu smirked and replied, "Hee hee. Kagaya-May, your identity is determined by yourself when you're out in the world." Kagaya-May's eyes flashed with a fierce look as she gritted her teeth and said, "I'll give you a kiss that will eat away at your bones and melt your heart." Shiyu laughed heartily, saying, "I look forward to it." As Shiyu ran past a protruding cliff by the sea, he saw a person dragging a small wooden boat towards the ocean on the deserted beach. Knowing that this person was likely hiding from the Mist Ninjas, Shiyu immediately ran towards them without hesitation. The person, hearing the hurried footsteps, turned their head warily and, upon seeing Shiyu, immediately pulled out a shuriken from their waist, watching him approach with caution. Just then, Kagaya-May and her companions emerged from the cliff and chased after Shiyu. They also spotted the person by the small boat on the beach. Shiyu instantly appeared in front of that person, and soon Kagaya-May and the others appeared not far away. Upon seeing the person, Kagaya-May's eyes flashed with surprise and anger as she shouted, "Mizuba, I didn't expect you to dare to show up." AO coldly added, "Mizuba, I didn't expect you to appear after defecting from the village." Mizuba looked at Shiyu with hatred, cursing, "Bastard, you actually brought her here." Shiyu calmly replied, "Right now? We should think about how to get rid of them." Mizuba glared at Shiyu fiercely and snorted, "Umph." Then she said, "You hold off, Kagaya-May. I'll deal with AO and the other one." Shiyu nodded slightly, "All right." With that, Shiyu and the rogue Mist Ninja, Mizuba, faced off against Kagaya-May AO, and the Mist Ninja, Ramru, the air thick with the smell of gunpowder, as if it could ignite at any moment. "Let's go," Shiyu shouted and was the first to form hand seals. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. As he completed the hand seals, a water dragon formed rapidly behind him from the surging water flow, roaring towards Kagaya-May and the others. Wherever the water dragon passed, the sea water was stirred up into waves several meters high, creating an imposing spectacle. Terumi-May showed no signs of weakness, her beautiful eyes firmly fixed on Shiyu, and quickly formed hand seals, exclaiming, "Water release, water dragon bullet technique." In an instant, a similarly majestic water dragon coalesced behind her, bearing its fangs and claws as it charged towards Shiyu's water dragon. Just as the two water dragons were about to collide, Mizuha and Ranmaru also sprang into action. They quickly formed hand seals, shouting in unison, "Water release, hidden mist technique." Suddenly, thick white mist rapidly spread out from their center, enveloping the entire beach in an instant. reducing visibility to just a few steps. While Shiyu cautiously observed his surroundings, he continued to maintain the water dragon bullet technique, shouting, "Can you not use the hidden mist technique? This damn mist is affecting my performance." Terumi Mei's voice came from a mist, laced with a hint of teasing. The hidden mist technique is the signature ninjutsu of the Mist Village. How can we not use it? The two water dragons collided fiercely in the mist, producing a deafening roar, and the tremendous impact caused the surrounding mist to churn. Countless water splashes erupted like a sudden downpour, soaking everyone completely. While controlling the water dragon, Shiyu remained alert to the movements around him. Suddenly, he noticed Mizuha's chakra fluctuations rapidly moving away, and his heart sank. Damn it, Mizuha actually ran away. Terumi Mei quickly sensed this change, and immediately said, "Aoi, you and Ramura go after Mizuha." Aoi hesitated for a moment, glancing at Terumi Mei and then at the misty surroundings, saying, "Let Ramuru stay and help you. You're all alone here." But Terumi Mei resolutely refused. "No need, him staying might drag me down. Don't worry, I can handle it." Aoi thought for a moment and felt that Terumi Mei had a point, so he said to Ramuru, "Let's go, chase after Mizuha." After saying that, the two instantly disappeared into the mist, heading in the direction Mizuha had fled. With Aoi and Ramuru's departure, the mist gradually began to dissipate. Shiyu looked at Terumi Mei not far ahead, feeling a slight sense of relief, but he knew that this woman was also not easy to deal with. "Let's end this here," Shiyu said, trying to persuade Terumi Mei. "I'll leave the land of water. You go after Mizuha, and we won't have to fight anymore." Terumi Mei snorted coldly, her eyes revealing a hint of disdain. "The land of water is not somewhere you can come and go as you please. What do you take our mist village for?" Shiyu's heart sank, knowing that Terumi Mei would never let him off easily. He sighed inwardly, realizing that continuing like this was definitely dangerous, and turned to flee along the beach again. Seeing this, Terumi Mei immediately chased after him, shouting, "Don't think you can escape." The two engaged in a fierce chase on the beach. An hour passed, and the sea cliffs became increasingly desolate, with the surrounding environment growing more remote. Both Shiyu and Terumi Mei's breaths became rapid, sweat mingling with sea water, continuously streaming down their cheeks. Shiyu looked at a few scattered islands in the distance, and suddenly came up with an idea. Without hesitation, he turned and ran towards the small island, the water rising to his ankles and splashing white water flowers. Terumi Mei saw Shiyu's actions and immediately followed. Her speed was extremely fast, leaving a trail of brief ripples on the water surface. As Shiyu ran, he glanced back at Terumi Mei and noticed she was also breathing heavily, a strange smile appearing on his face. Chapter 76, taking action against Terumi Mei in June of the 58th year of Konoha. The scorching sun poured down unreservedly on the vast sea of the land of water, shimmering light reflecting off the waves like countless fragments of gold dancing wildly. Shiyu, dressed in a black ninja outfit, had his waist-length silver hair wildly flying in the sea breeze, each strand seeming to tell of his unruly spirit. At this moment, he was sprinting across the surface of the sea at high speed, the splashes of crystalline water instantly whipped away by the sea wind. Not far behind him, Terumi Mei, clad in a deep blue dress with her signature reddish-brown hair tied high, moved with her hair bouncing up and down with each step. Her emerald green eyes were firmly locked on Shiyu's back, filled with tenacity and persistence. Even as her breath grew increasingly labored and her steps became heavier, her resolve to chase remained unwavering. The two raced across the sea, their figures appearing small, yet striking against the backdrop of sky and sea. Minutes flew by, and the high-intensity running began to mercilessly drain their stamina. Shiyu's breath grew heavier, each inhale feeling like he was trying to draw in all the air around him, his steps gradually slowing. He glanced back at Terumi Mei and shouted, "Terumi Mei, you better be careful if you keep chasing." However, all he received in response was the howling sea wind and the sound of waves crashing against the shore. Terumi Mei remained silent, her gaze steadfast, though her pace slowed. She still closely followed. Another half-hour passed, and Shiyu felt as if his legs were filled with lead, so heavy that he could barely lift them. A hint of anxiety flickered in his eyes, and just then, the outline of a small island came into view, its various sand sculptures clearly visible under the sunlight. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his last ounce of strength and trudged towards the island, then plunged into the dense forest on the island. Terumi Mei nearly arrived at the same time, panting as she rushed into the forest, cautiously observing her surroundings. Before long, she spotted Shiyu leaning against a nearby rock. At that moment, Shigure was supporting himself on his knees, his head bowed, his heavy breaths echoing in the quiet forest. Seeing this, Tsurumi Mei's heart tightened, and she quickly took out a kunai, leaning on her knee as she too desperately tried to catch her breath and recover her stamina. Shigure slowly lifted his head and, upon seeing Tsurumi Mei, a flicker of imperceptible light crossed his eyes. He forced himself to stand up, gripping the kunai tightly as he stepped closer to Tsurumi Mei. Tsurumi Mei immediately straightened her body, tightened her grip on the kunai, and warily watched Shigure's every move. Just as they were very close to each other, Shigure suddenly attacked, thrusting the kunai towards Tsurumi Mei with force. Tsurumi Mei reacted quickly, using her kunai to block, the sound of metal clashing resonating through the forest. Shigure felt the strength in Tsurumi Mei's hand weaken slightly, a smirk appearing on his lips as he inwardly gloated. He suddenly exerted more force, a powerful surge instantly pushing Tsurumi Mei's kunai-wielding hand aside. Tsurumi Mei lost her balance and began to fall backward. Seizing this perfect opportunity, Shigure delivered a knee strike hard into Tsurumi Mei's abdomen. With a muffled grunt, Tsurumi Mei's body was propelled off the ground by the tremendous impact. Her eyes filled with shock and pain. Before Tsurumi Mei could regain her senses, Shigure followed up with a heavy elbow strike to the back of her neck. In an instant, Tsurumi Mei felt darkness envelop her vision, her consciousness gradually fading, and she collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Shigure looked at the unconscious Tsurumi Mei, letting out a long sigh of relief. He quickly crouched down and performed the 5-element seal on her, watching as mysterious runes flickered on her abdomen, successfully sealing her chakra. After completing this, Shigure took out an empty glass vial from his ninja tool pouch, noticing a trace of blood remaining inside. This blood was specially given to him by kunai for life-saving purposes, capable of rapidly restoring stamina and chakra. Shigure had consumed it upon entering the forest, which allowed him to regain some stamina and feign exhaustion, successfully luring Tsurumi Mei to this spot and knocking her out. Shigure smiled as he put away the glass vial. He still had 2 more of these vials. Then his gaze fell on Tsurumi Mei. At that moment, Tsurumi Mei had her long reddish-brown hair messily falling over her face, and her voluptuous figure was accentuated by the deep blue dress. Shigure looked at the beautiful sight before him, feeling an uncontrollable impulse rising in his heart. With a smile, he bent down and lifted Tsurumi Mei, walking deeper into the forest. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Shigure finally discovered a hidden cave deep in the forest. He carefully entered the cave and gently placed Tsurumi Mei on the ground. The cave was filled with a damp atmosphere, and the walls glimmered with faint spots of bioluminescence, adding a touch of mystery to the dim space. After confirming that there was no danger around, Shigure slowly crouched down and looked at Tsurumi Mei again. His fingers gently traced her cheek, and then he slowly leaned down and kissed her. An ambiguous atmosphere immediately filled the cave, and time seemed to stand still at that moment. After an unknown length of time, Tsurumi Mei slowly regained consciousness. As soon as she became aware, she felt something unusual about her body, and a strong anger surged within her. "Bastard! How dare you do this to me? I will kill you!" Tsurumi Mei roared angrily, trying to struggle to her feet, but she found that her chakra was sealed and her body was weak and powerless. Shigure looked at her with a smug expression and said with a laugh, "If you can do that, go ahead and try, but for now, you are my captive. I will kill you." Tsurumi Mei gritted her teeth and said, her voice filled with resentment and unwillingness. Her eyes burned with anger as she glared at Shigure, as if she wanted to stab him with her gaze. An hour later, Shigure got off Tsurumi Mei. She struggled to get up, hurriedly putting on her clothes. Her face was flushed, and her eyes were filled with both anger and a hint of confusion as she sat beside him in a daze, as if she had not yet recovered from what had just happened. In the afternoon, the surface of the sea in the land of water sparkled, and on a small island suspended over the sea, Shigure hummed a tuneless melody, holding a freshly hunted wild rabbit, leisurely making his way toward the cave. He was agile, his silver hair flowing wildly in the sea breeze, and his black eyes carried a hint of irreverence. This small island was peaceful and serene, surrounded by endless deep blue sea, with lush vegetation and wildflowers blooming freely, resembling a paradise on earth. However, at that moment, the atmosphere in the cave was somewhat tense. Tsurumi Mei, the beauty from the mist village with long reddish-brown hair, was sitting in a corner of the cave, putting on her clothes in a daze, her eyes filled with vigilance and unwillingness. Shigure walked into the cave, skillfully handling the wild rabbit and placing it over the roaring fire. The rabbit meat gradually turned golden under the licking flames, sizzling and releasing an enticing aroma. Terumi Mei's stomach audibly grumbled, but she stubbornly turned her head away, refusing to look at Shigure. Shigure wore a mischievous smile, holding a bottle of water, and leisurely walked to Terumi Mei's side, handing it to her. Drink. Terumi Mei glared at him angrily and shouted, "Get away." Shigure's gaze brazenly swept over Terumi Mei's slightly exposed body, a smirk on his lips, and his heated gaze made her feel a wave of fear. In the end, she still took the water and drank it greedily. Shigure then sat down beside her, and as Terumi Mei tried to move back, he wrapped his arms around her. She asked in terror, "What do you want?" Shigure leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "I want." Before he could finish, Terumi Mei had not yet reacted when he pulled her down to the ground, and then his lips pressed heavily against hers. "Bastard, I will kill you." Terumi Mei's hoarse curses echoed in the cave. Shigure, however, seemed not to hear, simply responding, "You've said that before." "Bastard." Terumi Mei was furious, but her resistance felt so powerless in Shigure's embrace. After a long time, Shigure finally left Terumi Mei's body. She quickly got up, hurriedly putting on her clothes and fixing her disheveled hair, then sat aside, glaring at Shigure with eyes filled with hatred. Shigure walked to the fire, skillfully taking out the slightly charred rabbit, processed it, and cut half of it with a kunai, handing it to Terumi Mei. Terumi Mei glanced at him, hesitated for a moment, but still took it and started eating. As she ate, she asked, "What is your name?" Shigure glanced at her, but did not answer. Seeing this, Terumi Mei provocatively said, "Daring to lay hands on me, but you can't even say your name?" She thought to herself that this man must be a pervert. After all, she was one of the top beauties of the Mist Village, and he wouldn't dare kill her. She then threatened, "If you don't want to kill me, I will find out sooner or later. If you kill me, the entire Mist Village will hunt you down. Ao and Kirigakure's ninjas will all know what you look like." After hearing this, Shigure thought for a moment and then replied, "My name is Shigure." "From Konoha?" Terumi Mei asked. "Yes." Shigure responded briefly. "What are you doing in the Land of Water?" Terumi Mei continued to ask. Shigure looked at her and countered, "Are you interrogating me?" Terumi Mei just stared at him intently, her eyes occasionally flashing with hatred. After a while, Shigure finally spoke. "I came to investigate the situation of the Mist Village." "What did you find out?" Terumi Mei asked next. Shigure shrugged, casually saying, "I wasn't even planning to go to the Mist Village. I originally intended to find a place to stay in the Land of Water for a few days and then go back to fabricate some intelligence. None of you guys would show up." Upon hearing this, Terumi Mei's heart stirred, and she said, "It seems you are not as loyal to Konoha as I thought. Why not come back to the Mist Village with me? I can guarantee you will be valued." Shigure couldn't help but laugh. "Go back with you to die?" Hearing this, Terumi Mei immediately became angry. She originally thought that if Shigure went back to the Mist Village with her, she would reluctantly marry him, since they had already acted as a couple, and it would also bring a good talent to the Mist Village. She shot Shigure a resentful glance, snorted coldly, and ignored him. As night gradually fell, the sky was painted orange-red, and the waves gently lapped against the beach, producing a pleasant sound. In the cave, Terumi Mei curled up in the corner, staring unblinkingly at Shigure, her gaze seemingly wanting to swallow him whole. Shigure sat in front of the fire, feeling Terumi Mei's gaze on him, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. He then stood up and walked toward her. Shigure looked at Terumi Mei with intense eyes, and she instinctively crossed her arms in front of her chest. Under Shigure's fiery gaze, her body slightly heated up, and her mind involuntarily recalled the heart-fluttering scene from earlier. Shigure approached her, crouched down, easily caught her hand, and pulled it away. This time, Terumi Mei did not resist, and Shigure took the opportunity to embrace her and kiss her again. The cave was once again filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. Unlike last time, Terumi Mei did not curse at Shigure. Her breathing gradually became rapid, and her eyes began to look dazed. In the deep night, Shigure and Terumi Mei lay together, breathing heavily. Under the firelight, Terumi Mei's cheeks glowed with a rosy hue as she reminisced about everything that had just happened. As their breathing gradually calmed down, Terumi Mei softly said, "Come back to the Mist Village with me, and I will marry you." Shigure gently stroked her hair and smiled, saying, "Come back to Konoha with me, and I will marry you." Upon hearing this, Terumi Mei snorted angrily again, turned around, and went to sleep with her back to Shigure. Shigure looked at Terumi Mei's back, a slight smile on his lips. Chapter 77. Running away again in June of the 58th year of Konoha. The morning sun gently bathed a small island in the Land of Water, with the sea breeze bringing the ocean's unique salty humidity. In a cave on the small island, an ambiguous atmosphere lingered. The enchanting yet somewhat petulant voice of Kwame-May occasionally echoed from the cave, particularly clear in the quiet morning. Inside the cave, after a long while, Shigure left Kwame-May with a satisfied expression on his face, a self-satisfied smile, playing on his handsome and slightly wicked features. Kwame-May quickly got up, skillfully putting on her clothes. Her face was particularly flushed from the earlier passion, but in her reddish-brown eyes, there occasionally flashed hatred and murderous intent. "Bastard, all you know how to do is this," Kwame-May said through gritted teeth, her voice laced with undeniable anger and resentment. Shigure raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a charming smile, and softly said, "But you seemed to enjoy it just now, didn't you?" Upon hearing this, Kwame-May's face instantly turned even redder. She snorted coldly, turning her head away from Shigure. Yet inwardly, she was secretly angry at herself for losing her composure in front of this man time and again. Shigure didn't care about Kwame-May's attitude. He took out some bread and milk from the ceiling scroll and handed them to her. Kwame-May glanced at them, hesitated for a moment, but still accepted and started eating. The two silently finished their food, and the cave fell silent. Only the occasional sound of the sea breeze passing through the cave entrance could be heard. "Let's go," Shigure said after finishing his meal, standing up. "Where to?" Kwame-May asked coldly, her tone still carrying some dissatisfaction. "Leaving here," Shigure simply replied. The two then left the cave. The moment they stepped out, the sunlight poured over them. Shigure glanced back at the cave, a smile tugging at his lips as if reminiscing about something. Kwame-May also looked back at the cave, her eyes flashing with intense hatred and murderous intent. But soon, she averted her gaze and walked towards the beach with Shigure. On the beach, the sand sparkled with golden light under the sunlight, and the waves continuously surged and receded. Shigure and Kwame-May appeared on the beach, gazing at the endless sea before them. "Release my seal, or how can I leave?" Kwame-May said to Shigure, her eyes carrying a hint of stubbornness. Shigure looked at Kwame-May, then suddenly picked her up in his arms. Kwame-May gasped and instinctively struggled, but Shiyu's arms were like iron clamps, making it impossible for her to break free. Holding Kwame-May like this, Shigure waded through the seawater towards the mainland of the water country. The cool seawater soaked their clothes, but Shigure seemed completely unconcerned, his gaze steadfastly looking ahead, while Kwame-May and his arms quieted down, though a faint blush remained on her face. 3 days later, the morning sun had become somewhat scorching. On a beach in the fire country, a small boat slowly approached the shore. This small boat was something Shigure had bought 3 days ago from a small fishing village in the water country. After buying the boat, he had rowed it with Kwame-May towards the fire country. During the 3 days of sailing, Shiyu's intimate contact with Kwame-May had never ceased. Kwame-May initially resisted, but each time they reached the midway point, she would unconsciously immerse herself in the experience, and afterward, she would fall into reminiscence. This contradictory feeling made her both love and hate Shigure. Shigure and Kwame-May jumped from the small boat onto the beach. Once Kwame-May steadied herself, she immediately said, "Put me down. Do you really want to take me to Konoha?" Shigure looked at Kwame-May's body, a glimmer of heat flashing in his eyes. He slowly approached her, suddenly reaching out to embrace her, then leaned down to kiss her. Kwame-May initially struggled, cursing, "Bastard, all you know how to do is this. Why don't you die in bed?" But soon, her struggles became feeble, and she gradually responded to Shiyu's kiss. The beach was once again filled with an ambiguous atmosphere, and the sound of the waves seemed to cheer for their intimacy. 2 hours later, Kwame-May's complexion was flushed, lying weakly on the beach, her gaze a bit hazy. Seizing the opportunity, Shigure placed his hand on her belly, using the 5-element sealing technique to release her chakra seal. "I'm leaving," Shigure said after unsealing her, standing up. Then, his figure swiftly darted into the woods behind the beach, running towards Konoha. After her seal was released, Kwame-May watched Shigure disappear into the woods. Gritting her teeth and saying, "Bastard," she stood up, put on her clothes, hesitating whether to pursue Shigure to kill him. Suddenly feeling the dampness of her clothes and noticing the sweat on her hands, her face instantly turned crimson, and she gritted her teeth, saying, "Bastard, I must kill you." But after saying this, a complex emotion flashed through her eyes. Subsequently, Kwame-May walked into the sea to wash herself. Standing in the water for a long time, gazing at the place where Shigure had left, then hopped onto the small boat and sailed towards the water country. Meanwhile, Shigure was already swiftly weaving through the woods. His heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment for having obtained a beauty like Kwame-May. On a morning in July of the 58th year of Konoha, outside the gates of Konoha village, the sunlight spilled onto the ground, casting a golden hue. Shigure stood there, the gentle breeze brushing against his waist-length silver hair, the strands swaying as he fell into memories of his recent trip to the Mist Village. Kamaru had merely suspected him of killing Danzo and assigned him such a dangerous task, to investigate the situation of the Mist Ninjas. Surprisingly, the third Hokage agreed to it. Shigure felt a mix of helplessness and indignation when he entered the water country. He had planned to find a random place to hide for a few days and then return to fabricate some information to cover his tracks. But who would have thought that shortly after entering the water country, he would be discovered by Koyami, Mei, Ao, and 3 Mist Ninjas? In an instant, the murderous intent enveloped him, and Shigure didn't hesitate to turn and run, embarking on a path of being hunted. Coming back to his senses, Shigure's lips curled into a wicked smile as Koyami, Mei's alluring figure floated back into his mind. But soon, his expression turned cold as he contemplated how to send Kamaru away to reunite her with Danzo. As for the third Hokage, Shigure knew he couldn't shake him with his current strength and could only hope that Orochimaru would deal with the third Hokage like in the anime. Taking a deep breath, Shigure turned and walked into Konoha village. On the streets, villagers bustled about, lively and bustling. Children laughed and played by the roadside, and the calls of vendors rose and fell. But none of this captured Shigure's interest as he headed straight for the Hokage's office. Soon, Shigure arrived outside the Hokage's office. He raised his hand and knocked on the door, and without waiting for a response from inside, he pushed the door open and entered. Inside the office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was sitting at his desk, focused on handling documents. Upon seeing Shigure enter, the third Hokage looked up, a warm smile on his face, and put down the pen in his hand, saying, "Shigure, you're back." Shigure looked dejected as he stepped forward and said, "Third Hokage, the mission failed." The third Hokage frowned slightly, a hint of confusion in his eyes, and asked what happened. Shigure began to narrate vividly. "Not long after I entered the water country, I was discovered by Koyami, Mei, and Ao, along with 5 Mist Ninjas. Without a word, they began to chase me, and I fled all the way, encountering a rogue Mist Ninja along the way. Koyami, Mei, and the others divided their forces to pursue that rogue ninja, and I had to exert a lot of effort to evade Koyami, Mei before finally leaving the water country and returning to Konoha. However, I managed to gather some information from the locals in the water country." The third Hokage sat up straight, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes as he asked, "What information?" Shigure paused for a moment before continuing. "It is said that the 4th Mizukage has not been heard from for a long time, and now the one in charge of the Mist Village is someone called Genji. The Mist Ninjas are currently chasing rogue ninjas everywhere, but I can't be sure if this information is true." After listening, the third Hokage fell into thought, and after a moment he said, "So, the Mist Village isn't peaceful either. News travels everywhere, so it shouldn't be wrong. You did well on this mission. Thank you for your hard work. You can go back and rest now." Shigure nodded, turned, and left the Hokage's office. Outside the Hokage building, he glanced back at it and silently thought, "Orochimaru, you must kill the third Hokage." Chapter 78. Returning home in July of the 58th year of Konoha on an ordinary morning. The sun warmly filled every corner of the village. On the roads, villagers came and went, busy with their livelihoods or chatting leisurely. After leaving the Hokage building, Shigure walked briskly, a smile unconsciously rising at the corners of his mouth. He hadn't seen Yuhi Kurenai for over 10 days, and at this moment, his heart was filled with longing for her, her enchanting figure occupying his mind, wishing he could fly to her side immediately. Shigure quickened his steps and soon arrived at his doorstep. Pushing the door open, he saw Kurenai practicing genjutsu in the yard. Her black, slightly curled, long hair fluttered gently with her movements, and the white skirt with black patterns hugged her curvaceous figure tightly. The red long-sleeve top formed a net-like shape across her chest, subtly outlining her proud curves, exuding the charm of a mature woman. In an instant, Shigure used the body flicker technique to appear beside Kurenai, hugging her tightly and saying affectionately, "Kurenai, I missed you." His voice carried a hint of urgency and desire, his arms wrapping around her as if trying to merge her into his body. Kurenai's cheeks flushed slightly as she softly replied, "I missed you too." Her voice was gentle and sweet, filled with the joy of their reunion. Shigure held Kurenai close and walked toward the room. She tiptoed, gently kissing him along the way. As soon as they entered the room, they eagerly rolled onto the bed together. The room quickly filled with ambiguous sounds. After a long while, it was already noon. Shigure picked up Kurenai and walked into the bathroom. After some time, it was afternoon. The two of them emerged from the bathroom, satisfied, with Kurenai's face slightly flushed, making her even more alluring. Hand in hand, they walked to the kitchen to start cooking. Shigure was responsible for washing and cutting vegetables, his movements skilled and swift, each action filled with the essence of life. Kurenai, on the other hand, cooked rice and stir-fried dishes, expertly tossing the ingredients in the pan, and soon, the kitchen was filled with the aroma of food. They worked together in perfect harmony, every action imbued with warmth. As Shigure watched the charming Kurenai stir-frying, his love for her surged once more. Unable to resist, he walked behind her. Kurenai sensed Shigure's gaze, her cheeks flushing again, and Shigure smiled and kissed her cheek. Before long, they continued cooking intimately together. Soon, the meal was ready, and they brought steaming dishes to the dining table to enjoy this warm lunch. Kurenai got up and walked to the wine cabinet, retrieving a bottle. She smiled at Shigure and said, "Let's have a drink." Shigure readily agreed. Sure. They ate, chatted, and drank, the atmosphere very harmonious. Kurenai suddenly asked, was this mission smooth? Shigure thought of his encounter with Terumi Mei in the Land of Water. A smile unconsciously forming at the corners of his mouth as he replied, "It went pretty well." Kurenai keenly caught the change in Shigure's expression and huffed, "Humph. What trouble did you stir up this time?" Shigure quickly explained, there really was no trouble this time. Kurenai looked at Shigure skeptically and said, "I hope so." To change the subject, Shigure asked, "Has anyone been looking for me these days?" Kurenai picked up a piece of food and said, "Humph, quite a few. Hinata's eldest daughter and that Ino girl." Shigure quickly said, "I have nothing to do with them." Kurenai pouted and replied, "Humph. Yakumo often asks when you'll be back to learn genjutsu." Shigure nodded, "Yeah." Kurenai huffed again, eating her meal somewhat angrily. Shigure found her sultry yet slightly angry demeanor very adorable. Soon, they finished their meal. Shigure walked to Kurenai's side, and she feigned anger with a huff. Shigure smiled and picked her up, heading toward the room. Kurenai looked at the unwashed dishes on the table and said, "You haven't cleaned up yet." Shigure replied, "We'll clean it up tomorrow." He then carried Kurenai into the room. The lingering, ambiguous scent still filled the room, and Kurenai's face turned red as Shigure placed her on the bed, kissing her. After a long while, it was nighttime. The room settled down. Kurenai said, "Hurry up and carry me to take a shower." Shigure picked up Kurenai, a smile at the corner of his mouth, saying, "Okay." He then carried her into the bathroom, where the soft light bathed them, as if coating the lovers in a golden glow. On a clear morning in July of the 58th year of Konoha, sunlight filtered through the thin curtains, gently illuminating the spacious hall of Shigure's home. A sumptuous breakfast was laid out on the table, and Shigure and Kurenai sat across from each other, enjoying this tranquil breakfast time. As Shigure ate, he said to Kurenai, "I have something to do later." Kurenai nodded slightly and softly replied, "Yeah, I've been on patrol duty these days." Shigure asked with concern, "Where are you patrolling?" Kurenai picked up a piece of food and said casually, "Inside the village." Shigure frowned slightly and reminded her, "Be careful." Kurenai laughed nonchalantly, "There's no danger. It's just a routine patrol." Just then, a gentle knock sounded from outside the yard. Kurenai put down her bowl and chopsticks, saying, "I'll go take a look." Shigure nodded and continued eating his breakfast. Before long, Kurenai walked into the hall with Yakumo. As soon as Yakumo saw Shigure, she respectfully said, "Shigure-sama." Shigure looked up, a warm smile on his face. "Good morning, Yakumo. Would you like to join us for breakfast?" Yakumo politely declined. "I've already eaten." Shigure pointed to the seat next to him, saying, "Come sit." Yakumo responded and gently sat down next to Shigure. Kurenai also sat down and continued eating breakfast. Kurenai looked at Yakumo and asked curiously, "Yakumo, why are you here so early?" Yakumo's expression changed slightly, and she said nervously, "Kurenai-sensei, I heard that Shigure-sama is back, so I came to check." Kurenai explained, "He returned yesterday." Upon hearing this, Shigure instinctively glanced at Yakumo beside him. Kurenai keenly caught Shigure's gaze and discreetly stepped on his foot under the table. Shigure winced in pain and quickly averted his gaze. Afterward, Kurenai and Shigure finished their breakfast. Kurenai got up to gather her gear and prepare to leave for her mission. She glanced at Shigure and Yakumo, saying to Shigure, "I'm leaving now. Don't let me come back and find you've done something you shouldn't." Shigure smiled and walked to Kurenai's side, wrapping his arms around her. "Then you have to satisfy me first." Kurenai let out a soft huff but did not resist, allowing Shigure to lead her upstairs. Shigure said to Yakumo, "Yakumo, Kurenai and I have something to do. You can sit for a bit." Yakumo certainly understood what Shigure and Kurenai were about to do, her face instantly turning bright red. She lowered her head and quietly said, "Yes, Shigure-sama." Shigure and Kurenai entered the room, and Kurenai eagerly said, "Hurry up, I still have a mission to execute. Saying this, she initiated a kiss with Shigure. The room quickly filled with ambiguity. Soon they gradually stopped, and Kurenai quickly tidied her clothes and hurried out of the room to the hall. Yakumo was sitting on the sofa, her face flushed and her gaze slightly evasive. Kurenai said to Yakumo, "Yakumo, I'm going to execute my mission now. She will come down later." Yakumo quickly replied, "Be careful, Kurenai-sensei." Kurenai turned and left, her footsteps gradually fading away. After Kurenai left, Shigure slowly walked down the stairs. His gaze fell on Yakumo. Shigure approached her, picked her up, and sat down on the sofa. Yakumo was startled by Shigure's sudden action and let out a soft gasp, stuttering. "Lord Shigure," Teacher Hong said. Shigure gently interrupted her. "It's okay. This isn't something that Hong said you shouldn't do." After a moment of thought, Yakumo seemed to understand Shigure's meaning, and her face turned even redder. Shigure embraced Yakumo in her arms, and as he looked at Yakumo's shy appearance, he picked her up and walked upstairs. Yakumo whispered, "Teacher Hong." Shigure softly reassured her, "Don't worry, she won't find out." Then, Shigure carried Yakumo into a room and gently placed her on the bed. After a long while, Shigure finally released Yakumo. Yakumo lay quietly on the bed. Shigure looked at Yakumo and held her close. At noon, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting patches of golden light in the yard. Shigure stood at the entrance of his home, watching Yakumo gracefully retreat, slowly disappearing into the street, a smile unconsciously rising at the corners of his mouth, filled with a sense of accomplishment. This woman with a powerful bloodline limit would be at his service. He arrived at the entrance of Kakashi's courtyard and pushed the door open. In the yard, Sasuke was diligently practicing, looking quite impressive. Seeing this, Shigure spoke up, "Sasuke, your ninjutsu is quite good." Sasuke glanced up at Shigure, noticing that he was alone and that Yakumo was not in sight, feeling a bit disappointed. He snorted and turned away, continuing to skillfully perform ninjutsu, his hand seals quick and fluid, with waves of chakra rippling around him. Shigure paid no mind to Sasuke's attitude and walked straight into Kakashi's living room. Kakashi was sitting on the sofa, legs crossed, engrossed in a certain iconic yellow book. Hearing footsteps, Kakashi looked up at Shigure, a subtle smile flickering in his eyes, and asked, "Where have you been these days?" Shigure casually reclined on the opposite sofa, stretching lazily, and replied, "I went to the land of water." Kakashi raised an eyebrow slightly, putting down the book, and asked with interest, "What did you find?" Shigure's lips curled into a mysterious smile as he said, "The Mist Ninja are hunting down rogue ninjas everywhere." Kakashi observed Shigure's expression and felt that things were not so simple. Pressing further, what happened in the land of water? Shigure's mind instantly flashed with the graceful figure of Terumi Mei and her hostile gaze. After a pause, he replied, "I was being hunted." Kakashi understood and chuckled helplessly, asking, "A woman?" Shigure nodded and affirmed. Kakashi, feeling speechless, warned, "Don't let anyone find out about your entanglement with ninjas from other countries. It will cause trouble for the village." Shigure waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I'm doing this for Konoha. She has a great chance of becoming the 5th Mizukage." Kakashi was taken aback and speculated, "Terumi Mei?" Shigure nodded again, affirming. At that moment, Sasuke walked into the living room. He had originally intended to go to the kitchen to make lunch, but upon hearing the conversation between Kakashi and Shigure, he paused, curiosity flashing in his eyes. He glanced at Shigure without speaking and headed straight to the kitchen. Kakashi looked at Shigure and said earnestly, "I hope she doesn't come to Konoha looking for you after becoming Mizukage." Hearing this, Sasuke abruptly stopped, turning around with a shocked expression directed at Shigure and Kakashi. Shigure, however, said proudly, "Do you not trust me? I know my limits." Kakashi shook his head helplessly, saying, "I know your character. I'm just afraid you can't control yourself." Shigure turned to Sasuke and teasingly said, "Sasuke, hurry up and make dinner. If you wait too long, you won't have the energy to train." Sasuke snorted. Though filled with curiosity about the Mizukage, he still walked into the kitchen to start cooking. In the kitchen, clattering sounds of pots and pans echoed as Sasuke prepared the meal while eavesdropping on Shigure and Kakashi's conversation. However, after a long time, they did not mention the Mizukage again, so he focused on cooking. Before long, Sasuke emerged with steaming dishes. He set the food on the coffee table, serving a bowl of rice for everyone, then silently sat down to eat. During the meal, Sasuke occasionally glanced at Shigure, his eyes filled with confusion and curiosity. Shigure, noticing Sasuke's expression, deliberately cleared his throat and said seriously, "Sasuke, as the future 5th Hokage and 5th Mizukage man, let me tell you, personal strength does not represent everything. For instance, I will be able to walk freely between Konoha and the Mist Village in the future. Sasuke nearly dropped his chopsticks in shock, staring at Shigure with disbelief in his eyes. He then turned his gaze to Kakashi, hoping to get confirmation from him. Kakashi, seeing Sasuke's astonished expression, helplessly said, "Don't learn from him. That could easily get you killed." Sasuke still couldn't believe it and asked, "Is it really the 5th Hokage in Mizukage?" Kakashi nodded, saying, "It's quite possible." Sasuke's mind was greatly impacted. He had originally thought that if he trained hard enough, he could achieve his revenge goal solely through strength. But now Shiyu's words made him realize that besides strength, other factors could also influence a person's status and influence. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset, reminding himself that he was solely focused on revenge and wanted to kill Itachi Uchiha himself. Women, in his view, would only be a hindrance to his training. He glanced at Shiyu with a hint of disdain, as if to say that he only relied on women, then snorted and continued to eat. Kakashi wondered why the 3rd Hokage would send someone as young and capable as Shiyu to such a dangerous place as the Land of Water. Feeling puzzled, he asked, "Why did the 3rd send you to the Land of Water?" Shiyu shrugged and replied, "It was Tsunade who sent me. The 3rd didn't object." Kakashi understood the reason immediately and internally sighed, realizing that Tsunade was causing trouble for Shiyu. He glanced at Shiyu, wanted to say something, but ultimately fell silent, continuing to eat. After finishing their meal, the three sat on the sofa to rest. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting warmth over them, and the living room was quiet, only occasionally interrupted by the chirping of birds. Shiyu reclined on the sofa, closing his eyes to rest, reflecting on the events of the past few days and planning his next steps. Kakashi picked up the yellow book again, leisurely reading as if their earlier conversation had been just ordinary small talk. Sasuke sat nearby, staring blankly out the window, still pondering Shiyu's words and his own path to revenge. At this time, on the streets of Konoha, people came and went, bustling with activity. Not far away, Hinata Hyuga was secretly peeking in the direction of Shiyu's house. As usual, she had come to see Shiyu when no one was paying attention. She still remembered the scene when Shiyu saved her in the snowy field. Since then, Shiyu had become her hero. She silently followed Shiyu's every move, but she was too shy to approach him, only gathering the courage to enter his home when he noticed her and called her in. In a ninja shop, Ino Yamanaka was picking out ninja tools, bargaining with the shopkeeper as she selected items. Suddenly, she overheard two people nearby discussing Shiyu, saying that he had completed another dangerous mission. Her eyes brightened, and her admiration for Shiyu grew even stronger. In her eyes, Shiyu was handsome and powerful, the perfect ninja in her heart. Chapter 79. Sending off Tsunade Kamachi on a midday in December of the 58th year of Konoha. The sky over the Land of Fire was a deep blue, and the sun poured down its rays without reservation, making it a day that should have been tranquil and peaceful. However, on a high mountain more than 100 kilometers outside of Konoha village, the atmosphere was as oppressive as the calm before a storm. Shiyu, dressed in black, had waist-length silver-white hair that fluttered gently in the breeze. The cold light flickering in his black eyes resembled an abyss in a cold night, unfathomable and deep. Beside him, Kanai had her red hair tied up, and her purple kimono accentuated her voluptuous figure. At this moment, a hint of hesitation crossed her face as she softly asked, "Are we really going to kill her?" Her voice was gentle, yet was clear in the silence of the mountains. Shiyu squinted slightly, his gaze fixed on the winding road at the foot of the mountain, and nodded without hesitation. "Yes, just a guess, but after I killed Danzo, I was sent to the Land of Water and haven't given up searching for someone to kill Danzo. She cannot be left alive." His voice was low and firm, as if this were a predetermined outcome. Kanai sighed softly, knowing well that once Shiyu made a decision, it was hard to change. "We'll handle it cleanly. No one will find out." She tried to persuade him, but she also understood that Tsunade Kamachi's suspicion of Shiyu was like a thorn, always lodged in his heart. Shiyu sneered. "I waited for months for her to go to the capital to discuss next year's Konoha budget. This time we must kill her." A trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, the decisiveness honed from years in the Umbu. Kanai shook her head helplessly. "All right." Her voice carried a hint of resignation and compliance. The two waited silently, the air thick with tension. Finally, Tsunade Kamachi appeared on the road at the foot of the mountain, protected by 3 clan members. Tsunade's figure was slightly hunched, the years etched deep lines on her face. Yet her eyes still radiated sharpness and authority, a presence cultivated from years of holding high office. The 3 clan members were alert, dressed in Konoha ninja attire. their eyes scanning the surroundings for any potential danger. Shigure and Kanai exchanged glances, understanding each other's thoughts. In unison, they quickly formed hand seals, and, in an instant, a terrifying chakra fluctuation erupted from their bodies. The surrounding air seemed to be stirred by an invisible force, becoming restless. Then, they shouted together, "Water release, great waterfall technique." A massive amount of water quickly condensed beneath their feet, resembling a water dragon that appeared out of nowhere, rolling and roaring continuously. The water kept gathering, and in the blink of an eye, it formed 3 giant waves, each over 50 meters high and more than 200 meters wide, imposing and terrifying. Ultimately, these giant waves converged, creating a colossal waterfall over 150 meters high and over 200 meters wide, with water continuously surging from the surroundings, seemingly endless. Shigure and Kanai stood atop the towering waves, like kings of the water world. They looked down from their height at Tsunade Kamachi and the others at the foot of the mountain, their eyes devoid of any pity. Then, Shigure and Kanai manipulated the giant waves like a frenzied beast, charging towards Tsunade Kamachi. Wherever the waves passed, trees and stones on the mountain were swept away, producing a series of thunderous roars, as if the apocalypse were upon them. The ground trembled violently under the powerful impact, raising clouds of dust. Meanwhile, Tsunade Kamachi and her companions were leisurely walking along the mountain path when they suddenly heard the terrifying sounds. Instinctively, they looked up, instantly stunned by the sight before them. Tsunade's eyes widened in shock and fear, her lips trembling slightly, as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. "Protect me!" Tsunade Kamachi screamed, her voice filled with despair and terror. Her body trembled involuntarily as she turned and desperately ran back. Upon hearing the command, the 3 clan members exchanged glances without hesitation, quickly forming hand seals and shouting, "Earth release, earth flow rampart." In an instant, a massive earthen wall over 50 meters high, 100 meters long, and 2 meters wide rose before them, like a solid fortress guarding them. The 3 gritted their teeth, beads of sweat rolling down their foreheads as they strained to channel their chakra, continuously inputting it into the earthen wall in an attempt to strengthen its defenses. The ground shook violently from the wave's impact, cracks appearing beneath their feet, but they stood firm, their eyes revealing a hint of defiance. However, their efforts seemed so small against the towering waves. Shigure and Kanai coldly watched from atop the waves, seeing the waves slice through the earthen wall like a sharp giant sword. The shattered wall and the 3 behind it were instantly engulfed by the waves, and before they could even let out a scream, they were torn apart by the rocks, soil, and trees within the waves, merging into the blood and water. Rushing towards Tsunade Kamachi, realizing the waves were coming for her, Tsunade turned back to look, her eyes filled with despair as the towering waves seemed ready to swallow her whole. Her steps faltered. At that moment, her gaze fixed on Shigure and Kanai atop the waves, and she exploded with rage, shouting, "Akanishi Shigure, Hizashi will not let you go." Her voice echoed in the valley, filled with anger and unwillingness. But her cries changed nothing. In the next moment, the waves engulfed her. Before the overwhelming natural force, Tsunade Kamachi was like an ant, instantly torn apart by the things in the waves, dissolving into blood and merging into the tide. Shigure and Kanai quickly jumped down from the waves, no longer controlling them. The waves continued to crash toward the distance, mercilessly washing away everything in their path, trees, rocks, and land, vanishing without a trace, leaving behind a scene of devastation. Only far away did the waves gradually calm down and disappear from the sight of the 2. Shigure and Kanai stood quietly in place, looking at the place washed by the waves, the air filled with a bloody scent. After a long time, Shigure quietly said, "Let's go." His voice was calm, as if everything that had just happened was unrelated to him. Kanai nodded. The 2 turned around, stepping away with steady strides, gradually disappearing into the forest. The sun continued to shine on this land, as if nothing had happened, yet the undercurrents in Konoha village surged even more fiercely due to this slaughter. Chapter 80. The funeral of Lady Kamachi on a midday in December of the 58th year of Konoha. The streets of the village were bustling, as usual. Sunlight bathed the ancient buildings and the passing villagers, and the sounds of vendors in the marketplace rose and fell, creating a seemingly peaceful scene. However, beneath this calm facade, there lurked an undercurrent of unease. Akanishi Shigure, with waist-length silver-white hair shimmering in the sunlight, had deep and mysterious black eyes. He had just completed a task escorting merchants to the land of hot water, and was striding robustly in front of the Konoha gates. At this moment, he was secretly thinking that after successfully sending off Tsunade Kamachi, no one should bother him anymore. Just as he was about to return to his residence for a good rest, two Umbu ninjas dressed in tight black clothing and wearing masks appeared silently before him. One of the Umbu spoke in a calm, yet commanding tone. Akanishi Shiyu, Lord Third Hokage requests your presence in the office. Shiyu raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of vigilance flashing in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure and replied indifferently, "Oh." Then, he followed the Umbu towards the Hokage building. One of the Umbu, after receiving a response from Shiyu, swiftly dashed towards the Hokage building like a bolt of black lightning, while Shiyu leisurely followed another Umbu onto the rooftop, heading towards the Hokage building. Their figures moved quickly across the rooftops, catching the attention of Keizuki Tetsu and Kamizuki Izumi passing below. Keizuki Tetsu looked in the direction where Shiyu and the Umbu had left, his face showing a look of confusion and concern, and couldn't help but say, "It's the second time." Kamizuki Izumi nodded slightly and replied gravely, "Yeah." Keizuki Tetsu continued, "The first time was because Danzo died, and the second time was Elder Tika. Do you think he did it?" Kamizuki Izumi frowned, and after a moment of thought, said, "If it were really Shiyu, it wouldn't just be one or two Umbu come and ask him." Keizuki Tetsu scratched his head and said helplessly, "All right." After a while, he couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked, "Do you think there will be a third time?" Kamizuki Izumi shot Keizuki Tetsu a glance, warningly saying, "Do you have an issue with Elder N or with the third Hokage?" Keizuki Tetsu awkwardly chuckled, "No issues. Just curious." Kamizuki Izumi shook his head and said, "Just guard the gate well. This is too far from us." Meanwhile, Shiyu had arrived outside the Hokage's office with the Umbu. The Umbu knocked on the door and, after receiving a response from inside, gently opened the door and gestured for Shiyu to enter. Shiyu took a deep breath and stepped into the third Hokage's office, while the Umbu quietly closed the door behind him. Inside the office, a faint aroma of tea and an old atmosphere lingered. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat behind the Hokage desk, his weathered face showing signs of fatigue, his white hair and beard neatly groomed, yet his eyes revealed worry. Behind another desk sat Mito Gate In, his brow furrowed and his sharp gaze fixed on Shiyu as if trying to see through him. Shiyu politely bowed to both of them and said, "Third Hokage, you called for me." The third Hokage looked at Shiyu in silence for a moment, then sighed heavily and said, "Tika is dead." Shiyu displayed a look of surprise and asked in confusion, "Elder Tika?" Mito Gate and took over the conversation, his tone carrying a hint of suspicion and questioning. "Yes, 6 days ago, on the way to the capital, she was killed by someone using advanced water jutsu." Shiyu's heart tightened, but he maintained a calm exterior and countered, "Elder N suspects that I did it." Mito Gate and did not hide his suspicion, stating, "Recently, you and Tika have had conflicts, and you're also proficient in water jutsu." Shiyu frowned slightly and retorted, "When did I have a conflict with Elder Tika?" Just as Mito Gate and was about to continue questioning, the third Hokage quickly interjected, "Enough, N." Shiyu turned his gaze to the third Hokage, his eyes carrying a hint of inquiry. The third Hokage sighed again and said in a softer tone, "Shiyu, you should go back for now, and don't leave Konohagakure for a while." Shiyu nodded slightly and replied, "Understood." He then turned and left the office with large strides. After Shiyu left, the office fell into a brief silence. Mito Gate looked at the third Hokage with dissatisfaction and said, "Just let him go like that? His suspicion is the greatest." The third Hokage shook his head and said earnestly, "And Shiyu does not have the ability to use such powerful water jutsu. Moreover, without solid evidence, we cannot easily suspect our own ninjas." Mito Gate sighed helplessly. First it was Danzo, now it's Tika. What is happening in this village? The third Hokage gazed out the window, seemingly pondering something, and after a long time said, "After we handle Tika's matter, I will personally go to the capital to discuss next year's budget with the daimyo." Mito Gate nodded and reminded, "Then be careful." Shiyu walked out of the Hokage's office, secretly relieved. He knew that although he had temporarily escaped suspicion, the coming days would likely not be peaceful. On a morning in December of the 58th year of Konoha, the village was shrouded in a layer of light haze. The sun struggled to penetrate the clouds, still carrying a hint of winter's chill. On this special day, the entire village seemed to be immersed in a repressive atmosphere, as today was Elder Tika's funeral. At Shiyu's home, warm sounds of intimacy between Shiyu and Yuhi Kurenai echoed from the warm bed. Kurenai playfully chided. Stop messing around. We have to attend Elder T-Ka's funeral later. Shiyu, seemingly indifferent, lazily replied. We have plenty of time. Kurenai teasingly scolded. Shiyu. Soon, Kurenai's flirty voice filled the room. After a while, everything returned to calm, and Kurenai's voice rang out again. Carry me to the bathroom. Shiyu complied, gently picking Kurenai up and walking into the bathroom. Before long, Shiyu and Kurenai emerged from the bathroom dressed in solemn black clothing. They went to the dining room, where Shiyu prepared a simple breakfast, and the two sat down to eat. Kurenai looked at Shiyu, a hint of reproach on her face. You only think about these things all day. Can't you show some respect for the deceased? Shiyu thought about how he and Kanai had killed Elder T-Ka, yet pretended to be serious. How am I not respecting her? If it weren't for that, I wouldn't even want to attend the funeral. Kurenai shot him a glare. Don't cause trouble when we get there. Behave yourself. Shiyu replied dismissively. Seeing him like this, Kurenai rolled her eyes and continued eating breakfast. After finishing breakfast, the two checked the time and left for the Hokage building. Elder T-Ka's funeral was held on the rooftop of the Hokage building, which had become the focal point of the entire village. Not far from the Hokage building, Kakashi, dressed in black, still holding his ever-present little yellow book, was preparing to attend the funeral. Seeing Shiyu and Kurenai approaching, Kakashi greeted them. Kurenai, Shiyu. Kurenai nodded slightly in response. Shiyu teased, what a coincidence so early. Kakashi looked at Kurenai and said, Kurenai, you go ahead. I want to talk with Shiyu. Kurenai glanced at the two and then turned to leave first. Kakashi and Shiyu walked side by side towards the Hokage building. Kakashi glanced at Shiyu, his expression somewhat serious. Konoha has been restless lately. First it was Danzo, now it's T-Ka. I hope nothing else happens. Shiyu raised an eyebrow and said with a smirk, Kakashi, are you suspecting me? Kakashi-Saiz, no. After saying this, he quickly walked towards the Hokage building, while Shiyu shrugged and followed suit. Upon reaching the rooftop, they found that several hundred people had already gathered at the scene. The crowd was divided into two formations. One was the clan leaders accompanied by their clan ninjas, all of whom had solemn expressions and exuded the unique authority of large clans. The other was civilians or small clan ninjas, standing relatively loosely, but also with serious faces. Shiyu noticed that the clan leaders had brought their next generations, including the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans with Ino, Choji, and Shikamaru. When Shiyu looked at Ino, she playfully winked at him, prompting Shiyu to smile slightly in return. Then, his gaze fell on Hinata Hyuga, who stood there with the Hyuga clan leader. When Hinata saw Shiyu, she shyly lowered her head, her cheeks slightly flushed. Shiyu glanced at Hinata before shifting his gaze to the front of the crowd. There, on a long table covered with white cloth, lay the portraits of Elder T-Ka and 3 of her clan members, surrounded by flowers that seemed to exude a faint sorrow in the gentle breeze. Shiyu and Kakashi walked towards the area for civilians and small clans. As the ninjas saw them approaching, they voluntarily made way, allowing Shiyu and Kakashi to stand at the front. Shiyu moved next to Kurenai, while Kakashi positioned himself beside Shiyu. Shiyu scanned the surroundings and, after careful observation, said, It seems that aside from the clan leader of the ninja clan bringing his children, there are no shinobi below the rank of Jonin. Kakashi glanced at the people around, but remained silent. Han looked over and softly replied, Shiyu then muttered quietly, Is it because the common people aren't qualified to attend Lord Komura's funeral? Upon hearing this, Han quickly tugged at Shiyu's sleeve and whispered, Don't say such things. Kakashi gave Shiyu a helpless look, seemingly accustomed to his indiscretion. At 10 in the morning, Mito Gate Yin stepped forward, cleared his throat, and began to recount the contributions of Tsukikage Komura to Konoha. His voice echoed on the rooftop, but Shiyu felt quite speechless. Decades ago, several of the Hokage's guards had protected the second Hokage during the alliance with the Land of Lightning, only for the second Hokage to die there, while several guards returned to Konoha and quickly became Hokage and elders. Shiyu listened to Mito Gate Yan's lengthy speech with boredom and couldn't help but say to Kakashi, 50-50, When you die, I'll hold a funeral for you at the memorial stone and let everyone in Konoha attend. Kakashi shot him a glance and replied irritably, Suit yourself. Seeing Shiyu causing trouble again, Han quietly stepped on his foot, signaling him to behave. Shiyu pouted and could only look around with boredom. Finally, Mito Gate Yin finished speaking. The third Hokage slowly stepped forward, surveying the crowd with eyes that revealed a hint of sorrow and fatigue. He picked up a flower, walked to the table, gently placed it in front of Tsukikage Komura's portrait, then stepped aside and quietly watched the crowd. Next was Mito Gate-yen, who, after placing his flower, stood beside the third Hokage. Then, the clan leaders of the ninja clans brought their children forward one by one to place flowers, and after doing so, silently left the Hokage building. Other small clan ninjas and commoners also approached in turn to complete this solemn ceremony. Soon it was Shiyu's turn. Kakashi stepped forward, gently placed a flower on the table, bowed slightly to the portrait, and then turned to leave the Hokage building. Shiyu walked up, looked at Tsukikage Komura's portrait, and silently said to himself, "Rest well and reunite with Danzo." He then placed down the flower and turned to leave, with Hong closely following behind him. As Shiyu and Hong exited the Hokage building, the streets were still filled with a stifling atmosphere. Kakashi was nowhere to be seen, and Shiyu looked at Hong and said, "Let's go home. On gentil replete, mem." The two walked side by side in the direction of home. Chapter 81. Exile to the frontier in December of the 58th year of Konoha. The chill of winter permeated every corner of the village, and the sky was overcast, as if snow could fall at any moment. Between the Hokage building and the Uchiha clan grounds, there was a courtyard surrounded by walls. This was the home of Hayake Shiyu. In the bedroom of Shiyu's home, warm under the covers, Shiyu and Hinata Hong were tightly embraced. Hong lay lazily in Shiyu's arms, softly chiding, "Stop messing around, I have to go on patrol later." Shiyu's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he softly said, "Don't worry, it'll be quick." Hong lightly complained, "You do this all day." After a while, Hong's voice echoed in the room, gradually calming down. In the room, Hong said with a hum, "I should go." Not long after, Hong walked out of the room with a beaming face, tidying her clothes. Her hair was a bit messy, but her eyes radiated satisfaction. She hurriedly left home to carry out her patrol mission. Shortly after, Shiyu, looking content, leisurely walked down the stairs. He arrived in the dining room and enjoyed the breakfast that had already been prepared at home. After finishing breakfast, Shiyu stepped out of the house, preparing to head to Kakashi's home. When he reached the yard, he spotted Hinata's small head peeking cautiously over the wall, trying to look into the courtyard. Shiyu smiled and said softly, "Hinata, come in." Hinata was startled upon hearing Shiyu's voice, then carefully stepped into the yard, stammering, "Shiyu-sama." Shiyu found Hinata's shy demeanor very cute and picked her up. Hinata gasped, her face instantly turning bright red. "Shiyu-sama." Shiyu carried Hinata to the sofa in the living room and sat down, allowing Hinata to sit on his lap. Shiyu quietly watched Hinata, who felt his gaze and blushed even more, soon fainting again. Seeing Hinata pass out, Shiyu smiled helplessly, still so shy, and continued to hold her quietly. Just as he was about to close his eyes to rest, a loud thud came from outside the courtyard. He smirked and called out into the air, "Ino, come in. Hong is not home." Yamanaka Ino peeked her head out from behind the wall, her golden ponytail swaying gently with the movement. She brightened up and bounced into the living room. "Shiyu and I." Her gaze swept over the person in his arms, and her eyes widened. "Hinata, what's wrong with her?" Shiyu answered calmly, "She's a bit shy and fainted." Ino pondered for a moment and curiously said, "Is that so? Let me see." She then sat close to Shiyu. Seizing the opportunity to observe Hinata, Ino quietly leaned her head against Shiyu's arm. Noticing this, Shiyu instinctively wrapped an arm around Ino, causing her cheeks to flush as she sweetly said, "Shiyu and I." Being embraced like this made Ino's heart flutter, and she gazed at Shiyu with infatuation. At that moment, Hinata slowly woke up, feeling herself in a warm embrace. She suddenly remembered she was being held by Shiyu. She opened her eyes wide, only to see Ino's face right in front of her, instantly turning beet red as she softly said, "Ino." Ino looked at the shy Hinata and playfully asked, "Hinata, is it comfortable being held?" Hinata, caught off guard by Ino's question, felt her face burn and gently struggled to get out of Shiyu's embrace. "Shiyu-sama, I need to go back." Shiyu looked at Hinata and nodded. "Mem, come over when you have time." After Hinata softly responded, she quickly left like a startled little rabbit. After Hinata left, Ino naturally settled into Shiyu's lap, and Shiyu casually wrapped his arms around her, asking, "What brings you here today?" Ino leaned against Shiyu's chest and sweetly said, "After seeing Shiyu-sama at the funeral yesterday, I wanted to come." After a pause, she curiously asked, "Shiyu-sama, when did you meet Hinata?" Shiyu thought for a moment and replied, "A few years ago." Just then, Yakumo walked in. She was slightly taken aback upon seeing Shiyu and Ino so close in the living room. Shiyu smiled and greeted her. "Yakumo, you're here." Yakumo stepped forward respectfully, saying, "Shiyu-sama." Afterward, she looked at Ino and curiously asked Shiyu, "Who is this?" Ino quickly introduced herself. Hello, I'm Yamanaka Ino. Yakumo politely responded, Kurama Yakumo. Shiyu glanced at Ino, then at Yakumo, and said to Ino, Ino, you should head back now. Ino hesitated for a moment. Although she felt a bit reluctant, she nodded, Shiyu-sama, I'll head back first. Afterwards, she glanced at Yakumo before leaving Shiyu's embrace. After Ino left, Shiyu looked at Yakumo with gentle eyes, stepped forward, and picked her up. Yakumo exclaimed, instinctively wrapping her arms around Shiyu's neck, looking a bit worried as she said, Hong-sensei. Shiyu softly reassured her. Hong went on a mission. Saying this, Shiyu carried Yakumo toward the second-floor room. Once inside the room, Shiyu gently placed Yakumo on the bed, her gaze holding a hint of shyness. Soon, a warm atmosphere enveloped the entire room. After a long time, it gradually subsided. Hours later, the sound of water splashing came from the bathroom. When the two reappeared in the living room, Yakumo had already regained her usual gentleness, although her ears still bore an unusual flush. Lord Shigure, I'll head back first, she said, lowering her head to tidy her skirt, unable to meet the intensity of his gaze. Shigure pulled her into an embrace and kissed her on the lips, saying, Be careful on your way. He watched Yakumo's figure gradually fade into the distance. The morning sun slanted down on Shigure's home, and shortly after Yakumo left, a ninja from the Umbu appeared before him, delivering the order for a summons to the Hokage's office. Shigure raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of confusion bubbling up inside him, but he straightened his collar and headed towards the Hokage building. Arriving at the door of the Hokage's office, Shigure gently knocked and, receiving permission, pushed the door open. Inside, the Hokage's desk was empty, with no sign of the third Hokage. While sitting at the adjacent desk was Mito Gaten. Shigure's gaze flickered as he spoke. Elder N, you called for me? Mito Gaten, seated in the chair, looked at Shigure with deep eyes and nodded slightly. Yes, the person in charge of a post at the western border was attacked and killed by rogue ninjas. Although the murderer has been pursued by the Umbu, I hope you can guard the border to prevent rogue ninjas from entering. Upon hearing this, Shigure furrowed his brows, a flash of vigilance crossing his eyes. Is this the elder's decision or the third Hokage's? His voice was steady, yet carried a hint of subtle probing. Mito Gaten did not answer directly, but picked up a mission scroll from the desk and handed it to Shigure. This mission has the third's consent. Shigure reached out to take the scroll and examined the signature carefully. After confirming it was indeed the third's handwriting, he asked, How long will it be? Until further notice. Mito Gaten replied in a flat tone, as if simply stating an ordinary fact. Shigure smirked coldly in his heart, but maintained a respectful demeanor. Understood. I'll set off tomorrow. Mito Gaten added, Yes. Shigure responded affirmatively, tucked away the mission scroll, and turned to leave the Hokage's office. Stepping outside the building and standing in front of it, Shigure glanced back at the tall structure, pondering to himself, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Mito Gaten are really sending me off to the border. It seems the third no longer trusts me. Thankfully, no one else knew about the assassination of Danzo and Tsunade. This mission is probably a ruse to move me to the border. When Orochimaru attacks Konoha, I must take the opportunity to get rid of Mito Gaten, and I hope Orochimaru can also help me get rid of Sarutobi Hiruzen. With these complex thoughts, Shigure turned and headed towards Kakashi's house. Kakashi's home was located in a secluded grove, with trees at the entrance forming a natural barrier. Shigure pushed open the large door and walked into the yard, where he saw Sasuke diligently training. Hearing the noise, Sasuke glanced curiously at Shigure. Usually, Shigure would tease him a bit when they met, but today he did not greet him, which left Sasuke feeling somewhat puzzled. However, he did not ask further, returning to his training as Shigure entered the living room. Shigure lay lazily on the sofa, his gaze landing on Kakashi, who was flipping through a smutty book nearby. He was deep in thought about his plans ahead. After a while, Kakashi sensed Shigure's unusual demeanor, put down his book, and asked, What's wrong? Shigure said nothing, merely tossed the mission scroll to Kakashi. Kakashi caught it, glanced at Shigure, then opened the scroll to check its contents. When he saw what was written, he was slightly taken aback. Guarding the border? This is really a mission issued by the third. Did you not see the signature? Shigure replied, his tone somewhat impatient. Kakashi scrutinized the signature again and asked, What did the third say? I didn't see the third. Mito Gaten said the person in charge of the post was killed and wants me to guard it, Shigure explained. How long will it be? Kakashi continued to inquire. Until further notice, Shigure sighed helplessly. Kakashi sighed in response and fell silent. The room was momentarily quiet, with only the sounds of the wind outside occasionally entering their ears. At this time, Sasuke walked in, preparing to make lunch. He cast another curious glance at Shigure, who merely shot him a sidelong look without speaking. Seeing this, Sasuke huffed and headed into the kitchen to start his work. Before long, Sasuke emerged from the kitchen with dishes, serving each person a bowl, and the three of them began to eat in silence. The atmosphere at the dining table was somewhat oppressive, with no one speaking, only the sound of bowls and chopsticks clinking in the air. After finishing their meal, Shigure and Kakashi remained seated on the sofa, while Sasuke had gone to wash the dishes and now sat resting on the sofa. After a while, Shigure broke the silence. "Please keep an eye on Hong for me." Kakashi nodded. "Okay." Then he asked, "When are you leaving?" "Tomorrow," Shigure replied briefly. Then he stood up and said, "I'll head back first." Kakashi acknowledged. After Shigure left, Sasuke asked curiously, "What is going on?" Kakashi glanced at Sasuke, his expression serious. "Focus on your training." Sasuke sensed Kakashi's reluctance to elaborate and nodded, feeling a bit dejected. "Oh." As Shigure reached the door, he turned back to glance at Kakashi's house, his eyes filled with complex emotions. He knew that once he left, he would not know when he could return. Chapter 82. Heading to the border on a cold morning in December of the 58th year of Konoha. The chilling wind, accompanied by fine snowflakes, beat against the windows of Shigure's home. Inside, the warm stove emitted a gentle heat, but it could not compete with the intense warmth of the bed. The black hair of Yuhi Kurenai lay messily on the pure white bedding as she bit her lower lip. "Isn't it enough?" Shigure's silver hair fell softly, glowing gently in the morning light. His eyes sparkled with teasing amusement as he gently cupped Kurenai's face with his hands. "Not enough. I don't know how long you'll be gone this time." He leaned down and kissed away the tears from the corners of her eyes, whispering softly, "Don't worry. If there's danger, I'll run away." Kurenai reached out to tug at his ear, feigning anger. "I'm only worried that you'll attract other women again." Remembering the past in the land of water, a flicker of displeasure crossed her eyes. "May Kurenai, do you not trust me?" Shigure feigned a hurt expression, blinking his eyes. What happened in the land of water?" Kurenai raised her chin, her gaze sharp. "That was in the past." Shigure nuzzled her nose playfully. "What about Yakumo?" Kurenai suddenly asked, her tone laced with vigilance. Shigure paused. "I have nothing with Yakumo. Do you expect me to believe that?" Kurenai's words were barely finished when Shigure silenced her with a kiss. The room was once again filled with chaotic sounds, and after an unknown amount of time, everything finally calmed down. Shigure carried the soft Kurenai into the bathroom, their figures appearing and disappearing in the warm mist of the water. After washing up, Kurenai changed into a light ninja outfit. Although her steps were still a bit unsteady, her face glowed with a satisfied blush. She neatly tied her hair back and walked with Shigure into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. At the dining table, the aroma of fried eggs filled the air. As Kurenai set the table, she reminded him, "Don't bring any women back with you." Shigure picked up a piece of fried egg and fed it to her, smiling as he said, "Don't worry, I won tea. Be careful during the mission, and run if there's danger." Kurenai shot him a glance. "Looks like I don't need to worry about you getting into trouble." "Of course not. If there's danger, would I stay and wait to die?" Shigure exaggeratedly shrugged. Kurenai sighed softly. "Don't complain. The third might call you back soon." Shigure took a bite of bread and mumbled, "Perhaps the third will die before calling me back." "Don't say such things." Kurenai covered his mouth with her hand, concern evident in her eyes. "Be careful out there." Shiyu held her hand and gently kissed it near his lips. "Got it." After finishing breakfast, Shiyu put away the sealing scroll filled with equipment and food into his ninja tool pouch. He stood at the entrance, checking his belongings one last time. Hong leaned against the door frame, watching his tall figure, feeling a tinge of reluctance in her heart. The two walked side by side towards the Konoha gate. On the street, the snow crunched underfoot. Shiyu wrapped his arm around Hong's waist, looking at the familiar street, secretly cursing. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Mito Gate Inn really deserved to die for ruining his enjoyable life. In the distance, they saw Kakashi leaning against the Konoha gate, still holding that little yellow book that never left his side. Hearing their footsteps, Kakashi closed the book, a hint of concern flashing in his light blue eyes. "Be careful. Don't worry. If anything happens, I'll run away," Shiyu replied playfully, though his tone held a touch of seriousness. Kakashi nodded slightly. "If Hong gets into trouble, I'll help. Don't worry." Shiyu stepped forward and patted his shoulder. "Yeah, I believe you." Turning to face Hong, Shiyu gently pulled her into his embrace, planting a kiss on her forehead, whispering, "If anything happens, I'll run, don't worry." Hong leaned against his chest, listening to the familiar heartbeat, her eyes slightly misty. "Yeah, I'll wait for you to come back." Shiyu looked at her deeply, then raised his head to glance at Hokage Rock in the distance, before resolutely turning around and walking towards the border. The cold wind swept through his long hair, the silver strands dancing in the air, gradually disappearing at the end of the road. Kakashi and Hong stood side by side, watching his figure grow further away, until that silhouette completely vanished from sight. Hong let out a gentle sigh. Kakashi silently tucked the little yellow book in his chest. Glancing at her, "He'll be fine." Hong looked at the empty street, softly saying, "I know." The wind picked up a few snowflakes that landed on her shoulder. In the Hokage office, the third Hokage, Tsunade Hiruzen, sat in his chair, a pipe in his hand emitting wisps of blue smoke, enveloping his wrinkled face in a hazy mist. Lord Third, Aoishiyu has left Konoha. An Umbu ninja suddenly appeared, his black figure flickering in the light and shadow. The low report breaking the silence of the room. Tsunade Hiruzen slightly raised his murky old eyes, the pipe gently tapping against the ashtray, making a crisp sound. You can leave now." The moment the words fell, the Umbu ninja disappeared like a ghost. After the Umbu ninja vanished, Mito gate and stepped out from the shadows. His brow furrowed. "Hiruzen, we can't just let him go. He is definitely involved in the deaths of Danzo and Koharu." The third Hokage sighed softly, turning to look at his emotionally charged old friend. "And over the past few days, I have dispatched a large number of Umbu to investigate, even using the remaining power of the root, but we still can't find solid evidence." A hint of fatigue flashed in his eyes. "Without evidence, we can't easily take action against our own ninja. Otherwise, it will cause panic, and Konoha will fall into turmoil." But Danzo clearly went to the fire temple because of the information he provided. Koharu was attacked by water jutsu after sending him to the land of water, and he wasn't even in Konoha at the time. Mito gate and slammed the table in agitation. "And if you suspect him, why send him to guard the border? This mission is, after all, a test." The third Hokage slowly stood up, walked to the window, looking at the bustling street in the distance. The sounds of children playing faintly reaching his ears. Aoishiyu, at such a young age, has already been promoted to Jonin, with exceptional talent. If he could behave himself at the border and not do anything harmful to Konoha, I plan to transfer him back to serve as the leader of the Umbu. The leader of the Umbu. Mito Gate-on's eyes widened. Why would you assign him such an important role? The third Hokage turned around, his gaze calm and profound. Kakashi is currently serving as a Jonin, responsible for teaching the new generation of ninjas. But the Umbu needs someone who can work in harmony with him. Aoishiyu and Kakashi have served together in the Umbu, and their relationship is quite close. If she truly cares for Konoha, his addition will elevate the strength of the Umbu. Mito Gate and remained silent for a long time before speaking. Hiruzen, are you planning to make Kakashi the fifth Hokage? Mentioning this topic, a hint of loneliness and helplessness flashed in the third Hokage's eyes. He slowly walked to his chair, sat down, leaning back against the chair, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. Jiraiya is traveling around, searching for the child of prophecy. Tsunade is also missing, lost in gambling, unwilling to come back. Konoha cannot be without a future helmsman. I can only focus on cultivating Kakashi for now. If those two have no intention of inheriting the Hokage position, Kakashi is currently the most suitable candidate. Hearing this, Mito Gate-in sighed heavily, sitting down in the chair, rubbing his temples. I hope your judgment is correct. Aoishiyu always makes me feel that there are hidden schemes behind his smile. The third Hokage did not respond, only looking out the window again. On the streets of Konoha village, villagers wrapped in thick cotton clothing came and went, and the shop signs swayed gently in the wind. The sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting a soft glow, gilding the outline of Hokage Rock. Looking at this land he had protected for many years, his heart was filled with worry and anticipation. The road ahead is full of unknowns, and where will Konoha go? Chapter 83. Border Outpost in December, the 58th year of Konoha. A biting cold wind swept through the treetops, carrying fine ice crystals and emitting a whimpering howl. She stepped on the snow, finally arriving at the outpost located at the top of the deep mountain. This circular 3-story building stood on the open mountaintop, surrounded by more than 20 kilometers of desolation, with only the howling wind and the occasional wolf howl breaking the silence. She looked up at the outpost, his resentment towards Tsunade Hiruzen and Mito Gate and deepening. He knew that this seemingly ordinary task of guarding the border was, in fact, a form of exile for him. After all, the doubts from Konoha's upper echelons had never ceased since the mysterious death of Naruto. Just then, the door of the outpost opened, and 3 figures walked out. Daisuke Satayama, and Mizashima-Dayu watched the suddenly arrived Konoha ninja warily. They hadn't expected such a young person to be sent for this tedious task. Shiyu looked at them expressionlessly, pulled out the mission scroll from his pocket, and casually tossed it to the person in the middle. The person hurriedly caught the scroll and, along with his companions, began to examine it closely. After reading the scroll, their eyes were filled with curiosity. How could such a young Jonin be assigned to this remote border outpost? Lord Shiyu, please come in and take a rest. Daisuke was the first to break the silence, his tone carrying a hint of respect. Shiyu lightly replied with an and followed Daisuke into the outpost. Along the way, Daisuke enthusiastically introduced the situation of the outpost to Shiyu. They passed through the kitchen, dining area, and restroom on the first floor, then walked through 9 accommodation rooms on the middle floor, finally arriving at the working area on the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor had long windows on all sides, providing a broad view, convenient for observing the surrounding situation. Daisuke invited Shiyu to sit at a desk, then began to introduce himself and his companions. Lord Shiyu, my name is Daisuke, a Chunin, skilled in fire and wind techniques, Daisuke said first. Lord Shiyu, my name is Satayama, a Chunin, skilled in water techniques. Yama followed closely. Lord Shiyu, my name is Mizashima-Dayu, a Chunin, skilled in earth techniques. Dayu also introduced himself. Shiyu scanned the 3 of them, noticing that there wasn't even a female ninja among them, and couldn't help but frown, his tone somewhat dissatisfied as he asked. Aoi Shiyu, skilled in water and earth techniques. Is it just the 3 of you here at the outpost? Yes, Daisuke answered respectfully. Shiyu sighed helplessly and instructed, Daisuke, you will be responsible for daily affairs from now on. Come to me if there's anything. Daiju pondered for a moment, then nodded and replied, Yes, Lord Shiyu. Following that, Daiju and the other 2 each walked to a window, beginning to vigilantly observe their surroundings to guard against any suspicious individuals entering the fire country from the river country. Shiyu carefully checked around the window, confirming there were no abnormalities, before returning to the table, lying on it, and idly watching the 3. He felt a wave of frustration, thinking that while the conditions at this outpost were harsh, it was even worse that there were no women around, which really dampened his interest as someone who typically liked beautiful women. Meanwhile, above the Kana courtyard near Shiritsu Street, a giant eagle slowly descended from the clouds. This giant eagle was created by Akame Yakumo using the super beast imitation technique. As the giant eagle landed, Yakumo elegantly jumped off its back. Hearing the movement, Kana and Kei-Rin walked out from inside the house. Kana, wearing a purple kimono, had a voluptuous and mature figure that was accentuated by the kimono. Kei-Rin had her signature long red hair and a gaze that reflected a calmness beyond her age. Yakumo, you're here, Kana greeted with a smile, her voice as gentle as water. Yes, Aunt Kana, Kei-Rin. Lord Shiyu sent me to find you, Yakumo replied with a smile. Komin, Kana, warmly invited. The 3 of them entered the living room, where Kana took out a glass tube from the room and handed it to Yakumo. Yakumo took the glass tube, looking curiously at the mysterious eye inside, and asked, What is this? This is the Manjiki Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Taken from Danzo's eye when Shiyu and I killed him, Kana explained calmly. Yakumo's face showed shock at her words. You and Lord Shiyu killed Danzo? Kana gently nodded, Yes. Lord Shiyu said you're also his woman, so he asked me to tell you some secrets. Yakumo shyly lowered her head and softly said, I will keep the secret. This Manjiki was taken from Uchiha Shirsue's eye. Kana continued to explain. Yakumo looked puzzled. Kana noticed her confusion and added, the Uchiha clan was exterminated, so you don't need to know too much. This Manjiki Sharingan is a Jinjutsu eye that can enhance your Jinjutsu abilities, which is why she left it for you. Yakumo still found it hard to believe. Is it really possible? As long as you transplant it, it will be fine. However, after transplanting the Sharingan, non-Uchiha clan members will continuously consume chakra to maintain it, and won't be able to deactivate it like Uchiha clan members can, Kana patiently explained. Yakumo thought of Kakashi, who always covered his eye like a cyclops, and asked, Will I have to cover it after the transplant? Seeing Yakumo's disdainful expression, Kana immediately understood her thoughts and smiled. You can use Jinjutsu to cover it. Will anyone notice? Yakumo still seemed worried. As long as you pay attention in front of powerful individuals, it will be fine, Kana reassured her. After pondering for a moment, Yakumo finally made up her mind. Okay. Kei-Rin, who had been eager to try, said impatiently, Let us go. I'll help you with the transplant. Yakumo nodded and followed Kei-Rin and Kana into the room. Inside, a tense and mysterious atmosphere filled the air. Kei-Rin prepared the medical instruments and had Yakumo lie on a simple bed. Kana assisted nearby, helping Yakumo stabilize her emotions. K-Rin carefully took out the Mangeki Sharingan from the glass tube and began the transplant surgery using her medical ninjutsu. During the procedure, Yakumo endured the pain, sweat soaking her forehead. Kana stayed beside her, softly comforting her and wiping away her sweat. 2 hours later, the surgery was finally completed. Yakumo emerged from the room with Kana and K-Rin, her right eye now sporting the crimson Mangeki Sharingan, with a four-pointed windmill pattern, square and symmetrical, resembling a shuriken or a four-pointed star, exuding a mysterious and powerful aura. Kana asked with concern, "How is it? Is the chakra consumption high?" Yakumo felt the flow of chakra within her and said, "It's quite high, but I can handle it." Karen also asked, "Are there any other issues?" Yakumo shook her head. "No." Kana said, "That's good. Take some time to get used to it." Yakumo nodded. "Okay." Kana then asked, "When will you return to Konoha?" Yakumo shyly replied, "I want to see Lord Shiyu." Hearing this, Kana felt a surge of longing for Shiyu, her body slightly tingling and her face turning a bit red as she said, "I'll go with you." Keirin quickly added, "I want to go too." Kana smiled and said, "All right, when shall we go?" Yakumo eagerly said, "Now." Kana asked worriedly, "Is your body okay?" Yakumo confidently said, "Yes." Kana said, "I'll go prepare." Then Kana and Keirin began packing their bags and getting some necessary items ready. Before long, Kana, Keirin, and Yakumo arrived at the courtyard. Yakumo took out a drawing board and quickly sketched a giant eagle. With a flick of her brush, the giant eagle burst forth from the drawing board, spreading its enormous wings and letting out a loud cry. The three of them mounted the giant eagle, slowly ascending into the sky, flying towards the border of the fire country. On the giant eagle, Kana tightly embraced Keirin, feeling the wind rushing towards them. Yakumo focused on controlling the flight direction of the giant eagle, her eyes filled with anticipation for her reunion with Shiyu. Chapter 84. Outpost. On a cold morning in December of the 58th year of Konoha, the cold wind swept through the snowy mountains surrounding the outpost. Shiyu pushed open the creaking wooden door, and the biting cold instantly poured into his collar. He instinctively tightened his black ninja outfit, his long silver hair flying wildly in the morning breeze. In the hall on the first floor of the outpost, warm firelight flickered, and Daiju, Yama, and Daeong were already seated at the dining table, the aroma of steaming food wafting through the air. Shiyu walked lazily to his seat and sat down, his black eyes scanning the food on the table, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. "Don't worry about me. You can eat first. Just save me a portion." Daiju quickly nodded and respectfully replied, "Understood, Lord Shiyu." The three then began to eat. As Shiyu had his breakfast, he casually asked, "Don't we have to keep watch at the outpost tonight?" Daiju swallowed his food and explained, "No, our outpost is more symbolic. If we discover someone intruding, we can drive them away, and if not, we notify the border patrol. So generally, we alert the border patrol in case of any issues." She raised an eyebrow in resignation. "So this outpost is somewhat unnecessary." Hearing the dissatisfaction in Shiyu's tone, Daiju quickly said, "It still has its uses. Our outpost and the border patrol work together to defend the borders." Shiyu snorted lightly. "If that makes you happy." Daiju understood that Shiyu, being young, had been sent to this remote outpost and surely had complaints, so he added, "The outpost usually doesn't have much going on. The three of us can handle it. Lord Shiyu can train here, and I will report if anything happens." Shiyu responded perfunctorily, "Mem." After finishing breakfast, Daiju, Yama, and Daeong quickly ascended to the third floor to begin their observation tasks for the day. Shiyu stood at the entrance of the outpost with his arms crossed, gazing far at the snow-capped mountains. He took a deep breath, slowly mobilizing the chakra within him, and began practicing ninjutsu. As time passed and the sun rose higher, mist enveloped Shiyu, who was focusing on performing water release ninjutsu, manipulating the water streams in unpredictable ways. Just then, a small bird painted in ink fluttered in front of him, and Shiyu's eyes lit up. He immediately recognized it as Yakumo's super beast imitation. The image of Yakumo immediately appeared in my mind, and a surge of excitement welled up in my heart as I followed the little bird forward without hesitation. Shigure quickly weaved through the mountains, the snow beneath his feet crunching with each step. After walking about 5 kilometers, a cave appeared before me on a mountainside. Outside the cave, Kanai, dressed in a purple kimono, looked exceptionally vibrant against the backdrop of white snow. Yakumo wore a white kimono, her blue eyes filled with anticipation, while Cheyenne stood to the side, her red hair fluttering in the wind, her gaze carrying a hint of shyness and joy. A surprised smile spread across Shigure's face as he quickly walked to the entrance of the cave and embraced Kunai, his voice brimming with undeniable excitement. Kunai, I didn't expect you to be here too. Kunai's cheeks flushed from Shigure's sudden hug, and she softly replied, Lord Shigure, I missed you. Shigure leaned closer and whispered in Kunai's ear, I missed you too. Kunai shyly lowered her head and softly said, Shigure released Kunai and then hugged Yakumo, who playfully protested, Lord Shigure. Shigure took a deep breath, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I missed you too. Yakumo's face immediately turned bright red. Like a ripe apple, she slightly lowered her head and whispered, Then, Shigure hugged Cheyenne and teased. The surgery went well, right? Cheyenne, being hugged by Shigure, felt secretly pleased but replied yes it did. Shigure then let go of Cheyenne and asked with concern, Yakumo, do you feel any discomfort after the transplant of the Sharingan? Yakumo shook her head. No, just that my chakra consumption is a bit high. Kunai looked around and, seeing the biting cold wind, suggested, Lord Shigure, let's go inside. Shigure walked to Kunai's side, wrapping his arm around her waist as they entered the cave together. Upon entering, Shigure was stunned, his eyes wide open, as he saw the cave meticulously arranged with sofas, a dining table, and kitchenware, looking nothing like a temporary dwelling. Shigure exclaimed in surprise, Kunai, you brought your home with you. Kunai's face turned slightly red, feeling a bit shy as she explained, Lord Shigure, you said we would be staying at the border for a long time, so I brought some furniture. Shigure sat down on the sofa, pulling Kunai into his embrace, his face beaming with joy. Kunai, you thought of everything. Yakumo and Cheyenne also sat on the opposite sofa, with a roaring fire pit in between, illuminating the entire cave warmly and brightly. Shigure leaned back on the sofa side. It's good that you all came. I got tired of staying at the outpost for a day. Kunai gently said, it was Yakumo who wanted to come, so Cheyenne and I followed. Shigure looked at Yakumo, who shyly lowered her head. I missed you, Lord Shigure. Watching Kunai and Yakumo, Shigure's lips curled slightly as he said, come in with me. Let's chat. After a long while, Shigure came out. Soon after, Kunai emerged, her gaze somewhat evasive, unable to look at Cheyenne. Then Yakumo's cheeks were still flushed. Shigure sat on the sofa, looking at Kunai, who hesitated for a moment before slowly walking to Shigure and, sitting in his lap, her head lowered, not daring to look at Cheyenne. Shigure hugged Kunai, and Yakumo also slowly came to sit beside Shigure. Cheyenne sat opposite them, shaking her head helplessly at the sight of the three. Although she felt a bit envious, shyness and restraint kept her seated. In the second month of the 59th year of Konoha, the morning sunlight streamed through the cracks of cave, adding a touch of warmth to the dim space. With the arrival of Kunai, Cheyenne, and Yakumo, Shigure's life became colorful and even somewhat carefree. Shigure had been at the outpost for over 2 months, during which he used the shadow clone technique to guard the outpost while he stayed in the cave. Kunai sat up and softly said, Lord Shigure, I'm going to prepare breakfast now. Shigure smiled slightly. Go ahead. Kunai's face turned slightly red as she tiptoed out of the room. Shortly after, Yakumo came in. After a while, the sounds quieted down, and Yakumo and Shigure prepared to go to the bathroom. In the hall, Kunai was busy. Upon seeing Shigure and Yakumo come out of the room, she shyly glanced at them. Shigure walked to Kunai's side, wrapped his arms around her waist, and leaned down to kiss her lips. Kunai's face flushed slightly as she softly said, Lord Shigure, breakfast will be ready soon. You should go wash up first. Shigure replied, Okay. In the bathroom, Shigure entered with Yakumo, enjoying the warm water. Soon after, they came out of the bathroom, and Kunai had prepared breakfast, waiting with Cheyenne for Shigure and Yakumo. The four gathered around the dining table and began to enjoy breakfast. While eating, Shigure said, Yakumo, later help me find someone at the eastern border. Yakumo raised her head, somewhat puzzled. Eastern border? Shigure nodded. Yes, someone from the Tsuchigumo clan. Kunai expressed concern. The eastern border is so far. I should go with Yakumo. Yakumo thought for a moment, feeling a bit excited since she had not executed a mission before. No, I want to try by myself. Shigure frowned. Yakumo, it will be hard for you to find someone by yourself. Cheyenne interjected. Then I'll go with Yakumo. After thinking for a moment, Shigure nodded in agreement. It might take a long time to find that person, so it's good for Yakumo and Cheyenne to look out for each other. Yakumo and Cheyenne exchanged glances, a hint of delight flashing in their eyes. Yakumo asked, Lord Shigure, who are we looking for? Shigure put down his chopsticks and said seriously, the Tsuchigumo clan has a forbidden technique called Rage of Heaven, which the user once activated to destroy everything within hundreds of kilometers. Kunai widened her eyes in surprise. Is it really that powerful? Shigure nodded. Yes, its power comes from its ability to harness natural energy. Kunai pondered. Natural energy? Is that sage technique? Shigure was somewhat surprised. You know about it? Yakumo explained. Lord Hibi told us. Shigure smiled. I plan to study natural energy using Rage of Heaven. Yakumo said firmly. Lord Shigure, I will help you find it. Shigure continued. Rage of Heaven is embedded in the back of the person. I don't know if it's still with the user now. Kunai expressed worry. The user is so powerful. Can they bring him back? Shigure shook his head. Don't worry. The user is nearly old and dying. Rage of Heaven should no longer be with him. It might be with his descendants. Kunai asked, what is the strength of the Tsuchigumo clan? Shigure thought for a moment. The Tsuchigumo clan has always lived deep in the mountains of the eastern border. Once found, Shine will sense their strength first. If they aren't strong, Yakumo, you can use Jinjutsu to control the person with Rage of Heaven and bring them back. Yakumo and Shine replied in unison. Lord Shigure, we will bring them back. After finishing breakfast, the group stood at the entrance of the cave. Kunai reminded Shine and Yakumo. Shine, Yakumo, be careful, Shine. Be cautious when activating the Kagura Hard Eye. Shine nodded. I will, Mom. Shigure added. If the Tsuchigumo clan is strong, come back first. Shine and Yakumo replied in unison. Understood, Lord Shigure. Yakumo took out a drawing board and quickly sketched a giant eagle. The giant eagle flew out from the drawing board, spreading its massive wings. With excitement in their hearts, Shine and Yakumo jumped onto the giant eagle and flew towards the eastern border. This was their first time going out on a mission, and they were filled with anticipation and nervousness. After they left, Shigure looked at Kunai, a hint of tenderness flashing in his eyes. Kunai, feeling shy under Shigure's gaze, softly said, Lord Shigure. Shigure smiled and picked Kunai up, entering the room. The giant eagle soared through the sky, with Yakumo and Shine sitting on its back, overlooking the mountains and rivers below. Shine activated the Kagura Hard Eye, sensing the surrounding aura. Yakumo tightened her grip on the drawing board, her heart filled with anticipation for the task ahead. Yakumo, we will definitely find the Tsuchigumo clan, Xianglin said with a smile. Yakumo nodded, a hint of determination flashing in her eyes. Yeah, we must help Lord Shigure find the Rage of Heaven. The two exchanged smiles as the giant eagle continued to fly towards the eastern border, disappearing into the distant horizon. Chapter 85. Rescue signal from the Land of Rivers in February of the 59th year of Konoha, deep in the mountains at the border of the Land of Fire. Sunlight filtered through the dense leaves and cast mottled shadows on the ground. Inside a cave, a gentle aura lingered, and a faint fragrance filled the air. Xiangnai sat up. Shigure lay beside her, his silver hair casually spread across the pillow, his black eyes reflecting a hint of laziness and contentment. Let's go take a bath, Shigure said, extending his hand and gently embracing Xiangnai in a low, tender voice. Xiangnai nodded slightly and replied softly, Her voice carried a touch of fatigue, but also revealed a hint of sweetness. The two walked into the bathroom together, warm water washing over them. Shigure looked at Xiangnai, whose cheeks flushed again as she lowered her head. Soon after, they changed into clean clothes and walked out of the bathroom to rest on the sofa in the cave's main hall. Shigure leaned back against the sofa, his gaze drifting through the cave's entrance towards the distant mountains, seemingly lost in thought. It's been over 2 months in these mountains. It's a bit stuffy, Shigure suddenly said, his tone tinged with boredom. Xiangnai turned her head to look at him and asked softly, Lord Shigure, where do you want to go? Shigure's lips curled into a slight smile, revealing a meaningful expression. Let's go to the Land of Rivers and buy you a few outfits. Upon hearing the word clothes, Xiangnai's cheeks flushed again as she looked down at her kimono and softly said, I should buy a few. My previous clothes. Hearing this, Shigure's smile widened, and he teased her with his gaze. Is that so? Then you must try on the new clothes tonight. Xiangnai's face turned crimson, and she clutched the collar of her kimono, her voice barely above a whisper. This is the last one. Shigure laughed heartily, patting Xiangnai. All right, I'm not teasing you anymore. Let's go and buy a few more sets. Xiangnai gently nodded, stood up, and followed behind Shigure as they exited the cave. Outside, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze brought a refreshing scent. Shigure and Xiangnai stood at the cave entrance, looking up at the sky before jumping onto a nearby tree trunk and swiftly leaping towards the direction of the Land of Rivers. Their figures darted through the woods at incredible speed, like two phantoms, vanishing in the dense forest in the blink of an eye. Half an hour later, Shigure and Xiangnai burst out from the woods, landing on a dirt road leading to a small town in the Land of Rivers. There were few pedestrians along the way, with only a couple of vendors leisurely pushing their carts. Shigure and Xiangnai exchanged glances before heading towards the distant town. In the town streets, people came and went, bustling with activity. Various stalls lined the sides of the street, selling an array of goods, from food to clothing, everything one could imagine. Walking beside Shigure, Xiangnai glanced at the shops lining the street and softly suggested, "Let's eat first." Shigure shook his head, a smile on his lips. "No rush. Let's buy you a few outfits first, then we can eat." Upon hearing the word outfits, Xiangnai's cheeks flushed again, recalling the clothes that Shigure had torn. Feeling both shy and helpless, she could only respond softly. The two stopped in front of a clothing store. The shopkeeper, seeing Shigure and Xiangnai's attire, immediately greeted them warmly. The shopkeeper was about 40 years old, still possessing charm, with a professional smile and a tone that carried a hint of flattery. "Welcome, esteemed guests. Would you like to customize clothing or buy ready-made ones?" Shigure patted Xiangnai and said with a smile, "Bring out a few suitable kimonos, the best ones." The shopkeeper nodded immediately, her gaze scanning Xiangnai to quickly assess her size, then turned to fetch a few exquisite kimonos for Xiangnai to try on. After trying on several sets, Xiangnai found them all fitting well and nodded. However, Shigure seemed dissatisfied, scanning the shop and suddenly said, "Do you have anything more beautiful?" Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper immediately understood Shigure's intent, a meaningful smile appearing on her face as she turned to fetch a few kimono sets made of sparse fabric and purple, handing them to Shigure. "How about these? They are all in the size you just mentioned." Seeing the sparse fabric kimonos, Xiangnai's face instantly turned bright red, and she gently tugged at Shigure's sleeve, whispering, "Lord Shigure." But Shigure was unbothered, waving his hand decisively. "Wrap them up for me." Xiangnai, feeling helpless, could only shyly seal all the clothes into a scroll, then pulled Shigure out of the clothing store. The two then entered a restaurant, ordered some food, and sat down to enjoy a leisurely meal. As Shigure ate, he watched Xiangnai with a mischievous smile. "Tonight, when you wear the new clothes, let me take a good look." Xiangnai's cheeks flushed again, and she lowered her head, softly responding, "Yes, Lord Shigure." Her voice carried a hint of shyness and helplessness. After finishing their meal, they strolled around the town, purchased some daily necessities, and prepared to return to the cave. As they exited the town, Xiangnai suddenly expressed some concern. "I wonder how Yakumo and Xianglin are doing. They should be okay, right?" Shigure held Xiangnai's hand, gently squeezing it to reassure her. "Don't worry. Yakumo is very strong, and Xianglin has the Kagura hard eyes. It would be easy for them to escape." Xiangnai nodded but still felt uneasy. Just then, a sudden red light burst forth from the distant mountains, exploding in the sky to form a special symbol. Shigure's gaze instantly sharpened as he stared at the signal flare in the sky. Murmuring, "A rescue signal from the Konoha ninja." Xiangnai also spotted the signal flare and immediately asked, "Should we go take a look?" Shigure nodded, his tone resolute. "Yes. Let's see what's going on. If it's dangerous, we'll run." They exchanged a glance before swiftly dashing towards the direction of the signal flare. Their speed was incredible, and the tree trunks beneath them seemed to serve as launching pads, each leap accompanied by the sound of rushing wind. Xiangnai's long hair flowed in the wind, her red strands shining like flames. "Xiangnai, sense the situation around us," Shigure said softly as they raced forward. Xiangnai closed her eyes, activating her Kagura hard eyes. Her sensory range rapidly expanded, capturing all the chakra fluctuations within dozens of kilometers. "Moments latte." She opened her eyes and calmly reported, "There are 5 people moving rapidly over there, one of whom has extremely violent chakra. The other 4 seem to be 1 J Nin and 3 CH Nin based on their chakra signatures. 1 CH Nin is fleeing ahead. He should be the one sending the signal." Shigure nodded, a faint smile forming on his lips. "It seems someone is chasing after the Konoha ninja." Xiangnai nodded and softly said, "This way, let us intercept them ahead." She then quickened her pace, their figures weaving through the woods at a speed that made them nearly invisible. 5 minutes later, they stopped at the edge of a forest, hiding in the shadow of a large tree. "They're heading this way," Xiangnai whispered, her gaze fixed on the grassland ahead. Shigure nodded, and the two quickly restrained their chakra fluctuations, blending into the surrounding natural environment. Before long, 5 figures burst on the grassland. The fleeing ninja wore ordinary clothing. Panic etched on his face. He was likely the one sending the signal. Hot on his heels were 4 others: Maki, Gara, Temari, and Kankuro from Tsunade. She squinted his eyes and whispered to Kanai, "That's a sand ninja. The one carrying the gourd is the Jinchuriki of the sand, skilled in sand manipulation." The other three? Maki is a Jonin, proficient in wind release. Kankuro is skilled in puppet jutsu. Temari excels in wind release. Kanai nodded gently, her gaze fixed on Gaara. Using the Great Waterfall technique? Shiryu smiled slightly. Yes, one on each side, go around the one in front. The two quickly formed hand seals, chakra flowing rapidly within their bodies. In the next moment, they both shouted, Water release, Great Waterfall technique. Water quickly gathered beneath their feet, forming three massive waterfalls, each lifting Shiryu and Kanai atop waves over 50 meters high. A 5-meter wide space was left between the two waterfalls, as if two walls of water were separating the Sand Ninja ahead. The Sand Ninja on the opposite side displayed shocked expressions upon witnessing this scene. Maki furrowed his brow and shouted, It's a Leaf Ninja! Quickly kill that spy. Following his orders, the Sand Ninja swiftly launched their attack. Maki was the first to form hand seals, unleashing a massive crescent-shaped wind blade from his mouth, the blade cutting through the air with a sharp whistle, aimed directly at the fleeing man. A large amount of sand particles surged from the gourd behind Gaara, following the wind blade like a wave, sweeping towards the man. Kankuro manipulated his puppet crow, which opened its mouth and shot out dozens of steel needles that glinted coldly in the air. Temari wielded her massive iron fan, creating strong winds to accelerate the trio's attacks. Seeing this, Shiryu and Kanai quickly manipulated the Great Waterfall, rushing towards the fleeing man from behind. The two waterfalls merging into one, forming a gigantic wall of water that violently collided with the Sand Ninja's attacks. Boom! The enormous waves clashed with the wind blades, sand particles and steel needles in the air, creating bursts of spray. The force of the waterfall quickly broke through the Sand Ninja's attacks, continuing to sweep towards them. The Sand Ninja were engulfed in the waterfall, desperately defending themselves. Maki quickly formed hand seals, trying to use wind release to block the water flow. But the power of the waterfall was too overwhelming. He could only barely stabilize himself. Temari and Kankuro were knocked around chaotically by the water, in a state of disarray. Gaara was also dispersed by the waterfall, the sand dissolving in the water, revealing his cold expression. Moments later, the power of the waterfall gradually dissipated, and the Sand Ninja were swept over 100 meters away, lying on the ground in a pitiful state, soaked through. Maki struggled to stand, his gaze dark as he looked at Shiryu and Kanai. The fleeing ninja, under the protection of Shiryu and Kanai, finally escaped to their side. He slumped to the ground, gasping for air, his face filled with relief. Thank you for saving me, Jonin Shiryu, the spy said with a trembling voice. My name is Kawasaki, and I am a spy infiltrated within the Sand Ninja. I was being hunted due to my identity being exposed, but thankfully I realized it early enough to escape here. Shiryu waved his hand, his gaze still fixed on the Sand Ninja ahead. You go first, I'll hold them off. Kawasaki glanced at Shiryu and then around him, only to realize that the woman who had been with Shiryu was already gone. He hesitated for a moment and said softly, The Sand Ninja are quite strong. Shiryu smiled faintly, a hint of confidence in his eyes. It's fine. If we can't beat them, we run. In your current situation, staying will only slow down my escape. Kawasaki nodded, struggling to stand, and bowed deeply to Shiryu. Then, Lord Shiryu, I'll take my leave. Shiryu nodded, his gaze still locked on the Sand Ninja ahead. Kawasaki turned and quickly ran towards the land of fire. At the same time, Kanai's figure appeared before Gaara in an instant. Gaara slowly stood up from the ground, his gaze cold, exuding strong killing intent and a bloodthirsty impulse. I will kill you, Gaara said coldly, his voice slightly hoarse. In the next moment, a large amount of sand particles surged from the gourd behind him, rapidly spreading across the ground like waves, rushing towards Kanai. Kanai's gaze remained calm as she quickly formed hand seals. Water release, Great Waterfall technique. A 3-layer waterfall, 30 meters high and 50 meters wide, quickly coalesced beneath her feet, sweeping towards Gaara. The power of the waterfall rapidly dispersed Gaara's sand particles, pressing closer to him. Seeing this, Gaara quickly controlled the sand particles to wrap himself in a 5-meter wide sand sphere, attempting to resist the impact of the waterfall. However, the force of the waterfall was too powerful. The sand sphere quickly dissolved under the water's impact, revealing Gaara's cold face. Just as the waterfall was about to engulf Gaara, 2 golden chakra chains burst forth from the waterfall, quickly wrapping around Gaara. Gaara's expression changed as he realized he couldn't mobilize his chakra. Staring in shock at the chains on him, Kanai smiled slightly, manipulating the chains to drag Gaara to her side, then struck the back of Gaara's neck with her palm. Gaara's body immediately went limp, losing consciousness. The Sand Ninja, seeing this, changed color in shock and rushed towards Kanai. Kanai, carrying Gaara, quickly returned to Shiyu's side. All done. Kanai smiled slightly, her eyes gleaming with pride. Shiyu nodded, still keeping his gaze on the sand ninja ahead, the corners of his mouth curving up slightly. Next, let's see what the sand ninja will do. Chapter 86. Temari in the deep mountains of the Land of Rivers. Sunlight filtered through the sparse tree canopy, casting mottled shadows on the ground. Shiyu and Kanai stood on a patch of grass that had been washed over by the great waterfall technique. The surrounding trees leaning at odd angles from the water flow, and the soil on the ground still carrying a damp scent. Behind Kanai, a golden chakra chain tightly bound the unconscious Gaara, his body hanging limply like a lifeless puppet. In the distance, Maki, Kankuro, and Temari were rapidly rushing towards them. Temari waved her massive iron fan, which was engraved with intricate wind release symbols. As she moved, powerful winds howled forth, peppered with numerous palm-sized crescent wind blades, heading straight for Shiyu and Kanai. Let him go. Temari's voice was cold, her eyes flashing with anger. Maki quickly formed hand seals, spitting out a wind pillar that rapidly expanded to 5 meters in diameter, containing countless small wind blades, resembling a giant sword of wind aimed directly at Shiyu and Kanai. Kankuro's puppet crow also launched an attack at this moment, its mechanisms opening to shoot out dozens of steel needles coated with black venom. The needle tips glinting coldly as they flew towards Shiyu and Kanai's vital points. Shiyu and Kanai exchanged glances, neither showing any signs of panic. Shiyu smiled slightly and whispered, "I'll use water barrier." Kanai nodded, a hint of helplessness in her eyes. "I'll use great waterfall." Shiyu's smile held a mischievous glint. "We'll catch Temari then." Kanai gave him a helpless look and softly agreed. Shiyu quickly formed hand seals, and a gigantic water barrier instantly rose before him and Kanai. The water barrier stood 50 meters tall and 5 meters long and wide, with water swirling rapidly within, forming an indestructible shield. Temari's wind blades, Maki's wind pillar, and Kankuro's poison needles simultaneously struck the water barrier, creating violent splashes. The wind blades carved cracks into the water barrier, but were quickly repaired by the flowing water. The small wind blades within the wind pillar spun continuously in the water barrier, ultimately being swallowed by the water. The poison needles were dispersed by the flowing water, losing their accuracy. Seeing this, Maki furrowed his brow and quickly ordered, "Kankuro, use the steel needles. I'll wrap them in the wind pillar. Temari, accelerate with wind release." Kankuro and Temari responded simultaneously, Kankuro's puppet again shooting out dozens of steel needles, while Maki quickly formed hand seals and released a wind pillar to envelop the steel needles, causing them to spin faster as they launched towards the water barrier. Temari waved her iron fan, generating fierce winds to further accelerate the speed of the steel needles. Meanwhile, Kana had completed the hand seals, and a massive waterfall surged up behind her, reaching over 40 meters high and 50 meters wide. The water flowed rapidly in a swirling motion, forming 3 tiers, each imbued with tremendous impact. As the waterfall crashed against the water barrier, Shigure quickly ceased the chakra output, and the barrier instantly collapsed, merging into the great waterfall. The waterfall, carrying unmatched power, rushed towards the Sand Ninja's attack. The Sand Ninja's assault slowed significantly after breaching the 2nd tier of the waterfall, ultimately dissipating entirely within the 3rd tier. The waterfall continued to surge forward, instantly engulfing Maki, Kankuro, and Temari. The 3 were struck by the waterfall's impact, disoriented and rolling in the water, eventually collapsing to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths. Unable to stand again, 3 golden chakra chains shot out from Kana's back, swiftly binding Maki, Kankuro, and Temari, dragging them in front of Shigure and Kana. The 3 sat on the ground, drenched, their faces pale, filled with anger and unwillingness. Shigure's lips curled slightly, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. "It seems I've caught the next generation of Sand Ninja all at once." Maki gritted his teeth, anger flashing in his eyes. "Shigure, you are declaring war on the Sand Ninja." Shigure glanced at the unconscious Gaara, saying lightly, "Without a Jinchuriki, how can you Sand Ninja declare war on Konoha?" Maki and the others' expressions instantly turned pale, shock filling their eyes. They didn't expect Shigure to know that Gaara was a Jinchuriki. Temari struggled to lift her head, a hint of pleading in her eyes. "Don't hurt Gaara." Shigure glanced at her, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. He suddenly struck, quickly knocking Maki and Kankuro unconscious. Temari was puzzled by Shigure's actions, a trace of confusion crossing her face. Shigure walked in front of Temari, grasping her chin and forcing her to look up. Her face instantly turned pale, fear flashing in her eyes. I'm not interested in the three of you. Shigure's voice was low, laced with mockery. Whether Gaara is a Jinchuriki or not makes no difference. Temari's face kept changing, gritting her teeth without speaking. She understood Shigure's meaning, her heart filled with struggle and helplessness. Seeing her expression, Shigure's lips curled slightly, and he suddenly struck, knocking her out. Temari's body slumped to the ground, unconscious. Shigure turned to Kana and said, "Take them away." Kana felt a bit helpless about Shigure's thoughts on Temari and said softly, "Lord Shigure, she is a sand ninja." Shigure waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine, let's go." Kana nodded helplessly, and 4 golden chakra chains lifted the 4 sand ninja into the air. Then, Shigure and Kana walked into the woods, disappearing into the dense shadows of the trees. In the forest, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting mottled light and shadow on the ground. The figures of Shigure and Kana grew more distant, eventually vanishing deep within the woods. In the dusk of the land of rivers' deep mountains, the setting sun's afterglow filtered through the dense leaves, adding a touch of mystery and tranquility to the silent forest. Shigure and Kana walked side by side on the mountain path, with 4 golden chains like spirit snakes winding behind Kana, binding the 4 from the Sand Ninja village: Gaara, Maki, Temari, and Kankuro. All 4 were unconscious, their bodies weakly suspended in the air, swaying slightly with Kana's steps. "There's a cave up ahead. Let's go take a look." Shigure looked ahead, his tone relaxed, as if he were dragging not enemy ninjas but a few inconsequential parcels. Kana nodded, and the golden chains shook slightly, gently lowering the 4. She approached the cave entrance, scrutinizing it carefully. The entrance was spacious, and the interior was deep, with a few branching caverns faintly visible. Clearly a naturally formed refuge. "Yes, this will do." Shigure nodded in satisfaction and walked into the cave, surveying the surroundings. Kana followed closely, suspending the 4 sand ninja on the ground, softly saying, "I'll seal their chakra first." Shigure glanced at Gaara lying on the ground, frowning slightly. "Gaara is a Jinchuriki. Can your sealing technique handle it?" Kana smiled slightly, her tone confident. "It should be fine. My diamond sealing technique is a fusion of the diamond locking sealing technique, specifically targeting chakra sealing." Shigure nodded. "Then let us give it a try." Kana walked to Gaara's side, and golden chains slowly emerged from her body, coalescing into a complex bagua pattern. She gently pressed the bagua against Gaara's abdomen, and the pattern gradually merged into his body, disappearing without a trace. Next were Maki, Kankuro, and Temari. Kana performed the same sealing technique on the 3 in turn, ensuring their chakra was completely sealed. Shigure took a small vial from his pocket and handed it to Kana. "Throw them into the cave and give each one a pill." Kana took the vial. "Curious, what is this?" "Sleeping pills. Let them sleep for a few days." Shigure's tone was casual, as if discussing something utterly ordinary. Kana looked helplessly at the unconscious Temari and sighed softly. "Okay." She used the golden chains again to lift Maki, Kankuro, and Temari, walking into a small cavern deep within the cave, placing the 3 down and giving each of them the sleeping pills. After confirming that the 3 had fallen into a deep sleep, Kana exited the cavern, only to find Shigure holding the unconscious Temari, leaning down to kiss her lips. Kana was slightly taken aback, then revealed a helpless smile. She said softly, "I'll go find some firewood." Shigure looked up, a wicked smile on his lips. "Okay." Kana turned and walked out of the cave. Inside the cave, Shigure looked down at the Temari in his arms, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Temari's breathing was steady, her golden hair cascading over her cheeks, appearing exceptionally beautiful. Shigure's fingers gently brushed her cheek, and he murmured, "The princess of the Sand Ninja village is truly a beauty." Chapter 87. Temari. Night fell, and only weak flames flickered in the cave. Kana had gone out to gather firewood, leaving Shigure and Temari in the cave. Shigure looked at the unconscious Temari in his arms, a smile curling on his lips. He leaned down and kissed Temari's lips. After a long time, Temari awoke from her stupor, sensing Shigure, and immediately felt a surge of intense, killing intent. She wanted to struggle, but found her chakra sealed, her body powerless to move. In the next moment, she thought of Gaara and the others being captured. Glaring at Shigure, what happened to Gaara and the others? Shigure lifted Temari's chin with his hand, chuckling lightly. "That depends on you. They're fine for now. I'll just let them sleep for a few days." Temari trembled slightly, understanding the implication in Shigure's words. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and relaxed her hands. Night fell, and Shigure sat up in the cave. Temari climbed up, sitting on the ground with a face full of hatred, glaring at Shigure. At that moment, Kana heard the commotion and walked in with some firewood. Shigure wore a satisfied expression. "You're back." Kana helplessly glanced at Shigure. "Yes." Kana started a fire, illuminating everyone, and took out some meat from a sealing scroll to roast over the fire. Temari glared at Shigure with hatred. "When will you release Gaara and the others?" Shigure replied, "That depends on your behavior." Hearing this, Temari slowly reined in her hatred. "I want to see them." Shigure glanced at the small cave inside. "Go ahead." Temari struggled to stand up and walked slowly into the small cave to see Gaara and the others. Kana asked, "Lord Shigure, when will you release them?" Shigure replied, "In a few days." Kana looked worried. "Gaara is a Jinchuriki." Shigure reassured her, "Don't worry. A few days of being missing 1T matter. Even if the Sand Ninja wants to look for them, they 1T find this place so quickly." Kana replied, "Okay." Not long after, Temari slowly walked out of the small cave, her expression complex as she looked at Shigure. "Let Gaara and the others go. I'll stay here with you." Shigure replied, "We'll talk about it in a few days." Then he patted the ground beside him, watching Temari as she slowly walked over and sat down next to him. Shigure wrapped his arms around Temari, who struggled slightly before giving in. Afterward, Kanai had finished grilling some meat and handed a piece to Shigure, who took it and ate it, then immediately offered a piece to Temari. "Have some?" Temari hesitated for a moment, but eventually accepted the grilled meat, lowering her head and eating silently. There was still a hint of hatred in her eyes, but her actions seemed very compliant. Kanai sat nearby, quietly eating her grilled meat, her gaze filled with complexity. She knew Shigure's personality and his attitude towards women, but she couldn't stop him and could only silently accompany him. After finishing the grilled meat, Shigure once again pulled Temari into his embrace. Her body stiffened slightly, but soon she relaxed. Temari's face was pale, her eyes filled with humiliation and anger. But for the safety of Gaara and Kankuro, she could only choose to endure, not resisting, just turning her head to silently look at the flames. Kanai leaned against the wall and closed her eyes to rest. Inside the cave, the flickering firelight illuminated the shadows of the three. Shigure and Temari remained silent. The cave was filled with tension, as if everything was under Shigure's control. The night was deep, and the sound of wind outside the cave told of the solitude of the deep mountains. Inside the cave, Shigure lay on one side, while Temari quietly sat up, her eyes filled with complex emotions. As night deepened, only the embers of the fire flickered faintly. Shigure was beside Temari, who had her back to him, her eyes full of complex expressions. The morning sunlight filtered through the gaps in the cave, illuminating Shigure and Temari. Temari slowly opened her eyes, her face showing no expression, just quietly allowing. Kanai was startled awake, furrowing her brow and gently turning over. Unable to hold back, she softly said, "Shigure-sama, I'm going out for a moment." Shigure responded contentedly, Go ahead, be careful." Kanai quickly got up and walked out of the cave. She glanced back, and inside the cave, a complex expression flashed across her face before she turned and left. After a long while, Shigure slowly walked out of the cave. Temari sat up, her face still showing no expression, as if everything that had just happened had never occurred. Shigure walked over to a nearby pool of water where Kanai was sitting, quietly watching the surface of the water. Shigure sat down, wrapped his arms around Kanai without saying a word, just holding her. Kanai softly asked, "What about just now with Temari?" Shigure smiled and replied softly, "You are my only love." Kanai felt warmth in her heart at the thought of how Shigure always cherished her, and she took the initiative to embrace Shigure and kiss him. After a long while, Shigure finally sat up. Kanai sat up and tidied herself and Shigure. Shigure looked at Kanai with satisfaction and said softly, "Let's go back." Kanai nodded, and the two walked back to the cave together. Inside the cave, Temari still leaned against the wall with a blank expression, her gaze vacant. Shigure sat down beside her and looked at her. Temari understood his meaning and silently moved closer, leaning against his shoulder. Shigure held Temari's chin, carefully examining her face. Temari offered no resistance, only asking softly, "When will you let Gaara and the others go?" Shigure chuckled lightly, his tone laced with mockery. "I'll let them go when I'm in a good mood." Temari understood his meaning, her face still showing no expression. She took the initiative to kiss Shigure. After a long while, Temari stood up, her face still devoid of expression. She walked to the side and sat down, her gaze still vacant. Chapter 88. Leaving the land of rivers, the afternoon sun shone through the gaps at the top of the cave. casting mottled shadows on the stone walls, with a damp atmosphere filling the air. Inside the cave, Kanai sat to one side, holding a cup of hot tea, but her gaze occasionally flicked toward the depths of the cave. There, the figures of Shigure and Temari were faintly visible, their voices echoing in the empty cave. Temari's face showed no emotion, her eyes vacant, as if all of this had nothing to do with her. Her heart was filled with hatred. But for the safety of Gaara, Kankuro, and Maki, she had to suppress all her emotions and actively comply. She knew that only by satisfying Shigure could they have a chance to leave this place. Kanai watched this scene, stood up, and quickly walked out of the cave. The sunlight outside was blinding. She took a deep breath, trying to calm the turmoil in her heart. Inside the cave, Temari felt a slight relief when she saw Kanai leave. She lowered her head and looked at Shigure, a hint of complex emotion flashing in her eyes. After a long while, Shigure gently patted her. Temari slowly sat up, sitting beside him with a dazed look, staring at the ground. Shigure stood up, squatted in front of Temari, held her chin, and forced her to look into his eyes. His gaze held a hint of mockery as he softly said, "Come with me. Let's wash up." Temari offered no resistance and silently stood up, following Shigure out of the cave. The sunlight outside was blinding, and Temari squinted her eyes slightly. But her heart felt cold. She knew she could no longer turn back. The two walked to a nearby pool of water, where the water was clear and the surroundings filled with dense trees, with the fresh scent of grass and wood in the air. Shigure stepped into the water, which reached his chest. He looked back at Temari, signaling her to follow. Temari stepped into the water. The cold water couldn't cool the anger in her heart. She walked over to Shigure. After a long while, Temari slowly left his embrace, vigorously wiping herself as if trying to wash everything away. Shigure stood by, quietly watching her, a hint of amusement in his eyes. After Temari finished washing, she looked at Shigure with hatred, knowing what he wanted and understanding his intentions. With no other choice, she could only move closer again, wrapping her arms around his neck and kissing him. After a long while, Shigure and Temari emerged from the pool. Temari silently followed behind Shigure, her heart feeling cold. Shigure turned to look at Temari, a smile on his lips, nodding in satisfaction as he led her back to the cave. Inside the cave, Kanai had returned, sitting to one side with a complex expression as she looked at Shigure and Temari. Shigure walked over to Kanai and gently patted her shoulder, signaling her not to think too much. Kanai lowered her head, saying nothing more. She knew she couldn't change Shigure's decision and could only silently accept it. Temari sat nearby, staring blankly at the ground. Her heart was filled with hatred, but she had to put on a submissive FacesFight. She knew she had to endure. Only then could she protect Gaara and the others. In the afternoon, inside the cave in the land of rivers, dim light filtered through the cave entrance, casting mottled shadows on the stone walls. Shigure lay on the ground, his head resting on Kanai's lap, his hands leisurely behind his head, a satisfied smile on his face. Temari's cheeks flushed. "Shigure-sama, take care of yourself." Kanai sighed helplessly, her fingers gently massaging Shigure's forehead, her tone filled with concern. Shigure smiled, patted Temari, and said playfully, "Once she leaves, there won't be another chance." Temari's eyes flickered at these words. Then she lowered her head and took the initiative to kiss Shigure's lips, as if trying to express something through this means. Shigure did not refuse, wrapping his arms around her waist and responding to her enthusiasm. Kanai watched the two, shaking her head and softly saying, "That can't be the way." Upon hearing this, Shigure patted again. Temari understood his meaning. After a while, Temari's cheeks were flushed. Shiyu casually embraced her, and Shomaru, feeling exhausted, quickly closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Kana looked at the two of them, sighed softly, leaned against the stone wall, and closed her eyes to rest. The cave fell silent for a moment, with only the occasional crackling sound from the fire breaking the tranquility. As night fell, the moonlight outside the cave spilled in, adding a touch of hazy glow to the interior. Shomaru slowly opened her eyes and found herself next to Shiyu. Her movement awakened Shiyu, who opened his eyes, looked at Shomaru, and a smile crept across his face. Shomaru sat up expressionlessly and sat beside him. Shiyu propped himself up, held her chin, and gently kissed her. Shomaru did not resist, allowing him to kiss her, but her eyes carried a hint of complex emotions. Kana woke up, saw the two in an ambiguous situation, and shook her head helplessly before getting up and walking over to the fire to prepare dinner. She took out some meat and placed it on the fire to roast, and soon the aroma filled the entire cave. "Lord Shiyu, you should eat something first," Kana said softly, handing the roasted meat to Shiyu and Shomaru. Shiyu released Shomaru took the roasted meat, took a bite, and nodded in satisfaction. Shomaru also took the roasted meat and silently ate, occasionally glancing at Shiyu, seemingly deep in thought. Lord Shiyu, when are we going back? Kana asked while eating the roasted meat. Upon hearing this, Shiyu wrapped his arms around Shomaru's waist, his tone carrying a hint of reluctance. Tomorrow. Shomaru felt a surge of joy at these words, but her face remained calm as she obediently leaned against Shiyu's arm. What about them? Kana pointed to the corner of the cave where Maki, Gaara, and Kankuro lay unconscious. Shiyu held Shomaru's chin and kissed her again, to which Shomaru responded passionately. After a while, Shiyu released her and said lightly, just throw them into the woods when the time comes, and let them wake up on their own. Kana nodded. All right. Shomaru felt excited at the thought of being free tomorrow. Inside the cave, Kana silently leaned against the wall, her eyes carrying a hint of helplessness. The atmosphere in the cave was thick, and, after a long time, deep night fell. Shomaru lay beside Shiyu, who was lying on his side, looking at Shomaru's cheek. Tomorrow, I will let you go, Shiyu said softly, his tone tinged with reluctance. Shomaru suppressed the hatred in her eyes and nodded expressionlessly. She obediently leaned against Shiyu's chest, slowly closed her eyes, and her breathing gradually stabilized as she fell asleep. In the morning, sunlight shone into the cave entrance. Inside the cave, the atmosphere ignited again, and ambiguous sounds echoed, filled with joy. Kana still sat by the wall, silently watching the two, her eyes carrying a hint of complex emotions. After a long time, Shiyu led Kana and Shomaru out of the cave entrance. 3 golden chains extended from Kana's back, hanging Maki, Gaara, and Kankuro. Shiyu picked up Shomaru, and Kana controlled the chains as the 3 jumped onto a nearby tree branch and swiftly moved through the woods. After about 10 minutes, they stopped in a wooded area. Shiyu set Shomaru down, and Kana also let down Maki, Gaara, and Kankuro. Then, Kana released the adamantine seal on Shomaru. Shomaru felt the flow of chakra within her and was filled with joy, finally no longer at the mercy of others. However, when she saw the inexplicable smile on Shiyu's face, her heart trembled slightly, and she immediately retracted her chakra, standing expressionlessly to the side. Kana then released the adamantine seals on Maki, Gaara, and Kankuro. The 3 remained unconscious due to the sleeping medicine. Shiyu took out a bottle of medicine and handed it to Shomaru. Give them a pill. They will wake up soon. Shomaru accepted the medicine bottle, her heart filled with excitement, but her face remained calm. Shiyu embraced her and kissed her again. Shomaru tightened her grip on the medicine bottle, not struggling, allowing him to kiss her. After a moment, Shiyu released Shomaru and glanced at Kana. Let's go. Kana nodded. Mem. The 2 jumped onto a tree branch and swiftly moved towards the land of fire, disappearing from Shomaru's sight in an instant. Shomaru watched the direction in which they vanished. Her feelings complex. She crouched down, fed a pill to Gaara and the others, then lay down, pretending to be unconscious. She wanted to wait until Gaara and the others woke up, then pretend to just regain consciousness. Shomaru lay on the ground, closed her eyes, and her mind was racing. Chapter 89. The Eagle's Call in February of the 59th year of Konoha. The midday sun filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting light on the path leading to the cave near the mountain outpost in the deep mountains. Shiyu and Kana walked side by side, with a hint of worry in Kana's expression as she sensed from afar that Shikurin and Yakumo had not yet returned. The 2 entered the cave and sat down on the sofa. Kana furrowed her brow and said softly, Do you think something happened to Shikurin? Shiyu smiled slightly, lifting Kana into his arms. Kana naturally wrapped her arms around his neck. Shiyu confidently chuckled. Don't worry, Yakumo is very strong. It won't be a problem for him to escape with Shikurin. After thinking for a moment, Kana gently nodded. Shiyu looked at Kana's beautiful appearance. Kana shot him a reproachful glance. Resigned, she said, Isn't enough with Shomaru? Shiyu grinned mischievously. With you, it's never enough. Kana's cheeks flushed, her eyes shy, and she softly said, Let's go to the room. Shiyu stood up with Kana and walked into the room. He gently placed Kana on the bed. After a long time, Shiyu lay beside Kana. After a while, Kana sat up. Shiyu smiled and said, Go take a shower. Kana's face turned slightly red, and she softly replied, Shiyu picked up Kana and walked into the bathroom, where steam filled the air. After washing up, Shiyu put on new clothes and returned to the bedroom to lie on the bed, waiting for Kana. Before long, Kana entered the room, her face flushed. She wore a purple nightgown, which made her even more alluring. Shiyu instantly sat up. Kana felt her face heat up under Shiyu's intense gaze. but secretly felt pleased. After all, Shiyu was so infatuated with her. She walked lightly to the edge of the bed and leaned down to kiss him. Shiyu embraced Kana. Time passed slowly. After a long while, Shiyu lay beside Kana, extending his arm to hold her close. The two lay quietly, enjoying the moment of tranquility and satisfaction, as if time itself had stopped. In March of the 59th year of Konoha, inside the cave near the mountain outpost in the Land of Fire, sunlight poured into the hall through the entrance. An ambiguous atmosphere filled the air. Kana lay on the bed on her side, her long red hair cascading like a waterfall beside the pillow, her face still flushed. Her gaze was gentle as she lightly embraced Shiyu. Shiyu was nestled in Kana's arms, a hint of laziness in his black eyes. Kana slightly lowered her head, looking at Shiyu's handsome face, a proud smile forming on her lips. She softly said, "Lord Shiyu, don't you really want to check on the outpost? It's been over 10 days, and you've been here every day." Shiyu laughed nonchalantly, his voice low and lazy. "Guarding the outpost is the job of the shadow clone. As for me," he turned over, propping himself up with his hands on either side, gazing into her eyes. A blush crept onto Kana's face as she gently pushed Shiyu, her tone laced with concern. "Lord Shiyu, you need to take care of your health. You should rest today." Shiyu shook his head, a mischievous smile on his lips. "It's fine. You can heal me with your physical energy when the time comes." Kana didn't expect her healing ability would be used this way, and her blush deepened. She softly replied, I'll make sure to heal you, Lord Shiyu." Her voice was gentle and compliant. Then Shiyu lowered his head and kissed Kana's lips. Not long after, Kana gently wiped the sweat off Shiyu's forehead, her eyes full of tenderness and affection. She softly said, "Lord Shiyu, you've worked hard." Shiyu slightly raised his head, looked into Kana's eyes, and a satisfied smile appeared on his lips. "With you here, how could I be tired?" Kana's face flushed again. She gently nudged Shiyu, indicating for him to lie down and rest. Shiyu obediently laid down beside her, and Kana turned to embrace him. "Lord Shiyu, let's take a bath," Kana said softly. Shiyu glanced at Kana and smiled. "All right." He wrapped his arms around Kana, and the two walked into the bathroom together. In a stone bathtub, Kana sat behind Shiyu. "Kana," Shiyu called softly. Kana looked at Shiyu and pulled him into her embrace. After a while, they walked out of the bathroom and sat on the sofa in the hall to rest. Shiyu held Kana in his arms, his eyes filled with infatuation. At that moment, a hawk's cry echoed from the cave entrance, breaking the tranquility within. Kana was slightly taken aback, then sensed the chakra fluctuations around her, and softly said, "Karen and the others are back." Shiyu nodded, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. "Looks like it's going to be lively again today." Chapter 90. The Earth Spider. In March of the 59th year of the Hidden Leaf Village. In a cave near a watchtower in the deep mountains of the Fire Country, sunlight poured through the entrance, illuminating the spacious hall and casting shadows of Kana and Shiyu. Kana leaned against Shiyu, the air filled with lingering warmth. A satisfied smile curled on Shiyu's lips, while Kana, with a hint of helplessness, wrapped her arms around Shiyu's neck, her eyes full of tenderness. "Lord Shiyu, you are always so indulgent," Kana said softly, her tone laced with a hint of reproach. Shiyu chuckled lightly. "Who told you to be so charming?" "I can't help it." Kana shook her head helplessly, just about to say something when a hawk's cry suddenly rang out from the entrance. Kana was momentarily stunned, then closed her eyes to sense the surrounding chakra waves. "It's Karen and the others who are back," Kana said, opening her eyes. Moments later, Yakumo and Karen entered the cave, accompanied by an 18-year-old girl. The girl had long brown curly hair, green eyes like water, a slender figure, and a prominent bust, exuding a delicate appearance. She was Ing, the possessor of the Earth Spider Clan's forbidden technique, Fury of Heaven. "Lord Shiyu, we are back," Yakumo and Karen said in unison, their tone carrying a hint of fatigue but more relaxation after completing their mission. Shiyu's gaze fell on Ing, and a meaningful smile appeared on his lips. Well done." Yakumo pulled Ing to stand in front of Shiyu and said softly, "This is Ing, the possessor of the Earth Spider Clan's forbidden technique." Ing stood in front of Shiyu, her face showing a hint of shyness, her hands subconsciously gripping the hem of her clothes, her voice gentle. "Lord Shiyu." Seeing that Ing was a bit nervous, Yakumo reached out, grasped her shoulder, and gently turned her around to face away from Shiyu. Then, Yakumo removed the back of Ying's clothing, revealing the Fury of Heaven inscribed on her back. Ying's face instantly turned beet red. Shiyu's gaze fell on the Fury of Heaven on Ying's back, a strange light flashing in his eyes. He reached out, gently touching the technique on Ying's back, the sensation at his fingertips igniting a surge of excitement within him. The technique of Fury of Heaven was embedded in Ying's back like a spider, the deep purple, circular protrusions contrasting sharply with the surrounding skin, appearing exceptionally enchanting and beautiful. "What a unique beauty," Shiyu murmured softly, his eyes revealing a hint of obsession. Seeing this, Kana gently swatted Shiyu's hand away, her tone laced with helplessness. "Sit down and rest first." Shiyu came back to his senses, smiled, and then Kana helped him put on a top. Ying's face remained flushed, her hands tightly gripping the collar. Shiyu wrapped his arms around Ying, sitting her on the sofa. Ying clutched the collar tightly, her eyes showing a hint of unease. Kana sat beside Shiyu, looking at him helplessly, already understanding that Shiyu had taken a liking to Ying. Yakumo and Karen sat on the opposite sofa, exchanging knowing glances, a hint of understanding flashing in their eyes. They had long guessed that with Ying's appearance and figure, Lord Shiyu would definitely not let her go. Shiyu, stroking the Fury of Heaven on Ying's back, asked with concern, "Did you encounter any difficulties when you went to the Earth Spider Clan?" Karen nodded, her tone laced with fatigue. "It took us 7 or 8 days to find the Earth Spider Clan. They live hidden in the deep mountains of the eastern border, and we found them by searching along the border." Yakumo took over the conversation, continuing, "After finding the Earth Spider Clan, the people there wanted to rebel and take Fury of Heaven. The user of the technique had already transferred Fury of Heaven to Ying. The user of the technique is just an old man with little power now." Shiyu nodded, a hint of approval flashing his eyes. "How did you bring him back?" Yakumo smiled slightly, her tone carrying a hint of pride. "I helped resolve the rebellion among the Earth Spider Clan, and then used Genjutsu to control the user of the technique and Ying. The user of the technique can continue to enjoy his old age with the Earth Spider Clan, while Ying was brought back by me." Shiyu nodded in satisfaction, reaching out to stroke Ying's hair, his tone filled with appreciation. "Well done, you've worked hard." A strange feeling surged within Ying. She raised her head and secretly glanced at Shiyu, discovering that his gaze was fixed on her. Shiyu, stroking the Fury of Heaven on Ying's back, felt a surge of impulse. He leaned down and whispered in Ying's ear, "From now on, you will be mine." Ying's face instantly turned crimson, her hands tightly gripping the collar, yet she did not resist. Seeing this, Shiyu's heart burned even hotter, and he reached out to picking up in his arms and turned to walk into the room. Kana watched Shiyu's back, shaking her head helplessly and softly sighing. "Really? So indulgent." Yakumo and Karen exchanged glances, a hint of amusement in their eyes. They had long suspected that Lord Shiyu would not let him go, but they didn't expect him to be unable to resist so soon. In the room, Shiyu placed Ying on the bed. Ying's face was flushed. Shiyu leaned down and whispered in her ear, "Don't be afraid. I will treat you well." Ying did not respond. In the hall, Kana, Yakumo, and Karen listened to the sounds coming from the room, all wearing slightly awkward expressions. Kana cleared her throat lightly, trying to change the subject. "Yakumo, Karen, did you encounter any dangers while you were with the Earth Spider Clan?" Yakumo shook her head, her tone relaxed. "There was no danger. The people of the Earth Spider Clan are not strong, and we resolved everything quite easily." Karen nodded in agreement. "Yeah, it just took some time to find them." More than an hour later, Shiyu sat up. Ying, with a rosy complexion, was sleeping on the bed, and the Fury of Heaven on her back emitted a faint glow. Shiyu's face was filled with a satisfied smile. He took a blanket and gently covered Ying, then walked out of the room, feeling cheerful. He walked over to Kana, reaching out to embrace her, but Kana slightly pulled away, softly saying, "I'll go check on Ying." Shiyu smiled and patted Kana. "Go ahead, take her to bathe." Kana's face turned slightly red, and she nodded before quickly walking into the room. Shiyu looked at Yakumo and Karen on the opposite sofa, a smile creeping onto his lips, and waved to Yakumo. "Yakumo, come here." Yakumo joyfully walked to Shiyu's side, and Shiyu casually pulled her into his arms, leaning down to whisper in her ear, "You all did a great job this time. You've worked hard." Yakumo nestled against Shiyu, her face adorned with a satisfied smile. "It's our honor to work for Lord Shiyu." Shiyu smiled, reaching out to stroke Yakumo's hair, his eyes filled with tenderness. Xianlin sat opposite, watching Shiyu and Yun, a hint of envy flashing in her eyes, but she quickly returned to calmness. Chapter 91, Furious Heaven. The morning mist lingered around. By the pond, in the deep mountains of the Land of Fire, a coolness permeated the air. Shiyu stood by the pond, his silver hair gently swaying in the breeze, excitement sparkling in his black eyes. Beside him stood Kanai, Xianlin, Yiyun, and Ying, each showing different expressions, but all carrying a hint of tension. "Ying, Take your time to activate Furious Heaven. Shiyu's voice was low and gentle, his gaze fixed on Ing with a hint of expectation. Ing nodded slightly, her cheeks flushing red. Responding softly, Kanai stood aside, her brow slightly furrowed, worry flashing in her eyes. She said quietly, Lord Shiyu, are you really going to train in Sage Mode? Lord Living Snail said that if anything goes wrong with Sage Mode training, the consequences would be unimaginable. Xianglin and Yayun also looked at Shiyu nervously. While Ing lowered her head, her hands tightly clenched, clearly anxious about what was about to happen. Shiyu smiled, his tone carrying a sense of confidence. Don't worry. I'm going to try it out. If there's danger, Kanai, you can use the diamond seal to seal me and Ing. Kanai hesitated for a moment, then nodded. All right. Shiyu turned to Ing and said softly, Ing, start. Ing took a deep breath, slowly sitting on the grass with her back to Shiyu. Her fingers trembled slightly as she slowly revealed the Furious Heaven behind her. Her hands shielded her front, and her cheeks were almost bleeding red. Shiyu's gaze fell upon the Furious Heaven behind Ing, its spider-like formation appearing particularly eerie in the morning light. He caught a glimpse of Ing out of the corner of his eye, and his heart couldn't help but heat up. He coughed lightly, his tone slightly awkward. Ing, why don't you put on some clothes? Ing was taken aback, her face instantly turning even redder, and she quickly put on her top, clutching the collar tightly, whispering, I'm sorry, Lord Shiyu. Kanai looked at Shiyu with some speechlessness, while Xianglin and Yayun couldn't help but smile slightly, a hint of teasing in their eyes. Shiyu shook his head, sitting cross-legged behind Ing, gently placing his hands on the Furious Heaven, and said solemnly, Ing, begin. Ing nodded, closed her eyes, and began to mobilize the chakra within her body, slowly activating Furious Heaven. In the next moment, Furious Heaven emitted a faint glow, and the surrounding natural energy began to be attracted, a ripple seeming to appear in the air, the trees swaying slightly, as if responding to this power. Shiyu felt a powerful energy surge into his body, causing him to tremble slightly. Kanai, Xianglin, and Yayun watched Shiyu's body nervously, and Yayun couldn't help but whisper, Can he do it? Lord Shiyu is trembling. Xianglin clenched her fists, worry filling her eyes. Let's see. If there's an accident, Mom will step in. Kanai said nothing, but her chakra had already quietly mobilized, the golden chains behind her ready to strike at any moment. Shiyu struggled to mobilize the chakra within him, trying to merge his body energy, mental energy, and natural energy. However, the natural energy was powerful and difficult to control. As soon as it entered his body, it disrupted the balance of body energy and mental energy, starting to rampage within Shiyu. Kanai sharply sensed the violent fluctuations within Shiyu, a hint of urgency flashing in her eyes. She quickly mobilized her chakra, two golden chains extending behind her, coiling around Shiyu and Ing like spirit snakes, sealing their bodies. Furious Heaven stopped absorbing natural energy, and the natural energy within Shiyu gradually dissipated under Kanai's diamond seal pressure. Shiyu's body regained calmness, slowly opening his eyes, cold sweat still on his forehead. Kanai, Xianglin, Yayun, and Ing watched him nervously, and Yayun softly asked, Lord Shiyu, how do you feel? Shiyu took a deep breath and smiled slightly. It's fine. The method is correct. I can use Furious Heaven to train in Sage Mode. Kanai breathed a sigh of relief, but her eyes still held a hint of worry. Take it slow. Natural energy is too dangerous, and Ing is also tired. Shiyu turned to Ing and noticed her pale face, sweat streaming down, clearly indicating that activating Furious Heaven was also a huge pressure for her. He stood up, gently wrapped his arm around Ying's shoulder, and softly said, let's go back first. Ing nodded slightly, leaning against Shiyu's embrace as he led her toward the cave. Kanai, Xianglin, and Yayun follow behind. Xianglin looked at Shiyu holding Ying's back and couldn't help but whisper, It seems Lord Shiyu really likes Ing. He doesn't even hold Mom anymore. Hearing Xianglin's words, Kanai's face turned slightly red, feeling a bit shy, and she softly explained, Lord Shiyu is just concerned about Ing. She also bore a lot of pressure just now. Kanai then quickly walked towards Shiyu and Ing, leaving Yayun and Xianglin behind. Yayun snorted coldly, her eyes filled with dissatisfaction. Ing is just a tool. Xianglin glanced at Yayun, a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. I think Lord Shiyu quite likes Ing. Just now, Lord Shiyu was completely mesmerized. Yayun looked down at herself, straightened up, and said defiantly, what's the use of that? Lord Shiyu likes something that can be held in one hand and is firm. Yayun glanced at Xianglin and sympathetically said, Yours is also very small. Xianglin looked down at herself, somewhat disdainfully sighed. Why am I not like Mom? The two thought of Kanai and sighed at the same time, their eyes filled with helplessness and envy. The morning sunlight poured through the gaps in the cave, adding a touch of warmth to the dim space. Shiyu, holding Ying, slowly walked into the cave. Ying's complexion was somewhat pale, clearly exhausted from using Furious Heaven just now. Shiyu looked down at her and gently said, "Go rest in a room." Ying nodded slightly, a hint of blush appearing on her face. She recalled last night with Shiyu, her heart unconsciously racing. Shiyu noticed her reaction, and a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He released Ying and pushed open the door to the room. Ying obediently walked in. On the bed, she revealed the device embedded with Furious Heaven on her back. Shiyu's gaze fell on Ying's back, the spider-like device appearing particularly mysterious in the morning light. He gently touched her from behind. Meanwhile, Kanai, Xianglin, and Yayin also returned to the cave, sitting on the sofa. Hearing sounds coming from the room, Xianglin frowned, somewhat displeased. Is Lord Shiyu that impatient? Yayin chuckled lightly, her tone teasing. It's just novelty. It will be fine after a while. Kanai, hearing their conversation, felt a blush rising on her face, lowering her head to silently sip tea. Her emotions were somewhat complex. She felt happy for Shiyu, but also worried. Xianglin glanced at her and suddenly asked, "Do you regret bringing him back?" Yayin shrugged, her tone firm. "As long as Lord Shiyu likes it, I will bring anyone back for him." Then Yayin looked at Xianglin curiously and asked, "When did you start to like Lord Shiyu?" Xianglin's face flashed with shyness upon hearing this, and she did not respond. Kanai raised her head, looking at Xianglin in shock, her voice trembling. "Xianglin, you also like Lord Shiyu?" Xianglin was taken aback, knowing Kanai's concerns, and then stood up, her tone cold. "I need to step out for a moment." After saying that, she quickly walked out of the cave. Kanai watched Xianglin's back, her emotions becoming even more complicated. She stood up, excitedly calling out, "Xianglin, you can't be with Lord Shiyu." Xianglin's footsteps paused for a moment, but she did not turn back, continuing to leave quickly. Kanai watched her departing figure, her heart filled with worry and unease. She sat back down on the sofa, her hands tightly gripping the teacup, her gaze somewhat blank. Yakumo looked at Kanai and gently comforted her. "This kind of thing isn't uncommon. Those nobles often do this." Kanai shook her head, her tone firm. "No, Kei-Rin cannot be with Lord Shigure." Yakumo raised an eyebrow, a hint of provocation in his tone. "What if Lord Shigure wants to?" Kanai was taken aback, the flirtatious and lecherous nature of Shigure flashing through her mind. After a long silence, she quietly said, "I will stop Lord Shigure." Yakumo chuckled softly, a trace of mockery in his voice. "I hope you can do that." Kanai didn't speak further. Her gaze was blankly fixed outside the cave, filled with complex emotions. She knew she couldn't change Shigure's decision, but she also couldn't bear to watch Kei-Rin get entangled in this complicated relationship. Chapter 92. Sage Mode. The morning mist enveloped the deep forest of the Land of Fire, with sunlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows. By the pond, a gentle breeze brought a hint of coolness. Shigure sat cross-legged behind Y, his palm gently resting on her angry hair device. Y's long brown curls swayed slightly in the wind, her expression focused and calm, as if she were one with the surrounding nature. "Kanai, Kei-Rin," and Yakumo watched the two intently. "Y, slowly activate the angry hair." Shigure's voice was low and gentle, carrying a hint of undeniable authority. "Yes, Lord Shigure," Y replied softly, then carefully manipulated her chakra to activate the angry hair device on her back. The device emitted a faint glow, and the surrounding natural energy began to be drawn in, creating a ripple in the air. Kanai stood aside, her eyes fixed on Shigure and Y. Her red hair appeared particularly vibrant in the morning light, and her purple kimono accentuated her curvy figure. Her voice was gentle yet firm. "Y, take it slow." Y nodded, continuing to carefully control the angry hair. Kanai stood aside, golden chakra chains flickering behind her, ready to respond to any emergencies. Her gaze shifted between Shigure and Y, filled with worry and vigilance. Unintentionally, her eyes swept over Kei-Rin, stirring a wave of unease in her heart. Ever since learning about Kei-Rin's feelings for Shigure yesterday, Kanai had felt restless. Kei-Rin noticed Kanai's gaze, shot her a cold glance, and then refocused her attention on Shigure. Her red hair gently floated in the morning breeze, her eyes filled with stubbornness and determination. Kanai sighed silently, resolutely deciding to prevent Kei-Rin from getting closer to Shigure. Kei-Rin clenched her fists, her gaze fixed tightly on Shigure, her eyes flickering with complex emotions. Yakumo sat quietly beside them, lightly moving his brush as if documenting everything. Shigure took a deep breath and began to try to draw natural energy into his body. The moment the natural energy entered, he felt a powerful force surging within him, clashing violently with his own chakra. His body trembled slightly, fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Another energy conflict, Yakumo said softly, his eyes filled with concern. Kanai nodded, her gaze locked on Shigure. Just watch for now. There isn't much of a problem. However, as the natural energy continuously surged into Shigure's body, the conflict intensified. Shigure's body began to tremble violently, sweat beads forming on his forehead. Seeing this, Kanai immediately activated the diamond blockade, 2 golden chakra chains rapidly wrapping around Shigure and Y, sealing off the influx of natural energy from the angry hair. Lord Shigure, Keirin exclaimed, wanting to step forward but was stopped by Kanai. Don't go over. It's very dangerous now. Kanai's voice carried undeniable authority. The natural energy within Shigure was forced out by the diamond blockade, and his body gradually calmed down. He slowly opened his eyes and saw Kanai, Keirin, Yakumo, and Y watching him anxiously. Sage mode is too difficult, Shigure sighed, his tone filled with helplessness. Kanai smiled slightly and said gently, take your time, no rush. Shigure turned to Y, noticing her pale complexion, and softly said, you should rest for a bit. Yes, Lord Shigure, Y replied softly, showing a hint of fatigue on her face. Yakumo moved to sit behind Shigure and gently massaged his forehead. Lord Shigure, let me give you a massage. Shigure smiled and lay down, resting his head on Yakumo's lap. Yakumo's fingers pressed gently on his temples, providing a wave of comforting relaxation. Lord Shigure, let me help you too, Keirin said, moving to Shigure's side, her eyes filled with expectation. Kanai frowned and said sternly, Keirin, go back and make a pot of tea. I will help Lord Shigure. Keirin stubbornly stared at Kanai without moving. Y and Yakumo also paused their actions, their gazes shifting back and forth between Kanai and Keirin, making the atmosphere somewhat awkward. After a while, Shigure sensed the subtle tension between the two and finally broke the silence. Keirin, go ahead. Keirin hesitated at Shigure's words, but eventually turned and left. Kanai watched her retreating figure and sighed again. She knelt beside Shigure, gently massaging him with tender, meticulous movements. Shigure patted the grass beside him, saying to Y, come here. Y's face turned slightly red as she walked over and sat beside Shigure. He pulled her into his embrace, and Y shyly buried her head in his chest. Soon, Keirin returned with the tea set, kneeling beside Shigure, pouring a cup of tea, gently blowing on it, and bringing it to Shigure's lips. Lord Shigure, please drink some tea. Shigure took a sip, nodding in satisfaction. Keirin, the tea is well brewed. As long as Lord Shigure likes it. Keirin smiled slightly, but her eyes held a complex emotion. Kanai watched Shigure and Keirin, sighing helplessly, lowering her head to continue massaging Shigure. Shigure enjoyed the massages from Kanai and Yakumo, the tea from Keirin, and embraced Y. After a long time, Shigure sat up and said to Y, let's continue training. Y nodded, her expression becoming focused again. Shigure and Y began to practice Sage Mode once more, while Kanai, Keirin, and Yakumo stood nearby, watching them nervously. The golden chakra chains behind Kanai were ready to respond to any emergencies. However, after several attempts, Shigure still couldn't successfully master Sage Mode. As noon approached, the sun became scorching, and the air near the pond grew more oppressive. Shigure stood up, glanced at the clear pond, and said, let's go wash up. Y's face turned slightly red, and she didn't object. Kanai walked to Keirin's side, taking her hand. Keirin, come back with me. Keirin glanced at Shigure and Y. Kanai blocked her view with her body. After a moment of hesitation, Keirin ultimately left with Kanai. Yakumo took one last look at Shigure and Y, then quietly commented, just a tool, before turning to leave. Shigure and Y stepped into the pond, the water rising to their necks, bringing a refreshing sensation. Shigure embraced Y and kissed her, and she wrapped her arms around him. Chapter 93. The arrival of Kurenai in the mountain outpost of the Land of Fire, 5 kilometers away in a cave. Shigure was in the room with Kanai. After a long while, Kanai turned to embrace Shigure and softly said, you've worked hard, Lord Shigure. Shigure looked at Kanai's flushed face and smiled. Let's continue tonight. Kanai softly responded, Just then, Shigure suddenly froze. He felt his shadow clone at the outpost dissipate, and the memories it brought back informed him that Kurenai had arrived at the outpost. Hong sensed the presence of the shadow clone and had Shiyu take Yakumo to meet her, then disperse the shadow clone at the outpost. Shiyu got out of bed and said to Kanai, Hong has arrived at the outpost. Let me take Yakumo to see her. Kanai looked worried. Will Hong find out about us? Shiyu reassured her. Don't worry. She doesn't know you are here. After saying that, Shiyu prepared to leave. Kanai got out of bed and followed Shiyu out of the room. In the hall, Yakumo, Shikurin, and Ing were sitting on the sofa. When they saw Shiyu and Kanai come out, Shiyu said to Yakumo, Yakumo, come with me to the outpost. Yakumo asked, what's wrong? Shiyu replied, Hong has come to the outpost, and I need to take you to see her. Upon hearing this, Yakumo's face turned pale. Will teacher Hong find out about our relationship? Shiyu walked over to Yakumo, hugged her, and comforted her. Don't worry, Hong won't blame you. Although Yakumo felt uneasy, she nodded. Then, Shiyu and Yakumo left the cave. Yakumo quickly drew a giant eagle on the canvas, and the eagle flew out to stand before Yakumo. Shiyu looked at Kanai, Shikurin, and Ing, saying, Don't worry, it's fine, I'll be back soon. After saying that, Shiyu and Yakumo jumped onto the giant eagle, and Yakumo controlled it to slowly fly towards the outpost. After Shiyu and Yakumo left, the atmosphere in the cave became somewhat tense. Kanai stood at the entrance, looking in the direction they had left, filled with worry. Shikurin walked up to her and quietly asked, Mom, will teacher Hong find out about our existence? Kanai shook her head, her tone uncertain. She shouldn't. Shiyu will handle it. Meanwhile, at the outpost, Sunset Hong was standing at the entrance, gazing into the distance. Her black wavy hair gently swayed in the wind, and a serious look was evident in her deep red eyes. Shiyu and Yakumo stood on the back of the giant eagle, flying towards the outpost with a mountain breeze. Shiyu's hand gently rested on Yakumo's shoulder, reassuring her. Don't worry, teacher Hong is strict, but she won't blame you. Yakumo lowered her head, her hands tightly clasped together, her voice trembling, but teacher Hong has been so good to me, and I. Her voice grew softer, almost inaudible. She gently embraced her, whispering, Hong knows my character. She won't blame you. Yakumo looked up, her eyes filled with unease and guilt, softly replying, Her gaze fell on the distant outpost, her heart still anxious. The giant eagle slowly descended in front of the outpost, where Hong was already standing at the door, arms crossed, looking at them with a stern gaze. Daju, Yama, and Daong stood by the window on the third floor of the outpost, secretly observing the scene. Yama whispered to Daong, What is the relationship between that girl and Shiyu? Daong shrugged and whispered back, Girlfriend? But isn't teacher Hong Shiyu's girlfriend? Yama shook his head, chuckling quietly. Don't you know Shiyu's nickname? Daju, hearing their conversation, frowned and said sternly, Enough, this is not something for you to discuss. Get back to work. Yama and Daong exchanged glances and reluctantly turned back to continue their work. Shiyu instantly disappeared from the back of the giant eagle and appeared before Hong. Without hesitation, he hugged Hong tightly and kissed her. Mei Hong, I miss you so much. Hong snorted coldly and turned her head. Humph. Looks like you're not lonely in this deep mountain forest and have a beauty by your side. Shiyu smiled gently, but the one I miss the most is you. His gaze was filled with affection. At that moment, Yakumo approached nervously and called out softly, Teacher Hong. Hong shot her a cold glance, her eyes filled with scrutiny and a hint of displeasure. Yakumo trembled slightly under Hong's gaze, lowering her head and not daring to meet her eyes. Seeing this, she leaned down to kiss Hong again, trying to divert her attention. Although Hong maintained a cold expression, she didn't push him away, only responding coldly to Yakumo. Hong said coldly, Let go of me. She released her but then picked her up, softly saying, Come with me to the room. Hong, slightly flustered by Shiyu's earlier kiss, did not resist as he carried her up to the second floor of the outpost. Yakumo watched as Hong was carried away by Shiyu, feeling a sense of relief but still a twinge of unease. Shiyu entered the room with Hong and gently closed the door behind them. He laid Hong down on the bed and leaned down to kiss her, his eyes filled with tenderness. Hong snorted coldly and turned her head. Humph. Shiyu gently turned her head back with his hands and leaned down to kiss her again, but Hong blocked him with her palm. Shiyu kissed her palm and chuckled. Meong, don't be angry. Hong looked at Shiyu and snorted. Humph. Shiyu, with a hint of longing, said, I've been sent to this deep mountain forest by Sandai, and I think of you every day. His hands roamed over Hong's body, his tone carrying a hint of grievance and teasing. Hong snorted, If I hadn't asked Yunhai, I wouldn't even know Yakumo came to find you. Her gaze held a hint of reproach and helplessness. Shiyu did not deny it, calmly saying, Yes, I think of you every day here, and when Yakumo arrived, I couldn't help myself. Hong shivered slightly, her voice tinged with dissatisfaction. You couldn't help yourself in such a short time? Shiyu smiled and whispered, It's been a long time. We used to have it every night at home. Hong recalled the intimacy with Shiyu, feeling a bit swayed. Sensing the moment, Shiyu kissed Hong, and she slowly responded to him. After a long while, Shiyu lay on the bed. Hong's face was flushed as she lay beside him, and Shiyu held her gently, whispering, "Mayong, I really miss you." Hong pinched Shiyu's waist hard, her tone carrying a hint of reproach. "Every time you go out, you cause trouble." Shiyu grimaced in pain, smiling as he said, "I won't do it next time." Hong snorted. "Humph, do you think I believe you?" She broke free from Shiyu's embrace and sat up. Shiyu looked at her, somewhat reluctantly saying, "Are you leaving so soon? Won't you stay for a few days?" Hong put on her coat and coldly replied, "I have to go execute a mission. I just stopped by to see you this time." Shiyu hugged her again and kissed her. "All right, be careful. If there's danger, just run." Hong shot him a glance, her tone tinged with helplessness. "And you two? Don't cause any more trouble." Shiyu smiled and nodded. "I know." The two left the room and came to the first floor of the outpost. Yakumo was sitting in a hall chair, and when she saw Shiyu and Hong come down, she stood up nervously. "Teacher Hong, Lord Shiyu." Hong looked at her expressionlessly and coldly said, "I have a mission. I'm leaving now." Yakumo hurriedly said, "Teacher Hong, be safe." Hong nodded slightly, responding indifferently. As Shiyu, Hong, and Yakumo reached the entrance of the outpost, Shiyu hugged Hong again and kissed her for a while. "Be careful. If there's danger, just run." Hong shot him a glance, her tone tinged with helplessness. "Don't cause any more trouble." Shiyu smiled and nodded. "I know." Hong turned and quickly left the outpost, her figure soon disappearing into the mountains. After Hong left, Yakumo sighed in relief, her whole being relaxing. She looked at Shiyu and asked anxiously, "Does Teacher Hong know about us?" Shiyu nodded. "She knows." Yakumo instantly tensed up again. Then Teacher Hong. Shiyu hugged her, reassuring, "Don't worry. Just don't be intimate in front of Hong." Yakumo nodded, softly saying, I'll be careful." Shiyu smiled, took her hand, and said, "Let's go, we're heading back." Yakumo nodded, took out her sketchbook, and quickly drew a giant eagle. The two jumped onto the eagle's back and flew towards the cave. The gentle mountain breeze brushed against their faces, and although Yakumo still felt a bit uneasy, she also felt a sense of reassurance as she leaned against Shiyu's embrace. The giant eagle flew through the forest, with Shiyu holding Yakumo, his gaze fixed on the distance, his mind filled with countless thoughts. The eagle slowly descended in front of the cave, and Shiyu and Yakumo jumped off its back and entered the cave. Kanai and Cameron were sitting in the hall, and upon seeing them return, Kanai smiled and asked, "How was it? Did Hong make things difficult for you?" Shiyu smiled and shook his head. "It's fine." Although Hong was a bit angry, she didn't blame us. Cameron glanced at Shiyu, her eyes filled with complex emotions, but she remained silent and lowered her head. Kanai noticed her expression and felt a bit worried, but she didn't say much. She knew that Cameron's feelings for Shiyu had exceeded her control, but she still hoped Cameron could remain rational. Shiyu hugged Yakumo and said with a smile, "All right, everyone rest now. We need to continue practicing the Sage Mode tomorrow." Everyone nodded and returned to their own rooms, while Shiyu walked into his room with Kanai. Chapter 94. Daily Life in March of the 59th year of Konoha. In a cave near a mountain outpost in the Land of Fire, the morning sunlight streamed through the cracks of the cave entrance, casting a few golden rays. After Hong left, Shiyu comfortably began his leisurely life. The morning sunlight filtered through the cave cracks, and Shiyu lay lazily on the bed. His silver-white hair lay casually on the pillow, and a satisfied smile lingered in his black eyes. Kanai slightly raised her head, looking at Shiyu with tender eyes. "Shiyu-sama." Shiyu nodded. The two then got up together and walked toward the bathroom. In the bathroom, steam filled the air. Shiyu and Kanai sat in the bathtub, warm water enveloping them. Morning sunlight streamed through the cave cracks into the hall, illuminating a warm halo. Shiyu stepped out of the bathroom, still carrying a hint of warmth. His silver hair fell loosely over his shoulders, and his black eyes radiated a sense of laziness and satisfaction. Kanai followed closely behind, a faint blush on her face. In the hall, Cameron, Yakumo, and Inori had been waiting for some time. Cameron held a medical book in her hands, but her gaze occasionally flicked toward Shiyu, revealing a hint of barely noticeable desire in her eyes. Yakumo sat beside her, holding a paintbrush, focused and quiet as she sketched something on her drawing board. Inori stood by, her head bowed, her hands clasped in front of her, looking particularly obedient. Shiyu walked over to Inori, wrapped his arm around her, and smiled. "Let's go. We continue practicing today." Inori nodded slightly, a shy blush spreading across her face. Shiyu waved to Kanai, who shyly walked to his other side. Thus, Shiyu held both Kanai and Inori, leading them towards the pond. Yakumo and Cameron follow behind, their gazes occasionally falling on Shiyu's hands. A hint of coldness flashing in their eyes. Cameron whispered to Yakumo, "It's been so long, Shiyu-sama still loves to hold Inori." Yakumo snorted coldly, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. "When Shiyu-sama no longer needs her, I'll make her kneel at my feet every day." Cameron frowned. What if by then Shiyu-sama likes her even more? Yakumo fell silent for a moment, then coldly replied, "Humph, then it depends on her abilities." The group soon arrived at the pond. Shiyu and Inori skillfully sat cross-legged on the ground, while Kanai stood beside them, two golden chakra chains extending from her back. Closely monitoring the two, Shiyu placed his hand on Inori's anger transformation device and softly said, "Inori, start." Inori nodded and slowly activated the anger transformation, beginning to absorb natural energy. Shiyu closed his eyes, slowly absorbing the natural energy within the anger transformation, starting to practice Sage Mode. Yakumo and Cameron stood not far away. Yakumo holding a paintbrush, practicing her bloodline Jinjutsu. The environment around her constantly shifted, appearing and disappearing, as if she were in a surreal world. Cameron sat nearby, holding a medical book, occasionally looking up at Shiyu and Inori, a complex expression flashing in her eyes. "Yakumo, it seems your Jinjutsu is getting stronger," Cameron said softly. Yakumo smiled slightly, a hint of pride in her eyes. "Only by getting stronger can I help Shiyu-sama." Cameron was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, "What if Shiyu-sama continues to make you control others?" Yakumo was taken aback for a moment, then sighed. "As long as Shiyu-sama tells me, I will do it." She glanced at Cameron, curiosity in her eyes. "Haven't you given up yet?" Cameron smiled, determination flashing in her eyes. "Take it slow. Even my mother can't stop me." Yakumo raised an eyebrow and suddenly asked, "Have you found a way to help people develop?" Cameron shook her head. "It's not that easy." Yakumo pondered. "If you could become like Kanai, Shiyu-sama would definitely like you. Even Kanai couldn't stop that." At that moment, a slight noise came from not far away. Kanai instantly wrapped Shiyu and Inori with her diamond chains, preventing the natural energy from running rampant. Yakumo and Cameron exchanged glances. Yakumo whispered, "Looks like it failed again." Cameron nodded. "Yeah, are you going to check it out?" Yakumo shook her head. "No, going wouldn't help at all." Cameron smiled. "That's true. Anyway, there's no danger." Soon after, Shiyu and Inori began to practice again. Time slowly passed amidst Shiyu's constant failures, and before long it was noon. Shiyu opened his eyes, glanced at the sky, and softly said, "That's enough for today, let's head back." Kanai and Inori nodded and stood up. Shiyu wrapped his arms around Kanai, while Inori shyly walked to his other side. Shiyu turned to Yakumo and Cameron and said, "Yakumo, Cameron, let's go back." Yakumo and Cameron responded and followed behind Shiyu as they walked towards the cave. Yakumo and Cameron watched as Shiyu held Kanai and Inori, then looked down at their own figures, a hint of helplessness flashing in their eyes. Near the mountain outpost in the Land of Fire, a spacious cave was hidden within a tranquil forest. The cave was decorated warmly and comfortably, resembling a paradise isolated from the outside world. Soft tatami mats covered the central area of the hall, and various furniture brought by Kanai with sealing scrolls was neatly arranged around, giving an orderly appearance. Several landscape paintings hand-drawn by Yakumo hung on the cave walls, adding an artistic atmosphere to the space. Shiyu lay lazily on the tatami, resting his head on Kanai, enjoying her gentle massage. He held Inori in his arms, while Yakumo and Cameron knelt on either side of Shiyu. Yakumo focused on massaging Shiyu's shoulders, while Cameron carefully held a teacup, bringing it to Shiyu's lips to feed him tea. "Inori." Shiyu suddenly spoke. Inori froze for a moment, her face instantly flushing red. Looking helplessly at Kanai, Kanai sighed softly, turned to Cameron, and said, "Cameron, you should go back to your room." Cameron stubbornly shook her head, her gaze fixed on Shiyu, seemingly unwilling to leave. A complex expression flashed in Kanai's eyes. "Cameron, please go back." Shiyu sensed Kanai's emotions, gently patted her hand, signaling her not to say more. Kanai lowered her head, continuing to massage Shiyu, but her mood was clearly heavy. Inori's cheeks turned even redder as she lowered her head in Shiyu's embrace. Kanai occasionally looked up at Cameron, her eyes filled with complex emotions, as if she was contemplating something. Meanwhile, Cameron continued to feed tea to Shiyu with an expressionless face, seemingly oblivious to everything happening around her. Yakumo's fingers continued to gently massage Shiyu's shoulder, but her gaze occasionally fell on Ing, a cold glimmer flashing in her eyes. As the days passed, Shiyu's life seemed to fall into a fixed rhythm. Every morning, he would go to the pond to practice Sage Mode. At noon, he returned to the cave to exchange ninjutsu with Kanai, Yakumo, Cheyenne, and Ing. In the afternoon, he would rest. In the evenings, time slowly passed in Shiyu's training, and before long, it was December of the 59th year of Konoha. Shiyu had been harboring resentment towards Sarutobi Hiruzen and Mito Gate Kinzuya for sending him to this desolate place for so long. Chapter 95. Mito Gate Kinzuya on December 15th of the 59th year of Konoha. The twilight glow spread over the outpost in the deep mountains of the Land of Fire. Inside the cave, Shiyu was leisurely lying on the sofa, his head resting on Kanai's lap, enjoying her gentle massage. He held Ing in his arms, while Yakumo and Cheyenne sat on the opposite sofa, with Cheyenne focused on flipping through medical books and Yakumo seriously sketching something on a drawing board. The entire cave was enveloped in a peaceful and warm atmosphere, as if completely isolated from the outside world's conflicts. Kanai, Yakumo, wait until dark and come with me to do something, Shiyu suddenly spoke, breaking the tranquility. Hearing Shiyu's words, everyone looked up, their attention focused on him. Kanai stopped her movements, and Yakumo asked excitedly, Shiyudano, what are we going to do? Shiyu smiled slightly, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Kill Mito Gate Kinzuya. At these words, Cheyenne, Yakumo, Kanai, and Ing all showed expressions of shock. Yakumo hesitantly asked, are we really going to kill him? Kanai nervously advised, yes, Shiyudano. Mito Gate Kinzuya hasn't done anything to you. Shiyu snorted coldly, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Isn't it enough that he and Sarutobi Hiruzen sent me to this godforsaken place for so long? Kanai wanted to persuade him again. Shiyudano, just bear with it. You'll be able to return to Konoha soon. Yakumo firmly stated, Shiyudano, I'll go with you. Shiyu nodded. Yes. I need your flying ability this time. Kanai still felt uneasy and continued to persuade him. Shiyudano. Shiyu waved his hand, interrupting Kanai. Kanai, my intention to kill Mito Gate Kinzuya is not just for myself, but also for Tsunade. Yakumo immediately became excited upon hearing this. Why? Shiyu thought for a moment and then slowly explained. Sarutobi Hiruzen is getting old. The most suitable candidates for the next Hokage are Tsunade and Jiraiya. Jiraiya is obsessed with finding the child of destiny, so Tsunade is the one who should be the next Hokage. Kanai frowned, but Tsunade-dano is also wandering the ninja world and is addicted to gambling, right? Shiyu smiled. Tsunade has a special attachment to Konoha. When Konoha needs her, she will return. Cheyenne chimed in. Yes, both of Tsunade-dano's grandfathers were Hokage. She will definitely return. Kanai still didn't understand. What does this have to do with killing Mito Gate Kinzuya? A cold glint flashed in Shiyu's eyes to clear out the trash for Tsunade, so that when she becomes the 5th Hokage, Mito Gate Kinzuya won't use his seniority to obstruct her. Yakumo recalled how Tsunade had once healed her and said excitedly, Shiyudano, I'll help out when the time comes. Kanai sighed. Last time we killed Tezuna Kamachi, they will definitely strengthen their defenses this time. Shiyu waited in his heart and then said, we'll see how it goes. If we have the capability, we'll kill him. If not, we'll let him go for now. Seeing that Shiyu had made up his mind, Kanai could only nod. All right, Shiyudano, I'll go with you. Shiyu patted Kanai's shoulder and then said to Cheyenne and Ing, Cheyenne, Ing, wait here for us to come back. We don't know how long we'll be gone this time. Cheyenne and Ing exchanged glances and replied in unison, yes, Shiyudano. Shiyu then instructed Cheyenne, Cheyenne, pay attention to my shadow clone at the outpost. If it gets discovered due to an accident, use the transformation technique to replace my shadow clone. Don't let the people at the outpost find out. Cheyenne nodded solemnly. I will be careful, Shiyudano. Before long, the sky had completely darkened. Shiyu stood up and said to Yakumo and Kanai, let us go. Kanai and Yakumo nodded, and the three of them walked outside the cave. Cheyenne and Ing followed them out, watching them leave. Shiyu looked at Yakumo, who quickly took out her drawing board and drew a huge eagle. With a wave of her brush, the giant eagle flew out from the drawing board, spreading its wings in the air. Shiyu, Kanai, and Yakumo jumped onto the eagle's back, and Shiyu said to Cheyenne and Ing, wait for us to come back. Cheyenne and Ing replied in unison, yes, Shiyudano, be careful. Kanai also reminded Cheyenne, take care of Ing. Cheyenne nodded, I will. Shiyu said to Yakumo, let us go. Yakumo controlled the giant eagle, which soared high into the sky, quickly disappearing into the dark night. The night was as dark as ink, with the moonlight obscured by thick clouds, as if the entire sky was covered by a giant black cloth. The giant eagle controlled by Yakumo flew rapidly through the night sky, its wings slicing through the air, producing a faint whistling sound. Standing on the back of the giant eagle, Shiyu's silver hair fluttered in the wind, and a calm light flickered in his black eyes. Kanai closely nestled beside Shiyu, her red hair dancing in the wind, and her purple kimono appeared particularly mysterious in the night. Finally, at dawn, the giant eagle landed on a high mountain over 200 kilometers outside Konoha, in a flat area at the mountain's peak. The three of them jumped off the eagle's back, and Yakumo gently waved her brush, causing the giant eagle's figure to gradually fade and finally disappear into the air. He turned to Yakumo and Kanai, nodding slightly. "We have finally arrived. Thanks to you, Yakumo, for helping us conceal our tracks from the border to here." Yakumo turned back, a hint of shyness on her face. "Shiudano, this ninjutsu was given to me by you, so I could help." Shiyu chuckled lightly, reaching out to ruffle Yakumo's hair. "This ninjutsu suits you, and you use it excellently." Kanai slightly nodded, her tone gentle. "Shiudano, let us find a place to rest. It's almost dawn." Let us find a cave," Shiyu nodded, searching the forest with his gaze. Before long, the three of them found a hidden cave. The entrance was small, but it was enough to accommodate them. Shiyu was the first to enter the cave, followed closely by Kanai and Yakumo. Inside the cave, it was dry, and the air was filled with the scent of earth. "Let us stay here," Shiyu looked around and nodded in satisfaction. Kanai took out tables and chairs. Along with the prepared breakfast from the sealing scroll, her movements graceful and skilled. She divided the breakfast among Shiyu and Yakumo, softly saying, "Let's eat breakfast first, Shiudano." Shiyu took the breakfast, his gaze falling on Kanai, a hint of tenderness flashing in his eyes. "Thank you for your hard work, Kanai." Yakumo sat beside Shiyu, eating breakfast with a satisfied smile on her face. She looked up at Shiyu, her eyes full of admiration. "Shiudano, what are we going to do next?" Shiyu put down the food in his hand, his expression becoming serious. "Kanai, you will activate the Kagura Hard Eye later and pay attention to the ninjas heading towards the capital from the foot of the mountain. If you spot Mito Gate Kinzuya, inform me immediately." Kanai nodded, her tone firm. "Yes, Shiudano. I will keep a close watch." Yakumo asked curiously, "What if the one heading to the capital this time is the third Hokage?" Shiyu pondered for a moment, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "If it's Sarutobi Hiruzen, we can only give up. Although his strength has diminished due to age, he is still not someone we can easily deal with. Moreover, he has jutsu that can risk his life." Yakumo couldn't help but ask curiously, "Is Sarutobi Hiruzen really that strong? What jutsu does he have that makes us wary?" Shiyu glanced at Yakumo and explained, "Sarutobi Izashi has mastered a powerful sealing technique called Shikigami sealing. This ninjutsu can seal the enemy's soul into the body of the death god, at the cost of the user's own life. Once he uses this ninjutsu, we won't be able to resist it at all." A hint of shock flashed in Yakumo's eyes. "Is it really that powerful?" Kanai frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "It sounds somewhat similar to Danzo's four-symbol seal, but seems even more dangerous." Shiyu nodded. "That's true. So if Sarutobi Hizashi is coming this time, we can only abandon the plan." Kanai looked at Shiyu, her eyes showing a hint of worry. "What about Mito minion strength?" Shiyu thought for a moment and shook his head. "I'm not sure. I've never seen him in action. However, he probably hasn't fought in a long time, and his strength might be similar to that of Utsunomiya Koharu." Yakumo curiously asked, "How strong is Utsunomiya Koharu? How did you kill her?" Shiyu exchanged glances with Kanai, then said calmly, "At that time, Kanai and I used the Great Waterfall technique together on Utsunomiya Koharu at the foot of the mountain. She didn't use any ninjutsu, just let her subordinates block the water release and kept running away. In the end, both she and her subordinates were swept away and torn apart in the water." A hint of excitement flashed in Yakumo's eyes. "Then should we also use the Great Waterfall technique this time?" Shiyu chuckled softly and shook his head. "Let's see how it goes. We can't let our guard down." After finishing breakfast, Kanai took out sheets and blankets from the sealing scroll and spread them on the ground, making a simple bed. She turned to Shiyu and spoke gently. "Lord Shiyu, take a rest for a while." Shiyu nodded, walked to the edge of the bed, and patted the spot beside him. "Come on, Yakumo." Yakumo excitedly lay in Shiyu's arms, a happy smile on her face. Kanai stood by, watching the intimate actions of the two, her eyes flashing with a complex expression. She softly said, "Lord Shiyu, I'll go outside to check the situation." Shiyu nodded, his tone gentle. "Be careful, Kanai." Kanai smiled slightly, turned, and walked out of the cave. Only Shiyu and Yakumo remained inside, an ambiguous atmosphere pervading the air. Yakumo lowered her head and kissed Shiyu's lips, softly and affectionately. Shiyu caressed Yakumo's cheek, his eyes full of tenderness. Yakumo's eyes held a hint of anticipation and shyness. Lord Shiyu, it's been a long time since we've been alone together. Shiyu stroked her cheek and said gently, I apologize for neglecting you during this time. Yakumo shook her head and softly said, as long as Lord Shiyu has me in his heart, it's enough. Inside the cave, the sounds of Shiyu and Yakumo's conversation gradually emerged. After a long while, Yakumo lay in Shiyu's arms, her face flushed. Shiyu held her gently, softly caressing her cheek, his eyes filled with tenderness. On December 18th, 59th year of Konoha, the morning sunlight spilled through the windows of the Hokage's office onto the wooden floor, the air filled with a tense atmosphere. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hizashi, sat behind the desk, a puff of blue smoke rising from the pipe in his hand. His gaze pierced through the smoke, staring at Mito Minyin, who stood across from him, his eyes filled with a complex emotion. Minyin, be careful this time when you go to the capital to discuss next year's budget with the daimyo. The third's voice was deep and steady, revealing concern. Mito Minyin nodded, a confident smile on his face. Hizashi, don't worry, I'll be careful. He paused slightly, seemingly recalling something, then asked, is Hayabusa Shiyu still at the border outpost? The third's eyes narrowed slightly before returning to calm. Yes. He has been practicing at the outpost and has only gone to the Land of Rivers once to rescue a spy that Sand Shinobi were pursuing. Minyon's brows furrowed slightly, his tone carrying a hint of surprise. Really? Will he be transferred back? The third sighed, his tone filled with helplessness. At that time, he and a woman suspected to be from the Uzumaki clan used water release to save Kawasaki. Kawasaki only saw her once and said she had red hair and immense chakra. After saving Kawasaki, she vanished, and then Shiyu let him leave first. Minyon's expression grew serious. Could it really be her and Hayabusa Shiyu who killed Koharu? The third's gaze deepened, his tone heavy. Umbu found no evidence. He paused and continued. This time to the capital, I will send 4 elite members from the route to protect you. With Danzo and Utsumiya Koharu dead in succession, other ninja villages are getting restless and want to probe Konoha's weaknesses. Most of the Jonin in the village have been dispatched, so this is the best we can do. Minyin remained silent for a moment before nodding. The elite from route plus my 4 subordinates should be enough. A hint of worry flashed in the third's eyes as his tone grew more serious. If there's danger, run, don't be brave. Minyin smiled, his tone confident. Don't worry. I'll be careful. Then, Mito Minyin turned and left the Hokage's office, his steps steady and resolute. The third watched his figure disappear at the door, slowly lowering his pipe, his gaze revealing a complex emotion. In front of the Konoha gate, Mito Minyin, accompanied by 4 subordinates and 4 Umbu members, arrived at the entrance. Steel Iron and Kamizuki Izumi saw them and immediately bowed. Elder Minyin. Minyin nodded slightly, scanning the two with a calm tone. He then led his group away from the Konoha gate, stepping onto the road to the capital. Steel Iron and Kamizuki Izumi stood at the gate, watching their figures gradually disappear along the distant road. Steel Iron spoke with a hint of worry. Do you think Elder Minyin will? Kamizuki Izumi shook his head, his tone filled with helplessness. With so many people, he can escape if there's danger. Steel Iron remained silent for a moment before whispering. I heard Danzo took more than 20 people out back then. Kamizuki Izumi's expression grew serious, his tone heavy. I hope Elder Minyin can return safely. The two silently watched Mito Minyin and his group disappear at the end of the road, their hearts filled with complex emotions. After a few days of pause, a correction was requested, the reason being negative guidance for minors. It means one cannot be intimate with underage girls. Chapter 96, Sending Off Mito Minyin. On December 19th, 59th year of Konoha, in the morning. On a mountain more than 200 kilometers outside Konoha, an atmosphere pervaded a cave. Shiyu was holding Yakumo, kissing her. Just then Kanai walked in and, upon seeing this scene, a hint of shyness flashed across her face. But she quickly returned to normal. Shiyu and Yakumo heard footsteps and turned to look at Kanai, who had just entered. A smile appeared on Shiyu's face as he patted the spot beside him, saying, Kanai, come here. His tone carried an irresistible charm. Kanai walked to Shiyu's side, slightly lowering her head, and said, Lord Shiyu, there are 9 ninjas heading towards the capital about 20 kilometers away, and their chakra fluctuations are quite strong. Shiyu immediately sat up straight, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. He gently patted Yakumo in his arms, and she obediently left his embrace to sit beside him. Is it Mito Minyin? Shiyu asked, his voice tinged with urgency. Kanai shook her head, her brows furrowed. I haven't seen Mito Minyin, so I don't know his chakra, so I'm not sure. She answered truthfully, her gaze revealing a hint of helplessness. Shigure stood up, wrapping his arm around Kanai's waist as he headed outside, saying, "Let's go check at the foot of the mountain." Yugao hurriedly followed behind. Outside the cave, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, creating patches of light. Shigure released Kanai, glanced at Kanai and Yugao, then swiftly jumped onto a tree trunk, moving like an agile monkey, racing down the trunk towards the foot of the mountain. Kanai and Yugao followed closely behind Shigure, unwilling to fall behind. A few minutes later, the three stood beside a tree trunk at the foot of the mountain, looking at the distant road. Shigure focused intently on the end of the road and asked, "How long until they arrive?" Kanai closed her eyes, concentrated for a moment, and replied, "About 10 minutes." Shigure nodded and said, "Regardless of whether it's Mito Gate Flame or not, let's prepare." Kanai and Yugao responded in unison, "Yes." Yugao excitedly asked, "What should we do, Lord Shigure?" Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, as if she could hardly wait to show her skills. Shigure looked at Yugao, a slight smile on his lips, and said, "Draw a snake to impersonate Orochimaru's summoning beast." Upon hearing this, Yukamo's eyes lit up, eager to try. "Should I impersonate Orochimaru?" Shigure gently shook his head, glancing at Yugao, and said, "You can't mimic Orochimaru's aura." Yugao stuck out her tongue, looking slightly disappointed. "Oh, then I'll go prepare." With that, she turned and rushed into the depths of the forest. Before long, Yugao took out a drawing board, and with swift strokes, quickly sketched a lifelike snake. At the moment the drawing was completed, she waved her brush, and the giant python seemed to break free from the confines of the drawing, roaring out into reality. A giant python over 100 meters long and 5 meters thick appeared before Yugao, its body coiling and exuding a chilling aura. Yugao lightly jumped onto the snake's head, sitting down, and placed her hands on the snake's head to activate her bloodline illusion technique, illusion materialization. Slowly, the python transformed from its ink wash form into a real giant python, as if it had gained true life. Then, Yugao quietly maneuvered the giant python to slither past the trees and came up behind Shigure and Kanai. Shigure and Kanai looked at the giant python controlled by Yugao with appreciative expressions. Shigure gazed at the python, nodding in satisfaction, and said, "Not bad. Just control the giant python later." Yugao excitedly responded, "Yes, Lord Shigure." At that moment, Kanai suddenly said, "They're coming." Shigure and Kanai quickly landed on the ground, hiding behind a tree. Yugao jumped down from the snake's head, controlling the giant python to lie flat on the ground. The 5-meter thick, over 100-meter long giant python resembled a massive mountain lying across the forest. In the next moment, Mito Gate Flame and 4 henchmen in vests, along with 4 Umbu, appeared on the road, walking toward Shigure. The 4 Umbu walked ahead, vigilantly observing their surroundings, while Mito Gate Flame was in the center, looking calm, with his 4 henchmen following behind to ensure his safety. Shigure signaled to Yugao and Kanai and whispered, "It's Mito Gate Flame. Kanai and I will use ninjutsu first. And Yugao, you control the giant python afterward." Kanai and Yugao responded in unison, "Yes, Lord Shigure." As Mito Gate Flame and his group approached within 10 meters, Shigure and Kanai exchanged glances, and Shigure called out, "Water release, water break wave." Kanai also softly replied, "Mm." The two simultaneously formed hand seals, water release, water break wave. 2 high-pressure water columns shot straight out from their mouths, like 2 silver dragons, roaring towards Mito Gate Flame and his companions. Yugao also had the giant python raise its head and arch its body, preparing for an attack. Meanwhile, one of the Umbu guarding Mito Gate Flame sensed the chakra disturbance. Experienced, he immediately realized there was danger and shouted, "Be careful, there's an enemy." In an instant, the 8 guards surrounded Mito Gate Flame, each channeling chakra, preparing to use ninjutsu to confront the threat. Just then, Shigure and Kanai's water break wave surged towards Mito Gate Flame and the others. The water columns sliced through the air like sharp blades, sweeping horizontally toward the 9 people in the middle of the road. The 2 Umbu in front reacted quickly. As they crouched down, they pressed their hands to the ground, using Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. A 10-meter wide, 2-meter thick, 5-meter high earthen wall instantly rose up in front of the Umbu. However, the power of the water break wave was beyond imagination. The 2 water columns effortlessly cut through the earthen wall and continued forward. The 2 Umbu flanking Mito Gate Flame were startled to see the earthen wall being sliced through. In that split second, they quickly pushed Mito Gate Flame down to the ground, dodging the attack of the water break wave. The 2 Umbu were fortunate enough to escape the attack due to their previous crouching position while using Earth Release, earth flow wall. But Mito Gate Flame's 4 henchmen reacted slightly slower, getting their bodies sliced apart by the 2 water columns, blood instantly staining the ground. Mito Gate Flame was pressed down to the ground, watching helplessly as the 2 water columns cut through the earthen wall. Shock filling his heart as he couldn't believe his eyes. He shouted in anger, "Water break wave? It's you, Hayabusa Shiyu." The 4 Umbu shook at Mito Gate Flame's words. They all knew the name Hayabusa Shiyu, and they were astonished that he would appear here to ambush the elder. Just then, a 5-meter-thick giant python suddenly burst from the forest, crashing through half of the earthen wall. The 2 Umbu behind the wall were also violently struck, their bodies flying out over 20 meters, landing on the ground motionless. At this moment, the snake's head slowly rose, its cold eyes fixed on Mito Gate Flame and the others. The snake's body also began to slither across the road, making a rustling sound, as if announcing the arrival of death. Mito Gate Flame looked at his 4 henchmen lying in 2 pieces on the ground, and the 2 Umbu lying motionless in the distance, with only 2 Umbu remaining by his side. He knew that he was in grave danger today, but having weathered many storms, he still tried to maintain his composure despite his inner fear. He glared at the trees ahead, furious, and shouted, "Hayabusa Shiyu, I know you're nearby. Come out." In the forest, upon hearing Mito Gate Flame's words, Kanai and Yakumo looked at Shiyu. Shiyu sneered and said, "Use the Great Waterfall technique." Kanai replied, Yakumo paused for a moment and asked, "Aren't we going out?" Shiyu shot her a look and said, "Why go out?" Yakumo scratched her head and said, "Isn't that how it goes in movies?" Kanai chuckled quietly at Yakumo's words. Shiyu helplessly said, "You know it's a movie." Yakumo realized and smiled apologetically. Oh. Then, Shiyu and Kanai simultaneously formed hand seals, unleashing the powerful ninjutsu, water release, Great Waterfall technique. Water rapidly gathered before Shiyu and Kanai, resembling surging tides. In an instant, a 3-tier waterfall over 100 meters high and also 100 meters long formed, with water continuously accumulating. The waterfall was magnificent, seemingly ready to swallow everything in its path. On the road, Mito Gate Flame and the 2 Umbu were astonished to see such a massive waterfall before them. The 2 Umbu understood the urgency of the situation. They simultaneously formed hand seals, using earth release, earth flow wall, while shouting, "Elder Mito, hurry and escape. We will hold them off." In the next moment, the 2 Umbu crouched down, pressing their hands to the ground as a 5-meter thick, 50-meter long, and over 100-meter high earthen wall erupted from the ground under their immense chakra pressure. Seeing this, Mito Gate Flame felt a glimmer of hope. He knew this might be his last chance, so he exerted all his strength to flee towards the direction of Konoha. He thought that as long as he could bring back the intel to Konoha, it would be worth it even if he died. The next moment, Shiyu and Kanai directed the waterfall towards Mito Gate Flame. The waterfall surged like a roaring beast, carrying endless power toward the earthen wall. Meanwhile, Yakumo maneuvered the giant python into the waterfall, allowing it to swim through effortlessly. The waterfall instantly shattered the earthen wall, sweeping the 2 Umbu into its depths. The 2 Umbu were shredded by the debris of the earthen wall within the waterfall, their screams drowned out by the roar of the waterfall. A few seconds later, the waterfall crashed down behind Mizuhotemane. Mizuhotemane felt a tremendous impact from behind, and despair filled his heart. He glanced back and was immediately swept into the waterfall. Under the powerful force of the waterfall, his body was instantly torn apart. Kane watched this scene and softly said, "Mizuhotemane is dead." Shigure nodded and said, "Yakumo, let the giant python eat their bodies. Kane and I will erase the traces." Yakumo and Kane replied in unison, "Okay." Then, Yakumo controlled the giant python to consume all the bodies. The python opened its massive jaws and swallowed the bodies one by one, its body writhing and emitting a low growl. Meanwhile, Shigure and Kane began to deal with the traces, skillfully using ninjutsu to restore the surrounding environment. 20 minutes later, after everything was handled, Yakumo made the giant python slowly fade away, eventually disappearing before them. Shigure looked at everything returning to normal and said, "Let's go back to the border." Kane and Yakumo nodded in agreement. "Okay." Afterwards, Yakumo drew a giant eagle. The 3 jumped onto the eagle's back, and the eagle soared high into the sky. Their figures gradually disappeared into the distance, flying toward the border. The sound of the wind whistled past their ears, as if narrating the end of this battle. Chapter 97. Return to the border in the afternoon. High in the sky, the giant eagle soared, its wings slicing through the air, carrying Shigure, Kane, and Yakumo toward the border's deep mountain outpost. On the eagle's back, Shigure sat in the center, his silvery long hair flying wildly in the wind. Kane, nestled in his arms like a docile cat, curled up against him. Shigure looked down at Kane, her long red hair cascading in front of him. Her deep red eyes reflected the sunset, as well as Shigure's handsome face. Shigure did not reply, simply leaning down to kiss her lips. Kane immediately responded passionately, wrapping her arms around Shigure's neck, completely disregarding the danger of being high in the sky. Don't! Yakumo is still in front. Kane protested softly. She couldn't see. Shigure chuckled lightly. Besides, she's already used to it. Indeed, Yakumo, sitting in the saddle at the eagle's neck, was focused on controlling the flight direction, her azure eyes staring straight ahead, seemingly unaware of the movements behind her. Only the slightly flushed tips of her ears revealed the truth. Shigure and Kane embraced, their silvery hair mingling with Kane's red hair. Shigure-sama, we're almost there. Kane said softly. There's still time, Shigure replied. Yakumo's fingers tightened slightly, and the eagle's speed quietly increased a bit. As the sun completely sank below the horizon, the giant eagle began to descend. Shigure and Kane had already composed themselves, but the blush on Kane's face had yet to fade. Shigure moved to sit behind Yakumo, wrapping his arms around her. You've worked hard, he whispered in Yakumo's ear, his warm breath causing the girl to shiver. It is my honor to serve, Shigure-sama. Yakumo replied softly, her voice tinged with unmistakable joy. Shigure-sama, the outpost is almost here, Yakumo said. I know, Shigure chuckled. Observing Yakumo's shy demeanor stirred something in Shigure's heart, and he leaned in to kiss Yakumo. She responded tightly to Shigure's embrace. After an unknown amount of time, the giant eagle finally landed in front of the cave. Shiori and Mei heard the commotion and quickly came out. Seeing Shigure, Kane, and Yakumo, they hurried to greet them. Welcome back, Shigure-sama. As they spoke, Shiori and Mei stepped forward to hug Shigure. Shigure smiled in response. Shiori looked at Shigure, concern filling her eyes. Shigure-sama, have you dealt with Mizuhomae? Shigure nodded. It's taken care of. Shigure reached out to tousle Shihori's hair. How have you been during this time? Everything is fine. Shigure-sama, Shiori answered obediently, though her gaze flickered occasionally toward Kane and Yakumo beside Shigure, a hint of complex emotions flashing in her eyes. Shigure pulled Mei closer and lightly patted her back, teasingly saying, let's go inside and talk. Then, Shigure led Mei into the cave, with Kane, Yakumo, and Shiori following closely behind. Once inside the cave, Shigure sat on the sofa with Mei, facing away from everyone, while Shiori sat close to Shigure, her eyes fixed on him, as if she couldn't bear to look away for even a moment. Shigure-sama, did you encounter any difficulties in dealing with Mizuhomae? Shiori asked curiously, unconsciously leaning closer to Shigure. Shigure smiled slightly and gently pinched Shihori's nose. No, it was resolved quickly with Kane and Yakumo. Shiori pouted, a bit dissatisfied. Then why did it take so long? Shigure looked at Shiori seriously and said, that old guy kept us waiting for 3 days, which took a lot of time. Hearing this, Shiori slowly moved closer to Shigure, acting coy. Next time I want to go out with Shigure-sama too. Shigure gently shook his head, looking at her with indulgence. You're too weak right now. It's not safe to go out. At this moment, Kane, seeing Shiori getting closer to Shigure, frowned slightly, stood up, and said, Shiori, come help me make dinner. Shiori paused, glanced at Kane, hesitated for a moment, but still obediently stood up. Okay. Shiori followed Kane to the nearby kitchen to start preparing dinner. In the kitchen, as Kane skillfully handled the ingredients, she couldn't help but think about the interaction between Shiori and Shigure just now, feeling a bit worried. She knew Shihori's feelings for Shigure, but how could she allow Shiori to be with him? Meanwhile, in the living room, Shigure was holding Mei. Shigure-sama, let's go to the room. Mei shyly lowered her head, her voice as soft as a whisper. Looking at Mei's demeanor, Shigure felt a rush of warmth in his heart, and without saying a word, he picked her up and walked toward the room. Yakumo sat on the sofa, watching Shigure and Mei's retreating figures, the corners of her mouth slightly lifting in a meaningful smile. Meanwhile, Shiori stood at the kitchen door, watching this scene, her eyes flashing with a hint of disappointment and unwillingness. After a long time, soft sounds could be heard from the room. Yakumo, sitting on the sofa, smiled slightly upon hearing the sounds. In the kitchen, Kane and Shiori were preparing dinner. Hearing the sounds, Kane awkwardly glanced at Shiori, who remained expressionless while cooking but occasionally glanced toward the room. Mom, don't you think this is awkward? Shiori finally couldn't help but ask. Kane kept her head down while cooking, pretending not to hear, and casually replied, you get used to it. After a while, Kane and Shiori finished dinner and set the meal on the dining table. The sounds from the room had not stopped, and the three of them fell silent for a moment before Shiori suddenly stood up. "I'll go call Shigure-sama." "No." Kane immediately stopped her "I'll go." Without waiting for Shiori to respond, she quickly walked toward the room door. Yakumo glanced at Shiori and teased, "Looks like your mom is keeping a close eye on you, not allowing you to get close to Shigure-sama." Shiori looked at Kane's back and huffed softly. "As long as Shigure-sama wants, she can't stop it." "Then you'll have to wait," Yakumo said with a smile, glancing at Shiori. Shiori noticed Yakumo's gaze and helplessly looked at herself. "I'm not developed yet." Kane stood outside the room, listening to the sounds coming from inside, her cheeks involuntarily flushing. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down, then gently knocked on the door. Her voice laced with shyness and nervousness. "Shigure-sama, dinner is ready." Inside the room, after a moment, Shigure's voice came. I'll be there soon." Then, there was a slight sound again. Kane's face instantly turned as red as a ripe apple. She dared not linger any longer and quickly returned to the dining table, lowering her head to start serving the rice. Yakumo and Xianlin were already sitting at the dining table. When they saw Kanai return, a hint of a smile flashed in Yakumo's eyes as he teased, "So, how was it?" Kanai didn't lift her head and quietly replied, "I'll be there soon." Shigure and Ing were in the room, and the air seemed to be filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. Ing lay beside Shigure, her cheeks flushed like cherry blossoms blooming in spring, her eyes full of shyness and tenderness. Shigure gently patted Ing. "Let's go out to eat." His voice was deep and magnetic, yet in this quiet atmosphere, it seemed to carry an alluring power. Ing responded softly and slowly got up. Shigure walked out of the room with a satisfied expression, and Ing followed behind, her face turning bright red. Shigure sat down at the dining table next to Kanai, and Ing timidly took a seat beside him. Xianlin and Yakumo sat across from them. The four of them gathered together. Just as Shigure picked up his chopsticks, Kanai secretly glanced at him. Seeing his usual demeanor, as if it was just an unintentional act, she could only silently endure, lowering her head to quickly eat her rice. But the smile on her face was impossible to hide. Xianlin and Yakumo noticed Kanai's unusual demeanor. Curiously, Xianlin asked, "Mom, what's wrong?" Kanai glanced at Shigure and softly replied, "It's nothing." Yakumo and Ing knew what was going on, but said nothing, just silently eating. Shigure looked at Kanai's shy appearance and felt a stir in his heart. He quickly finished his meal, suddenly pulled Kanai into his arms, and hugged her tightly. Kanai exclaimed, "Shigure-sama." The gazes of Xianlin, Yakumo, and Ing were all drawn to them. Shigure, however, was unconcerned and said, "It's fine, you eat. I'm full." Kanai struggled slightly and whispered, "Shigure-sama, let me down." Instead of letting go, Shigure tightened his embrace, saying, "I want it this way." Unable to break free, Kanai had no choice but to lower her head and eat quietly, not daring to look at anyone else. "Shigure-sama, let's go back to the room," Kanai said, her face flushed, unable to withstand the gazes of others. Shigure chuckled mischievously. "All right." With that, he picked up Kanai and strode toward the room. Kanai's face was crimson as she buried her head in Shigure's chest, not daring to look at anyone. As Shigure carried Kanai to the room, Kanai's face hidden in his embrace, they entered the room. Xianlin sighed. "Here we go again." Yakumo smiled lightly, saying, "That's the fourth time." Xianlin asked in confusion, "Isn't it the second time?" Yakumo didn't answer, just smiled meaningfully. Inside the room, gentle voices could be heard. Upon hearing them, Xianlin felt a slight tremor in her heart. She glanced at Yakumo and said, "I'm going back to my room." Yakumo nodded. At this moment, only Yakumo and Ing remained at the dining table. Yakumo's gaze turned somewhat cold as she fixed her eyes on Ing. Ing was frightened by Yakumo's stare, shivering all over and lowering her head, not daring to speak. "You better help Shigure-sama practice the sage mode, or I will make you regret it," Yakumo said as she walked over to Ing. Ing trembled in fear. "Yakumo-ne, I understand." Yakumo nodded in satisfaction, released Ing, and patted her shoulder, clean up the dining table. "Yes, Yakumo-ne." Ing let out a sigh of relief and hurried to tidy up the table. Yakumo then turned and walked into the room, leaving Ing alone in place, filled with apprehension. After entering the room, Yakumo gently closed the door, and a hint of an ambiguous atmosphere filled the space. She slowly walked to the bedside, her eyes complex as she looked at Shigure and Kanai, who were resting. Yakumo stood quietly by, her mind racing with thoughts. At this moment, Shigure seemed to sense Yakumo's gaze. He slightly opened his eyes, looked at Yakumo, and a mischievous smile appeared on his lips. "Yakumo, come here." Yakumo hesitated for a moment but still walked slowly to Shigure's side. Shigure reached out and pulled Yakumo onto the bed, embracing her. Yakumo's face flushed, and though she felt a bit shy, she obediently leaned into Shigure's embrace and lay down quietly. Chapter 98. The Funeral of Mito Gate Flame on December 24th. The 59th year of Konoha, a heavy atmosphere enveloped the Hidden Leaf Village. In the Hokage office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat quietly in his chair, tightly holding the pipe that had accompanied him for many years. The curling blue smoke rising from the pipe slowly spread in the air, but could not dispel the heavy melancholy that hung over his heart like a shadow. He frowned slightly, and his eyes revealed an unmistakable weariness and worry. Each time he took a drag from the pipe, the bright flame flickered in the bowl, as if reflecting his inner unease. 3 days ago, the ninja from the capital had used a ninja hawk to quickly relay an urgent message. Mito Gate Flame had not arrived in the capital on time. This news struck the calm, yet turbulent waters of the third's heart like a heavy stone. In fact, the moment he heard this news, the third had an ominous premonition. Mito Gate Flame had once been one of the pillars of Konoha, contributing greatly to its development and stability. Now, he had gone missing on his way to the capital. How could this not make the third anxious? Nevertheless, the third still harbored a glimmer of hope, quickly dispatching 2 teams of Umbu, a total of 8 people, to carefully search along the route that Mito Gate Flame might have taken. He hoped to find him safe and sound, even if it was just a hint that he was still alive. Time passed slowly in anxious waiting, each minute and second seemingly stretched out, making it unbearable. Finally, an Umbu ninja appeared before the third in an instant, kneeling on one knee, his expression grave as he reported, "Third Sama." The third's gaze instantly focused on the Umbu ninja before him, his body leaning slightly forward, filled with eagerness and anticipation, as if waiting for news that would bring him peace. He stared intently at the Umbu ninja, his voice trembling slightly as he asked, "What happened? Did you find flame?" The Umbu ninja hesitated, showing signs of difficulty, and finally said slowly, "No, but..." He lowered his head, not daring to meet the third's eyes. The third's heart sank, and an ominous premonition grew stronger. Yet he still held back his inner sorrow and said slowly, "Go on." His voice was low and hoarse, as if each word drained all his strength. The Umbu ninja took a deep breath and continued. Elder Flame's last known whereabouts were more than 200 kilometers from Konoha, where only traces of Elder Flame and his guard's blood were found. The third felt as if struck by lightning, his body swaying violently as he nearly fell into his chair. Pain and despair flashed in his eyes, and after a moment of silence, he slowly slumped into his chair, seeming to age many years in an instant. After a long while, he finally said, "What were the investigation results?" The Umbu ninja cautiously replied. The scene had been cleaned up, with signs of water release and a giant snake, as well as the blood of Elder Flame and his guards, but no traces of the assailant were found. The third slightly raised his head, his gaze blankly fixed on the ceiling, as if pondering something. After a long time, he murmured, "Is it Orochimaru?" His voice was very soft, but filled with confusion and unease. The Umbu ninja repeated, "No traces of the assailant were found. Should we expand the search area?" The third slowly sighed, weakly waving his hand, saying, "Go rest for now." The Umbu ninja acknowledged, and then vanished in an instant. After the Umbu left, the third slowly stood up and walked heavily to the window. He looked out at the familiar Konoha village, a whirlwind of emotions filling his heart. The once prosperous and peaceful village now seemed shrouded in a shadow. Danzo, Koharu, and now Flame. Within just 2 years, one familiar face after another had departed, leaving him to bear it all alone. He felt an immense sense of loneliness and helplessness, as if carrying the fate of the entire Konoha, yet powerless to do anything. Time quietly passes, and 3 days slip away in an instant. The funeral for Mitarashi Anko is set for the morning of the 27th, at the rooftop of the Hokage building. This is Konoha's final tribute to this once hero. On that morning, the rooftop of the Hokage building is solemnly decorated. White mourning ribbons flutter gently in the breeze, as if conveying endless sorrow. Many ninjas dressed in neat black clothing, holding white flowers, solemnly enter the Hokage building. Their faces display either sadness or seriousness, each expressing their remembrance of Mitarashi Anko in their own way. The third Hokage stands quietly by the window of the Hokage office. Dressed in black, his gaze passes through the window, resting on the ninjas walking slowly below. At this moment, his heart is filled with complex emotions: regret for Anko, concern for Konoha's future, and more, a helpless sigh over it all. Before long, An Umbu ninja lightly knocks and enters the office. He kneels on one knee, respectfully saying, "Third Hokage, we just received a report from the border outpost. The bird Shigure has been at the outpost since the 18th, and there have been no abnormalities." The third Hokage nods slightly and replies, "You may leave." Then, the Umbu ninja disappears in an instant. The third Hokage looks back out the window, sighs deeply, and then slowly exits the office. When the third Hokage arrives at the rooftop holding a white flower, the scene is already filled with people. He looks around at these familiar yet unfamiliar faces, and a surge of inexplicable sadness rises in his heart. There are only a little over 200 people present, as the recent deaths of Danzo and Koharu have prompted other ninja villages to test Konoha's limits, to deter other ninja villages. Most ninjas have been forced to carry out missions, leaving Konoha, once lively, now appearing somewhat desolate. Over 200 people stand solemnly in two formations. One formation consists of clan leaders accompanied by their clan ninjas, dressed in neat clan uniforms, their expressions serious, eyes shining with determination. The other formation consists of civilians or ninjas from small clans. Although they lack extravagant clothing, they share the same respect for Mitarashi Anko, standing silently. In front of everyone, a long table covered with white cloth displays photographs of Mitarashi Anko, his 4 subordinates, and 4 Umbu members. In the photographs, they still wear smiles, as if still alive in this world. Yet, the reality is so cruel, they have permanently departed. The third Hokage slowly approaches the long table, stopping in front of the photograph of Mitarashi Anko. His eyes are filled with memories and reluctance, as if engaging in a silent conversation with Anko. After a long while, he slowly reaches out his hand, wanting to touch the face in the photograph, but ultimately holds back. At this moment, Narashikaku straightens his clothes and walks to the third Hokage's side, softly saying, "Hokage-sama, it's time." The third Hokage comes back to his senses, looks at Shikaku, nods slightly, and then slowly steps aside. Shikaku clears his throat and begins to preside over the funeral. His voice is steady and solemn, echoing in the air on the rooftop. "Today, we gather here with heavy hearts to bid farewell to Elder Mitarashi Anko and all the brave ninjas. Their lives were dedicated to the prosperity and stability of Konoha. Their contributions and sacrifices will forever be etched in our hearts." Shikaku's words strike like heavy hammers, resonating in everyone's hearts. The third Hokage stands off to the side, lost in thought as he listens to Shikaku presiding over the funeral. His mind drifts back to all the moments spent with Danzo, Koharu, and Anko. Those past laughs and quarrels have now become distant memories. In just 2 short years, those around him have left one after another, leaving him to face it all alone. He feels an immense sense of loneliness and helplessness, as if the entire world has turned gray and dim. After a long time, until Shikaku gently reminds him, "Hokage-sama." The third Hokage finally returns to his senses. He asks, somewhat dazed, "Is it over?" Shikaku nods and replies, "Yes." The third Hokage slowly adjusts his attire, walks to the long table, and gently places the white flower in his hand. He gazes at Mitarashi Anko's photograph, murmuring, "Anko, it's just me now." After saying this, he steps aside, his eyes revealing endless desolation. Subsequently, everyone begins to step forward to lay down flowers one by one. Their steps are heavy and slow, each carrying respect and remembrance for Mitarashi Anko. The white flowers accumulate before the photograph like a mountain, symbolizing everyone's final blessing for Anko. Until the last person, Shikaku lays down his flower and walks to the third Hokage, softly saying, "Hokage-sama." The third Hokage glances at Shikaku and wearily says, "You can leave first. I'll stay here for a while." Shikaku acknowledges and then slowly departs from the rooftop of the Hokage building. At this moment, only the third Hokage remains on the rooftop. He stands dazed before Mitarashi Anko's photograph, his eyes filled with confusion and helplessness. Chapter 99. Funeral December 27th, 59th year of Konoha, 11 a.m. The wind on the rooftop of the Hokage building carries the chill of deep winter, as the third Hokage, Sir Toby Hiruzen, stands alone before the long table, staring blankly at Mitarashi Anko's photograph. The elderly figure in the photograph retains his usual serious expression, but the white flowers surrounding the frame cast an enduring shadow over that face. The long table is also adorned with 8 other photographs, 4 Umbu ninjas and 4 guards, their faces frozen in the frames like specimens eternally sealed by time. The third Hokage slowly extends his hand, his fingertips gently brushing the edge of the photograph, as if he could feel the warmth of an old friend. A hint of fatigue flashes in his eyes. He gazes at the distant outline of Konoha, murmuring softly, "Anko. Even you." In the distance, smoke rises from the village of Konoha, yet his eyes are filled with confusion and helplessness, like a traveler lost in thick fog, unsure of which way to go. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away, at the border of the Land of Fire, in a natural cave beside a mountain outpost, a completely different scene unfolds. Inside the cave, warm candlelight flickers, filling the space with a cozy glow, illuminating the figures on the tatami mat. On the tatami mat, Shigure lies lazily, a smile on his face, his head resting on Kanai's legs. Kanai's cheeks are flushed with a charming rosy hue, and as she gazes down, her eyelashes cast delicate shadows beneath her eyes, her fingertips gently massaging his temples. "Lord Shigure, please have some tea." Kankuri kneels beside them, holding a cup of hot tea with both hands, gently blowing on it before bringing it to Shigure's lips. On his left, Kankuri kneels on the tatami mat, her long fingers gripping a celadone teacup, blowing away the steam before offering it to him. Shigure looks up and sees the girl with red hair cascading down, the tips swaying gently with her movements. Shigure slightly parts his lips, and Kankuri carefully tilts the teacup, allowing him to sip. He takes a sip of the tea, the rich aroma brushing against his tongue. Not bad." Shigure squints his eyes in satisfaction, reaching out to pat Kankuri's cheek. "Your tea-making skills have improved." Kankuri's eyes light up at his words, a faint smile gracing her lips. "It is my honor to serve Lord Shigure." Her voice is as clear as a spring, her fingertips lightly caressing the teacup, but her gaze unconsciously drifts towards Kanai. She sees her mother looking down with a complex expression, her fingers momentarily pausing in Shigure's hair. "Lord Shigure, how is my massage?" On his right, Kurama Yakumo speaks softly, her palms applying just the right amount of pressure as she massages Shigure's neck and shoulders. The girl's blue eyes are as clear as the deep sea, a faint blush adorning her fair cheeks, her high ponytail swaying gently at her waist with her movements. Shigure turns to glance at her, reaching out to stroke her hair, a light smile forming on his lips. "You've improved. You should learn from Kanai when you have the time." "Yes, Lord Shiyu." Yakumo lowered her gaze in response. Ing, blushing deeply, buried her head in Shiyu's chest. With a teasing tone, she said, "Ing, you're too weak." Ying's earlobes instantly turned crimson, almost as if they would bleed, and she let out a soft whimper. Burying her face even deeper, "Yes, Lord Shiyu." Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, adding a touch of ambiguity to the atmosphere in the cave. Seeing this, Yakumo also felt her cheeks flush. She gently bit her lower lip and looked up at Shiyu. "Lord Shiyu, let me do it." Just as Shiyu was about to speak, he was gently interrupted by Kanai. She raised her head, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. "Lord Shiyu, you haven't trained for several days." "Norus." Shiyu reached out to tuck a strand of hair behind Kanai's ear, his fingers brushing against her flushed earlobe. "Mito Minyen is dead, and for now, no one dares to trouble me, so let me relax for a few more days." Kanai still frowned, her fingers unconsciously gripping Shiyu's clothing tightly, but Sir Toby Hiruzu. "Don't worry about that old man." Shiyu lazily interrupted her. "Ninomiya is getting old and indecisive. As long as he doesn't find any evidence, he won't do anything to me." His tone carried a hint of disdain, as if the third Hokage was just an insignificant opponent. Hearing this, Yakumo gently tugged at Shiyu's sleeve, a glimmer of expectation in her blue eyes. "Lord Shiyu, when can we return to Konoha?" Shiyu paused, his gaze falling on the cave's ceiling as if pondering something. After a moment, he slowly spoke. "Soon, probably in about half a year." He turned to Yakumo, raising an eyebrow. "What? Are you homesick?" "I miss Teacher Hong a bit." Yakumo lowered her eyelids, her fingers unconsciously rubbing the edge of the tatami mat. Shiyu chuckled lightly. "Last time when Hong came to the outpost, you were so scared you were trembling all over. Aren't you afraid now?" Yakumo immediately recalled the sharp gaze of Yuhi Hong, involuntarily shrinking her neck, and softly said, I forgot." Shiyu laughed lightly and pinched her cheek. "Don't worry, Hong won't do anything to you." She's sharp-tongued but soft-hearted. Yakumo replied somewhat unconfidently, but the tips of her ears were bright red. Just then, Shiyu patted Kanai. His gaze was intense as he looked at her. Kanai's whole body trembled. Her face was so flushed it was almost as if it would bleed. "Lord Shiyu, can we go back to the room?" Shiyu remained silent, gently patting Ying's shoulder. Ying immediately understood, blushing as she rose from his embrace and sat down obediently, her head bowed. Kanai gently lifted Shiyu's head. "Want to stand up?" but saw that Ing had already quickly sat down on the tatami, and Shiyu took the opportunity to rest his head on her lap. The sound of the wind outside the cave could be faintly heard, but inside the cave, it was quiet enough to hear each other's heartbeat. Shanfeng continued to brew tea expressionlessly, but her fingers trembled slightly when lifting the teapot, causing a few drops of tea to splash out and create small water stains on the tatami. Yakumo focused on giving Shiyu a massage, but her eyelashes kept fluttering, revealing her inner turmoil. Ing gently massaged Shiyu's temples, but her gaze couldn't help but sneak glances at Kanai, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. After an unknown period, Kanai, in Shiyu's arms, refused to lift her head anymore. She could hear his voice coming from above, carrying a hint of lazy amusement, making her heart even more flustered. The sunlight outside the cave gradually slanted to the west, while the candlelight grew softer, enveloping this small space in an ambiguous glow. On the rooftop of the Hokage building in Konoha village, the third Hokage still stood before a memorial photo. A gust of cold wind blew by, causing the white flowers on the table to sway gently, as if mourning for the departed. He slowly turned around and looked at the distant Konoha village, his gaze deep as an ancient well. Chapter 100. The arrival of Hondo in June of the 60th year of Konoha. The third Hokage still had tea recalled Shiyu back to Konoha. At noon, the remote mountain outpost on the border of the Land of Fire was enveloped in a stifling heat. The sound of cicadas rose and fell, echoing in the mountains, adding a touch of life to the desolate outpost. At noon, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows on the walls of the outpost. At the observation window on the third floor of the outpost, Yama was vigilantly observing the surroundings, his keen eyes suddenly locking onto a moving figure in the distance. Daisuke, a female Konoha ninja, is coming. Yama's voice carried a hint of excitement. After all, seeing someone from Konoha in this desolate place was quite rare. Daisuke and Daiki, hearing Yama's call, quickly rushed to his side to look in that direction together. Daiki squinted his eyes, carefully trying to identify the figure, and asked, "Do you recognize her?" Daisuke's eyes lit up, and a knowing expression appeared on his face. "It's Lady Hondo. She might be looking for Lord Shiyu." Yama and Daiki exchanged glances, displaying an expression of speechlessness. "Here we go again, looking for Lord Shiyu." Daiki muttered quietly. Daisuke gently nodded and said, "Yes, Hondo is friends with Lord Shiyu's girlfriend, Yuyong." At this moment, Hondo was walking towards the outpost with a lively stride. Her signature dark brown hair was tied in a high ponytail, gently swaying with her steps, and her yellow windbreaker paired with a black mesh bodysuit accentuated her graceful figure, while her long legs beneath the purple skirt were full of vitality. Upon reaching the outpost, she stopped, looking up at Daisuke, Yama, and Daiki on the third floor, her eyes carrying a hint of urgency. Seeing this, Daisuke said, "I'll go down and take a look." Yama and Daiki nodded in response simultaneously. "Okay." Daisuke, agile, jumped down from the window and landed steadily in front of Hondo, respectfully saying, "Lady Hondo, may I ask what brings you to the outpost?" Hondo smiled slightly, revealing an inexplicable smile, and spoke cheerfully. "I heard that Shiyu is here." "Yes, Lord Shiyu is at the outpost currently training." Daisuke replied, "Take me to find him." Hondo said impatiently, "Yes, please follow me." Daisuke turned and walked into the outpost, with Hondo closely following behind. The two made their way up the narrow staircase to the second floor, stopping in front of Shiyu's room. Daisuke halted and said, "This is Lord Shiyu's room." He raised his hand to knock on the door, calling inside, "Lord Shiyu, Lady Hondo is here to see you." "Come." A steady voice from inside the room responded. Daisuke pushed the door open and saw Shiyu sitting at the desk, his long silver hair cascading down his back, holding a book in his hand. He looked at Daisuke and Hondo. Hondo eagerly walked up to Shiyu, sizing him up from head to toe, her tone carrying a hint of teasing. "It seems you haven't been doing well here." Seeing this, Daisuke said, "Lord Shiyu, I'll go back to work now." Shiyu nodded gently, "MHM." Daisuke then closed the door and left the room. Shiyu set down the book in his hand, looking at Hondo with a hint of confusion. "Hondo, what brings you here?" "Just passing by, thought I'd come see." Hondo tilted her head, her eyes scanning Shiyu. "How have you been lately?" Shiyu lowered his head to read again. "Not bad. The border is boring, but peaceful." Hondo pulled out the chair in front of Shiyu and plopped down, staring at him intently, her eyes revealing a hint of mischief. Suddenly, Hondo stood up, snatched the book from Shiyu's hands, and tossed it aside. The book arced through the air and landed with a thud on the ground. Shiyu shot his head up, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. "You." Hongo ignored his reaction and leaned forward, bringing her face close to Shiyu's, their breaths almost mingling. "Where have you been?" Hongo's voice carried a hint of interrogation. Shiyu opened his mouth, about to speak. Hongo glanced at the book on the ground, a slight smirk appearing on her lips. Since when did the pervert of Konoha become so serious? "You must be a shadow clone." Shiyu remained silent, quietly gazing at the red beans in front of him, as if pondering something. The red beans continued, "What's wrong? Given our relationship, are you sure you want to tell me?" Shiyu sighed helplessly and slowly replied, "Walk 5 kilometers east, there's a cave." After receiving the answer, the red beans straightened up, walked to the side to pick up the book Water Escape Techniques, and casually flipped through a few pages. "Water escape? Aren't you already proficient in it?" She tossed the book back to Shiyu. He caught it steadily. Learning is endless. The red beans let out a light laugh. "I'm leaving now." After she finished speaking, without waiting for Shiyu's reaction, she hurriedly walked towards the door, closing it behind her. Her steps were urgent, as if something important awaited her. After leaving the outpost, the red beans swiftly jumped through the trees, disappearing into the dense forest in just a few flashes. In front of the third-floor window, Daiju, Yesan, and Daeong had been watching the direction in which the red beans left. Yesan said with a puzzled expression, "She left so quickly." Daeong smirked and teased, "What else? Stay overnight at the outpost." Yesan scratched his head and continued, "Why didn't Lord Shiyu accompany her?" Daiju interrupted their conversation, speaking sternly, "Enough. This is not something you should discuss. Get back to work." Yesan and Daeong instantly deflated like a punctured ball, responding weakly, "Yes." Then the three returned to their posts, focusing on observing the surroundings, and the outpost in the deep mountains returned to its previous tranquility, as if the arrival of the red beans had merely been a brief interlude. In the afternoon, it was exceptionally muggy in the deep mountains at the border of the Land of Fire. However, the cave was filled with a refreshing coolness, with drops of water seeping from the damp rock walls, slowly sliding down the natural stone patterns and pooling into small puddles on the ground. The cave was enveloped in a faint mist, carrying with it a few wisps of an elusive fragrance, the incense that Kana had brought from Shortbook Street. Shiyu lay comfortably on the tatami, enjoying the services of several girls beside him. His head rested on Ying's legs. Tilting his head slightly, he could see Ying's blushing face. She lowered her eyelids, her eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings, as her delicate hands gently massaged Shiyu's temples, moving cautiously, fearful that any excess pressure would disturb the tranquility. Xianglin knelt on Shiyu's left, her cheeks flushed. Although she tried hard to maintain a neutral expression, her bright red ears revealed her inner shyness. She gently blew on the teacup in her hands, and the rising steam formed a layer of hazy mist in front of her. Then, she slowly brought the teacup to Shiyu's lips, her voice soft as a whisper. "Lord Shiyu, please have some tea." On the right, Yakumo knelt there, her gaze filled with tenderness. Her fingers skillfully massaged Shiyu. In his arms, Kana buried her face, blushing with embarrassment, as if this would help her avoid the outside world's gaze. An ambiguous atmosphere spread among the four, as if the air itself carried a hint of flirtation. Shiyu gently patted Kana, a mischievous smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Don't be shy. You'll get used to it." Kana shivered slightly, but remained silent, burying her head even deeper. Yakumo slowly leaned closer to Shiyu, her voice soft and alluring. "Lord Shiyu." Without hesitation, Shiyu leaned forward and kissed Yakumo. Yakumo eagerly responded, wrapping her arms tightly around Shiyu's neck. Just then, Kana suddenly tensed, her tones slightly nervous. "Someone's coming." She tried to struggle out of Shiyu's embrace, but he held her tightly, showing no intention of letting go. After parting from Yakumo, Shiyu narrowed his eyes slightly, using sensory ninjutsu, and after a moment, understood. No rush. "It's someone familiar." Yakumo curiously asked, "Who is coming?" "Red beans," Shiyu casually replied. "Oh, why is she here?" Yakumo looked somewhat puzzled. Shiyu thought for a moment, and said, "She must have asked a shadow clone." Kana was filled with worry, her voice a bit anxious. "Lord Shiyu, if Red Beans sees you like this." Shiyu patted Kana again, speaking lightly. "It's fine." Seeing Shiyu so calm, Kana could only let out a helpless sigh and then buried her head in Shiyu's arms again, saying nothing more. Before long, the Red Beans burst into the cave. Upon seeing Shiyu surrounded by several women, she couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, a teasing smile forming on her lips. Now this is the true Konoha wolf. Even in this godforsaken place, he has several beauties with him. Shiyu still lay lazily on the tatami, showing no intention of getting up, meeting Red Bean's gaze. "Fat Bean, what brought you here?" "Humph, Just came to see you. The red bean strode closer, her gaze sweeping over Ing, Xianglin, and Yakumo, finally landing on Kana in Shiyu's arms. After sizing her up, a flash of surprise crossed her eyes, and she reached out to slap Kana's shoulder. Kana instantly froze, her whole body appearing as if under a paralysis technique, burying her head in Shiyu's arms and not daring to move. Xianglin, seeing this, awkwardly lowered her head, and Ing also blushed, hurriedly looking down. Only Yakumo, knowing the red beans, boldly looked at her. Yakumo, does Red know how you're serving Shiyu? Red Beans suddenly turned her gaze to Yakumo, a half-smile on her lips. Yakumo's cheeks instantly flushed red, and she awkwardly whispered, Teacher Red knows. Oh, even Red S student has been won over by you? Red Beans exaggeratedly raised her eyebrows, her teasing gaze flitting between Shiyu and Yakumo. Shiyu, you really have some skills. Shiyu merely smiled lazily and didn't respond. Yakumo bit her lip, stealing a glance at Shiyu, her eyes full of shyness and dependence. Red Beans looked back at Shiyu's arms, observing the girl he was holding, and then reached out to pat Kana. Who is this? Shiyu brushed Red Beans' hand away. This is Kana. Red Beans looked Kana up and down, clicking her tongue in praise. Nice figure. Looks like you really like her. As she spoke, her gaze shifted to Xianglin. Shiyu followed Red Beans' gaze and introduced. This is Xianglin. Red Beans examined Kana and Xianglin carefully, surprised. Red hair? Yeah. From the Uzumaki clan, Shiyu replied. Red Beans was even more astonished. Where did you find her? A few years ago in the grass village, Shiyu said. Red Beans looked Shiyu up and down, half smiling. A few years ago, I paid someone to rescue her. Red Beans shot Shiyu a glare. The grass village didn't cause you any trouble? Shiyu shrugged. I hid her and her mother near Shortbook Street. So no one knew. If they wanted to find anyone, it would be the one who broke into the grass village to rescue her. Red Beans was taken aback for a moment, glancing at Xianglin and Kana again, her tone teasing. Mother and daughter? You really get around. Shiyu glanced at Red Beans. What are you thinking? Xianglin and I are completely innocent. Red Beans looked at Shiyu with a mysterious smile. But she is from the Uzumaki clan. Would you really let her go to someone else? Hearing this, Xianglin's face turned beet red, and she softly said, Lord Shiyu, I'll go back to my room first. After saying that, she hurriedly stood up and fled into the room. Ing and Yakumo exchanged glances and quickly said, Lord Shiyu, I'll also go back to my room. Shiyu gently responded, and Ing carefully placed Shiyu's head back on the tatami, then hurriedly left with Yakumo. At this moment, Red Beans patted Kana again, teasingly asking, Do you want to go back to your room too? Kana's face turned crimson as she shyly raised her head, looking at Shiyu with pleading eyes. Lord Shiyu. Shiyu affectionately kissed Kana before finally letting her go. All right then. Kana hurriedly left Shigure's embrace, shyly tidying herself up, and quickly walked back to her room with small steps. Hongo looked at Kana's retreating figure and sighed. Her body is really nice. Shigure also sat up, straightened his clothes, and nodded in agreement, yeah. Hondo casually moved the small tea table beside her and placed it between the two of them, skillfully pouring a cup of tea for herself and Shigure. She picked up the teacup, took a small sip, and looked at Shigure with a teasing smile. Does Hong know that you're hiding so many women? Shigure picked up his teacup, took a sip, and said leisurely, What do you think? No wonder I haven't heard about your request to return to Konoha. Turns out you're living so well here. Hondo teased. Shigure rolled his eyes at her. Can I just apply to go back? Maybe you can. You haven't forgotten about Hong, have you? Hondo replied with a hint of dissatisfaction. I miss Mahong every day. Shigure said seriously. I hope that's true. Hondo huffed lightly. She keeps asking when you're coming back. She then asked, Who was that woman just now? Ing. Pretty nice. Anything special? Shigure raised an eyebrow. Isn't being pretty enough? Hondo suddenly stood up, walked in front of Shigure, and sat on his lap. She cupped Shigure's face with both hands, her eyes full of allure. Who is prettier, me or her? Without hesitation, Shigure replied, You're pretty. Satisfied with the answer, Hondo smirked and pushed Shigure down onto the tatami mat. In June of the 60th year of Konoha, deep in the mountains at the border of the fire country, cicadas were chirping and the summer heat was rising. 5 kilometers away, in a cave, Hondo lay lazily in Shigure's embrace with a flushed face. The atmosphere in the hall made it clear to Kana, Keirin, Yakumo, and in the relationship between Shigure and Hondo. After the ambiguity settled, Kana slightly lowered her head, her cheeks tinged with shyness. She gently bit her lip, briefly glanced at Shigure and Hondo, and softly said, Lord Shigure, I'll go prepare dinner. Her voice was gentle. Shigure casually replied with a mm. Reaching out to stroke Hondo's hair, his eyes filled with satisfaction and laziness. Kana turned and walked towards the kitchen beside the hall, her skirt swaying gently as she began preparing dinner. Keirin, Yakumo, and Ing walked slowly to Shigure's side. Shigure raised his head, his gaze landing on Ing, and lightly called out, "Ing, come here." Ing understood Shigure's intention, lowered her head, and softly responded, "Yes, Lord Shigure." She walked softly to Shigure, slowly, sitting down, and Shigure rested his head on her lap. Ing immediately extended her hands, gently massaging his head with soft and practiced movements. Yakumo knelt on Shigure's right side, applying just the right amount of pressure to massage his shoulders. Keirin knelt on the left, moved the small tea table nearby, skillfully took the tea set, poured a steaming cup of tea, and brought it to Shigure's lips, her voice gentle. "Lord Shigure, please drink tea." Shigure slightly opened his mouth and drank it down. Hondo, lying in Shigure's arms, watched the others attentively serving him, and a different emotion surged in her heart. She turned to Keirin, her eyes filled with provocation and curiosity, and said, "Keirin, feed me a cup." Keirin instinctively looked at Shigure, and after receiving a nod of approval from him, she softly replied, "Yes, Sister Hondo." She then poured another cup of tea, carefully bringing it to Hondo's lips. Hondo drank it with satisfaction and patted Keirin, a smug smile appearing on her face. "Not bad. You're quite good at serving." Keirin just smiled slightly and said nothing, continuing to fiddle with the tea set. Watching Shigure enjoy himself, Hondo's unwillingness grew stronger. She suddenly broke free from Shigure's embrace and sat up. Shigure looked at her in surprise and raised an eyebrow, asking, "What's wrong?" Hondo grabbed Shigure's collar, her eyes full of defiance. "Get up. Let me enjoy myself." Shigure rolled his eyes at her, sounding a bit helpless. "What could a woman like you enjoy?" Yakumo, Keirin, and Ing quietly watched the two without speaking. But Hondo was relentless, pulling Shigure slightly up. "Nonsense, why can't I enjoy?" Shigure sighed helplessly and conceded, "All right, just let go first." Upon hearing Shigure's agreement, Hondo released her grip and attentively tidied up Shigure's collar, urging, "Hurry up, get up." Shigure rolled his eyes, gave her a speechless glance, and still sat up to make room. Hondo eagerly lay down, resting her head on Ying's thigh. She glanced at Yakumo, Ing, and Keirin, and seeing that none of them moved, shouted, "What are you all dawdling for? Hurry up and serve your Lord Hondo." The three instinctively looked at Shigure, and after receiving Shigure's permission to let her enjoy, they began to act. Ing gently massaged Hondo's head. Yakumo started massaging her shoulders, and Keirin once again poured a cup of tea and brought it to her lips. Hondo took a sip, a satisfied smile spreading across her face. Squinting her eyes as she exclaimed, "Not bad, not bad, this is real enjoyment." She turned to look at Shigure sitting in front of her, her eyes filled with mischief, smiled slightly, and waved, "Pervert, come here, let you enjoy this lord's embrace." Yakumo and Keirin couldn't help but laugh, while Ing struggled to hold back her laughter, try to maintain her composure. Shigure looked at Hondo with irritation. "Let Kana hold you later." Hondo immediately pouted in displeasure, huffing, "Humph, I just satisfied your strange request." Shigure's face instantly turned red, fearing she would continue. He quickly leaned over Hondo and covered her mouth, whispering, "Don't say any more." Upon hearing this, Yakumo, Keirin, and Ying's faces turned red, and they lowered their heads, hastening their actions to Sir Hondo. Kana, busy in the kitchen, also heard the commotion. Her movements paused slightly, her cheeks blushing as she shyly glanced at Shigure and the others, then quickly lowered her head to continue preparing dinner. Hondo hugged Shigure's waist and stopped speaking. Shigure slowly released his hand, and Hondo looked at him smugly, her eyes filled with teasing. Shigure shook his head helplessly, leaned down to kiss Hondo, and she immediately responded passionately. Meanwhile, Keirin, Yakumo, and Ing silently lowered their heads, continuing to massage Hondo. After a long time, Hondo, with a satisfied expression lingering, gently pushed Shigure away. "Go away." Shigure sat up, displeased. "You really don't know how to enjoy." Hondo glanced at Kana, who was busy in the kitchen, and deliberately said, loudly, "Isn't she heavy lying on me, with all those curves?" Shigure rolled his eyes at her and didn't reply. Seeing this, Hondo patted Keirin again, who immediately understood and poured a cup of tea to feed her. At that moment, Kana walked over with soft steps, glancing at Hondo a few times before turning her attention to Shigure, softly saying, "Lord Shigure, dinner is ready." Shigure nodded, "Let's go eat." After saying that, he stood up and walked towards the dining table. Yakumo and Keirin also got up and followed behind Shigure. Hondo watched everyone walk towards the dining table, feeling a bit reluctant and huffed. Her head was still resting on Ying's thigh, and Ying gently reminded her, "Lord Hongdo, it's time to eat dinner." Hongdo glanced at Ying, reluctantly replied, "Okay." Then she sat up, and Ying quickly stood up and hurried towards the dining table. Red Bean also stood up, adjusted her clothes, and followed the others towards the dining table. On the evening of June, in the 60th year of Konoha, the deep mountains at the border of the Land of Fire were tranquil and peaceful. Only the mountain breeze, rustling through the treetops, made a soft sound. Inside the cave, the warm yellow candlelight flickered, casting the shadows of everyone on the rectangular dining table in and out of light. Shigure leaned lazily against the back of his chair, his silver hair casually draped behind him, and his black eyes carrying a hint of indifference. He sat in the middle of one side of the dining table, his left hand unconsciously rubbing the wine glass, his long fingers glistening under the candlelight. Kanai, dressed in a purple kimono, sat quietly next to Shigure, her gaze focused on the ground. Ying sat obediently next to Kanai, her brows slightly lowered, quiet and gentle. Yakumo and Xianglin sat opposite them, with Yakumo in a white kimono, his blue eyes filled with a smile, occasionally glancing at Shigure. Xianglin had her red hair tied in a ponytail, her delicate face calm. But her ears perked up involuntarily when she heard Shigure's voice. Just then, a sound of footsteps approached, and Red Bean walked in from the hall. Her reddish-brown short hair was tied in a high ponytail, swaying gently with her steps, and the black mesh bodysuit outlined her curvaceous figure, with a dark long robe casually draped over it. Red Bean glanced at the dining table, walked straight to Ying's side, patted Ying's shoulder, and said casually, "Go sit across." Ying hesitated for a moment, looked at Shigure, and after seeing that he had no objections, she slowly stood up and walked to sit down across from them. Red Bean plopped down casually, took out a few bottles of wine from the ceiling scroll, and deftly handed one to Shigure, raising an eyebrow and saying, "How about a drink?" The corners of Shiyu's lips curved into a smile as he reached for the bottle, shook it gently, brought it to his nose to sniff, then tilted his head back to take a sip, smacking his lips. Not bad. Seeing this, Red Bean also tilted her head back and took a sip, a proud expression appearing on her face, of course. Shiyu picked up his chopsticks, casually grabbed a few bites of food, and said, "Let's eat." Everyone began their meal, and the sounds of bowls and chopsticks clashing filled the table. From time to time, Shiyu clinked glasses with Red Bean, and the two chatted casually. Shiyu's gaze fell on Red Bean as he asked, "When are you leaving?" Red Bean replied without looking up, "Tomorrow." "So soon?" Shiyu said, seemingly casually reaching out. Kanai glanced at Shiyu in a panic, only to find that he was focused on chatting with Red Bean and not looking at her. Kanai's cheeks instantly flushed red, biting her lower lip, and she lowered her head to eat silently. Xianglin, Yakumo, and Ying listened to the conversation between Shiyu and Red Bean while eating. Red Bean, with a hint of self-satisfaction on her face, said, "I'm going back to prepare for the Chunin exams. This time, I'm the chief examiner." Shiyu raised an eyebrow slightly, pondering for a moment. "So, soon for another Chunin exam?" Red Bean thought for a moment and added, "Hong has taken on the role of Jonin. Did you know?" "She told me," Shiyu replied nonchalantly. Red Bean's lips curled into a smile. "Your little girlfriend is also one of Hong's students." Yakumo, hearing this, looked at Red Bean curiously and asked, "Who is it?" Red Bean shot a glance at Yakumo, teasingly saying, "The young lady of the Hyuga clan." "It's her," Yakumo realized. Red Bean asked with interest, "Do you know her?" Yakumo nodded gently. "I've met her once at Lord Shiyu's house." Red Bean looked at Yakumo, then at Shiyu, teasingly saying, "It seems you specifically target Hong students." Yakumo's cheeks flushed red from the comment, and she lowered her head to eat silently. Shiyu chuckled softly and said to Red Bean, "Why don't you take on a few students too?" Red Bean snorted, "Humph, and wait for you to cause trouble?" A hint of amusement flashed in Shiyu's eyes. "Then depends on whether they're pretty." "What are you thinking? I wouldn't take on students. It's too troublesome." Red Bean firmly rejected. Shiyu thought of Temari, his eyes brightening slightly, and asked, "Is the Sand Ninja coming to participate in the Chunin exams?" Red Bean nodded. "Yeah, it seems you're quite well informed." "When will the Sand Ninja arrive in Konoha?" Shiyu pressed. "Should be in a few days," Red Bean replied. Shiyu's mind began to calculate that when Temari and the others passed through the Land of Rivers, he would go catch up with Temari, and he couldn't help but show a hint of a smile. Red Bean keenly caught the change in Shiyu's expression and looked at him with a hint of suspicion. "What's up? Do you know any Sand Ninja?" Shiyu didn't answer, just raised the wine bottle to signal a toast with Red Bean. Seeing this, Red Bean snorted again, but still raised her bottle to clink with Shiyu's. As time passed, and a few cups of wine went down, Red Bean's cheeks flushed, and her gaze became hazy, her speech starting to become somewhat slurred. Seeing this, Shiyu put down his wine glass and said, "I'll take Red Bean to rest." Kanai secretly breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Shiyu leaving. But before she could fully relax, Shiyu patted her, and after hesitating for a moment, she slowly stood up and followed Shiyu. Yakumo and Xianglin exchanged glances as they watched Kanai follow Shiyu, their eyes showing a hint of something unusual. Ing raised her head to take a glance, then continued to lower her head and eat silently. Soon, Yakumo put down her bowl and chopsticks, patted Ing gently, and said softly, "Let's go back to the room to rest." Ing quickly finished the remaining food and silently followed Yakumo into the room. On the morning of June in the 60th year of Konoha, a slight chill lingered in the cave. Kanai was the first to wake up from the soft bed, rubbing her sleepy eyes. "Kanai, come here," Shiyu's lazy voice came from behind, carrying a hint of morning hoarseness and allure. Kanai paused for a moment and responded softly, "Lord Shiyu, I need to prepare breakfast." "No hurry." Shiyu stretched his long arms and pulled the already rising Kanai back into his embrace. Yakumo and Ing hurriedly walked out of the room, gently closing the door behind them. Meanwhile, Red Bean was lying sideways beside them. Kanai's voice was soft. "Lord Shiyu, I'll go prepare breakfast." Go ahead," Shiyu replied. Kanai glanced at Red Bean, blushing with a mix of shyness and annoyance. Before quickly walking out of the room, Shiyu turned to look at Red Bean lying beside him, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. Red Bean smiled flirtatiously at Shiyu. "What is up?" Shiyu's lips curled into a charming arc as he turned over, propping himself up with his hands on either side. Leaning down to gaze into Red Bean's lively eyes, "What do you think?" Without saying anything further, Shiyu lowered his head and kissed Red Bean's lips. After a long while, Red Bean's face flushed, and she pushed Shiyu away. "Get off." Shiyu slowly sat up, feigning a wronged expression. "So soon you're tired of me?" "Humph." Red Bean also sat up, then followed Shiyu out of the room, arriving at the dining table in the hall. The table was already filled with a sumptuous breakfast. The fragrant miso soup, golden crispy fried eggs, and exquisite rice balls were all there. Kanai, Yakumo, Xianglin, and Ing were already sitting at the dining table, quietly waiting for Shiyu. Shiyu sat next to Kanai, while Red Bean casually took a seat on Shiyu's other side. She picked up a glass of milk and drank it all in one go, then smacked her lips and said, "I'm starving." "Eat," Shiyu said, chuckling at Red Bean's gluttonous appearance. Everyone began to eat breakfast, and as Shiyu munched on a rice ball, he looked at Red Bean and asked, "When are you leaving?" Red Bean continued eating without looking up, mumbling, "I'll leave after I finish." "So soon?" She raised an eyebrow and asked. Konoha has a lot of things waiting for me." Red Bean finally lifted her head, her eyes revealing a hint of helplessness and responsibility. "I'm the chief examiner for the Chunin exams. I can't delay." She rolled his eyes at Red Bean, teasing, "Right? Konoha is just waiting for Lady Red Bean to return and save the day." At least you're perceptive." Hondo confidently raised her chin and then looked at the quietly eating Yakumo. "Yakumo, would you like to come back with me?" Yakumo lifted her head, her deep blue eyes filled with determination. She glanced at Shiyu and said, "I'll go with Lord Shiyu." After saying that, she lowered her head and continued eating. Hondo looked at Yakumo, then at the nearby Kanai, Xianglin, and Ing, her lips curling up slightly as she teased, "With so many women. How will you explain this to Hong?" Upon hearing this, Kanai, Xianglin, Ing, and Yakumo all turned their gaze to Shiyu. She remained calm and said, "Hong already knows about Kanai and Yakumo." "You're really something, Hong. Isn't angry?" Hondo asked curiously. "Just hug her and kiss her," Shiyu said with a mischievous smile. You pervert." Hondo shot Shiyu a glare, while Kanai, Xianglin, Yakumo, and Ing all shyly lowered their heads and continued to eat breakfast in silence. Before long, Hondo finished her breakfast in just a few bites. She stood up, patted her stomach, and said, "I'm leaving." Shiyu and the others all looked up at Hondo. Shiyu, with a hint of concern in his eyes, said, "Be careful." Hondo confidently glanced at Shiyu and smiled. "Don't worry, your Hondo is quite capable." After saying that, she turned around and hurriedly walked towards the cave entrance. Shiyu and the others watched as Hondo's figure disappeared at the cave entrance before retracting their gazes. Shiyu looked at Kanai, his eyes filled with anticipation. "Let us go to the land of rivers later." Kanai naturally understood Shiyu's intention and said worriedly, "Lord Shiyu, Temari might not go to Konoha." Nearby, Xianglin, Yakumo, and Ing looked at the two curiously upon hearing the name Temari. Shiyu confidently replied, "She will go." "Who is Temari?" Yakumo asked with wide, curious eyes. "The Wind Shadow's daughter, Yakumo. You should come along too," Shiyu said. Hearing this, Yakumo's face instantly lit up with excitement, and she quickly replied, "Yes, Lord Shiyu." Kanai knew Shiyu had made up his mind, and didn't he say much more, only asking, "I wonder how many Sand Shinobi will come this time." "Don't worry, it might not require any fighting this time," Shiyu reassured her. "Okay," Kanai nodded helplessly. Shiyu then looked at Xianglin and Ing, who were eagerly watching him, their eyes filled with longing. Shiyu shook his head and said, "You two stay here." Xianglin and Ing exchanged glances, a hint of disappointment flashing in their eyes, but they obediently replied, "Yes, Lord Shiyu." After finishing breakfast, Shiyu took Kanai and Yakumo outside the cave, with Xianglin and Ing following. Outside the cave, the sun was shining brightly, and a gentle breeze was blowing. Shiyu looked up at the sky, while Yakumo quickly took out her drawing board and pen, the tip dancing swiftly across the board. Before long, a gigantic eagle appeared before everyone, soaring high and letting out a loud cry. Shiyu, Yakumo, and Kanai jumped onto the eagle's back, and Shiyu turned to Xianglin and Ing, reminding them, "Wait at home, we'll be back soon." "Yes, Lord Shiyu," Xianglin and Ing replied in unison, their eyes filled with reluctance. Then, Yakumo controlled the giant eagle, slowly flying toward the sky. Xianglin and Ing stood in place, watching the giant eagle grow smaller until it disappeared on the distant horizon. Meanwhile, Shiyu and his group were flying towards the Land of Rivers, where a new encounter seemed to be waiting for them ahead. Chapter 103. Waiting, the sky over the Land of Rivers was clear as if washed, with the scorching sun shining down without reserve. A giant eagle, created by Yakumo using her super beast imitation technique, was soaring high in the sky. The eagle's wide wings flapped powerfully, cutting through the airflow and producing a deep, whistling sound. Shiyu sat comfortably behind Kanai, surrounded by a pleasant atmosphere. Kanai held her head high, her fair neck glistening enticingly in the sunlight. Shiyu leaned down to kiss her. Kanai softly called out, "Lord Shiyu." Her face immediately flushed, and she nervously grasped Shiyu's hand, her voice slightly panicked. "Lord Shiyu, don't." Her beautiful eyes gazed at Shiyu, filled with both shyness and a hint of determination. Shiyu paused for a moment, then stopped his action, kissing Kanai again, hesitating for a moment before softly responding, He then picked Kanai up, wrapped his arms around her, and leaned down to kiss her again. Kanai tilted her head, responding to Shiyu's kiss, wrapping her arms around him. The two were instantly lost in the moment. Yakumo, who was controlling the giant eagle, occasionally glanced back at the two. Her cheeks turned slightly red, and a mix of envy and shyness flashed in her eyes. Her hand holding the brush tightened unconsciously as unusual feelings surged within her. After a long while, Kanai rested in Shiyu's embrace, her face glowing with lingering warmth, the blush still present, adding to her allure. Shiyu held Kanai, a proud smile on his face. After a while, Kanai playfully said, "Lord Shiyu, let me tidy up." Shiyu gently patted Kanai and smiled. "All right." He then released her. Kanai, her face still flushed, slowly sat up and deftly arranged herself, soon looking neat and tidy. Shiyu stood up and moved to sit behind Yakumo, wrapping his arm around her shoulder. Yakumo felt Shiyu's closeness, her heart racing, and softly said, "Lord Shiyu." Shiyu asked, "How much longer until we arrive?" Yakumo worked to calm her racing heart and replied, "Soon, in about 10 minutes. Shiyu sighed with a hint of regret. "So fast?" Yakumo's face turned slightly red. Her eyes filled with anticipation and shyness as she said, "If Lord Shiyu still wants, I'm willing." Looking at Yakumo's bashful demeanor, Shiyu felt a surge of affection and shook his head. "Forget it. Next time." Yakumo softly replied, although there was a hint of disappointment in her eyes. It was quickly replaced by understanding. At this moment, Kanai, having finished tidying up, also came to sit beside Shiyu. Shiyu extended an arm around Kanai, and she looked at him before obediently leaning against him, gently burying her head on his shoulder, enjoying this moment of tranquility and warmth. Not long after, it was noon, and the giant eagle slowly descended outside a small town on the border of the Land of Rivers. This small town had a unique geographical location, connecting to the Land of Wind. Usually, travelers, merchant caravans, and ninja coming from the Land of Wind would choose to rest and regroup here. The streets of the town were bustling with activity, with people coming and going, and the sounds of shouting and laughter echoing. Shiyu led Kanai and Yakumo into the town, the three walking leisurely as they scanned the surroundings. Shiyu looked at the crowd around him and said, "Let us find a place to rest first." Kanai and Yakumo replied in unison, They then began to search for an inn in the town. Strolling along the street, they soon found a charming-looking inn. The inn had a classic appearance, with a sign swaying gently in the wind at the entrance. Shiyu entered the inn, exchanged a few words with the owner, and successfully booked a room. He brought Kanai and Yakumo to the room, checked the environment, found it comfortable, clean, and tidy, and decided to stay there to quietly wait for the Sand Shinobi to arrive. At noon, Shiyu ordered a table full of sumptuous dishes to be sent to the room. The table was filled with the specialty foods of the land of rivers, exuding delightful aromas. Shiyu, Kanai, and Yakumo sat around the table and began to enjoy this delicious lunch. While tasting the fine wine, Shiyu said to Kanai, Kanai, keep an eye out for the ninja coming from a land of wind. There should be dozens of Sand Shinobi this time. Kanai set down her wine cup and nodded seriously, yes, Lord Shiyu. Her eyes revealed a hint of vigilance. Yakumo appeared somewhat excited, her deep blue eyes wide with curiosity as she asked, Lord Shigure, what should I do? Shigure put down her cup, looked at Yakumo, and a mischievous smile crept on her lips. When you see Hanamaru, if she wants to make a move, you can use your illusion to control her. Yakumo responded eagerly. Okay, Lord Shigure. Then, she curiously asked, Lord Shigure, is Hanamaru pretty? Hearing this, Kanai felt a slight pang in her heart, silently sighed, lowered her head, and continued eating, no longer participating in their conversation. Shigure recalled Hanamaru's humiliating expression and accommodating attitude from their previous interactions, and a glimmer of pride flashed in her eyes. Her smile becoming more pronounced. Pretty, a very enticing woman. After hearing this, Yakumo's eyes filled with anticipation. Lord Shigure, I will definitely help you. Shigure smiled slightly and said, Then I'll be counting on you. Yakumo nodded vigorously. Kanai raised her head, looked at Shigure, and said with some concern, Lord Shigure, there are so many sand ninjas this time. Shigure glanced at Kanai, her eyes filled with confidence. Don't worry, Hanamaru might not dare to make a move. Since last time, we haven't seen any sand ninjas come looking for us, which means she's holding back. If it gets exposed that she slept with me, how do you think the other sand ninjas will view her and her father, the Kazekage? Kanai thought for a moment and felt Shigure made a valid point, nodding. The three continued to eat quietly, with only the sound of clinking bowls and occasional conversation filling the room. The atmosphere both warm and tinged with a sense of nervous anticipation, like the calm before a storm, waiting for the imminent arrival of the Sand Ninjas. Chapter 104. The arrival of the Sand Ninjas in June of the 60th year of Konoha. On a summer afternoon in a small town at the border of the land of rivers, the noisy cicadas pierced through the carved wooden windows. The second-floor room of the inn was filled with an inexplicable atmosphere, the gauze curtains swaying gently in the wind. Suddenly, Kanai's body trembled, her voice urgent. Hanamaru is here. Shigure, feeling a surge of excitement, immediately asked, her gaze sharpening. Where? Yakumo leaned in closer, curiously looking at Kanai. Kanai steadied herself and said, just entered the town. Shigure gently patted Kanai and said, let's get up. Kanai replied, standing up. She picked up a coat nearby and elegantly adjusted it. Meanwhile, Shigure and Yakumo quickly stood up and tidied themselves. The three walked to the window, peering through the gaps to look down at the street. Sunlight spilled onto the bluestone road, bustling with pedestrians. Shortly after, a group of ninjas dressed in Sand Village attire walked down the street. Leading them was a tall man with sharp eyes, the elite Jonin from the Sand Village, Maki. Following closely behind were three particularly eye-catching figures, Hanamaru, Gaara, and Kankuro. Hanamaru looked even more mature and charming than the last time Shigure saw her, her figure more alluring, with her signature 4 little hair buns gently swaying with her steps. She wore a black mesh inner lining that perfectly showcased her curvaceous body, paired with a short skirt typical of the Sand Village style, and black stockings that added a hint of sexiness. Shigure's gaze was fixed on Hanamaru, a surge of indescribable emotions welling up in her heart. Not wanting to easily provoke the Sand Ninjas, she whispered, "Rein in your chakra." Kanai and Yakumo replied in unison. Then the three of them each concealed their chakra, hiding their presence flawlessly. As the Sand Ninja team approached, Kanai focused her mind to sense their chakra, and, after a moment, she breathed a sigh of relief. Aside from Maki and the Hanamaru siblings, there are 4 other Jonin. The rest are Genin. Shigure's lips curled into a slight smile as she confidently said, "Don't worry, they can't beat us." Kanai nodded in agreement. Yakumo curiously stared at Hanamaru and asked, "The one with the 4 little hair buns is Hanamaru?" Shigure confirmed. "She looks good." A hint of excitement flashed in Yakumo's eyes. Just then, the Sand Ninja team reached the street below the window. Shigure unabashedly stared at Hanamaru, her eyes filled with nostalgia. Hanamaru seemed to sense something, her footsteps halting as she slowly looked up towards the second-floor window. Their eyes met, and Shigure offered a meaningful smile, with Kanai and Yakumo following suit. Hanamaru's body jolted, her face filled with shock. She never expected to encounter Shigure here, and all the memories of the past surged back in her mind. At that moment, Kankura noticed Hanamaru's unusual reaction and asked with confusion, "What's wrong?" Maki and Gaara also stopped, following Kankura's gaze to look at Hanamaru. Sensing something was off, Shigure gently tugged at Kanai and Yakumo. Understanding her cue, Kanai and Yakumo exchanged knowing glances, and Shigure winked at Hanamaru with a mysterious smile before retreating with the two back into the room. Kankuro, Gaara, and Maki followed Hanamaru's line of sight to the second-floor window, but found nothing unusual, so they turned their attention back to Hanamaru. Hanamaru forcefully suppressed her shock and said, "It's nothing, let's go." Maki looked deeply at Hanamaru, but said nothing more, continuing to lead the team forward. Gaara and Kankuro followed behind. Hanamaru took a deep breath, trying to calm the turmoil within her, before catching up with the team. However, a strong resentment surged within her. She had never forgotten what Shigure had done to her back then. Once the Sand Ninja team had moved far away, Shigure, Kanai, and Yakumo approached the window again, watching the retreating figures of the Sand Ninjas. Kanai remarked with a hint of surprise. They actually held back and didn't make a move. Shigure's lips curved up slightly, her eyes sparkling with calculation. Perhaps they're worried they can't beat us. Yakumo appeared somewhat excited, her eyes shining as she asked, "When do we make our move?" Shigure's gaze was deep. "Tonight, they should be resting here for the night." Kanai nodded. "I'll keep an eye on them." Shigure wrapped her arms around Kanai and Yakumo's shoulders, gazing at the Sand Ninja team gradually disappearing in the distance. After a while, Kanai used her Kagai's Byakugan to sense and said, "They've stopped, not far away. Seems like they plan to rest for the night." Shigure patted Kanai and said with a mischievous smile, "Let's find Hanamaru later and have a good chat." Kanai rolled her eyes. "Let's eat first. I'll go call someone to bring food." Shigure playfully patted her ample figure. "You're so thoughtful. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the energy to chat with Hanamaru." Kanai shook her head helplessly and turned to leave the room. Inside the room, only Shigure and Yakumo remained, with Shigure embracing Yakumo. Chapter 105. Hanamaru comes in the evening at the small town on the border of the Land of Rivers. The sunset painted the sky in a brilliant orange-red, resembling a spilled palette of colors. The wooden sign of the inn gently swayed in the breeze, creaking as if narrating the tranquility and peace of the town. The people from the sand village had just finished dinner. Kankuro was focused on tinkering with his beloved puppet, while Gaara quietly sat in a corner, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Hanamaru sat in a chair in the room, her long fingers unconsciously stroking the edge of her iron fan. Shigure's last meaningful smile lingered in her mind, stirring her unease. She knew the man's methods well and understood he would not easily let her go. The unease in her heart grew wildly like weeds, and ultimately, she gritted her teeth and decided to take the initiative. "Where are you going?" Kankuro's voice came from behind, tinged with curiosity. Hanamaru paused, turned her back to Kankuro, trying to make her voice sound calm. "Just going out for a stroll, don't worry about me." After saying that, she quickly walked out of the room and gently closed the door behind her. Walking on the streets of the town, Hanamaru's pace gradually quickened. Memories surged like a tide, bringing forth the unbearable past. Shiyu's silver hair, his teasing gaze, and his domineering attitude filled her with hatred. But at this moment, she couldn't act impulsively. She had to remain calm for the sake of her two younger brothers and Tsunade. Meanwhile, in another inn, Shiyu was comfortably lying on the bed, with Kanai nestled against his left side, her soft hair brushing lightly against his arm. Yakumo was on his right, her azure eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation, casually sketching on a drawing board. Tamari was walking this way. Kanai suddenly spoke up. She had been using her Kagura heart eye to sense Tamari, and the fluctuations of Tamari's chakra allowed her to accurately catch her movements. Shiyu instantly sat up, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes, just in time. He tidied his slightly messy silver hair, and a charming smile curved at the corners of his mouth. Kanai and Yakumo also sat up. The former shook her head helplessly, seemingly used to Shiyu's ways, while the latter looked eagerly forward to the upcoming spectacle. Moments later, Tamari leaped through the window, landing silently, fully showcasing the traits of a ninja. She stared expressionlessly at the three people in the room, but her eyes concealed undeniable hatred. Shiyu looked at her with interest, his gaze roaming over her from top to bottom. Kanai sat quietly to the side, a hint of pity in her eyes. Yakumo put down her drawing board, resting her chin on her hand, watching the standoff with interest. "Didn't T expect you to come by yourself? I was just about to look for you." Shiyu broke the silence first, standing up and slowly walking over to Tamari with a lazy gait. Tamari suppressed the hatred in her heart and coldly asked, "What do you want with me?" Her hand secretly tightened around the iron fan at her waist, ready to respond to any sudden situation. She looked directly into her eyes, the smile at the corners of his mouth becoming more pronounced. "What do you think I want with you?" His voice was deep and magnetic. It made Tamari feel uneasy. Tamari felt anxious under his gaze, but her stubborn nature made her refuse to back down, her hatred intensifying in her eyes. "Don't think I'll agree to anything you say." Shiyu walked behind Tamari, gently placing his hands on her shoulders. Tamari's body tensed up, her hands clenched into fists, her nails almost digging into her palms. She fought against the impulse to push Shiyu away, knowing that once she acted, the consequences would be unimaginable. Kanai looked at this scene helplessly, letting out a soft sigh. Yakumo, on the other hand, seemed to have found an interesting toy, her eyes filled with excitement. Shiyu leaned down, whispering in her ear, "Aren't you worried about the other sand ninjas? Don't you worry about your two brothers?" This sentence hit Tamari like a heavy hammer, striking hard at her heart. Tamari scoffed, forcing herself to remain calm. "Oomph. We are here to participate in the Nin exams in Konoha. If you dare to lay a hand on us, the Hokage won't let you off." Shiyu chuckled lightly, a hint of disdain in his smile. "You must have investigated me. I was exiled to the border. If it comes to it, I could just defect. I only recognize the Hokage as the Hokage." Tamari was shocked by his words, a sense of powerlessness rising in her heart. She hadn't expected Shiyu to be so bold as to disregard even the Hokage. At this moment, Shiyu gently turned Tamari to face Kanai and Yakumo. "Let me introduce you. You know Kanai. She's mine, and Konoha knows nothing. They only listen to me." Tamari looked at Kanai in surprise, remembering the powerful woman from her past, now being Shiyu's subordinate. Kanai smiled and nodded at her. "Tamari, long time no see." Her tone was flat, as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other in a long time. Tamari recalled the scene when Kanai had captured her, her heart filled with complexity. She scoffed and did not respond. Yakumo then leaned in with interest, her face breaking into a radiant smile. "I'm Kuruma Yakumo, not a ninja. I only listen to Lord Shiyu." There was an inexplicable light in her eyes, making Tamari feel uneasy. Shiyu leaned close to Tamari's ear, whispering, "Do you think I dare to move against Gaara and the others?" Tamari struggled intensely within, her face showing a painful and complex expression. She knew Shiyu's methods well, and she understood that he could definitely harm her brothers. Shiyu lowered his head and gently kissed her neck. Tamari gripped his hand on her shoulder tightly, wanting to push him away. Shiyu sensed a resistance, his tone carrying a hint of threat. "What do you think would happen if the other sand ninjas found out about me and you? How would they view you and your father, the Kazekage?" This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, freezing Tamari in place. She couldn't imagine the consequences if this matter were to be known by others. It would not only ruin her reputation, but also affect the reputation of Tsunade. Slowly, she relaxed her grip and closed her eyes in despair. "Let them go." She revealed a satisfied smile and turned to Kanai and Yakumo. "Kanai, Yakumo, you two can leave now." Kanai glanced at Tamari and softly replied, "Yes, Lord Shiyu." She then got up and walked toward the door. Yakumo pouted in disappointment, muttering, "This is so boring." But she obediently followed Kanai out of the room and closed the door behind them. Tamari sat up. Suddenly, Shiyu pulled her over. Tamari was caught off guard and fell into his arms. She looked at Shiyu expressionlessly, her eyes devoid of any emotion. Shiyu embraced her and kissed her again. Tamari was initially stunned, but then, driven by complex emotions, she slowly reached out to wrap her arms around Shiyu's neck. After a long time, Tamari rested in Shiyu's arms. Her face still flushed, but her eyes were filled with confusion and complexity. Shiyu held her gently, stroking her hair. Soon, Tamari struggled to sit up. "It's been a while. I need to go back." There was a hint of fatigue in her voice. Shiyu released her. "All right." He looked at Tamari, his eyes filled with lingering reluctance. Tamari sat up, carefully tidying herself and rebundling her hair. She walked to the window, turned back to glance at Shiyu, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes before she jumped out of the window, disappearing into the night. Chapter 106. Yakumo's method on a June night in the 60th year of Konoha. In a small inn at the border of the land of rivers, the candlelight flickered. Shiyu lay lazily on the bed, savoring the recent flirtation with Tamari, a satisfied smile on his lips. The room was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere, and the air still carried the scent of intimacy. Just then, the door was gently pushed open, and Kanai and Yakumo walked in slowly. Yakumo's azure eyes sparkled with curiosity under the dim candlelight as she approached the bedside, looking at Shiyu's expression and softly asking, "Lord Shiyu, how is Tamari?" Upon hearing this, Shiyu's lips curled into a wicked smile, his tone laced with nostalgia. "Delicious. Quite nice." As he spoke, he reached out and pulled Kanai into his arms. Kanai exclaimed, "Lord Shiyu," as Shiyu embraced her. Kanai then settled comfortably in Shiyu's embrace. Seeing this, Yakumo didn't hesitate to climb onto the bed, lying beside Shiyu and wrapping her arms around his. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Lord Shiyu, do you want me to use illusion techniques to control Tamari? Make her serve you? That way, she'll have to obey." Shiyu shook his head, twirling a strand of Kanai's hair with his fingers. "No need. This kind of Tamari is more flavorful. Forced obedience is nowhere near as interesting as compliance after resistance." A hint of disappointment flickered across Yakumo's face as she imagined the thrill of controlling the Kazakage's daughter, making her kneel at her feet. However, Shiyu's refusal left her somewhat disheartened, and she could only softly respond with an "oh." Shiyu looked at Yakumo's expression and reassured her, "Don't worry. Tamari won't be able to escape." As soon as he finished speaking, Shiyu hugged Kanai. Kanai instinctively wrapped her arms around Shiyu. Looking up at Shiyu, I whispered, "Lord Shiyu." Time passed quietly, and before I knew it, the next morning arrived, with morning light streaming through the window into the room. Soon, Kanai's Kagura hard-eye suddenly sensed the movements of Tamari and the others, and she softly said, "Tamari and the others have left." Shiyu gently patted Yakumo and Kanai, responding, "Let's go back too." Then, Kanai slowly sat up and began to tidy up, while Yakumo remained sprawled in Shiyu's arms, unwilling to get up. Seeing this, Shiyu playfully slapped Yakumo, smiling as she said, "Hurry up and get up." Yakumo's face instantly turned shy from the slap, and she pouted, saying, "Yes, Lord Shiyu." Only then did she reluctantly sit up. After the three quickly washed up, they went to the inn's dining area for breakfast. The atmosphere during breakfast was warm and slightly lazy. After finishing their meal, the three stepped outside the small town. Yakumo took out her sketch pad and quickly began to draw. With her brush strokes, a giant eagle burst forth from the pad. Shiyu walked over to the eagle, wrapped her arms around Kanai's waist, lifted her onto the eagle's back, then sat down herself, positioning Kanai in front of her. Yakumo then sat down, hugging Shiyu's arm. The giant eagle spread its wings and, under Yakumo's control, slowly took off. After flying high into the air towards the borders of the land of fire, Kanai suddenly pointed below and said, "Tamari is down there." Shiyu and Yakumo looked in the direction Kanai was pointing, seeing Tamari and her group walking towards Konoha like a swarm of ants. Yakumo looked down at Tamari and the others, curiously asking, "Lord Shiyu, when will we return to Konoha?" Shiyu pondered for a moment, her eyes flashing with determination. "At the latest, shortly after this Chunin exam." Kanai asked with some worry, "Will Sarutobi Hizashi call you back?" Shiyu smiled confidently, "He will." The giant eagle soared through the sky, and after about 2 hours, it landed in front of a cave near the mountain outpost. Inside the cave, Shirori and Mei heard the noise and immediately ran out excitedly. Seeing Shiyu return, Shirori and Mei beamed with joy, quickly approaching Shiyu and each hugging one of her arms, sweetly saying, "Lord Shiyu, you're back." Shiyu embraced Shirori and Mei, smiling, "Let's go inside first." With that, she led the two into the cave. Kanai and Yakumo followed behind, and Kanai watched Shiyu hugging Shirori, her feelings becoming very complicated. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something to stop it, but didn't know what to say. Yakumo glanced at Kanai, seemingly guessing her thoughts, and softly said, "Give it up. You can't stop Lord Shiyu." Kanai sighed, feeling a bit helpless, but Shirori is. Yakumo interrupted, "I think what Akane said makes sense. The women of the Uzumaki clan are treasures. Lord Shiyu wouldn't want to give them up." Upon hearing Yakumo's words and thinking about Shiyu's personality, Kanai sighed helplessly again. Yakumo looked at Kanai, her lips slightly curling up, revealing a mysterious smile. "Maybe I have a way to help you." Kanai's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope as she quickly asked Yakumo what way. Yakumo said seriously, "Since not many people know about you and Shirori right now, you can tell Shirori the truth, that she is actually your sister. You two can refer to each other as sisters, and say that Lord Shiyu saved you both, so you follow him out of gratitude for saving your lives. This way, it will be good for both of you and Lord Shiyu." Kanai was taken aback by this suggestion. Her cheeks flushed slightly. She felt that this plan was somewhat shameful, yet she had to admit it might be the best solution for now. Yakumo patted Kanai's shoulder. "Think about it carefully. The only ones who know you and Shirori are all Lord Shiyu's women. It won't be good if more and more people get to know you both. After saying this, Yakumo turned and walked into the cave. Kanai stood there, her expression complex as she watched Yakumo's back, feeling hesitant. She stood still for a long time, eventually letting out a gentle sigh and slowly walked toward the cave, her figure gradually fading in the morning light. Chapter 107 Kanai and Shirori. The sunshine of June in the 60th year of Konoha filtered through the dense branches outside the cave, casting dappled light at the entrance. Inside the cave, warm yellow light flickered, elongating and shortening the shadows of everyone present. Shiyu sat comfortably on a soft sofa, holding Shirori and Mei. It was Kanai's first time being embraced by Shiyu. The blush on her cheeks resembled the evening glow, refusing to fade away. Mei was much quieter, leaning against Shiyu, her eyes filled with tenderness and reliance. At that moment, Yakumo walked in with a lively step, her bright blue eyes sparkling with excitement. Seeing Shiyu holding Shirori, her lips involuntarily curled into a smile. She then elegantly sat on the opposite sofa, resting her chin on her hands. Looking like she was waiting to watch a good show, her gaze shifting back and forth between Shiyu and Shirori, while occasionally glancing toward the entrance, anticipating Kanai's arrival. Before long, Kanai walked in with a complex expression. Her long red hair was still intricately styled, but her eyes were filled with turmoil and unease. When she saw Shiyu holding Shirori, her footsteps paused slightly, and her hands unconsciously clenched the hem of her clothes. She slowly walked over to sit beside Yakumo, her gaze fixed on Shiyu and Shirori, her eyes a mix of helplessness and restraint. Shirori noticed Kanai's entrance and instantly stiffened, anxiously clutching Shiyu's arm, her eyes occasionally darting toward Kanai, feeling both nervous and a little smug. Yakumo watched the scene with excitement, her eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation, as if she were enjoying a splendid drama. Mei quietly wrapped her arms around Shiyu's arm, silently observing the undercurrents between Shirori and Kanai. Shiyu noticed Kanai's gaze, but didn't care, instead tightening her embrace around Shirori. Shirori looked up, her voice soft. "Lord Shiyu, did you find Tamari this time?" The image of Tamari beneath him flashed in Shiyu's mind. He pinched Shiori's cheek, his voice laced with allure. I found her. She ultimately surrendered to me." Shirori leaned her face against Shiyu's shoulder, gazing at him lovingly, and softly said, "It seems that the Wind Shadow's daughter will soon be tamed by Lord Shiyu." Shiyu stroked Shiori's face, a confident smile playing on his lips. She can't escape. Kanai watched the intimate actions of Shiyu and Shirori, her lips moving several times. Wanted to speak up to stop them, but the words caught in her throat. Shiori's peripheral vision kept an eye on Kanai's reaction, and seeing her hesitance, a smirk appeared at the corner of her mouth, her eyes flashing with cunning. Yakumo excitedly watched the tense atmosphere, leaning slightly forward, seemingly afraid of missing any details. Mei felt a bit uneasy, subtly shifting away to maintain some distance from the two. Shiyu observed everything and noticed Kanai's reaction, a thought rising in his mind. He gently patted Mei, signaling her to let go. Understanding, Mei slowly released her grip on Shiyu's arm. In the next moment, Shiyu abruptly picked Shirori up. "Unprepared," Shirori exclaimed. "Lord Shiyu," her voice filled with surprise and shyness. Kanai watched this scene nervously, her body tensing up. Shirori, held in Shiyu's arms, blushed deeply, lowering her head shyly, unable to meet anyone's gaze. Shiyu wrapped his arms around Shirori, looking directly at Kanai, a hint of provocation in his smile. "Kanai, are you going to stop me?" The atmosphere in the room instantly froze, with Yakumo, Mei, and Shirori all staring at Kanai, waiting for her answer. Kanai looked at Shiyu and Shirori, her heart in turmoil, her mouth opening as she tried to speak. But before she could finish, she fell silent again. After a long time, she took a deep breath, and her gaze became resolute. "Xianglin, you're actually my sister." Xianglin was stunned, looking at Xiangnai in disbelief, completely not expecting her to say such a thing. Yakumo smiled at Xiangnai, her eyes full of admiration, as if she had anticipated this moment. Ing also showed an expression of surprise, glancing between Xiangnai and Xianglin. She revealed a playful smile, fully aware of the reason behind Xiangnai's words. Xiangnai continued, "From now on, you will call me sister." After saying this, she seemed to release a heavy burden, letting out a sigh of relief as she slumped down onto the sofa, her eyes vacantly staring at Shiyu and Xianglin. At this moment, Xianglin also understood Xiangnai's intention, a shy blush spreading across her face as she softly said, "Xiangnai's sister." Xiangnai gently responded with her voice tinged with a hint of embarrassment. Shiyu wore a wicked smile, glanced at Xiangnai and Xianglin, and then said, "Xiangnai, come with me." Upon hearing this, Xiangnai's body stiffened immediately. Yakumo looked at the tightly closed door, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Ing felt a shiver from Yakumo's smile and unconsciously shrank back. Inside the room, Shiyu said, 8D, how's your body? Shiyu looked at Xianglin with a hint of concern. Xianglin lowered her head and softly replied, "The healing ability has restored me." Upon hearing this, Xiangnai's face turned crimson instantly. Shiyu teased with a smile, "This ability is really useful." Xianglin shyly nodded. Xiangnai sat up, her voice barely audible. "Xianglin, I'll take you outside." Xianglin's face was flushed, and she softly responded, "Yes, sister." After saying this, she also sat up. Then, Xiangnai let Xianglin out. She leaned back on the bed, watching the two leave, a wicked smile slowly forming at the corners of his mouth, his eyes shimmering with an inscrutable light. Chapter 108. Double happiness. On the morning of July 60 years after the founding of Konoha, sunlight streamed through the gaps of the cave near the mountain outpost, casting mottled shadows on the tatami in the cave hall. The air was filled with the damp scent of soil, intertwined with a faint fragrance. Shiyu lazily lay in the center of the tatami, his hair cascading like silver silk, a smile gleaming in his black eyes. Xianglin's cheeks flushed crimson in front of Shiyu. Her red hair fell down. Xiangnai leaned down and kissed Shiyu on the lips. Shiyu wrapped his arms around Xiangnai, savoring the warmth of the moment. On the nearby sofa, Yakumo propped her chin on her hand, her azure eyes sparkling with excitement, her lips involuntarily curving upwards. In her white kimono, her delicate collarbone was exposed, and her right hand unconsciously played with her long hair. Ing sat with her hands folded on her knees, her gaze fixed on the three on the tatami, her cheeks slightly flushed, feeling both shy and expectant. Suddenly, Xiangnai's perceptive ability sharply sensed a familiar chakra fluctuation approaching. She stiffened, hurriedly saying in the gap between kisses, "Hongdo is coming." As she spoke, she tried to get up. However, Shiyu tightly held her. "Don't worry," Shiyu whispered close to Xiangnai's ear, his warm breath making her shiver involuntarily. "Hongdo will know sooner or later." Upon hearing this, Xianglin became even more embarrassed, burying her face in her chest and curling up. Yakumo sat up excitedly, her eyes sparkling as she looked toward the cave entrance. Ing also leaned forward slightly, curiously peering. Soon, hurried footsteps were heard outside the cave, and Hongdo burst in energetically. Her reddish-brown ponytail swayed vigorously with her movements, and her black mesh bodysuit accentuated her graceful curves. "Sister Hongdo, you're here," Yakumo greeted first, her voice brimming with uncontainable excitement, as if anticipating a good show. Ing followed suit, saying, "Sister Hongdo, why did you come so suddenly?" Hongdo casually responded, her gaze shifting and instantly locking onto the three on the tatami. A mysterious smile appeared at the corners of Hongdo's lips as she walked slowly to the side of the three. Yakumo craned her neck, her face full of expectation, while Ing nervously clutched her skirt. Xiangnai, embarrassed, buried her head in Shiyu's neck, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Xianglin also lowered her head, her whole body stiff. "Wow!" Hongdo suddenly slapped Xiangnai, startling her into a small cry, her body instantly freezing. Xianglin shrank back as well, so quickly getting together with them. "I knew this lecher wouldn't let Xianglin go," Hongdo teased. Xiangnai's voice was small as a mosquito. "Xianglin is actually my sister." "Is that so?" Hongdo patted Xiangnai again, her tone filled with jest. "Xianglin is really your good sister." This made Xianglin's face turn beet red instantly, her hands weakly gripping Shiyu, her whole body falling into his embrace. She reached out to hold Xianglin, gently patting her back. Xiangnai sat up, flustered as she tidied herself, her head lowered, not daring to look at anyone. "Lord Shiyu, I'll take Xianglin to rest." "Go ahead." Hongdo patted Xiangnai again, her smile unwavering. Shiyu released Xianglin, and Xiangnai draped a coat over her sister, supporting the dazed Xianglin as they walked toward the room, their steps unsteady. An ambiguous atmosphere filled the cave hall, and Hongdo felt a rush of warmth surging in her heart. Shiyu slowly sat up, and Hongdo directly plopped down beside him, a faint fragrance lingering around Shiyu's nose. "What's up?" She raised an eyebrow and asked. "Your happiness is over." Hongdo leaned closer to Shiyu, her eyes glinting with mischief. "The third Hokage has called you back to Konoha." Shiyu's expression turned playful. "What happened?" Orochimaru appeared at the Chunin exams, targeting Sasuke Uchiha, Hondo's expression turned serious for the upcoming finals. The third Hokage is mobilizing personnel to prevent Orochimaru. So soon, the second match is over? She was somewhat surprised. Hondo rolled her eyes. It seems Xiangnai and the others made you lose track of time. Shiyu smiled wickedly. They are indeed wonderful. Upon hearing this, Yakumo quickly walked over. Her face filled with excitement. Lord Shiyu, are we heading back to Konoha? Shiyu and Hondo looked at Yakumo, and Shiyu nodded. Hondo teased. Are you happy? Hong is waiting for you in Konoha. Yakumo thought of Teacher Hong and involuntarily shrank back. Teacher Hong. Don't worry, Hong won't do anything to you, Shiyu reassured. Only then did Yakumo slightly relax, softly responding with and then sat beside Shiyu. Shiyu turned to Ing on the sofa. Have Xiaonai pack her things and prepare to leave. Excitement flashed in Ying's eyes. She could finally leave the deep mountains. She quickly stood up. Yes, Lord Shiyu. After saying this, she hurried into the room to notify Xiangnai. Moments later, Xiangnai, Xianglin, and Ing came out together. Xiangnai and Xianglin's cheeks were still flushed, their expressions somewhat shy. Xiangnai softly asked, Are we leaving? Shiyu nodded. At that time, you and Xianglin, Ing will first return to the Shortbook Street. And after some time, I'll come and pick you up to Konoha. The three responded in unison. Yes, Lord Shiyu. They then began to pack their things, and seeing this, Yakumo also joined in to help. Hondo watched the busy figures of the few, smiling as she said, Aren't you brave enough to take them to meet Hong? Just wait a bit, Shiyu said as he reached for his coat. Suddenly, Hondo grabbed his hand, and Shiyu turned to meet Hondo's slightly flushed cheeks. A glint of mischief flashed in Hondo's eyes as she suddenly pushed Shiyu down to the ground, pressing her hands on him. Can you still do it? Shiyu revealed a confident smile. You'll know if you try. Before his words fell, Hondo leaned down and kissed him. Shiyu embraced Hondo. Time seemed to blur. And after a while, Hondo's face was flushed, nestled in Shiyu's embrace. She playfully pouted. Not bad. Shiyu patted her, laughing. I could handle a few more. At this moment, Kanai, Keirin, Yakumo, and Iain heard the noise and walked out of the room. They merely glanced at the two embracing on the floor and silently sat on the sofa to wait. Shigure gently nudged Anko to get up and prepare to leave. Anko slowly rose, tidying herself up. Shigure also stood up, walked over to Kanai, and pulled her into his arms, saying, Let's go. Kanai looked around the hall, hesitating. What about these? Forget them. Kanai softly replied with an Shigure held Kanai and walked out of the cave, with the others following closely behind. Outside the cave, the sun was shining brightly. Yakumo excitedly took out her sketchpad, and the tip of her pen quickly danced, instantly bringing a giant eagle to life on the paper, which then transformed into reality. She jumped onto the eagle's back and turned to look at Shigure. Shigure and Kanai paused to look back at the cave they had stayed in for a long time. Kanai recalled the moments spent with Keirin during this time, her face instantly turning red. Keirin also remembered those moments, lowering her head and daring not to look at anyone. Anko had already jumped onto the eagle's back and urged, Stop reminiscing, let's go. Shigure glanced at Anko, held Kanai, and jumped onto the eagle's back, with Keirin and Iain following closely behind. Let's go, Shigure said. Yakumo's eyes were resolute as she controlled the giant eagle to spread its wings and soar into the sky. The giant eagle flew higher and higher, gradually disappearing into the horizon, heading towards Konoha. Chapter 109. Return twilight like gauze gradually enveloped the small courtyard near SH Setsu Street. The giant eagle drawn by Yakumo broke through the sky and finally landed slowly in the open space outside the small courtyard. The strong gusts of wind rustled the surrounding grass and trees. Once the giant eagle completely settled, Shigure was the first to jump down, his silvery long hair dancing wildly in the wind, and a hint of contentment on his handsome face. Following him, Kanai, Keirin, Yakumo, and Anko also successively dismounted from the giant eagle. Yakumo reached out to touch the eagle, and its form began to become illusory, gradually fading until it disappeared. Kanai gazed at the familiar small courtyard before her, a nostalgic light sparkling in her eyes as she softly said, We've finally returned. Her voice was filled with emotion. Shigure smiled slightly, wrapping his arm around Kanai. Kanai turned her head slightly to glance at him. Shigure then reached out with his other arm to hold Keirin. Keirin and Kanai locked eyes, their cheeks instantly flushed with shyness, their gazes filled with confusion and unease. Anko, watching the three's intimate exchange, couldn't help but roll her eyes and urged, Stop being lovey-dovey. Hurry up and go inside. I am starving. Her voice carried a hint of impatience, but also a touch of teasing. Upon hearing this, Yakumo and Ayane turned their attention to Shigure and the others. Kanai felt the gaze of everyone on her, her whole body turning hot, and a sense of shame surged to her heart, her ears flushing red. However, Shigure paid no mind to the eyes of others, holding Kanai and Kei-Rin with an even broader smile, saying, "Let's go." Kanai softly responded with an her voice delicate like a whisper. She then gently wriggled out of Shigure's embrace, quickly walked to the front door, took out the key from her pocket, and skillfully opened the door, turning sideways to the others, politely saying, "Please come in." Shigure, holding Kei-Rin, was the first to step into the courtyard, followed closely by Kanai, Anko, and the others. As soon as they entered the hall, Shigure and Kei-Rin frowned, for the hall was covered in dust, with furniture shrouded in a thick layer of grime, clearly having been uninhabited for a long time. Kanai reached out to touch the table, her fingertips instantly covered in dust. She frowned slightly and said, "I'll clean up first." As soon as she finished speaking, Kanai extended a hand, channeling her chakra. Blue chakra gathered in her palm, gradually transforming into a stream of water. With her control, the water flowed as if it had a life of its own, continuously changing shape in her palm, eventually forming a thin layer of water curtain that spread throughout the entire house. Wherever the water flowed, the dust was washed away and the dirt was cleaned completely. In just a minute, Kanai had thoroughly cleaned the house. She drew the dirty water back in her palm, compressing it until it formed a pitch-black water ball the size of a human head. Shigure, seeing this, couldn't help but praise Kanai. "Your water release is getting stronger." Anko also reached out to touch the table and found that the once dusty surface was now spotless, unable to suppress her admiration. This water release control is really impressive. Cleaning the house is that easy. Hearing their compliments, Kanai broke into a happy smile, saying, "Lord Shigure, you should rest first. I'll go prepare dinner." Shigure nodded and replied with an Kanai then took the pitch-black water ball and walked towards the kitchen. Shigure, holding Kei-Rin, walked over to the sofa and sat down, subsequently pulling Kei-Rin into his embrace. Kei-Rin's heart raced at this sudden display of intimacy, her cheeks flushing red. Yakumo noticed this, and a hint of envy flashed in her eyes, quickly scooting over to sit beside Shigure. Anko also unceremoniously sat down on Shigure's other side, while Ayane looked somewhat awkwardly at the intimate scene, hesitating for a moment before sitting down on the opposite sofa. Anko curiously surveyed the small courtyard and asked, "So you arranged for them to stay here after saving them?" Her tone carried a hint of inquiry. Upon hearing mother and daughter, Kei-Rin's blush deepened, and she hurriedly corrected, "Kanai is my sister." Anko's interest piqued at this, teasingly saying, "Sister flowers." Kei-Rin became even more embarrassed by her words, flustered as she said, "Lord Shigure, I'll go help in the kitchen." Shigure gently patted her, saying, Kei-Rin quickly stood up from Shigure's embrace and hurried into the kitchen. Anko looked at Kei-Rin's departing figure, then turned to Shigure, sighing, "This house is nice, much better than mine." Shigure raised an eyebrow at her, a mischievous smile forming. "Do you want me to gift you one?" Anko rolled her eyes at him, playfully saying, "Are you trying to keep me?" Shigure gazed at her intently, seriously replying, "Only if you're willing." Anko huffed, proudly saying, "I wouldn't want that." Nearby, Yakumo caught wind of their conversation, excitement flickering in her eyes, and quickly exclaimed, "Lord Shigure, E.M. willing." Everyone turned their gaze to Yakumo, who suddenly realized she had misspoken, her face turning beet red. Shigure then reached out to wrap his arm around Yakumo, gently patting her shoulder, saying, "Your clan is so large, you have plenty of places to stay." Upon hearing this, Yakumo's expression fell, and she softly replied, "Oh." Anko, noticing this, couldn't help but tease, "Would you dare to live there if I gave it to you? Aren't you afraid of Red coming for you?" Yakumo shrank her neck at this comment, quickly saying, "I was joking." After that, she wrapped her arms around Shigure's arm, resting her head on his shoulder. Yakumo softly said, "Lord Shigure." Shigure lowered his head and kissed Yakumo, who shyly lowered her head, closing her eyes and savoring the sweetness of the moment. Anko watched the two's closeness and playfully tapped Shigure, saying, "If you keep this up, you'll end up dying in bed." Shigure turned to look at Anko, but said nothing. Yakumo felt even more shy and buried her head deeper. Shigure stood up and said, "I'll go check on how dinner is coming along." Yakumo released Shigure's arm, and he walked towards the kitchen. Anko looked at Shigure's back and reminded, "Don't mess around. I am starving." Shigure casually replied, "Amen." Upon entering the kitchen, Shigure saw Kanai and Kei-Rin busily preparing dinner. Kanai was chopping vegetables with practiced movements, while K-Rin was stir-frying at the side, with delicious aromas wafting from the pot. When Kanai and K-Rin heard the footsteps, they both looked towards Shigure as he entered. Shigure observed Kanai's graceful posture and K-Rin's bashful demeanor, a mischievous smile forming on his lips. Kana and Kurin's faces instantly turned shy, and they lowered their heads to continue their tasks, but their movements were clearly a bit flustered. Shigure walked up behind Kana and gently hugged her, whispering, "Lady Shigure, I'm cooking." Shigure replied vaguely with a Kurin stood by, her face flushed, focusing on cooking while pretending not to see the two's actions. Shigure kissed Kana's cheek. Shigure let go of Kana, who was blushing. Kurin had already prepared dinner for Kana, setting it on the nearby dining table, even serving the rice, waiting for the two to finish. Once she saw they were done, Kurin said, "I'll go call them in for dinner," and then walked out of the kitchen. Shigure and Kana sat down at the dining table, Kana's face still slightly flushed, her eyes carrying a hint of shyness. Shigure reached out, and Kana grasped Shigure's hand, looking at her and shyly saying, "Lady Shigure, can we wait until tonight?" Shigure revealed a mischievous smile. With Kurin, Kana became even more bashful, softly replying. Just then, Anko and the others entered the kitchen one after another. Anko sat down next to Shigure, picked up a bowl of rice, took a bite, and said, "I'm starving." Then, she glanced at Kana's flushed face and said to Shigure, "I told you not to mess around, but you just wouldn't listen." Kurin, Yakumo, and Ing, sitting opposite, heard Anko's words and looked at Kana's expression, all lowering their heads to silently eat. Kana's face was burning, as she wished she could bury her head in the rice bowl. Shigure glanced at Anko. "Eat up." Anko snorted and continued eating. Everyone ate silently. Anko took out 2 bottles of alcohol from a ceiling scroll and handed one to Shigure. She opened the bottle, took a sip, and said, "I haven't drunk in a long time." After a pause, Anko added, "When the 3rd Hokage sent me to find you, he asked if I was with Yakumo." The others looked up at Anko upon hearing this. Shigure thought for a moment and asked, "Did he say anything?" Anko recalled, "After I told the 3rd, he was silent for a long time, then just sent me to find you." Kana, Yakumo, Kurin, and Ing looked at Shigure with concern, their eyes full of worry. Shigure simply said lightly, "Is that so?" Anko turned to stare at Shigure and suddenly asked, "Did you kill Elder Minin?" Then she added, "Your water style and Kana's, along with Yakumo's super beast imitation, can create giant snakes and match the jutsu that killed Elder Minin." Shigure remained unfazed, calmly saying, "Many people can use water style, and giant snakes aren't exclusive to Yakumo." Anko huffed, "I'm just reminding you." Shigure continued, "If I really did it, the 3rd would have sent someone to kill me long ago." Kana and the others felt much more relaxed upon hearing Shigure's words, lowering their heads to continue eating silently. Anko thought for a moment and said with a lighter tone, "True." Then, everyone quietly finished their meal. After eating, Shigure stood up, showing a sly smile, and patted Kana. "Let's go." Kana glanced at Shigure, shyly responding with and slowly stood up. Shigure hugged Kana and looked at Kurin. The others all looked at Shigure. Kurin also shyly stood up and walked to Shigure's side. As Shigure hugged one, they walked out of the kitchen. Anko looked at the 3's backs and called out, "Just don't die in bed." Shigure ignored Anko and continued walking forward. Anko turned to look at Yakumo and Ing, saying, "What are you staring at? Hurry up and clean the table." Yakumo looked at Ing, who also looked at Yakumo. Anko watched the two with interest. Yakumo's gaze turned icy. "You want me to clean up?" Ing, a bit scared, hurriedly said, No. Yakumo snorted, "Then hurry up and clean." Ing quickly responded, "Yes." She then stood up and started to clear the dishes from the table to wash them nearby. Anko teased, "Not bad, bullying Ing like this. Aren't you afraid Shigure will find out?" Yakumo, somewhat frightened, whispered, "Anko-san." Anko smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't say anything, but don't go too far." Yakumo nodded. "I know." Anko said, I'm going to rest." She then left the kitchen. After Anko left, Yakumo walked over to Ing, who was washing the dishes. Ing sensed Yakumo's approach, her body trembled slightly, and she lowered her head in fear. Yakumo reached out and grabbed Ing. Ying's whole body shook, but she did not resist. Yakumo, a bit jealously, said, "What do you eat to be so big?" Ing, her voice trembling, replied, "It grew on its own." Yakumo pinched a bit before letting go. "Serve Lady Shigure well." Ing nervously said, "Yes, Yakumo-san." Yakumo turned and left the kitchen. After Yakumo left, Ing rubbed her chest, sighed in relief, and continued to quietly wash the dishes. The next morning, Kana gently said, "Lady Shigure should get up now." Shigure responded with an and slowly sat up. Moments later, Shigure, Kana, and Kurin walked into the dining room. At the table, Ing had already prepared breakfast, and Anko, Yakumo, and Ing were sitting on chairs waiting for Shigure and the others. Seeing Shigure and the others come in, Anko complained, "Don't make me wait too long next time. I am starving." Then, she picked up the milk and started drinking. Shigure, Kana, and Kurin sat down, with Shigure perfunctorily responding, and then began eating breakfast. While eating, Shigure said, "Kana, you guys come to Konoha for the Chunin exam finals." Kana, Kurin, and Ing looked up at Shigure, their eyes full of anticipation. Kana said seriously, "Yes." Lady Shigure, Kurin, and Ing were a bit excited. They had never been to Konoha before. Kurin asked excitedly, "Really?" Shigure smiled and nodded, saying, "Many people will come to Konoha to watch the finals. You just need to follow the crowd." Anko, a bit interested, asked, "Are you going to take them to meet Red?" Shigure thought for a moment and said, "We'll see." Kana, Kurin, and Ing looked nervously at Shigure. Shigure reassured them, "Don't worry, I'll handle Red." Anko rolled her eyes and said, "When you say handle her, you don't mean to take her to bed, right?" Shigure revealed a wicked smile and said, "What else? You teach me." Anko huffed, "Pervert." Shigure nonchalantly replied, "As long as it works." Anko shot Shigure a glare and continued eating breakfast. Soon after, they finished breakfast, and Shigure, Yakumo, and Anko went to the yard to prepare to return to Konoha. Kana, Kurin, and Ing followed them to the yard. Yakumo took out a drawing board and quickly drew a giant eagle. The eagle came to life and burst out of the drawing board, letting out a loud cry as it flapped its wings to take off. Shigure, Yakumo, and Anko jumped onto the eagle's back, and Shigure looked at Kana, Kurin, and Ing, shouting, "I'll be waiting for you in Konoha." Kana, Kurin, and Ing looked at Shigure, their eyes filled with reluctance and affection. Kana firmly said, "Lady Shigure, I will bring them." Shigure nodded, then looked at Yakumo. Yakumo controlled the giant eagle to slowly fly into the sky, heading towards Konoha. Kana, Kurin, and Ing stood in the yard, watching the giant eagle slowly fly away until it became a small dot and disappeared into the horizon. Their eyes were filled with anticipation, looking forward to reuniting with everyone in Konoha in the upcoming Chunin exam finals. Over an hour later, the giant eagle slowly landed outside the gates of Konoha. The towering gates of Konoha stood majestically, and the Hokage symbol on top shone brightly in the sunlight. Chapter 110. The third generation. In July of the 60th year of Konoha, the sun was scorching and dazzling. Shigure, Yakumo, and Akane rode on a giant eagle created by Yakumo using the super beast imitation technique, slowly descending outside the gates of Konoha. The massive body of the eagle stirred up a strong wind, causing the surrounding leaves to rustle. As Yakumo performed a Jinjutsu, the giant eagle gradually faded and eventually disappeared. At the gate, Kamizuki Izumo and Iron T had been looking listless, but upon seeing Shigure and the others land, they instantly perked up. Kamizuki Izumo and Iron T exchanged glances, and Iron T lowered his voice, a look of confusion on his face. "Has the third summoned Shigure back?" Kamizuki Izumo frowned slightly and pondered for a moment before replying. "It seems so. Otherwise, he wouldn't have returned." Iron T's gaze fell on Yakumo, and a hint of admiration flashed in his eyes as he couldn't help but say, "Is that Karasuma Yakumo? Quite beautiful." Kamizuki Izumo quickly nudged him lightly and whispered, "Keep it down." Realizing his gaffe, Iron T nodded hurriedly. "Yeah." The two fell silent, quietly watching Shigure, Yakumo, and Akane. Shigure looked up at the distant Hokage rock, where the faces of past Hokages were carved, now shining with a majestic glow under the sunlight. A complex emotion flickered in his eyes as he thought to himself that Konoha would soon welcome Tsunade's era. Just thinking about Tsunade's fiery figure stirred a wave of uncontainable excitement and nostalgia within him. Yakumo stood beside him, also gazing at Hokage Rock, her face showing a smile of relief. "We're finally back." Her voice was soft, filled with a hint of sentimentality. After a moment, Akane impatiently urged, "Stop staring. Let us go in." Shigure finally came to his senses, lightly acknowledged her, and stepped into the gates of Konoha, with Yakumo and Akane following closely behind. However, just as they had entered Konoha, two Umbu members appeared before Shigure like ghosts. One Umbu coldly said, "Inazuka Shigure, Lord Third requests your presence." Shigure's expression remained calm as he nodded slightly. "Okay." He then turned to Yakumo and Akane, saying, "You two go back first." A hint of worry flashed in Yakumo's eyes as she uneasily looked at Shigure. "Are you really okay?" Shigure offered a reassuring smile. "I'm fine." Only then did Yakumo lightly respond with an mm. Akane, indifferent, said, All right, I'll go home and rest. After saying this, Yakumo and Akane turned to leave, their figures gradually disappearing at the end of the street. Shigure looked at the Umbu members, one of whom quickly turned and headed towards the Hokage's office, while the other coldly said, "Let us go." After that, he leaped onto the rooftop. Shigure followed suit without hesitation, leaping onto the roof and quickly moving along with the Umbu members. As they moved, the streets of Konoha rushed beneath their feet, the familiar sights stirring a ripple of emotions in Shigure's heart. Kamizuki Izumo and Iron T watched as Inuzuka Shigure followed the Umbu away, with Iron T pouting and muttering. Another Umbu. Kamizuki Izumo shook his head helplessly, saying, maybe the third has something to discuss with him. The two resumed their previous listless demeanor, continuing to guard the gates of Konoha. Soon, Shigure arrived outside the Hokage's office with the Umbu. The Umbu member gently knocked on the door, and after receiving permission, opened it and gestured for Shigure to enter. Taking a deep breath to calm his emotions, Shigure slowly walked into the office. The Umbu then closed the door behind him, isolating them from the noise outside. Inside the office, the light was somewhat dim, and the third was sitting behind his desk, smoking his signature pipe. The swirling smoke enveloped the third's figure in a haze. Shigure approached, speaking in a calm tone, "Lord Third." The third slowly raised his head, his gaze landing on Shigure, and nodded slightly. "You're back." Shigure responded with a soft standing still with a composed expression. The third's gaze fixed intently on Shigure as he continued. "Yakumo has been following you during this time." Shigure maintained a calm demeanor, not avoiding the third's gaze as he replied, "Yes." The third fell silent for a moment, his aged voice carrying an elusive meaning. Eldermonin's death. There were traces of water style and a giant snake at the scene. As he spoke, the air in the office suddenly thickened. Shigure felt a slight tightening in his heart, but his face remained unperturbed as he firmly stated, "We did not kill Eldermonin." His voice was steady and powerful, showing no hesitation or panic. The third silently observed Shigure for a moment, as if trying to see through him. After a long pause, the third slowly sighed and said, "I have instructed the Umbu to cease their investigation. This matter ends here." Shigure breathed a silent sigh of relief inside, but maintained his calm demeanor, remaining silent. Then the third asked, "Is the woman you saved in the Land of Rivers from the Uzumaki clan?" Understanding that Kawasaki had likely already informed the third, Shigure calmly answered, "Yes." A hint of appreciation appeared on the third's face as he said, "When will you bring her back to Konoha?" After pondering for a moment, Shigure replied, "After the Chunin exams." The third nodded in satisfaction, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. "The Uzumaki clan's women are important to Konoha. I hope you treat her well." Shigure replied earnestly, "I will." The third sighed again, his voice tinged with fatigue and helplessness. "Akane must have told you the reason for recalling you." Shigure responded, "She did." A complex emotion flickered in the third's eyes as he slowly said, "Perhaps you harbor resentment towards me, but Konoha is also your home. I hope you protect Konoha well." Shigure understood that Orochimaru would soon kill the third, but he remained calm as water, saying, "I have no resentment." The third fell silent for a moment, seemingly pondering something. After a while, he waved his hand, saying, "You can go back and rest." Shigure respectfully replied, "Yes." He then turned and walked towards the door, his footsteps echoing clearly in the quiet office. The third silently watched Shigure's departing figure, his mind filled with countless thoughts. He knew that Orochimaru would appear during the Chunin exams, targeting Uchiha Sasuke, and would not easily give up. The third no longer cared about Shigure's resentment. As far as he was concerned, as long as Shigure did not betray Konoha, that was enough. His gaze turned towards the window, revealing a hint of determination. He was ready to hand Konoha over to the fifth, making one last effort for Konoha's future. Chapter 111. Read in July of the 60th year of Konoha. Sunlight filtered through the dense leaves, casting mottled shadows on the ground. In the morning, just after coming out of the Hokage building, Inuzuka Shigure was filled with longing for Yuhi Kurenai. Her black, slightly curly long hair, deep red eyes, and elegant yet sexy figure flashed vividly in his mind. Unable to contain his excitement, he leaped lightly, moving like a ghost across the rooftops, hastening towards home. Before long, Shigure landed in front of his family's courtyard. He gazed at the courtyard, which he hadn't returned to in a long time. The walls were overgrown with vines, the training ground remained spacious. And although the cherry blossom trees in the garden had passed their blooming period, their branches were still lush. He gently pushed open the gate, crossed the courtyard, and entered the hall, his voice tinged with uncontainable anticipation. Kurenai, I'm back. However, the hall was silent, without that familiar response. Shigure frowned slightly, then used his sensory ninjutsu, gently touching the ground with his fingers. Chakra spread out like a spider web, sensing the fluctuations of chakra within a radius of 5,000 square meters. After a moment, he withdrew his perception, guessing that Hong might be training her students. With that thought in mind, he turned around without hesitation and hurried towards the training ground. Along the way, he continuously used his sensory ninjutsu and finally found Hong and her students in a secluded training area. From a distance, he saw Hong engaged in a practical training session with young Shino. Hong moved gracefully, her deep red eyes filled with focus, and the kunai in her hand glinted coldly under the sunlight. Shino, calm and composed, manipulated the parasitic insects within her body, waiting for the right moment to attack. Asuka crouched nearby, with Akamaru lying beside him, occasionally letting out a few low barks. Hinata stood a bit further away, nervously twisting the hem of her clothes, her eyes filled with tension and worry. A smile crept onto Shiyu's lips as he instantly used the body flicker technique, appearing beside Hong. His voice was gentle yet tinged with urgency. "Hong, I'm back." Upon hearing that familiar voice, Hong's movements halted abruptly, and the kunai in her hand nearly fell to the ground. She turned her head in surprise, looking at Shigure with eyes full of longing and joy. Shino also paused her attack, her gaze behind the sunglasses falling on Shigure with a hint of curiosity. Kiba widened his eyes, looking at the suddenly appearing Shigure with confusion. Hinata's face instantly turned bright red, her gaze dropping in a flustered manner. Yet her heart surged with an inexplicable flutter. Shigure stepped closer and hugged Hong tightly, whispering in her ear, "I'm back." Hong embraced Shigure tightly, feeling the familiar scent emanating from him, her voice choked with emotion. "Welcome back." Shigure smirked, whispering to her ear, "How will you welcome me?" Hong's face immediately turned crimson, shyly replying, "Make up for what you owe." Shigure softly responded, "I'll make it up to you later." Hong gave a gentle her voice so soft it was almost inaudible. Shigure lowered his head and gently kissed Hong, who eagerly responded. The two were immersed in the joy of their long-awaited reunion, as if everything around them had ceased to exist. At that moment, Shino slowly walked over to Hinata and Kiba. Hinata looked at the embracing couple, her mind involuntarily recalling the scene when Shigure had hugged her, her small face burning and her heart pounding like a drum. Kiba looked at Shigure and Hong, curiously asking, "Who is he?" Hinata's face turned bright red, her voice faint like a mosquito. "He is teacher Hong's boyfriend." Shino and Kiba both looked at Hinata in surprise. Kiba pressed on, "You know him?" Hinata gently nodded. Shino pushed up her sunglasses, saying, "Asuka Shigure, Jonin, teacher Hong's boyfriend. I heard he was reassigned to guard the borders, but I didn't expect him to come back." Kiba and Hinata looked back at Shino, Kiba asking, "You know him too?" Shino glanced at Kiba and replied, "No. After becoming teacher Hong's student, I asked my dad what kind of person she was, and he told me about him." Kiba said, "Oh." Shino continued, "You didn't investigate teacher Hong, did you?" Kiba hurriedly replied, "Who said I didn't?" After saying that, he turned to Hinata. Hinata softly said, "I've known teacher Hong and Lord Shigure for a long time." Meanwhile, Shigure and Hong were still tightly embraced. After a while, Hong gently struggled a bit and whispered, "Let go of me, Hinata and the others are watching." Only then did Shigure reluctantly release Hong. Hong tidied her slightly disheveled clothes and said, "Let me introduce you to my students." Suddenly, as if remembering something, her expression darkened, and she huffed. She looked at Hong with some confusion and asked, "What's wrong?" Hong said angrily, "Yayan came back with you." Shigure took Hong's hand, gently squeezed it, and comforted her. "Don't be angry, Hinata and the others are watching." Upon hearing Hinata's name, Hong glanced at Shigure with resignation and huffed a couple of times. Kiba, Shino, and Hinata watched from afar, Kiba softly saying, "They are arguing." Hinata's fingers gently touched each other, her eyes filled with concern as she looked at Shigure and Hong. Shino pushed up her sunglasses, saying, "Maybe they are just bickering." At that moment, Hong looked up and noticed Hinata and the others staring at her. She took a deep breath, calmed her emotions, and shouted, "What are you staring at?" After saying that, she walked towards Hinata and the others, with Shigure smiling faintly and following closely behind Hong. When Hong and Shigure reached Hinata and the others, Hong reached out and took Shiyu's hand, introducing him. "Let me introduce you. This is Asuka Shigure, my boyfriend." Kiba boldly said, "Uncle Shigure, I am Asuka Kiba, and this is Akamaru." Saying that, He pointed to Akamaru lying on his head. Akamaru barked once. Shiyu rolled his eyes at Kiba and said, "Uncle, I'm still young. You can call me Shiyu." Kiba scratched his head and said, "Oh." Shino pushed up her sunglasses and politely said, "Shiyu-senpai, my name is young Shino." Shiyu nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The group's gaze then fell on Hinata, who shyly lowered her head, secretly glancing at Shiyu and Hong, her face turning bright red. Shiyu caught a glimpse of Hinata's slightly developed figure out of the corner of his eye, a smile forming on his lips as he said, "Hinata, long time no see." Hinata's voice was so soft it was barely audible. "Lord Shiyu." Hong glanced at Shiyu and Hinata, saying, "Let's call it a day. You all go back and rest." Hinata, Kiba, and Shino replied in unison, "Yes, Teacher Hong." After saying that, the three turned to leave. Hinata walked at the back, occasionally looking back at Shiyu. Her eyes filled with longing until her figure gradually disappeared around the corner in the distance. Hong watched Hinata leave, huffing again. Shiyu gently wrapped his arm around Hong's shoulders, smiling. "Are you jealous?" Hong turned her head away, saying, "Who is jealous?" Shiyu lightly kissed her forehead, saying, "Let's go home." Hong huffed, but obediently leaned against Shiyu as he wrapped his arms around her and walked home. Once back home, as soon as they entered the hall, Shiyu could no longer hold back. He picked up Hong in one swift motion and began kissing her. Hong wrapped her arms around Shiyu's neck, responding passionately. The air was thick with love. After a moment, they stopped. Hong softly said, "Let's go to the bedroom." Shiyu quietly replied, Shiyu carried Hong, who held onto his neck as he ascended the stairs. Hong kissed Shiyu as his pace quickened. Upon entering the room, Shiyu kicked the door shut with his foot. He came to the bedside and fell onto the bed with Hong. Chapter 112. Outside the village on the morning of July in the 60th year of Konoha. Sunlight streamed through the ornate window lattice into the master bedroom of Asuka, Shiyu's home, casting mottled shadows on the large bed. Hongyu slowly opened her eyes, her deep red irises still reflecting the remnants of lingering intimacy. She turned her head to look at Shiyu, who was sleeping beside her. His silvery long hair scattered casually on the pillow, his handsome features appearing particularly soft in the morning light. Hong bit her lip, a flicker of intense desire flashing in her eyes as she slowly sat up. Her black, slightly curled, long hair fell down. Her perfect body curve was fully revealed under the sunlight. Hong gently approached Shiyu, placing her hands on his chest. Shiyu slowly opened his eyes, his black irises meeting Hong's flushed face, and a wicked smile crept onto his lips. "Meong, wasn't yesterday enough?" Hong's cheeks turned even redder as she looked down at Shiyu, playfully scolding, "Not enough." "Then I'll make it up to you," Shiyu said. The temperature in the room quickly rose, and the air was filled with an intimate atmosphere. Hong slightly tilted her head back, her hair cascading down like a waterfall. Softly, "Hurry up, we still have to train Shino later." At this point, a hint of pride appeared on her face. Shino has made it to the finals of the Chunin exam. Truly worthy of being Miho's student, taught so excellently. Shigure. Hong wrapped her arms around Shigure's neck. The room was filled with ambiguity. After a long while, the ambiguity gradually faded. Hong's face was flushed with lingering charm. She rested in Shigure's embrace. Shigure contentedly held Hong with one arm and gently stroked her long hair with the other. After a moment, Hong gently broke free from Shigure's embrace, sat up, making Shigure unable to help but gaze at her. Hong noticed his gaze and shot him a glance. "I'm going to find Shino and the others." Looking at Hong's enticing appearance, Shigure felt a wave of heat rise in his heart. Let's continue tonight." Hong did not respond. After tidying up her clothes, she quickly brushed her hair at the vanity and hurried out of the room. After Hong left, Shigure slowly sat up, got dressed, and casually tied his silver hair back. He walked out of the bedroom to the hall, picked up a piece of bread from the dining table, and nibbled on it. After filling his stomach, Shigure stood at the door of the yard, looked up at the sky, pondered for a moment, and then headed towards Kakashi's house. Walking on the streets of Konoha, Shigure looked at everything familiar yet long missed. The shops along the street had begun to open, and the early rising villagers had started their busy day. The shouts of vendors and the laughter of children intertwined to form a lively melody of life. Shigure couldn't help but sigh. During his time away from Konoha, it seemed that not much had changed here, yet it felt particularly intimate. Soon, Shigure arrived at the secluded grove where Kakashi's house was located. The gate of Kakashi's house was surrounded by trees. Pushing open the gate revealed a spacious training courtyard, quiet without the sight of Naruto. He crossed the courtyard and walked towards the main hall of Kakashi's house. Upon entering the main hall, he saw Kakashi lazily sprawled on the sofa, engrossed in a small yellow book. Hearing the footsteps, Kakashi said without lifting his head, "You're back." "Yes, I came back yesterday." Shigure sat down on the sofa opposite Kakashi, glancing at the book in Kakashi's hands, teasing, "Still so fond of this stuff." Kakashi smiled slightly at the words. "How long?" "At least since the Chunin exam." Shigure leaned back on the sofa, resting his hands behind his head casually. "Is that so?" Kakashi replied nonchalantly and continued to look down at his book. "Where's Naruto?" Shigure asked. "You should be training outside the village by now," Kakashi answered. "Raikiri?" "Yes." Shigure sat up straight, raised an eyebrow. "Aren't you going to keep an eye on him? That technique isn't easy to practice." Kakashi closed the book, stood up, and stretched. "I'll go later." Shigure also stood up, urging, "Let's go, it's been a while since I've seen Naruto. I want to see how far he's come." Kakashi glanced at Shigure and shook his head helplessly. "Fine." After saying that, Kakashi slowly stood up from the sofa, casually stuffed the small yellow book into his clothes, and walked out the hall. Shigure followed closely behind him. As they exited the courtyard, Kakashi looked at Shigure and jumped onto a nearby tree, swiftly moving along the trunk in the direction of the village outskirts. Seeing this, Shigure quickly used the body flicker technique to keep up with Kakashi. Shigure shouted, "The back door?" Kakashi responded while moving quickly, "This way is faster." Shigure smiled nonchalantly, "I'll follow your lead." The two darted through the trees like shadows, the leaves rustling beneath their feet. Sunlight filtered through the dense branches, casting mottled shadows on the ground. Their figures flickered in and out of sight in the woods, moving at great speed. Soon, the two arrived at the tall wall surrounding the entire Konoha. The wall was equipped with an invisible defensive barrier, quietly guarding the village. Kakashi stopped, quickly formed hand seals, and then pressed his palm against the wall in front of him. With a flash of light, a gap appeared in the wall. Shigure and Kakashi quickly passed through the gap, jumped down from the wall, and continued towards the village outskirts. After they passed through, the gap quickly vanished, as if it had never existed. Outside the wall, they continued to move swiftly through the woods. The fresh air mixed with the fragrance of the earth rushed at them, and birds chirped joyfully in the branches. Shigure and Kakashi moved in perfect harmony, without a word, completely focused on their path ahead. After a while, the two stopped on a tree on a desolate mountain. From a distance, they could see Sasuke intensely training in an open area not far away. His figure appeared particularly resolute in the sunlight, with flickering lightning gathering in his hands, a precursor to Raikiri. Sasuke repeatedly condensed the lightning in his hands. Shigure and Kakashi stood quietly on the tree, observing Sasuke's training without disturbing him. Shigure's eyes held a hint of admiration as he thought to himself, "Naruto is indeed still so hard-working. It seems like he's made some progress with Raikiri." Kakashi, with his arms crossed, showed a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. After all, Sasuke was his personally taught student, and seeing Sasuke's growth filled him with pride. Chapter 113, Desolate Mountain. On the morning of July in the 60th year of Konoha, the scorching sun poured down unreservedly on the desolate mountain outside the village. Sasuke stood tall among the rugged rocks, his hands quickly and skillfully forming seals. Lightning surged and roiled in his palms like a living creature, crackling with sound, as if a wild beast was waiting to be tamed. The flickering lightning illuminated his resolute face, his eyes filled with determination and stubbornness. Just as Sasuke was fully focused on training, a silver-white figure appeared in front of him like a ghost. The newcomer was Shigure, wearing a playful smile, with a hint of mockery in his black eyes. "Naruto, you're training quite well." Hearing this long-lost nickname, Sasuke was momentarily taken aback, slowly raising his head, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. But soon, he regained his proud demeanor, snorting, "Humph, I will learn Raikiri." His tone was filled with a competitive spirit. At this moment, Kakashi walked over with his hands in his pockets, his steps leisurely. His forehead protector slanted to shield his left eye with the Sharingan, exposing only his right eye, looking as if he was still in that lethargic state. Sasuke glanced at Kakashi and respectfully called out, "Kakashi-sensei." Kakashi nodded slightly, his gaze landing on the lightning that was still gathering in Sasuke's hands, and asked, "How's the training going?" Sasuke's expression was slightly awkward. He unconsciously glanced at Shigure and said softly, "I've made some progress." Kakashi replied lightly, Take your time, there's still time." "Yeah," Sasuke replied, then looked around to confirm there were no others, and suddenly his gaze sharpened, filled with fighting spirit as he looked at Shigure. "Where's Ayam?" Shigure smiled knowingly. He understood Sasuke's intentions. This kid wanted to challenge Ayam again. He said unhurriedly, "She didn't come today. I'll bring her when I have time." Thinking of his efforts and progress during this time, Confidence surged in Sasuke's heart, and his proud expression deepened. I'll defeat her then. Shigure raised an eyebrow, his tone provocative. It seems you made great progress lately. Sasuke was stirred by Shigure's words. His desire to prove himself was ignited, and he looked at Shigure with fiery eyes. I want to challenge you. Shigure playfully looked up at the sky. The clear sky was cloudless, and he murmured, it's clear, and Naruto thinks he can do it again. He then turned his gaze back to Sasuke, a smirk on his face as he said, oh really? Let me see how much progress you've made, Sunny Sasuke. Although Sasuke didn't understand what Sunny Sasuke meant, he could tell from Shiyu's teasing tone that it was certainly not a compliment. He snorted coldly, expressing his dissatisfaction. Seeing this, Kakashi stepped forward and looked at Shiyu with a hint of concern in his voice. Be careful. Shiyu waved his hand dismissively. Relax, I won't break him. Upon hearing this, Sasuke felt humiliated, and a surge of anger ignited within him. He glared defiantly at Shiyu. Humph, I will defeat you. Shiyu maintained that playful expression. Show me. You will see, Sasuke said, his gaze resolute as he reached into his ninja tool pouch. In an instant, his two Tomo Sharingan activated, the crimson eyes featuring two black Tomo slowly spinning, as if harboring mysterious power. Shiyu noticed Sasuke had activated his two Tomo Sharingan and was slightly surprised, saying not bad. You actually activated the two Tomo. Sasuke revealed a hint of pride, declaring, Humph, I will defeat you with these Sharingan. As soon as he finished speaking, his hand shot out from the ninja pouch like lightning, several shuriken whistling through the air rapidly towards Shiyu. Shiyu moved slightly, sidestepping gracefully to evade most of the shuriken, then caught one shuriken barehanded with ease. However, Sasuke's attack wasn't over. He quickly pulled out more shuriken from his pouch and continuously shot them toward Shiyu. Shiyu narrowed his eyes, sharply noticing that the shuriken were tied with fine steel wires, instantly understanding Sasuke's plan. A slight smile crept onto his lips as he swiftly swung the shuriken in his hand, accurately striking the incoming shuriken. Clang, clang. Clang, a series of crisp sounds echoed as the shuriken fell to the ground before Shiyu. Kakashi stood aside, watching the duel between the two with great interest. At that moment, a barely noticeable curve appeared at the corner of Sasuke's mouth. His hands quickly formed seals in a very short time, and he shouted, Fire style, dragon fire technique. In an instant, a roaring flame erupted from his mouth, rapidly expanding to 8 meters, resembling a massive fire dragon, surging toward Shiyu with a scorching heat. Shiyu's eyes widened slightly in surprise. He hadn't expected Sasuke's fire-style technique to have reached such a level. However, he reacted quickly, instantly flashing to the side at high speed, dodging the flames. Seeing Shiyu evade, Sasuke's gaze sharpened, quickly turning his head to direct the flames toward Shiyu. Shiyu looked at the relentless flames, but showed no signs of panic. He smiled slightly, raised his hand, and forcefully shot the shuriken he was holding at Sasuke. Sasuke's two Tomo Sharingan clearly captured the trajectory of the shuriken, and he was slightly taken aback, hurriedly stopping his fire-breathing and swiftly sidestepping. Although he reacted quickly, the shuriken still grazed past his ear, slicing off a few strands of black hair. Sasuke's expression darkened as he glared at Shiyu, filled with unwillingness. But Shiyu remained relaxed. Teasing, keep going. Sasuke snorted coldly, his fighting spirit fully ignited. He quickly formed seals again, this time performing fire style, great fireball technique. A fireball erupted from his mouth, rapidly expanding to 8 meters, radiating intense heat, charging toward Shiyu like a giant fireball. However, Sasuke's attack wasn't finished. He quickly formed more seals and shouted, Lightning style, lightning beast pursuit Fong. Instantly, a wolf-shaped lightning beast made of electricity appeared before him, surrounded by intense lightning, letting out a low roar as it swiftly followed the fireball towards Shiyu. Shiyu watched Sasuke's series of attacks, surprised at his progress, but he showed no fear. Immediately using earth-style, underground navigation, quickly sinking into the ground while leaving an earth clone in his place. Shiyu rapidly navigated underground, moving closer to Sasuke's back. Meanwhile, the fireball collided with Shiyu's earth clone, erupting in intense flames, and the lightning beast also charged into the fire, igniting dazzling arcs of lightning. Sasuke focused intently on the flames and lightning, filled with anticipation, believing his attack had landed. However, just then, Shiyu slowly rose from the ground behind him. Kakashi watched this scene and sighed helplessly, thinking that Sasuke was still too immature, lacking in experience and strength compared to the seasoned Shiyu. Shiyu smiled slightly, reaching out to gently pat Sasuke on the shoulder. Two pillars, what are you looking at? Sasuke was startled by the sudden pat. his whole body tensing as he quickly turned his head, his two-tomo Sharingan filled with shock. He never expected Shigure would appear behind him. Without hesitation, he instinctively turned and kicked toward Shigure's stomach. Shigure remained calm, simply pushing him lightly, causing Sasuke to lose his balance and fall backward. Sasuke rolled over, crouching on the ground, his eyes fixed on Shigure with wariness. The next moment, Sasuke sprang up and charged toward Shigure, throwing a punch directly at his chest. Shigure slightly sidestepped, easily dodging the punch. Sasuke's Sharingan, with its strong insight, clearly saw Shigure's movements, and he quickly twisted his fist, aiming to strike Shigure. However, Shigure reacted even faster, grabbing Sasuke's hand. Sasuke was startled, and before he could react, Shigure's other hand formed a fist, aiming for his stomach. Although Sasuke predicted Shigure's attack and tried to dodge sideways and block, Shigure's fist was still quicker, landing heavily on his stomach. Sasuke immediately felt a sharp pain surge through him, and he flew backward, crashing to the ground several meters away. Struggling, he propped himself up with his hands, slowly sitting up, his face looking very pale. He stared at Shigure with his Sharingan, filled with a sense of defeat, never expecting to be beaten so easily. Shigure looked at Sasuke, his tone carrying a hint of recognition. 2 pillars, not bad. You're much stronger than before. Upon hearing this, a slight smile involuntarily appeared on Sasuke's face. Though he still felt some unwillingness, he was secretly pleased. He snorted and said nothing. At this moment, Kakashi had walked over to Sasuke, looking at him and then at Shigure, nodding in agreement. We'll take a break. Sasuke responded, yeah. He then slowly got up and walked to a nearby tree to sit down and rest, a faint blush still lingering on his face. Uncertain whether it was from the intense exercise or from feeling embarrassed about his earlier defeat. Shigure glanced at Kakashi and said, I'm going back now. Kakashi lazily looked at Shigure, knowing full well that Shigure's real purpose for visiting was to give Sasuke a good beating. Teasing? Satisfied? Shigure smiled slightly, feigning seriousness. I just wanted to see 2 pillars progress. Kakashi shook his head helplessly, laughing. Oh really, I see you just wanted to mess with him. Shigure didn't respond to Kakashi and jumped up onto a nearby tree. His figure swiftly moved between the trunks, his silver hair flying in the wind. And in a moment, he vanished into the distant woods, leaving Kakashi and Sasuke behind. Kakashi watched the direction where Shigure disappeared, sighed slightly, then turned to approach Sasuke, ready to continue guiding his training. Chapter 114. Hospitality to Mari. The sun in Konoha during July of the 60th year was scorching and dazzling, baking the earth, while the leaves swayed feebly in the gentle breeze. At noon, Shigure emerged from the desolate mountains outside the village after giving Sasuke a beating. Like a ghost, she moved swiftly among the trees and finally appeared in front of the gates of Konoha. Kamizuki, Izumi, and Gongzi-Tai, who were originally bored while guarding the gate, perked up at Shigure's sudden appearance. They exchanged a glance, with a hint of inquiry flashing in their eyes. Kamizuki Izumi nodded towards her and whispered, You go. Gongzi-Tai frowned and retorted, Why don't you go? Kamizuki Izumi pouted and said together. Gongzi-Tai nodded in agreement. Just as the two were quietly murmuring, Shigure had already walked towards them. Kamizuki Izumi and Gongzi-Tai watched as Shigure approached, and Gongzi-Tai spoke first, his tone somewhat familiar. Shigure, where did you go? Shigure appeared relaxed, shrugging nonchalantly. I went with Kakashi to see Sasuke train. Kamizuki Izumi responded, Oh, I see. Next time, remember to register. Upon hearing this, a playful glint flashed in Shigure's eyes as she asked, Does Kakashi register every day? The expressions on Kamizuki Izumi and Gongzi-Tai's faces immediately became a bit awkward. They understood that in Konoha, capable ninjas like Kakashi and Shigure mostly came and went through the back door, and registration was merely a formality. Kamizuki Izumi cleared his throat to cover his discomfort and said, Other places are not our concern. Please register next time you come through the main gate. Shigure smiled and replied, Okay, I definitely will next time. Then, Shigure's expression became serious as she asked, Where are the sand ninjas participating in the Chunin exam staying? Gongzi-Tai instinctively answered, In a hotel not far from the guest house. Shigure nodded, saying, Thanks for the info. I'm leaving now. Kamizuki Izumi and Gongzi-Tai also responded with a Shigure turned and walked into Konoha, her figure weaving through the crowd, disappearing from the street in an instant. Kamizuki Izumi and Gongzi-Tai watched the direction in which Shigure had disappeared and began to whisper to each other. Gongzi-Tai commented, Her attitude is pretty good. Kamizuki Izumi nodded and said, Yeah, but I wonder what she wants with the sand ninjas. Gongzi-Tai shrugged, That's not our business. As long as they don't start a fight, it's fine. Kamizuki Izumi agreed, True. The two exchanged a glance, sighed simultaneously, and returned to their previous listless state, continuing to guard the gate. At this moment, Shigure had quickly arrived near the guest house. The streets were bustling with people, lively with the sounds of vendors and children's laughter. Shigure walked to the wall, glanced around to make sure no one was paying attention to her, and quietly activated her sensory ninjutsu. She lightly touched her fingers to the wall, and a wave of chakra spread from her fingertips like an invisible net, quickly expanding. In an instant, she sensed the chakra fluctuations of Temari not far away. A wicked smile crept onto Shigure's lips as she turned and walked towards Temari's location. Before long, she arrived in front of a hotel that looked quite nice. Shigure looked up at the building structure, quickly calculating which room Temari was in. Then, with a slight exertion, she pushed off the ground, her body leaping like a cannonball, easily passing through a window and landing in a room on the second floor. Inside the room, Temari was sitting on a tatami mat, staring blankly out the window as if lost in thought, looking somewhat dazed. Suddenly, hearing a noise from the window, she snapped back to reality, her body tensing as she eyed the intruder warily. When she saw that it was Shigure, her face first showed a flash of shock, followed quickly by a flame of hatred in her eyes. However, she quickly suppressed her hatred and sat expressionlessly on the tatami, looking coldly at Shigure. As Shigure jumped into the room, her gaze fell on Temari, taking in the changes in her expression. After scanning Temari, Shigure raised an enigmatic smile and said, "Long time no see." Temari's body tensed slightly, her voice cold and cautious. "What are you here for?" Shigure's smile grew more pronounced as she slowly replied, "Of course. I'm here to treat you. You came all the way to Konoha. It wouldn't be right not to treat you well." Temari's body tensed even more, her tone firm. "I don't need your hospitality." Shigure ignored Temari's rejection, slowly walked to her side, and sat down on the tatami. Seeing this, Temari instinctively shrank back slightly, her eyes flashing with unease. Shigure reached out her left hand, her movements appearing gentle but carrying an irresistible force. Temari suppressed her hatred, staring expressionlessly at Shigure's hand, her body stiff as she made no move to resist. Shigure gently embraced Temari, a wicked smile creeping onto her lips as she reached out her right hand and lightly pinched Temari's chin, forcing her to look up at her. With a mischievous grin, Shigure teased, "Really don't need any hospitality?" Temari, held by the chin, stared at Shigure expressionlessly, her lips pressed tightly together, not speaking. Shigure slowly leaned down, aiming to kiss Temari's red lips. Temari looked at Shigure's approaching face, a flicker of struggle in her eyes, but ultimately, she closed her eyes and allowed Shigure to kiss her. Seeing Temari's eyes closed, Shigure felt a surge of joy in her heart, wrapping her arms around Temari tightly. Temari was startled by the embrace, her eyes flying open as she quickly raised her hands to block Shigure's chest, saying hurriedly, "Not here." Shigure held Temari without letting go, smiling as she teased, "Worried about your brother finding out?" Temari remained silent, her hands still blocking her chest, looking at Shigure with an expression of helplessness and struggle. Seeing this, Shigure released her and said, "Then come with me." After speaking, she stood up, walked to the window, and looked back at Temari. Temari hesitated for a moment, slowly standing up and walking to Shigure's side. Shigure looked at Temari, a satisfied smile appearing on her face, and then jumped out the window, landing steadily on the street below. Temari took a deep breath and followed suit, jumping down to Shigure's side. Shigure glanced at Temari, saying nothing further, and quickly headed down the street. Temari bit her lip, her eyes revealing a hint of hesitation, but she still closely followed behind Shigure. Their figures wove through the crowd, sometimes walking briskly, sometimes cleverly avoiding pedestrians. The noise of the street gradually faded behind them, and with their steps, the two figures grew further apart, disappearing into the alleys of Konoha in no time. Chapter 115. Nana River on a July afternoon in the 60th year of Konoha. The blazing sun baked the ground of Konoha village, and the sound of cicadas rose and fell. In the streets, the crowd bustled, with vendor shouts and children's laughter intertwining. Shigure had a wicked smile on her lips, occasionally glancing at Temari beside her. Temari followed expressionlessly, her bright golden short hair shining in the sunlight, held up by four playful little buns that gently swayed with her steps. She wore a grid-patterned bodysuit that accentuated her graceful curves, casually draped in a loose purple outer garment, and her iconic single-legged black stockings wrapped around her slender right leg, while her left leg was bound with straps. Her feet clad in ninja boots. Without the embellishment of a three-star iron fan, her outfit seemed much more casual, yet still exuded a unique, spirited charm. As the two crossed the bustling street, the surroundings gradually became desolate, with fewer pedestrians replaced by dense woods. Temari opened her mouth several times to ask Shiyu where she was taking her, but the words got stuck in her throat. She cautiously observed her surroundings, unconsciously clenching her empty fists. Shiyu seemed to notice her hesitation but didn't slow her pace. Instead, she quickened her steps. As Shigure passed through a dense forest, the winding Naka River appeared before him, its water flowing gently and shimmering in the sunlight. Shigure brought Hanamaru to a particularly secluded spot by the river, where only a few tall trees stood, their leaves rustling softly. Hanamaru stood by the riverbank, her expression somewhat unnatural and her eyes filled with vigilance. Shigure reached out and wrapped his arm around her slender waist, his tone carrying a hint of seduction. "Let's go." Hanamaru glanced down at the hand around her waist, a flicker of struggle passing through her eyes as she asked, "Where are you taking me?" Shigure pointed to a large tree not far away, its branches and leaves lush, providing ample shade. Hanamaru followed his gaze, opened her mouth, but ultimately couldn't voice her doubts. Shigure held her and tried to walk towards the tree, but Hanamaru remained rooted in place, not complying. Her face flushed slightly, her eyes filled with rejection. Shigure looked at her, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "It's very secluded here. No one will come." However, Hanamaru remained unmoved, standing there without budging. Seeing this, Shigure wasn't angry. Instead, he suddenly crouched down and picked Hanamaru up in his arms. She gasped in surprise, instinctively wanting to struggle, but soon realized she couldn't resist Shigure's strength and had to quietly close her eyes, no longer resisting. Shigure carried her and walked to the base of the large tree, slowly sitting down with his back against it, holding Hanamaru securely in his embrace. Hanamaru opened her eyes, looked around, and confirmed that there was indeed no one nearby before silently letting out a breath of relief. Shigure extended his right hand, gently pinching Hanamaru's chin and lifting it slightly to force her to meet his gaze. There was a hint of confusion and helplessness in her eyes. Shigure's expression softened and became fervent as he slowly leaned down to kiss Hanamaru's red lips. Hanamaru suppressed the hatred in her eyes and gently closed them. Sensing this, Shigure released his grip on her chin, holding her tightly with both hands, deepening the kiss. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, everything around them becoming blurred, leaving only the sounds of their breathing. Gradually, Shigure and Hanamaru kissed. Hanamaru's initial resistance began to fade under this gentle yet domineering approach, becoming increasingly dazed. She unconsciously kissed back against Shigure. Then, she wrapped her arms around his neck. Slowly, the two of them collapsed onto the soft grass. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a hazy glow over them, adding a touch of ambiguity to the scene. After a long while, the sun tilted slightly to the west, its golden rays spilling over the land. Hanamaru lay on the grass, her face flushed, gazing dazedly at the blue sky. After a moment, Shigure sat up with a smile on his face. Hanamaru slowly regained her senses, sitting up and beginning to tidy her somewhat disheveled golden short hair, readying the 4 small pigtails and adjusting them. Then, she stood up and said expressionlessly, "I'm going back." After saying this, she turned and walked towards the nearby woods. Shigure stood up, a mischievous smile on his face as he watched her back, and said, "Well, I'll invite you again sometime." Hanamaru paused for a moment, said nothing, and with a flicker of her figure, nimbly leaped onto a nearby tree branch, quickly disappearing into the distance. Shigure watched in the direction she left, stretched lazily, and jumped onto a nearby tree branch, swiftly heading towards Konoha village. In the evening, the setting sun bathed Konoha village in a golden hue. Shigure walked into his home, entering the hall, where he heard sounds coming from the kitchen. Following the noise, he walked into the kitchen and saw Kurenai standing at the stove, focused on simmering soup. Kurenai turned to look at Shigure as she heard the commotion, a gentle smile appearing on her face. "You're back." Shigure responded with a and walked up behind Kurenai, gently wrapping his arms around her. Kurenai glanced at Shigure's hand, her lips curving slightly. "Where did you go?" Shigure leaned closer to Kurenai's cheek, a hint of a smile in his voice as he said, "I went to play with Sasuke." Kurenai shook her head helplessly. "Don't always bully him." Shigure smiled slightly. "I just wanted to see Sasuke's progress." Kurenai huffed, "As if I don't know what you're thinking." Shigure raised an eyebrow. "Then guess what I'm thinking now." Kurenai's face immediately turned slightly red, and she whispered, "Wait until tonight." Shigure playfully licked Kurenai's cheek, grinning. "I want to know now." Kurenai shivered slightly from his action, playfully scolding, "Let's eat first. I've already made it. Shigure replied softly. All right, then released her, picked up a soup bowl beside him, and walked towards the dining room. On the dining table, exquisite dishes were already laid out, each one full of color, aroma, and flavor. Shigure sat down, and Kurenai came to the table with a bowl and sat beside him, serving him a bowl of soup and gently handing it to him. Drink this. You need to replenish your strength. Shigure looked at Kurenai and teased. I don't need to replenish. Kurenai immediately understood his meaning, her face turning even redder. What are you thinking? I just saw you staying at the border for too long, so I wanted you to take care of your health. Shigure laughed. I thought you were dissatisfied. Kurenai, feeling a bit shy, lightly scolded, like a bull. Shigure took a sip of the soup and praised. It tastes good. Kurenai smiled happily. Of course. After saying that, she stood up, walked to the wine cabinet, brought back a bottle, and poured 2 glasses. They ate and drank, the atmosphere warm and ambiguous. Suddenly, Kurenai asked, how's Sasuke's strength? Shigure picked up a piece of food and said, he's made great progress. He has awakened the Tsutomo. Kurenai nodded. Is that so? But Orochimaru targeted Sasuke during the Chunin exams in the Forest of Death. Shigure casually replied, don't worry, Hiruzen will handle it. Kurenai lightly punched Shigure. Don't talk nonsense. Shigure smiled helplessly. All right, the 3rd Hokage will handle it. Kurenai looked at him, somewhat helpless. I hope so. Shigure continued. Orochimaru is his disciple. If he doesn't handle it, who will? Kurenai, knowing Shigure's attitude towards the 3rd Hokage, could only sigh helplessly. Don't worry. The 3rd Hokage won't send you back to the border again. Shigure thought of the 3rd Hokage, who would soon pass away, a meaningful smile appearing on his face. Is that so? Kurenai, not noticing the unusual look in his eyes, nodded. The situation in Konoha is a bit tense right now, so they definitely won't transfer you easily. At this moment, Kurenai's face was slightly flushed from the effects of the alcohol, and her eyes became dreamy, making her appear even more enchanting. Shigure looked at her. The ambiguity in his heart reignited. He leaned closer to Kurenai and enveloped her in his arms. The looks in both of their eyes were filled with love. Shigure leaned down to kiss Kurenai. Kurenai closed her eyes, responding passionately to him. Moments later, Kurenai gently turned her head, and Shigure kissed her on the earlobe. Kurenai said softly, let's go back to the room. Shigure responded, Then, he wrapped his arms around Kurenai's waist and gently lifted her up. Kurenai wrapped her arms around Shigure's neck. Shigure carried Kurenai as they walked toward the room on the 2nd floor. Upon entering the room, Shigure closed the door behind him. Chapter 116. Ino's arrival on the morning of July in the 60th year of Konoha. Sunlight streamed through the half-closed window into Shigure's bedroom, casting a long golden light strip on the floor. Shigure slowly opened his eyes, and beside him, Kurenai was peacefully asleep, her black, slightly curled long hair spread like satin on the pillow, her pale red cheeks tinted with a faint blush, her breathing soft and even. Shigure's gaze fell tenderly on Kurenai's face, a surge of indescribable feelings welling up in his heart. He leaned closer to Kurenai, his long fingers gently brushing across her cheek. Then, Shigure cradled Kurenai's face and slowly leaned down to kiss her. Feeling the movement, the long red eyelashes fluttered slightly as she slowly opened her eyes. Realizing it was Shigure kissing her, she was momentarily taken aback, then shot a playful glare at Shigure, her eyes filled with both reproach and tenderness. Immediately, Hong extended her arms and embraced Shigure, actively responding to the kiss. After a moment, Shigure pulled away, cupping Hong's face with a mischievous smile and asking, what's the matter today? Hong blushed slightly and replied softly, training with Shino. She raised an eyebrow. Oh, really? Hong urged anxiously, hurry up, or Shino and the others will be waiting too long. Shigure showed a hint of a mischievous smile. Give me some motivation. Hong's cheeks turned even redder as she shyly glanced at Shigure, then rolled over, her watery eyes full of allure as she looked down at Shigure. After a while, Hong sat up and began to tidy herself. I'm leaving. You clean up. Shigure lay on the bed, looking at Hong with a smile. Yeah, come back early. Hong shot a glance at Shigure, her face instantly becoming even more bashful, softly responding, okay. Then, she hurriedly fixed her hair and rushed out of the room. Shigure got up slowly from the bed, first tidying the messy sheets before walking to the bathroom to toss them into the washing machine. After washing up, he went to the kitchen and simply made himself breakfast. After eating a few bites, Shigure went to the living room, lazily sitting on the sofa with his hands behind his head, contemplating who to play with. At that moment, a sound of someone jumping in suddenly came from the yard. Shigure's lips curled into a slight smirk as he turned to look at the living room door. The next moment, a faint sound of footsteps approached. Shiyu called out, "Aino, come in. Hong's not home." Aino peeked her head in from the door, her blue eyes sparkling with surprise as she looked at Shiyu sitting on the sofa and asked in astonishment, "Lord Shiyu, how did you know it was me?" Shiyu waved to Aino with a smile. "Only you would jump in." Aino's face beamed with joy as she quickly walked to Shiyu's side and sat down next to him. She wrapped her arms around Shiyu's arm and looked up at his handsome face with adoration. "Where did Sister Hong go?" Shiyu glanced at Aino and replied, "She went to train her students. Didn't you already inquire before coming?" Aino's cheeks instantly turned a shade of red as she shyly said, "I just wanted to confirm." Shiyu gave a mischievous smile. "Now you know, what do you want to do?" Aino shyly lowered her head, her voice soft. "I want to be with Lord Shiyu." Shiyu's gaze swept over Aino. She had her golden long hair tied in a high ponytail, wearing a purple sleeveless top and a short purple skirt, revealing her long legs. With a delicate white waist fully exposed, standing gracefully like a young maiden, exuding a youthful aura. She reached out to embrace Aino, who tensed slightly but then relaxed. Lowering her head, filled with anticipation, Shiyu gently held Aino's chin, lifting it to meet his gaze. Aino shyly looked at Shiyu, her eyes filled with tenderness and shyness. Shiyu slowly leaned down closer to Aino, who shyly closed her eyes. The next second, Shiyu's lips accurately landed on Aino's fragrant lips. Aino shuddered slightly, then awkwardly responded to Shiyu's kiss. After a moment, Shiyu let go of Aino, who was blushing fiercely, slowly opening her eyes with a dreamy look in them. Softly calling out, "Lord Shiyu." Shiyu showed a hint of a wicked smile and picked up Aino. Aino shyly lowered her head, hugging Shiyu and quietly asking, "Sister Hong." Shiyu reassured her, "Don't worry, Hong won't be back so soon." Aino relaxed slightly and softly responded, "Okay." Shiyu carried Aino up the stairs, feeling her tension and anticipation with every step. Upon reaching the room, Shiyu gently placed Aino on the bed. Aino shyly looked around the room, her eyes filled with curiosity and bashfulness. Shiyu leaned over Aino. From morning until noon, at this moment, Aino lay beside Shiyu, her face flushed with satisfaction. Shiyu held Aino, a satisfied smile on his face as well. After long, while Aino struggled slightly, "Lord Shiyu, I have to go back." Shiyu replied, "Okay." Then, Aino sat up and began to tidy her slightly messy clothes and hair. She slowly walked to the vanity and sat down, picking up a comb to style her hair. Shiyu sat down behind Aino, hugging her and kissing her cheek. Aino looked at Shiyu's reflection in the mirror, her mouth involuntarily curling into a smile. After a moment, Aino tied up her hair and held Shiyu's hand, watching in the mirror as Shiyu kissed her, feeling secretly delighted. After a while, Aino said again, "Lord Shiyu, I really have to go." Shiyu slowly let go of Aino. "All right, come back when you have time." Aino softly replied, "Okay." She stood up, glanced at the messy room, then turned and slowly walked out. After leaving the room, a barely noticeable smile appeared on Aino's lips as she slowly walked away from Asuka, Shiyu's home. Chapter 117. The heavenly god, the sunlight in Konoha in July, 60 years later, flowed like melted beeswax, slowly spreading in every corner of the village. Asuka, Shiyu stood at the entrance of his courtyard, watching Aino's slowly receding figure, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The midday breeze, carrying the sound of cicadas, swept across the training ground, gently stirring his waist-length silver hair, while a hint of laziness flickered in his black eyes. Just as he was about to step inside, a flash of white suddenly caught his attention. Yakumo walked lightly towards him, her blue eyes brimming with excitement. The sunlight illuminated her almost translucent fair skin, casting a soft glow, while her high ponytail swayed gently with her steps, the ends brushing against her waist, perfectly showcasing the grace of a classical lady. "Lord Shiyu, I have something to tell you," Yakumo said, stopping in front of Shiyu, her chest rising and falling slightly, her voice barely concealing her excitement. Shiyu raised an eyebrow, his gaze lingering on Yakumo for a moment. "What is it?" "Let's go inside first." Yakumo bit her lip, her eyes filled with anticipation and shyness. Shiyu looked at Yakumo with a half-smile, then gently nodded. "All right, come in." He turned and led Yakumo into the house. Passing by the garden where the cherry blossom tree swayed in the wind, a few petals gently falling. Upon entering the hall, Shiyu unhesitatingly swept Yakumo up in his arms. Yakumo gasped, instinctively wrapping her arms around Shiyu's neck, her face instantly turning bright red as she softly murmured, "Lord Shiyu." Shiyu lowered his head, a warm kiss landing on Yakumo's lips. Yakumo was taken aback at first. Then her lips curled into a slight smile as she closed her eyes, rising on her tiptoes to respond to this kiss, filled with both dominance and tenderness. Their figures moved slowly up the stairs under the sunlight shine. Upon entering the room, Shigure gently placed Yakumo on the soft bed. Sunlight poured into the room through the window, adding a sense of positivity to the atmosphere. After a long while, Yakumo, her face flushed, lay in Shigure's embrace. Shigure gently held Yakumo. After a moment, Yakumo lifted her head, her blue eyes sparkling with excitement as she looked at Shigure and said, "Lord Shigure, I came to find you." Shigure turned over to look at Yakumo, a playful smile appearing as he said in a low, husky voice, "Isn't this enough?" Yakumo's cheeks burned, shyly avoiding Shigure's gaze. "Lord Shigure, I really have something to tell you." Shigure's lips curled up, revealing a slight smile. "Didn't you come because you missed me? This time it's serious." Yakumo's voice was quieter. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she spoke softly. Shigure lay back on the bed, arms resting behind his head, looking at Yakumo beside him. "What's the matter?" Yakumo sat up with an excited expression, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Shigure. "Master Shigure, I feel that the Sharingan in my right eye has awakened a ninjutsu." Hearing this, Shigure instantly sat up, his eyes filled with shock and anticipation, staring intently at Yakumo's right eye. Yakumo took a deep breath and dispelled the genjutsu in her right eye, revealing the crimson kaleidoscope Sharingan, its pinwheel pattern slowly rotating, exuding an inexplicable charm. "You really awakened it." Shigure's voice was filled with excitement as he gently cupped Yakumo's face, examining the kaleidoscope Sharingan closely. Yakumo nodded vigorously, excitedly saying yes. "It's called Knot of Heaven, a genjutsu that can permanently alter the will of others, but it takes a long time to recover." A hint of fervor flashed in Shigure's eyes as countless figures appeared in his mind. The mature and charming face of Konan, the ethereal beauty of Mei Terumi, and the valiant figure of the fierce woman Samui, all sweeping past his vision. At this moment, Yakumo noticed Shigure's dazed expression and gently shook his shoulder, excitedly saying, "Master Shigure, should we control the third Hokage? Then the whole of Konoha will be ours." Shigure gave Yakumo a sideways glance and lightly flicked her forehead, saying, "Controlling an old man would be a waste of this genjutsu, and besides, he won't be Hokage for much longer." Hearing this, disappointment crossed Yakumo's face, and her once sparkling eyes dimmed a bit. She had been thinking of controlling the third Hokage and then sitting in the Hokage's office, making the third Hokage kneel before her to lick her shoes. Just imagining that scene excited her, but now it was denied by Shigure. Then, looking at Shigure, Yakumo's tone held a hint of confusion. "Then who should we control?" Shigure revealed a mischievous smile, a glint of cunning in his eyes. "Of course, we control beautiful women." Yakumo looked at Shigure helplessly, having guessed it would be like this when she arrived. She sighed lightly and thought for a moment, saying, "It seems like there's no one worth using this genjutsu on. Konoha doesn't have anyone, but that doesn't mean the ninja world doesn't," Shigure said mysteriously, a confident smile in his eyes. Yakumo curiously pressed, "Who is it?" "Someone we will encounter in the future," Shigure teased, pinching Yakumo's nose. "Oh," Yakumo responded somewhat dejectedly, but soon became determined again. "Isn't there really no controlling the third Hokage? He sent you to the border for so long. The old man Sarutobi doesn't have much time left. Orochimaru will be coming for him," Shigure replied calmly, as if he had seen through everything. "But isn't Orochimaru focused on Itachi?" Yakumo asked, somewhat puzzled. "Both Itachi and Sarutobi are targets for Orochimaru," Shigure patiently explained. Hearing this, although Yakumo still had some doubts, she chose to believe Shigure, nodding gently. "Oh." Shigure looked at Yakumo's mysterious and powerful kaleidoscope Sharingan, his heart filled with anticipation for the future. He reached out and pinched Yakumo's chin. Yakumo instantly understood, shyly looking at Shigure with flushed cheeks. Shigure kissed Yakumo again. After a long time, Shigure lay back on the bed. Yakumo looked at the ceiling with a satisfied smile on her lips. Shigure wrapped his arms around Yakumo, his mind wandering again about who to control with the genjutsu. Konan, Mei, or Samui. The fourth Mizukage had been controlled before. If he controlled Konan, there was a big risk of being discovered. Konan had always been with Nagato and didn't give any opportunity. As for the fierce woman Samui, she seemed to have a brother, and if he captured her brother, it seemed that he could control her without using genjutsu. After a moment, Yakumo gently struggled a bit. "Master Shigure, I should head back, or Teacher Hong will be back." Shigure glanced at Yakumo and nodded lightly. Then the two sat up and began to tidy up. Shigure helped Yakumo tie her long hair back, his movements gentle and practiced. Yakumo also helped Shigure tidy up, and the two exchanged a smile, their eyes filled with tenderness. Soon, Shigure and Yakumo walked out of the room. Shigure wore a smile, his gaze still carrying a hint of lingering desire. Yakumo's face was flushed, her steps a bit unsteady. Yakumo followed Shigure to the courtyard gate, sunlight casting a golden halo over them. Yakumo looked at Shigure with rosy cheeks, her voice soft. "Master Shigure, I'm going back." Shigure gently caressed Yakumo's cheek and said softly, come back when you have time." Yakumo shyly responded, then turned and walked away, her white figure slowly fading into the distance. Shigure stood at the courtyard gate, his gaze following Yakumo, watching her figure gradually disappear around the corner of the street, a faint smile lingering on his lips. Chapter 118. On a July afternoon, in Konoha, the cicadas chirped in the heat. Shigure stood at the entrance of his yard, watching Yakumo's departing figure gradually vanish. The girl's white kimono fluttered gently in the wind, like a cloud about to blend into the sky. He retracted his gaze, preparing to turn back inside, but caught sight of several familiar figures emerging from the corner not far away. Hong was at the front, her black, slightly curly hair swaying gently with her steps. Her deep red eyes now icy cold. She was carrying a large bag of ingredients, her steps steady and powerful, seemingly suppressing some emotion. Hinata timidly followed behind, her blue and white kimono skirt trembling slightly with her nervous steps. Her pure white eyes occasionally peeked at Shigure, then quickly dropped down, her rosy cheeks filled with worry. Kiba, with Akamaru on his head, had an excited expression, his eyes openly admiring Shigure. Shino wore sunglasses, his expression as calm as ever, making it hard to tell what he was thinking. Shigure's heart tightened slightly, immediately guessing that Hong had probably seen the scene of him bidding farewell to Yakumo. Nevertheless, he pretended to be nonchalant and greeted them with a smile. "You're back." But Hong seemed to not hear, walking straight into the yard. The sound of her high heels clicking on the stone path was crisp. Hinata, Kiba, and Shino stopped in place. Hinata bit her lip and softly said, "Master Shigure." Her voice was as gentle as a feather. Shino pushed up his sunglasses, speaking in a flat tone. "Teacher Hong invited us over as guests." Kiba leaned closer to Shigure, his eyes full of curiosity. "We all saw it. Who was that just now?" Akamaru on his head also barked, seemingly inquiring as well. Shigure shrugged and casually replied, "Yakumo, Hong's student." "So that's Yakumo?" Shino raised an eyebrow slightly. Kiba's eyes widened in surprise, exclaiming, "She's also Teacher Hong's student?" His voice echoed in the yard. Shino looked at Kiba helplessly. "You haven't asked your family about Teacher Hong yet, have you?" Kiba scratched his head awkwardly, glancing at Hinata. Hinata quietly said, "I met Yakumo at Teacher Hong's house." Seeing this, Shigure quickly tried to smooth things over. "Let's go in, come on." Saying this, he turned to walk into the house. Hinata seemed to receive some encouragement and hurriedly followed, Shino leisurely trailing behind, while Kiba muttered about asking his mom when they got back, bringing Akamaru into the yard. Entering the hall, Shigure gestured for the three to sit on the sofa opposite him, and he picked up an antique teapot to pour fragrant tea for each of them. The aroma of tea wafted up but didn't dispel the subtle tension in the air. "You all sit for a bit. I'll go check on Hong," Shigure said, putting down the teapot. "Yes." The three responded in unison. As Shiyu walked into the kitchen, Yu immediately placed Akamaru at his feet and lazily reclined on the sofa, lowering his voice to say, "Do you think Teacher Hong will argue with Uncle Shiyu?" His eyes sparkled with gossiping anticipation. Hinata worriedly turned to look towards the kitchen, biting her lip, filled with unease. Shino pushed up his sunglasses, speaking with certainty. "No, they won't." Ya and Hinata looked at him in confusion, unable to help himself. He asked why won't they? If they were going to argue, they would have done it at the door. Shino calmly analyzed. You recalled the earlier scene and said with lingering fear. When Teacher Hong saw Uncle Shiyu touching Yakumo's face, her expression was terrifying. Shino smiled mysteriously. They're just having a little quarrel right now. Plus Uncle Shiyu has a nickname. What nickname? Ya Leonid inkuriously. Hinata's face instantly turned bright red, lowering her head and not daring to speak. Shino glanced at Ya, then at Hinata, and didn't answer immediately. He suddenly felt a bit awkward, looked at Hinata, and hurriedly said, "Just tell me. I'll ask my mom about Teacher Hong and Uncle Shiyu when I get home." Konoha's pervert. Shino finally revealed the answer. Konoha's pervert? He sat up straight in shock, his voice involuntarily raising. Hinata quickly reminded him in a low voice, "Lower your voice." He realized he was out of line and lowered his voice, asking incredulously, "Really?" Shino nodded seriously. You turned to look at Hinata, who nodded shyly. You suddenly understood. So touching faces isn't a big deal at all. Maybe, Shino said meaningfully. You immediately became excited, saying, how about we go eavesdrop? Shino looked at him speechlessly. You want to eavesdrop on a Jonin? Do you think that's possible? You then realized, feeling a bit frustrated, lay back on the sofa, but his ears were secretly perked up, always paying attention to the movements in the kitchen. Hinata also occasionally glanced towards the kitchen, her heart full of anxiety. In the kitchen, Han was focused on washing vegetables, the water flowing over the fresh produce, making a splashy sound. Shiyu quietly approached her from behind, gently wrapping his arms around her. Han's body stiffened, her tone cold. Humph, let go. Shiyu rested his chin on her neck, gently rubbing against it, using a slightly spoiled tone to say, don't be angry. Han reached out her hands, trying to break free from his grasp, but Shiyu held her tighter. He placed soft kisses on her cheeks, and Han gradually lost her strength, leaning softly against him. Suddenly, Shiyu picked her up. Han exclaimed, let me go. But Shiyu just grinned mischievously, placing her on the nearby dining table, pressing his body over hers. Han's face instantly turned bright red, her hands flailing to push Shiyu away. Let go of me. Shiyu grabbed her hands, pinning them on the dining table above her head. Han lay on the table, her eyes filled with embarrassment and anger, but with a hint of barely perceptible anticipation. Shiyu leaned down and kissed her deeply. Han's voice became soft and sticky. Wait until tonight. But Shiyu insisted. I want it now. No, Hinata and the others are still outside, Han nervously reminded him. Shiyu ignored her and continued kissing her. Han, anxious and shy, said, you can do whatever you want tonight. Shiyu stopped, looking in her eyes. Really? Shigure, mem? Quickly let go. Only then did Shiyu slowly release her hands and stand up. Han sat up, tidying herself, giving Shiyu a reproachful look. Oof. Then she jumped off the dining table and continued washing vegetables, asking, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and help. Shiyu smiled and replied, He walked over and started working together with Han. The atmosphere between them gradually softened, with occasional exchanges of glances filled with a touch of ambiguity and sweetness. Soon, a table full of sumptuous dishes was set on the dining table. The various dishes emitted mouth-watering aromas, making one drool. Shiyu said, I'll go call Hinata and the others. Han nodded, continuing to set the bowls and chopsticks. Shiyu walked out of the kitchen, where Hinata and the others were sitting upright. Hearing footsteps, they all turned to look at him in unison. Come in for dinner. The food is ready, Shiyu called out. Yes. The three immediately stood up and followed Shiyu into the dining room. At the table, Han had already served rice for everyone and was pouring drinks for Hinata and the others. Seeing them come in, she smiled and said, come sit down. Yes, Teacher Han. The three replied respectfully and then sat down in their chairs. Han handed them 3 cups of drinks and sat down at the table herself. Shiyu sat next to her, casually picking up a wine bottle to pour for the two of them. You stared at the wine bottle, and Han immediately saw through his thoughts, coldly saying, what are you thinking? You're underage and can't drink. Yu was startled and quickly waved his hands. I didn't say I wanted a drink. Shino teased. Yeah, your eyes betrayed you. Han said seriously, remember the 3 prohibitions for ninjas. You replied loudly. Got it, Teacher Han. Han then looked at Shino and Hinata, and they immediately echoed. Yes, Teacher Han. Han nodded in satisfaction. All right, hurry up and try the teacher's cooking. The 3 picked up their chopsticks and shouted in unison. I'm going to start. They eagerly began to taste the food. Han watched them with anticipation. How is it? Ja. While wolfing down the food, nodded in praise. Delicious. Beside him, Akamaru was also enjoying his meal, barking once as if to express his admiration. Shino ate elegantly, commenting, very delicious. Hinata looked up, sneaking a glance at Han, and softly said, very good. After saying that, she lowered her head again, quietly eating like a docile little rabbit. Shiyu watched Hinata eating happily and smiled, saying, Hinata, eat without worry. I made a lot of food this time. Hinata shyly looked up, her eyes sparkling. Yes, Lord Shiyu. After that, she buried her head and started eating vigorously again. Han noticed Shiyu caring for Hinata and couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Shiyu, however, was unbothered and poured a glass of wine for Han. The corners of Han's mouth slightly lifted as she took a sip from her glass, her mood seemingly improving a lot. Yet occasionally observed the interaction between Shiyu and Han. Wanted to say something, but holding back several times. Shino keenly noticed this, gently tugging on Ya's sleeve, leaning close to his ear and whispering, Don't say anything random. Jiaobe the Nadif. Han noticed their little actions and asked, Yeah. Does Shino have something to say? Shino calmly replied, it's nothing. You hesitated for a moment, but couldn't resist his curiosity. Teacher Hong, is Yakumo also your student? I've never seen Yakumo. As soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted it because Hong's eyes instantly turned cold. Shino and Shiyu looked at him helplessly, and Hinata nervously tightened her grip on her chopsticks. Just when the atmosphere became awkward, Hinata suddenly stood up, her little face flushed, raising the bowl in her hand. I'm done eating. Her voice, though small, broke the suffocating silence like a timely rain. You secretly breathed a sigh of relief, gratefully looking at Hinata. Hong pointed to the rice pot beside her, softly saying, the rice is there. Hinata hurriedly went to serve rice. Seeing this, Shiyu quickly explained, Yakumo was with me at the border before, so you didn't know. You exclaimed in surprise, mouth wide open. She guards the border? She's so small. Hinata returned with her rice, quietly sitting down to eat, like a little transparent. Shiyu shook his head. No, she just helps me. Oh, you nodded, half understanding. Shiyu continued, don't underestimate Yakumo. Even Sasuke couldn't defeat her. He looked at Hong in disbelief. Really? Sasuke was defeated? A hint of pride appeared on Hong's red face. Well, Sasuke has been easily defeated by Yakumo every time, Zeno added. Kurama Yakumo is the only person from the Kurama clan to awaken the bloodline limit in decades. He curiously asked, what bloodline? Zeno pushed up his sunglasses and said helplessly, yeah, you need to learn more about these basic facts. Hong seriously said, Zeno is right. Yeah, otherwise, you won't even know how many students I have. He turned to look at Hinata, who was still quietly eating, and said helplessly, got it, Teacher Hong. I'll ask my mom tonight. Hong nodded and began to explain to you the importance of gathering information for ninjas. As he listened, he silently groaned in his heart, but still pretended to be seriously engaged. Hinata continued to eat quietly, bowl after bowl, completely immersed in the food. Zeno ate at a leisurely pace, occasionally chiming in with Hong. Finally, when Hinata finished her last bowl of rice and looked up, she found everyone staring at her. Her face instantly turned red as she shyly said, I'm full. You could no longer endure Hong's lengthy speech and hurriedly stood up, holding Akamaru, and said, thank you, Teacher Hong and Brother Shigure, for the treat. I'm heading back now. Akamaru also barked once, as if to say goodbye. After saying that, he rushed out of the dining hall. Hong was still processing what had just happened and couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. This kid, I wanted to continue teaching him ninja insights. Shigure teased. It's not bad that he could listen to you ramble for that long. Hong rolled her eyes at him. At this moment, Hinata and Zeno also stood up and said, Teacher Hong, we're heading back too. Ono dead, mem. Hinata shyly walked to the door and stole a glance back at Shigure before reluctantly leaving the dining hall. Zeno also politely bid farewell and left. After everyone had gone, Shigure walked up behind Hong, gently hugged her, and kissed her cheek. Back to the room. Hong glanced at the still messy dining table and softly said, let's clean up first. However, Shigure directly picked her up. We'll clean up tomorrow. Hong softly agreed and wrapped her arms around Shigure's neck. Shigure carried her and strode toward the second-floor room, gently placing Hong on the soft bed. Chapter 119. Hinata's arrival, the morning light of July in Konoha, accompanied by the sound of cicadas, filtered through the intricately carved window panes, casting dappled shadows on the bedding. Inside the room, the wooden bed frame creaked slightly. The air was filled with the scent of romance, glistening with a moist glow in the morning light. After a long while, in the quilt, Shigure asked hoarsely, aren't we training Zeno today? Hong playfully huffed, her tone still carrying a lingering flirtation. Humph. Are you waiting for me to leave so you can fool around with other women? Just as her words fell, she suddenly exclaimed, don't move. Shigure grinned mischievously, his voice full of teasing. I was just asking. Hong softly said, hurry up and let go. I won't move, Shigure replied. Hong, annoyed, said, quickly take your hand away. Shigure suddenly turned over. Hong protested in a delicate voice, get down quickly. Beneath the blanket, their figures were entangled. Shigure, with a tempting tone, said, since we don't have to train Zeno then. Breaths intertwined softly in the quilt. After an unknown amount of time, Hong gently whispered, hurry up and let go. I have things to do. Shigure, still unsatisfied, asked, didn't you say you had nothing to do? Hong rolled her eyes at him. Akane invited me to go shopping. Shigure helplessly said, all right. Then, the two pulled back the quilt. Hong's face was flushed, her eyes sparkling with a different charm. Shigure wore a satisfied smile, with lingering hints of flirtation in his gaze. Hong sat up and tidied her disheveled hair. Let's go to the bathroom. Shigure grinned, sure. Saying this, he picked up Hong and walked into the bathroom. The bathroom quickly filled with steam, enveloping the two figures within. I'm going to be late, Hong said playfully, her breath carrying a hint of complaint. Shigure grinned. It'll be quick. Humph. I knew you'd say that. Hong playfully complained. Aren't you enjoying this too? Their laughter mixed together in the bathroom. Water droplets slowly slid down the tiles, mingling with their voices. Soon, Shigure, grinning widely, carried the blushing Hong out of the bathroom. He cradled her, and Hong wrapped her arms around his neck as they descended the stairs and arrived in the dining hall. Shigure placed Hong on a chair. Rest for a bit. I'll go make breakfast. Hong softly agreed, her gaze tenderly watching Shigure's busy figure. Shigure skillfully opened the cupboard, taking out bread, milk, and eggs. In the morning light, his long fingers moved deftly among the kitchen utensils, exuding a sense of laziness and ease. Shigure quickly prepared breakfast with the bread, milk, and fried eggs releasing an enticing aroma. He brought 2 plates of breakfast to sit next to Hong, placing one in front of her. Eat up. Ono did. And they began to eat breakfast. Shigure casually asked, Why aren't you training with Zeno? Hong replied, Let him rest for a day. Shigure's mind conjured up an image of Hinata, and he said, Oh. Hong keenly sensed his thoughts, glanced at him, and warned, Humph. Don't let me catch you fooling around with other women at home. Shigure wrapped his arm around Hong and kissed her cheek. Don't worry, I won't. Hong pushed him away, snorting softly. Shigure tightened his embrace around Hong, continuously kissing her cheek. Hong understood his intentions, slightly struggling, and said in a soft voice, Wait until tonight. After kissing her for a moment, Shigure finally let go. Hong rolled her eyes at him. You think about this all day? Shigure smiled and said, You're just too charming. Hong, I can't help it. Hong's lips curled up slightly. She quickly finished her breakfast, stood up, and said, I'm leaving. Shigure stood up, extending his arms to embrace her. But Hong slightly dodged and walked out of the kitchen, her voice trailing behind. Wait for me to come back. Shigure watched her departing figure, revealing a mischievous smile, secretly looking forward to the night. After washing the dishes, Shigure walked out of the kitchen and into the yard. He leaned against the cherry blossom tree, occasionally glancing toward the gate, eagerly awaiting that familiar figure. Sunlight filtered through the branches and leaves of the cherry blossom tree, casting patches of light on the ground, while the gentle breeze made the light spots sway softly. After an unknown amount of time, Hinata's head slowly peeked out from the gate, cautiously looking toward the yard. Her clear, large eyes were filled with anxiety and anticipation. When she saw Shigure staring at her, she startled like a frightened rabbit, quickly retreating. Shigure's lips curled into a gentle smile as he softly called out, Hinata, come in. Hinata's face instantly turned bright red. Her fingers tightly clenched the hem of her clothes. After hesitating for a while, she slowly walked out from beside the gate. She lowered her head, her steps slow and light, as if walking on a tightrope, inching into the yard. Finally, she reached Shigure's side, her voice as weak as a whisper, Lord Shigure. Without a moment's hesitation, Shigure scooped up Hinata. She exclaimed in surprise, instinctively wrapping her arms around Shigure's neck, her whole body freezing in place. Her face turned as red as if it were about to bleed, her mind going blank as she nestled into Shigure's embrace, her voice faint, Lord Shigure. Shigure carried her into the hall, the soft sofa sinking slightly under their weight. He looked at Hinata's shy appearance, her flushed cheeks and lowered eyes, resembling a budding flower, shy yet enchanting. Shigure felt a surge of excitement in his heart. After a long while, Hinata slowly came back to her senses. She found herself still in Shiyu's arms, shyly lifting her head to glance at him before hurriedly lowering it again, struggling slightly, her voice trembling. Lord Shiyu, teacher Hong. Shiyu soothingly patted her back. Hong has gone out. She's not home. Hinata breathed a sigh of relief, her tense body relaxing slightly. She reached out to pinch Hinata's chin gently, lifting her head to let their eyes meet. Hinata's heart raced like a drum, her face burning hot as she shyly looked at Shiyu. His gaze was gentle yet intense, and he slowly leaned down closer to her. As Hinata watched Shiyu's face draw nearer, her heart raced even faster, as if it would leap out of her throat. The moment their lips touched, Hinata felt all her strength drain away, her face flushed as she fainted. Shiyu looked at the fainted Hinata and sighed with a smile. Still so easy to faint. He gently caressed her cheek, imagining what it would be like if they were in bed. Moments later, Hinata stirred slightly, slowly opening her eyes. She saw Shiyu gazing at her and remembered the kiss. Her face instantly flushed red again, her voice uneasy. Lord Shiyu, teacher Hong. Shiyu softly reassured her. Don't worry, Hong won't know. After saying this, he leaned down to kiss Hinata again. Hinata trembled slightly, her body tensing up, her face burning. Shiyu flashed a mischievous smile. Don't faint, or I'll carry you to bed. Hearing this, Hinata felt her entire body tense up, constantly telling herself not to faint. She closed her eyes, trembling slightly, feeling Shiyu's kiss. Just then, there was a sound of someone jumping into the yard. Shiyu thought for a moment and knew it was Ino. He did not let go of Hinata. Moments later, Ino walked to the entrance of the hall, peeking in. Her golden ponytail swayed gently with her movements, and the purple vest accentuated her slender waist. When she saw Shiyu kissing someone, her face showed surprise, and she walked into the hall, her voice slightly shy and expectant. Lord Shiyu. Hinata, hearing Ino's voice, shivered all over and fainted again. Shiyu pulled away from Hinata's fragrant lips and looked at Ino. Ino, what brings you here? Ino shyly replied, I missed you, Lord Shiyu. She glanced at the person in Shiyu's arms, surprised. Is that Hinata? Shiyu nodded. Ino approached. Looking at Hinata, she fainted again. Shiyu nodded. Yeah. She fainted as soon as she heard your voice. Ino, seeing Shiyu and Hinata kissing, realized that Hong was not home. But she couldn't help but ask, is Sister Hong not home? Shiyu answered. She went shopping with Azuki. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Ino's eyes, and she sat down, wrapping her arms around Shiyu's, her voice soft and filled with desire. Lord Shiyu. Seeing the longing in her eyes, Shiyu felt a slight stir in his heart and said, Come to my room. Ino shyly responded with a soft Shiyu stood up, holding the fainted Hinata, and walked towards the second-floor room, with Ino following behind. After entering the room, Ino looked at Hinata in Shiyu's arms and hesitantly asked, What about Hinata? Shiyu said, Put her on the bed. Ino hesitated for a moment but nodded. She closed the door, walking to Shiyu's side. Shiyu gently placed Hinata on the bed, looking at her slightly developing body, feeling a slight stir in his heart. Then, he covered Hinata with a blanket. Shiyu turned to Ino, who was now looking at him with fiery eyes. He picked Ino up and placed her on the other side of the bed, leaning down to look at the shy Ino. Then he moved closer. He used the blanket to cover both of them, the outline of their bodies visible beneath the sheets. In the bed, Ino's voice gradually emerged. Lord Shiyu. Shiyu responded, Mem. The atmosphere thickened, breaths mingling in the room. Before long, Hinata was startled awake, shyly curling up in the blanket. She closed her eyes, covering her ears with her hands, hiding in the blanket, her heart racing almost out of control. Waves of shyness and panic surged within her, and she didn't know how to face it all. After a long while, Ino lifted the blanket. She sat up, tidying herself. Glancing at Hinata, and realizing she was hiding in the blanket, asked, What about Hinata? Hinata, hearing this, shivered slightly, holding her breath, afraid to move. Too nervous to even make a sound. Shiyu said, You go back first. Let me handle this. Ino nodded. Then I'll leave. After that, she walked out of the room, closing the door behind her. The room was left with just Shiyu and Hinata, the air seemingly frozen. Shiyu looked at Hinata on the bed and softly said, Hinata, come out, don't hide. But Hinata hid even tighter, remaining motionless like a frightened little animal. Shiyu helplessly sat up and suddenly reached out to lift the blanket. Hinata instantly closed her eyes, too scared to move, her long eyelashes casting a shadow on her cheeks. Shiyu patiently said, Hong will be back soon. Hinata trembled slightly and slowly opened her eyes, glancing at Shiyu, her face instantly turning red. She hurriedly sat up, lowering her head and not daring to look at Shiyu. Her voice weak. Lord Shiyu. She got off the bed. You go out first. Hinata flusteredly got off the bed, her face red, lowering her head as she walked to Shiyu's side with unsteady steps. They both walked to the hall on the first floor, sunlight pouring through the windows and casting dappled light on the floor. Hinata stood there, at a loss, her gaze unsure of where to look. Shiyu sat down on the sofa, and Hinata walked to his side, lowering her head and softly saying, Lord Shiyu, I'm going back now. Shiyu flashed a mischievous smile and suddenly hugged Hinata tightly, causing her to exclaim, Lord Shiyu. She curled up in his embrace, and Shiyu pinched her chin gently, lifting her head so she was forced to look at him, her face burning red as if it would ignite. Shiyu leaned down slowly closer to her, his voice tempting, Don't faint, or I'll carry you into the room and do the same things as with Ino. Hinata instantly tensed up, reminding herself repeatedly in her heart, I can't faint. Shiyu leaned down to kiss Hinata's fragrant lips, savoring the moment. Hinata's face turned crimson, and she closed her eyes, trying hard to control her emotions, gripping Shiyu's clothes tightly. After a moment, Shiyu pulled away from Hinata's lips, looking at her with a satisfied smile. Hinata slowly opened her eyes, shyly looking at Shiyu, her voice weak. Lord Shiyu. Shiyu let go of Hinata, and she slowly stood up from his embrace, lowering her head and speaking shyly. Lord Shiyu, I'm going back. Shiyu nodded. Come back when you have time. Hinata shyly glanced at him and softly replied, Then she took slow, light steps out of the hall. Sunlight bathed her, casting a golden halo around her figure. Shiyu stood in place, his gaze following Hinata's silhouette. Watching her gradually fade away, disappearing outside the door, a surge of heat rose in Shiyu's heart. Chapter 120, Azuki and Hong. On a July afternoon in the 60th year of Konoha, sunlight filtered through the cherry blossom tree in Shiyu's yard, casting mottled shadows on the ground. Shiyu stood at the door, watching Hinata's petite figure gradually disappear around the corner. The girl's shoulder-length hair swayed gently in the breeze, and the blue and white kimono skirt fluttered lightly with her steps, every detail tugging at Shiyu's heart. He stroked his chin, recalling Hinata's shy, flushed cheeks and her downward gaze, secretly thinking that he must find opportunities to get closer to this shy girl. After all, Hinata was quite inexperienced in this regard, and he didn't want to end up in a situation where she fainted in bed. Shiyu turned and returned home, heading straight upstairs. After Jingya left, the bed still bore the traces of chaos. He methodically tidied the bedding, smoothing out the sheets and placing the pillows back in their original positions, carefully removing any possible clues that might raise suspicion from Hong. Once he finished all this, he was satisfied, patted his hands, and slowly made his way to the first-floor hall, lazily lying down on the soft sofa. He slightly closed his eyes, but scenes of his interactions with Hong and Hongdo kept flashing through his mind, making him both eagerly await their return and feel a hint of nervousness. He didn't know how long it had been when familiar footsteps and laughter came from outside. Shiyu immediately opened his eyes, sat up straight, and fixed his gaze on the door. Hong and Hongdo walked in side by side. Hong was still wearing her signature white dress with black stripes, paired with a red long-sleeve top and a see-through mesh front, exuding maturity and elegance with a hint of sexiness. Hongdo had her reddish-brown high ponytail neatly tied, wearing a black mesh top paired with a purple short skirt, topped with a dark long robe, her lively eyes full of smiles. Shiyu smiled and greeted them. "Mei Hong, you're back so soon." Hong looked him over and lightly responded with a "nim." Hongdo secretly threw a flirtatious glance at Shiyu and playfully said, "Hong said to come back early to see if you're misbehaving." Shiyu rolled his eyes at Hongdo, quickly walked to Hong's side, and reached out to embrace her. Hong's cheeks flushed slightly, and she sidestepped out of his embrace, saying, "You chat with Hongdo for a while. I'm going to cook. We'll have a drink tonight." "All right," she replied somewhat helplessly. Watching Hong turn to walk into the kitchen, he sat back down on the sofa. Hongdo smiled slightly, sat down next to him, leaned in closer, looked at him charmingly, and said softly, "Hong said to keep me company." Shiyu felt his heart race as he looked at Hongdo's face so close to him. But he reminded her, "Don't get carried away. What if Hong sees us?" Hongdo flashed a mischievous smile and whispered, "Then let's get Hong drunk later." Without waiting for Shiyu to respond, she wrapped her arms around his neck and initiated a kiss. Shiyu's heart warmed, and he embraced Hongdo, passionately responding to her kiss. As they kissed, their eyes occasionally darted toward the kitchen door, fearing that Hong would discover their intimate moment. After a moment, they released each other. Hongdo's cheeks were flushed, and she softly asked, "Exciting, right?" She rolled his eyes at her, stood up, and said, "I'm going to help in the kitchen." I can hardly wait." Hongdo replied with a slightly hoarse and eager voice. She walked into the kitchen, where Hong was washing vegetables by the sink, the sound of running water echoing. He quietly approached her from behind and wrapped his arms around her soft waist. "Don't mess around," Hong scolded lightly. She responded dismissively, and then kissed her cheek. Hong felt both delighted and somewhat helpless at Shiyu's kiss. After a while, she stopped what she was doing, wiped her hands, slowly turned around, and wrapped her arms around Shiyu. They embraced tightly, and Shiyu leaned down, kissing Hong's fragrant lips deeply. Hong no longer resisted, slightly tilted her head back, and responded to his kiss charmingly, filling the kitchen with an intimate atmosphere. After a moment, Hong gently pushed Shiyu away, panting slightly, and said, "All right, hurry up and help." Shiyu smiled with a sense of accomplishment and replied, Then, they began to work together seamlessly, with Shiyu in charge of chopping vegetables while Hong handled the cooking. The kitchen was filled with their low murmurs and light laughter, and soon, a variety of delicious dishes filled the dining table. I'll go call Hondo, Shiyu said, walking out of the kitchen. In the hall, Hondo was lazily lying on the sofa, her legs crossed. When she saw Shiyu come out, she immediately sat up. Is the food ready? Come in, Shiyu replied, turning back to the dining room. Hondo immediately followed him, eagerly sitting down across from the dining table. Hong was pouring wine, the amber liquid gently swaying in the glass. Shiyu sat down beside Hong, and Hondo reached for a glass, tilted her head back to take a sip, then sat up straight and remarked, "It's been a long time since I drank." After handing a glass of wine to Shiyu, Hong took one for herself, took a small sip, and then sat down, saying, "Then let's drink to our heart's content tonight." Hondo flashed a mysterious smile and replied, "All right." The three of them ate and drank, and the atmosphere gradually became lively. Shiyu looked at Hondo and asked, "No missions tomorrow?" "Not for now," Hondo said, a glint of mischief flashing in her eyes. Then she began to intentionally pour more wine for Hong. Shiyu looked at Hong. Her gaze was slightly hazy, but she still managed to say, "Training with Shino. It's fine if it's a bit later." Hondo glanced at Shiyu, then turned to ask, "Did the third Hokage not assign you any tasks?" "No," Shiyu shook his head. "That's great, getting to mess around with women every day," Hondo teased on purpose. Hearing this, Hong narrowed her eyes at Shiyu. Shiyu's heart tightened, and he quickly explained, "Fat Do is just talking nonsense." As he spoke, he reached out to hug Hong. Hong slightly struggled, and seeing this, Hondo teased, "There's still people here. If you want a hug, do it in your room." Hong's face turned slightly red, and she scolded, "Let go quickly." Shiyu glanced at Hondo and awkwardly released Hong. Hong huffed lightly and turned her face away. Hondo then discreetly poured another glass of wine for Hong. Under Hondo's deliberate guidance, Hong's drunkenness intensified, her gaze becoming more and more hazy, and her consciousness began to blur. Finally, Hong could no longer hold on and softly slumped onto the table. Seeing this, Shiyu stood up and carried the tipsy Hong upstairs to her room. Hondo closely followed behind and shut the door. Shiyu gently placed Hong on the bed and covered her with a blanket. When he turned to look at Hondo, he found her eyes burning with desire as she reached out to wrap her arms around Shiyu's neck, stood on her toes, and offered him a suggestive kiss. Shiyu eagerly responded. The two were kissing by the bed, their steps unconsciously retreating until they both fell down. After an unknown amount of time, Hondo glanced at the sleeping Hong beside her, looked at Shiyu with a flirtatious gaze, and softly said, "I'm going back." Shiyu nodded, Hondo got up and quietly left the room. Shiyu turned his attention to Hong, who, under the influence of alcohol, appeared even more charming. Hong's cheeks were flushed, her hair in disarray on the pillow, and her slightly parted lips seemed to silently invite him. Unable to suppress his desires any longer, Shiyu leaned down and kissed Hong's lips. In her unconscious state, Hong instinctively responded to him. In the room, after a long while, Hong slowly began to regain consciousness, opening her hazy eyes to see Shiyu in front of her. A smile appeared on her lips as she reached out to wrap her arms around his neck, burying her head into his embrace. Shiyu held the enchanting Hong tightly. Chapter 121. Moonlight and swift winds in the 6th year of Konoha, July. The sound of cicadas echoed loudly in the treetops, and the scorching sun baked the stone roads of Konoha. On the morning of the 3rd day before the CHNIN exam finals, in the 2nd-floor master bedroom of Shiyu's house, warm yellow sunlight streamed through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a hazy glow over the two people in the room. Shiyu's long and strong arms securely held Hong, whose disheveled hair could not hide the handsome smile on his face. Hong's cheeks were flushed with an alluring hue, her black wavy hair casually draped over her shoulders, and her deep red eyes carried a hint of playful reproach as she wrapped her arms around Shiyu's neck. Her voice soft, "If we keep doing this every day, I'm going to be late." "Don't worry, Shino won't mind," Shiyu chuckled lightly, his warm breath brushing against Hong's ear. "Tomorrow, I'll just tell Shino and the others to gather a bit later." Hong's face turned even redder, and she lightly punched Shiyu's chest, softly saying, "Don't think about it tomorrow." Shiyu responded with a nonchalant prompting Hong to roll her eyes at him. Shiyu effortlessly carried Hong in his arms and strode toward the bathroom. The warm water cascaded down, enveloping their figures. After finishing their morning routines, Shiyu gently carried Hong downstairs and carefully placed her on a chair by the dining table, saying softly, "Take a break. I'll prepare breakfast." Hong comfortably leaned back in the chair, her gaze following Shiyu's figure. "Make it simple. I'm in a hurry." "All right," Shiyu replied with a helpless smile as he turned and walked into the kitchen. Soon, the aroma of food wafted from the kitchen. A little while later, Shiyu emerged with two simple yet exquisite breakfasts. The fried eggs were golden, The bread emitted an enticing wheat fragrance, and there were 2 steaming cups of milk. He placed one breakfast in front of Hong and said, "It's ready, eat up." Hong smiled and nodded. "MHM." She then picked up her knife and fork and began to eat elegantly. Shiyu sat beside her, eating breakfast while occasionally glancing at Hong, his eyes full of love and admiration. "Eat slowly." Hong shot him a glance, her tone slightly anxious. "They LL get worried if we keep them waiting. We're already late. It doesn't matter if we're a bit later," Shiyu said nonchalantly. Just then, a sudden, urgent knocking on the door broke the warm atmosphere. Shiyu and Hong exchanged puzzled looks. Shiyu stood up. "I'll go take a look." "Wait for me." Hong quickly finished her remaining breakfast and walked with Shiyu towards the yard. They arrived at the door, and Shiyu opened it to find an umbu in a black tight suit and a fierce mask standing there. Shiyu and Hong were momentarily stunned as the umbu spoke in a deep voice. "Why, hi Hong. The third Hokage requests your presence in the conference room." "Ono dead? Okay. I'll go now." After hearing Hong's response, the umbu's gaze lingered on Shiyu for a moment before using the body flicker technique to disappear from sight. Shiyu looked at Hong with concern in his eyes. Hong gently said, "I'll see what is going on." Shiyu stared directly at her and replied, "MHM." Hong's face turned slightly red as she hugged Shiyu and gave him a gentle kiss on the lips. Shiyu also wrapped his arms tightly around Hong, and they lingered for a moment before Hong released him, her face showing a resigned smile. "All right then." Shiyu let go of her, revealing a mischievous smile. "We'll continue tonight." Hong shyly replied with a soft MHM, then turned and walked towards the Hokage building. Shiyu stood in place, watching Hong's figure gradually disappear at the end of the street before turning to head towards Kakashi's house. As Shiyu walked through the bustling street, vendors were shouting, and pedestrians were coming and going, creating a prosperous scene. Soon, he arrived at Kakashi's yard. Upon opening the gate, Shiyu was slightly taken aback to see Uchiha Sasuke completely focused on training in the yard, with lightning flickering in his hands, performing the lightning release. Lightning cutter. "Morning, Heir Juzi," Shiyu greeted with a smile. Sasuke paused slightly, the corners of his mouth lifting as he looked up with a proud expression. "I've learned lightning cutter." Shiyu squinted his eyes and pretended to be shocked. "What? You learned lightning cutter so quickly?" Sasuke was very pleased with Shiyu's reaction, slightly lifting his head with pride. "I learned it yesterday afternoon." Shiyu smiled. "I hope to see you use lightning cutter in the Chunin exam finals." Sasuke immediately envisioned himself defeating all opponents with lightning cutter in the finals, restoring the glory of the Uchiha clan, and his smile widened. "You'll see." "MHM, I believe in you," Shiyu said before asking, "Where's Kakashi?" "An umbu just called Teacher Kakashi to the conference room," Sasuke replied. Upon hearing this, Shiyu instantly understood why the umbu who had called for Hong glanced at him before leaving. It was for the Jonin meeting, and Sarutobi hadn't called him. Then Shiyu remembered that Sarutobi would die in a few days, so he didn't dwell on it. He glanced at Sasuke and walked towards the living room. Sasuke watched Shiyu's back and suddenly asked, "Where's Shigure?" Shiyu stopped, turned to look at Sasuke, and he naturally knew Sasuke wanted to challenge Shigure again. "I'll bring her after the Chunin exam." Sasuke fixed his gaze on Shiyu, his eyes revealing a hint of urgency and reluctance. Shiyu continued, "Shigure isn't so easy to defeat. If you get injured, it could affect your chance to restore the Uchiha clan's glory in the finals." Sasuke fell into a dilemma, and Shiyu smiled slightly, adding, "I heard many celebrities and nobles will be watching the finals. If you accidentally get beaten up by Shigure, it would greatly affect the Uchiha clan's honor." Upon hearing this, Sasuke's expression showed hesitation. After a moment, he proudly said, "I'll defeat Shigure after the Chunin exam." "MHM, I hope you can do it," Shiyu replied, and then turned to walk into Kakashi's living room, casually lying down on the sofa. Sasuke continued to focus on familiarizing himself with lightning release, lightning cutter in the yard, with lightning flickering from time to time. Lying on the sofa, Shiyu pondered about what could be happening at the Jonin meeting. After a moment, he recalled that Moonlight Breeze seemed to have died just before the Chunin exam finals. Thinking of Moonlight Breeze reminded him of his girlfriend, Yuzuki Yugao, stirring a slight interest in his heart. Time passed quietly, and after an unknown period, Kakashi walked in through the door. Sasuke looked up and called out, "Kakashi-sensei." Kakashi glanced at Sasuke and lightly acknowledged him before heading towards the living room. Sasuke added, "Shiyu is here." Kakashi paused slightly, then he walked into the living room. Upon hearing the conversation between Sasuke and Kakashi, Shiyu sat up, waiting for Kakashi to come in. Kakashi entered the living room and sat down on the sofa opposite Shiyu. Shiyu looked at Kakashi and asked, "What did the third want with you?" Kakashi paused slightly, his tone heavy. "Didn't the third call you to the meeting?" "No, the umbu only called Hong," Shiyu replied. Kakashi sighed slightly, his eyes showing a hint of helplessness. No wonder I didn't see you. He knew about the situation between the third and Shigure, and sighed again. Moonlight Breeze is dead. Shigure had already anticipated this, but still feigned surprise and asked, "How did he die?" Kakashi's eyes flashed with seriousness. He was tracking Kabuto and was discovered and killed by wind release in Kaiki City yesterday. Shigure thought to himself, then said, "It was the Sand Shinobi and Orochimaru." Kakashi nodded, "Perhaps. The third has already ordered increased vigilance and to gather all forces if necessary." Shigure recalled that when Orochimaru attacked the third, no one came to rescue him, and a strange smile appeared on his face as he calmly said, "I believe the third will handle it well." Kakashi nodded, "Yeah." Then he looked down and continued reading a book, while Shigure lay back on the sofa, lost in thought. After a while, Shigure stood up and said, "I have something to do. I'm leaving." Kakashi, without raising his head, acknowledged, "Amichim." Shigure then turned and walked out of the living room. In the yard, Sasuke was still focused on training lightning release. Shigure glanced at him and said, "Air Juzi, train hard." Sasuke looked up at Shigure with a proud glance, huffed, and then continued training. Shigure ignored Sasuke's reaction, walked out of the yard, and headed towards the street. As he walked, he thought about how there were only 2 days left until the Chunin exam finals, and that if he didn't find Temari now, there would be few opportunities later. So, he quietly made his way to the inn where Temari was staying. Upon arriving in front of the inn, Shigure carefully avoided everyone's gaze, activated the body flicker technique, and instantly entered Temari's room. Temari was sitting on the tatami mat, intently polishing her giant ninja tool, the iron fan. Noticing someone entering, she instantly looked at the newcomer with vigilance. After recognizing it was Shigure, a flicker of anger flashed in her eyes, but she quickly restrained her expression. Looking at Shigure with a blank face, Shigure looked at Temari, a slight smirk appearing on her lips, her eyes filled with amusement. Temari coldly asked, "What are you here for? What do you think?" Shigure replied with a smile, slowly walking over to sit beside Temari. As Temari saw Shigure approaching, she slightly shrank back. Shigure reached out to pick up the iron fan on Temari's lap, placing it aside, then lifted Temari's chin with her hand, making her look at her. Temari's hands were tightly clenched into fists, her eyes full of unwillingness and anger, yet she still maintained a blank expression while looking at Shigure. Shigure revealed a mischievous smile and leaned down to kiss Temari. At first, Temari resisted, her hands tightly clenched, her body tensed. But as time passed, she gradually relaxed her fists and wrapped her arms around Shigure's neck. Soon, the two fell to the ground. Shigure slowly sat up. Temari also sat up expressionlessly. Shigure reached out and pulled Temari into her embrace. Temari did not resist, merely staying quietly in Shigure's arms. Shigure leaned down to kiss Temari and softly said, "I'm leaving." Temari reined in the hatred in her eyes, glanced at Shigure, and said nothing. Shigure stood up, walked to the window, observed the outside situation, and after confirming nothing was amiss, used the body flicker technique to instantly leave the room. Temari quietly sat in place, her gaze following the direction Shigure had left, her expression complex and difficult to decipher, unsure of what she was thinking. In the room, only a faint, ambiguous atmosphere remained, slowly dissipating in the air. Chapter 122. Yuzuki Yuin. On a July afternoon in the 60th year of Konoha, sunlight filtered through the dense leaves, casting mottled shadows on the stone path. Shigure had both hands in his ninja tool pouch, his silver-white hair swaying gently with each step, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The women from Tsunade were indeed formidable. He muttered to himself, a glimmer of pride flashing in his black eyes. The image of Temari's stubborn yet ultimately yielding expression came to mind, her golden ponytail disheveled from struggling, and her final trembling admission of defeat. Shigure's long fingers unconsciously rubbed the edge of the ninja tool pouch, as if he could still feel Temari. That princess from Tsunade had initially tried to resist with wind release, but after he firmly disagreed, all her resistance became futile. Thinking of her final appearance made Shigure feel a familiar sensation rising again. Turning the last corner, a familiar courtyard appeared before him. Pushing open the gate to his own courtyard, a huge garden came into view, with a cherry blossom tree gently swaying in the breeze. Shigure took a deep breath, momentarily casting aside his thoughts, and followed the faint sounds coming from a kitchen. Upon entering the kitchen, he saw Kurenai Yui, dressed in a white form-fitting dress with black patterns. Her black, slightly curly long hair casually draped over her shoulders as she focused on stir-frying dishes. The red long-sleeve top and a mesh fabric partially visible in front made her even more alluring. "You're back so early today?" Shigure leaned against the doorframe, her tone carrying a hint of lazy affection. Hong turned around at the sound, a trace of softness flickering in her deep red eyes. "I'll let Shino and the others rest this afternoon." As she spoke, she turned back to continue preparing the ingredients. She stepped forward slowly, gently wrapping her arms around Hong's waist from behind, resting her chin on the top of her head. "Are you thinking about the moonlight and the swift wind?" His voice was deep and filled with concern. Hong's movements paused slightly as she softly hummed in response, her tone tinged with an unmistakable regret, not expecting that the strong wind would actually. Her words trailed off, already full of melancholy. She did not respond, but suddenly picked up Hong and placed her on the dining table to sit. Hong gasped, her cheeks instantly flushed crimson. "Let me go quickly." She pouted playfully, gently pushing Shiyu with both hands. Shiyu comforted Hong for a long time. After a while, they finally separated. Hong's face was slightly flushed as she shot Shiyu a glance, then jumped off the dining table and walked over to continue preparing dinner, saying, "What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and help." Shiyu smiled brightly and replied, "Yes, my beautiful Hong." Then he walked over to her side, helping to wash and chop vegetables. In the kitchen, they chatted casually, and their occasional eye contact filled the air with a sweet atmosphere. Soon, a lavish dinner was ready. Shiyu and Hong sat across from each other, enjoying the delicious food. Shiyu looked at Hong and said, "Don't worry, the 3 generations will handle it." Hong put down her chopsticks and sighed softly. "I'm thinking about Shiyen. I wonder how she is doing." Her eyes were filled with concern. Shiyu's lips curled slightly. "Let's go see her together tomorrow." Hong immediately looked at Shiyu warily and said, "Humph, don't even think about it." "What's wrong?" Shiyu pretended to look innocent. "Do you think I don't know what you're thinking?" Hong coldly said, "Every time you show that expression, it's never a good thing." Shiyu quickly defended, "I just want to go see Shiyen with you, really. Do you think I would believe you?" Hong raised an eyebrow, looking skeptical. Shiyu shrugged helplessly. "Fine, if you don't want to go, then don't." Hong looked at Shiyu seriously and said, "Don't let me see you getting close to Shiyen." Shiyu hurriedly nodded. "Yeah, you want to see that." Hong huffed again, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but slightly lift. After finishing their meal, Shiyu took the initiative to clear the table and wash the dishes. Hong sat on the chair, watching Shiyu busying himself. In no time, Shiyu finished washing the dishes and wiped his hands. Seeing this, Hong couldn't help but say, "Can you wash them a bit cleaner?" Shiyu looked at Hong with a mischievous smile. "It's clean enough. If you don't believe me, check it." As he said this, he slowly walked over to Hong. Hong gave Shiyu a seductive glance, and before she could speak, Shiyu reached out and picked her up. Hong instinctively wrapped her arms around Shiyu's neck and teased, "What are you up to now?" Shiyu, however, remained silent and strode towards the room on the second floor while holding Hong. In the room, Shiyu gently placed Hong on the bed. The morning light of July in the 60th year of Konoha poured through the large floor-to-ceiling window, softly illuminating the master bedroom on the second floor. Shiyu Hong slowly opened her eyes, her crimson gaze still carrying remnants of sleepiness. She stretched her long body, her black curls splayed out on the pure white sheets, outlining an enticing curve. Suddenly, an arm wrapped around her waist, pulling her into a warm embrace. Shiyu's silver hair cascaded over Hong's shoulder, and a smile echoed in her ear, "Stay in bed with me a little longer." Hong's cheeks flushed slightly as she lightly scolded, "Stop it. I have things to do." She tried to break free from Shiyu's embrace, but Shiyu firmly held onto her. Hong sighed helplessly and poked Shiyu's side with her finger. "You just like to bully me." The two lay there embracing for a while, the morning light flowing over their figures. After a long time, Shiyu reluctantly released his hold. Hong shot him a glance and got up first, with both of them walking into the bathroom together. Amidst the misty water, soft laughter and playful sounds could be heard. When they walked into the dining room, the morning light had filled the entire room. Shiyu gently set Hong down, his fingertips brushing against her waist, causing Hong to glare at him, albeit with a hint of playful annoyance. The two tacitly prepared breakfast. Soon, a simple breakfast was laid out on the table. Shiyu took a bite of bread and gazed intently at Hong. "Are you really not going to let me accompany you?" With his head down, he drank the miso soup and snorted coldly. "Humph, no need. I just want to get to know Shiyen." Shiyu put on an innocent look, thinking that they might be able to look out for each other during missions in the future. Look out for each other in bed? Hong suddenly put down the bowl, her deep red eyes carrying a warning. "Shiyu, do you think I don't know what you're thinking?" Shiyu quickly leaned over and wrapped his arms around Hong's shoulders. "Mayong, do you really not trust me?" "Oh." Hong let out a cold laugh. "Then tell me about your relationship with Hongdo. Do you think I'm blind to the way she looks at you?" Shiyu's heart sank, but he forced a calm expression. "There's nothing between me and Hongdo. We're just ordinary friends." Ordinary friends wouldn't get that close when no one's around, Hong's voice carried a chill. Do you really think you can hide this from me? Shiyu's heart tightened, and he gently cupped Hong's face, kissing her softly on the lips. I was wrong. Please don't be mad. Seeing Hong still looking cold, he placed a series of kisses on her cheek. Hong, overwhelmed by his affection, sighed helplessly. Have you kissed enough? I still want to eat breakfast. But Shiyu was persistent, picking Hong up onto his lap and scooping rice with a spoon. I'll feed you. Only as Sheik flushed. You. Before she could finish her sentence, Shiyu had already brought the rice to her lips. She had no choice but to open her mouth, avoiding his gaze. Shiyu smirked, feeding her carefully, occasionally wiping the grains of rice from the corners of her mouth with his thumb, the movement intimate and gentle. After finishing breakfast, the two walked side by side to the door of the courtyard. Shiyu gazed at Hong, his eyes filled with reluctance and anticipation. Hong felt a bit shy under his gaze and shot him a glare. Then, she stood on her tiptoes, wrapped her arms around his neck, and kissed him softly on the lips. Shiyu immediately took the initiative, wrapping his arms tightly around Hong's waist and deepening the kiss. After a long while, Hong finally pushed him away, breathless. All right, if you keep this up, we'll be late. Shiyu, still wanting more, licked his lips. Come back early. He reached out to smooth Hong's messy hair, his eyes filled with affection. Hong lightly responded with an turning to walk in the direction of the Shien family. Shiyu stood there, watching her retreating figure. As he saw Hong getting farther away, he felt a pang of regret for not being able to go with her. And he couldn't help but imagine what Shien looked like. Chapter 123. Jiraiya in July of the 60th year of Konoha, cicadas chirped loudly in the branches. And the heat wave mixed with the steam of the hot springs, enveloping the entire hot spring street in an increasingly stifling heat. At noon, in the woods not far from the hot spring street, sunlight filtered through the layers of leaves, casting mottled shadows. Jiraiya was lying in the grass, his eyes fixed intently on the hot spring pool in the distance. He occasionally adjusted the angle of the binoculars in his hand, a meaningful smile playing at the corners of his mouth. From a misty heat of the hot spring pool, the cheerful laughter of women could be heard. Just as Jiraiya was engrossed in watching, a faint sound of footsteps approached from behind. He paused slightly, already knowing who it was without needing to turn around. After all, in Konoha, there were very few people who could approach him silently without being seen as enemies. However, he only tensed his body slightly before relaxing again, continuing to focus on the hot spring scenery as if the person behind him did not exist. Have you been back for so long and not come to see this old man? The voice of the third Hokage, Tsurutobi Hiruzen, slowly rang out, carrying a hint of weariness and helplessness. He wore the Hokage robe, and although his posture was upright, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and the white hair at his temples spoke of the passage of time. At this moment, he stood behind Jiraiya, looking over him toward the hot spring pool, but his gaze held no hint of indulgence, only worry for the village. Jiraiya lightly hummed, finally lowering the binoculars from his eyes, tilting his head slightly to reveal a playful smile. What brings you here, sensei? The third Hokage sighed, retracting his gaze to rest on Jiraiya. You should be aware of the situation in Konoha. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, casually tucking the binoculars into his robe, brushing off the grass from his clothes as he stood up. Orochimaru, right? Of course I know. Although I've been traveling around these years, I've kept an eye on Konoha's situation. Orochimaru's defection has always been a major threat to Konoha, and now that he's reappeared, it certainly won't be anything good. The third Hokage's expression grew more serious, and he sighed heavily. It's not just him. You should know that in the past 2 years, Danzo, Kamachi, and Minyan have all died one after another, which has made other ninja villages restless. Orochimaru's appearance has made me even more uneasy. As he spoke, fatigue flashed in his eyes. As Hokage, he felt responsible for such major events in the village, and the pressure on his heart was unimaginable. Jiraiya's expression also turned serious as he furrowed his brow and asked, Have you found out who did it? He was also puzzled. Although Danzo, Kamachi, and Minyan had their shortcomings in the village, they were still high-ranking members of Konoha with considerable strength. The ability to eliminate them quietly meant the killer was definitely not simple. The third Hokage remained silent for a moment, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes, and finally shook his head. No. In fact, he had some vague suspicions in his heart, but without solid evidence, he didn't want to speak lightly. Moreover, in this tumultuous time, he couldn't casually suspect his own ninjas to avoid causing unnecessary panic. Jiraiya keenly caught the unusual expression in the third Hokage's eyes, took a step forward, and stared intently into his eyes. Sensei, have you discovered something? Don't hide it from me. The third Hokage avoided Jiraiya's gaze and looked toward the distant Konoha village, slowly saying, Orochimaru and the Sand Ninja have probably already made contact. If I can't survive this final of the Chunin exams, you alone can use the prestige of the 3 legendary ninjas to stabilize the ninja world and help the village through this turmoil. His voice was deep and firm. Each word seemed to be squeezed out from the bottom of his heart. As Hokage, he had long since put life and death aside. But he couldn't help but worry about the villagers of Konoha, the village he had protected his entire life. Do the Sand Ninja really dare to attack Konoha? Jiraiya exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes widening. Although he knew that the Sand Ninja village had been struggling due to budget cuts in recent years, Konoha was one of the 5 great ninja villages with a profound foundation. He couldn't believe the Sand Ninja would dare to provoke Konoha's dignity so easily. The third Hokage nodded, his eyes filled with worry. Ever since the feudal lord of the Land of Wind cut the funding for the Sand Ninja, they have been implementing an elite policy for years. Even the Kazekage has personally gone to the desert to mine for gold to keep the Sand Ninja village running. They have now been pushed to the brink, and if they join forces with Orochimaru, they may gamble everything. Jiraiya frowned, pondering for a moment before slowly saying, the Sand Ninja teaming up with Orochimaru is a gamble. He was well aware of Orochimaru's ambitions and methods, and he also understood the predicament of the Sand Ninja village. The combination of the two could indeed pose a significant crisis for Konoha. After a moment of silence, Jiraiya suddenly asked, was Ship killed by the Sand Ninja? The third Hokage's expression darkened as he slowly replied, Ship died from wind release, Windblade. This technique is quite common in the Sand Ninja village, and he did not continue, but Jiraiya already understood his meaning. At this sensitive time, the death of Suki no Ship could very well be a provocation from the Sand Ninja village. Old man, you don't expect me to clean up your mess, do you? Jiraiya suddenly laughed, trying to break the heavy atmosphere with a light tone, but his eyes were full of seriousness. The third Hokage stared directly into Jiraiya's eyes and said firmly, Konoha needs someone who can stabilize the situation. He knew that Jiraiya had been traveling around these years seeking the prophesied child, unwilling to be bound, but at this moment he had no other choice. In his heart, he believed Jiraiya had the strength and prestige to be the most suitable protector of Konoha. Jiraiya scoffed and turned away, facing away from the third Hokage. Old man, you know I don't like to be restrained. He had always been searching for the prophesied child, as the great Toad Sage had predicted that his disciple would change the fate of the ninja world, which was more meaningful than governing Konoha. But Konoha needs you. The voice of the third Hokage carried a hint of pleading, which was extremely rare for someone who was usually so imposing. He reached out his hand, wanted to grasp Jiraiya, but ultimately let it fall weakly. What about Tsunade? Jiraiya said without looking back. In his heart, Tsunade also held great strength and prestige, and she was from Konoha. Perhaps she would be willing to return to protect the village. The third shook his head and smiled wryly. Tsunade may not be willing to come back. Over the years, she has been drifting outside, and her feelings for the village have faded. Moreover, she is still haunted by the deaths of her brother and lover. That is not necessarily the case. Besides, the Sannin may not dare to attack Konoha. Although Jiraiya said this, he understood in his heart that the situation was far more serious than he had imagined. Let's hope for the best, the third Hokage said softly, his eyes filled with helplessness and hope. He then looked once more at the distant Konoha village, as if he wanted to engrave every corner of it in his heart. If Tsunade is unwilling, I hope you can step up until Kakashi can take control of Konoha. After saying this, he took a deep look at Jiraiya and turned slowly to leave. In the forest, only Jiraiya remained standing in place, watching the third's figure grow more distant. He murmured to himself, Old man, you really have given me a troublesome task. The wind gently blew, stirring up the fallen leaves on the ground, as if it too sighed for the crisis Konoha was about to face. As the sun set, the afterglow bathed the streets of Konoha village. Kurenai walked home with heavy steps, still worried about the situation with Yuya. Upon pushing open the door, she saw Shigure sitting on the sofa, his gaze focused on her. I'm back, Kurenai said softly, her voice carrying a hint of fatigue. Shigure stood up quickly and walked over to Kurenai's side, asking with concern, How is Yuya? Upon hearing this, a wave of jealousy inexplicably surged in Kurenai's heart, and she coldly huffed, So, who is really your girlfriend, Yuya or me? A smile appeared on Shigure's lips as he quickly embraced Kurenai, gently kissing her cheek. Of course. It's you, Kurenai. Saying this, he picked her up and mischievously said, Let us stop talking about her and go do something interesting. Kurenai's face turned slightly red, and she playfully reproached, You're like this all day. But she still obediently leaned against Shigure's embrace, letting him carry her upstairs. Shigure gently placed Kurenai on the bed. Chapter 124. Kunai's arrival to sunlight in July of the 60th year of Konoha bathed the entire ninja village in a warm golden hue. The day before the finals of the Chunin exam, the atmosphere in front of the Konoha gate was exceptionally lively. Numerous elaborately decorated carriages and bustling crowds gathered here, with nobles, wealthy merchants, and lords of small countries arriving with a considerable number of guards and attendants, all to witness the excitement of the Chunin exam finals. Kagetsu Izumi and Kanzo Tetsu sat focused at the registration table, their pens continuously recording. Several ninjas stood tall around them, their vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings to maintain order. In a long line, Kunai, Kei-Rin, and Akira waited quietly. Akira tiptoed, curiously peering ahead at the endless line of carriages, her eyes filled with wonder. So many people. Are they all here to watch the match? Kei-Rin gently shook her head, her gaze sweeping over the guards and attendants around the carriages, explaining, "No, they're all guards and attendants. The ones really here to watch the match are the people inside the carriages." Akira nodded in realization, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Oh, I thought they were all here to watch the match." She then turned her gaze to Kei-Rin and asked, "Should we look for Lord Shigure or Yakumo once we get in?" Kei-Rin instinctively looked at Kunai, and Akira followed suit. Kunai frowned slightly, thinking for a moment before saying, "Let us find an inn to stay for a day. Since we came early, suddenly looking for Lord Shigure and Yakumo might cause trouble." Upon hearing this, disappointment appeared on both Akira and Kei-Rin's faces as they responded dejectedly. "Oh." The three continued to wait quietly in line as time slowly passed. Finally, as the people ahead completed their registration, Kunai, Kei-Rin, and Akira arrived at the table beside the gate. Kagetsu Izumi looked up, his gaze lingering for a few seconds on Kunai and Kei-Rin's red hair, and asked in a formal tone, "Names?" Kunai replied softly but clearly. Kei-Rin followed quickly. Akira chirped in as well. Kanzo Tetsu quickly recorded their names in the notebook, and Kagetsu Izumi continued to ask, "Where are you from?" "We are residents of Shortbook Street, here to watch the Chunin match," Kunai replied methodically. How long do you want to stay in Konoha?" Kagetsu Izumi asked again. Kunai pondered for a moment and asked, "What is the maximum stay?" "You can stay for a maximum of 7 days to watch the match. Anything longer requires re-registration," Kagetsu Izumi explained. At this moment, Kei-Rin suddenly spoke up. "Can we settle in Konoha?" Her question surprised both Kunai and Akira, while Kagetsu Izumi and Kanzo Tetsu also showed expressions of surprise. Kunai quickly tugged at Kei-Rin's sleeve, softly reminding her, "Kei-Rin." Kei-Rin glanced at Kunai and said, "I'm just asking." She then turned her gaze back to Kagetsu Izumi. Kagetsu Izumi looked the three of them up and down and said slowly, "If you want to settle in Konoha, you need someone from Konoha to vouch for you. And not just anyone." Kei-Rin's eyes lit up as she asked, "Can Arima Yakumo vouch for us?" Kagetsu Izumi shook his head. "Arima Yakumo may not be able to. The Arima clan has already declined." Kei-Rin then tentatively asked, "What about Mitakaharu Azuki?" "That should be fine. You can have Azuki go find the Hokage and have her vouch for you," Kagetsu Izumi replied. Kunai frowned and followed up. "Does this have to be approved by the Hokage?" "Yes, any foreign person settling in Konoha must be approved by the Hokage," Kagetsu Izumi affirmed. Kunai nodded and said, "We'll think about it some more." Kanzo Tetsu handed 3 visitor passes to Kunai, saying, "Here are your visitor passes. If you stay longer than 7 days, you need to re-register." Kunai took the visitor passes and politely said, "Thank you." She then turned to Kei-Rin and Akira. "Let us go." Kei-Rin and Akira responded with an and followed Kunai into Konoha. As soon as they entered Konoha, the bustling and lively streets greeted them. People came and went, with shouts and laughter blending together. Akira's eyes widened in curiosity as she looked around, unable to help but exclaim, "It's so much livelier than Shortbook Street." Keirin, seeing Akira's nave expression, gently patted her and whispered a reminder, "Don't embarrass yourself. You'll regret it if Yakumo sees you like this." Akira jumped a little, nervously replying, "Eh." She then looked at Kunai. "Sister Kunai, where are we going now?" Keirin also turned her gaze to Kunai. Kunai scanned the street and said, "Let us find a place to rest first." Kei-Rin and Akira nodded and followed Kunai into a seemingly decent inn. Meanwhile, in the spacious and bright dining room of Shigure's home, soft light spilled onto the dining table. Yuhi Kurenai sat elegantly beside the table, her long black hair casually draped over her shoulders, and her deep red eyes carried a hint of languor. Shigure, with his long silver hair reaching his waist and extraordinary good looks, stood before Kurenai, his eyes filled with passionate love. He reached out and gently picked Kurenai up, placing her on the dining table while leaning in closer, trapping her in his embrace. Kurenai's cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully reproached him. "You're being silly again. I just want to hug my beautiful Kurenai," Shigure teased, lowering his head to kiss Kurenai's lips. Kurenai struggled for a moment, but soon succumbed to the passionate kiss, her hands unconsciously wrapping around Shigure's neck. After an unknown amount of time, Hong gasped and turned her head. "That's enough kissing." Her eyes were hazy and her cheeks were flushed like the sunset. She revealed a satisfied smile. "Yes, that's enough for now." Saying this, he let go of Hong. Hong jumped down from the dining table, but unexpectedly her legs went weak, almost causing her to fall. She was quick to catch her, grinning mischievously. "It's all my fault. I've kissed Mehong so much that her legs went weak." Hong's face turned even redder as she punched Shiyu's chest. "It's all your fault." Shiyu still wore a wicked smile. Yes, it's all my fault." Hong hit him again. "You're still laughing?" Shiyu suppressed his laughter. "Okay, I won't laugh." Hong tidied her disheveled hair and clothes, saying, "I'm leaving. I still need to check on Shiyin today." Shiyu nodded. "Okay, come back early." Hong shot him a glare. "Got it." She then turned around and walked out of the dining room with an elegant but slightly unsteady gait. Shiyu watched Hong's figure disappear around the corner of the street, a gentle smile lingering on his lips. He walked over to the dining table and skillfully began to clean up the dishes, leaving the table spotless. After that, he stepped out of the house. Standing on the street, feeling the hustle and bustle of Konoha village, his silver hair fluttering in the breeze. Chapter 125. Encounter. The sunlight of July in the 60th year of Konoha poured generously over this ninja village. The air was filled with the unique heat of summer, mixed with the various aromas wafting from street vendors, creating a lively atmosphere. Hong continued to visit the sorrowful Shiyin. Shiyu stood at the entrance of his courtyard, watching Hong's graceful figure gradually disappear around the corner of the street. A complicated emotion flashed in his eyes, but he shook his head, pushing those thoughts aside. Shiyu strolled leisurely down the street, sunlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves, casting shimmering light on his waist-length silver hair. A faint smile graced his handsome features as he thought of Gatsu's figure and her cold beauty, unconsciously quickening his pace towards the inn where she was staying. Meanwhile, in a room on the second floor of a nearby inn, Kanna, K-Rin, and Rei were resting. Kanna, dressed in a purple kimono with a voluptuous and mature figure, sat elegantly at the table. After sipping her tea, her eyes suddenly brightened slightly as she softly said, "Lord Shiyu is nearby." K-Rin and Rei, who had been eagerly watching the bustling street from the window, immediately focused intently on the street, searching for Shiyu's figure. Seeing their eager expressions, Kanna smiled helplessly. "He's not on this street." K-Rin and Rei turned back to Kanna with disappointment, and Rei's big eyes were filled with anticipation. "Let's go find Lord Shiyu." K-Rin also fixed her gaze on Kanna, her eyes equally full of desire. Kanna, who also missed Shiyu, hesitated for a moment before gently nodding. "Okay." Then Kanna gracefully stood up and walked out of the room with light steps, while K-Rin and Rei eagerly followed behind her. She reached the street where Gatsu was located and saw Maki, Gatsu, Gaara, and Kankuro approaching him from a distance. He felt a twinge of regret, as he had originally hoped to have a private conversation with Gatsu, but unexpectedly, she was with these people. Shiyu stopped in his tracks, arms crossed, watching Gatsu and the others with interest. Maki and Kankuro walked a few meters closer to Shiyu and noticed him standing there, causing them to stop as well. Maki and Kankuro looked at Shiyu warily. After being knocked out by him last time, they couldn't understand why he had let them go, but that wariness was still deeply ingrained in their hearts. Gaara looked at Shiyu with an undisguised murderous intent in his eyes, as if he wanted to slice Shiyu into 1,000 pieces. Meanwhile, Gatsu stood expressionless beside them, her gaze coldly fixed on Shiyu. Shiyu smirked with a hint of wickedness and teased, "Isn't this little Maki? Where are you off to?" Upon hearing Shiyu call him little Maki, a surge of anger rose within Maki. He suppressed his dissatisfaction and coldly replied, "I don't need to report to you where I'm going." Shiyu shrugged and said playfully, "Of course not. But this little panda seems to have a problem with me." His gaze fell on Gaara, whose gourd was slowly releasing sand that circled around him. Maki became tense at the sight and shouted, "Gaara, stop." Gatsu anxiously added, "Gaara, don't be impulsive." Kankuro also tried to dissuade. Gaara, don't make a move. We're in Konoha. However, Gaara appeared not to hear their warnings, continuing to control the sand pouring from his gourd. Passers-by on the street saw the tense standoff and quickly moved away in fear, the previously lively atmosphere turning tense in an instant. Just at that critical moment, a red figure suddenly appeared beside Shigure. Kana extended 4 chains made of golden chakra from behind her, swaying slightly in the air, vigilantly watching Gaara and the others. She spoke firmly, "Lord Shigure." Seeing Kana appear, a look of surprise lit up Shiyu's face. "Kana, what are you doing here?" Kana slightly lowered her head, her gaze gentle. "I saw that many people had come to Konoha early, so I followed." Shiyu then asked, "What about K-Rin and Rei?" Kana replied, "They're right behind me." Maki, SH Gatsu, and Kankaro's expressions changed drastically upon seeing Kana's sudden appearance. They immediately positioned themselves in front of Gaara, blocking him from view as they warily eyed Kana. Maki sternly told Gaara, "Gaara, stop, or I'll report to the Kazekage." Gaara paused, hesitating for a moment before slowly retracting the sand. Maki and the others breathed a sigh of relief, and Kana also withdrew the golden chains. Maki, seeing Kana put away the chains, turned to Gaara and the others. "Let's go." Then, he led Gaara, Kankaro, and SH Gatsu past Shiyu and Kana. Shiyu watched SH Gatsu pass by, a mischievous smile appearing as he winked at her. SH Gatsu remained expressionless, pretending not to see, quickening her pace to catch up with the others. Maki and the others quickly left, and the tense atmosphere on the street gradually eased. Shiyu looked at Kana, a hint of an inexplicable smile in his eyes. Kana, feeling his gaze, blushed slightly and lowered her head, adding a touch of allure to her demeanor. At that moment, 2 figures emerged from the crowd. It was Yugao and Shien. Yugao was dressed in a white form-fitting skirt with black patterns, the red long-sleeve inner wear and netted front accentuating her voluptuous figure. Her black wavy hair fell naturally, and her deep red eyes held a hint of coldness. Shien followed closely behind, her face showing slight worry as she glanced back and forth between Yugao and Shiyu. She was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Yugao and Shien, a sense of unease swelling within him. Kana followed Shiyu's gaze and also saw Yugao and Shien. Yugao approached Shiyu expressionlessly, her gaze fixed intently on him, as if trying to see through him. Feeling anxious, Shiyu quickly introduced Yugao. "This is Kana." Kana smiled politely, looking at Yugao. "Hello, I'm Kana." Yugao coldly responded, "Yugao." The 3 simple words instantly made the atmosphere tense, as if the air had filled with gunpowder. Just at that awkward moment, K-Rin and Rei ran over from a distance, excitedly shouting, "Lord Shiyu." Everyone turned their attention to them. K-Rin and Rei reached Shiyu, their faces beaming with joy. Shiyu looked at them and asked, "You guys are here?" Xiangli nodded. "Yes, we saw quite a few people arriving in Konoha ahead of time, so we came along." Hong looked at Xianglin and Ying, already understanding that this woman was related to Shiyu, and she snorted coldly, her eyes filled with dissatisfaction. Upon hearing the sound, Xianglin and Ying noticed Hong, and Xianglin asked in confusion, "Who is this?" She replied somewhat helplessly, "Yu Hong." Xianglin and Ying immediately felt awkward, not expecting that the cold and elegant woman before them was actually Shiyu's girlfriend. Ying, feeling a bit scared, shrank behind Xianglin and secretly looked at Hong. Xianglin felt slightly nervous and forced herself to say, "Hello, I am Xianglin." Ying also quietly said, "I am Ying." Hong merely cast a cold glance at Xianglin and Ying, then said to Xian, "Let's go." After saying that, she turned and left without hesitation. Xian glanced at Shiyu, her eyes showing a hint of apology, and hurriedly followed Hong. Xiangnai watched Hong's departing figure with some worry and softly said, "Lord Shiyu." Xianglin and Ying also looked at Shiyu with some anxiety. Shiyu looked at them and comforted, "I'll go see Hong. If there's anything, you can find Yagumo first." Xiangnai nodded, "Okay." Seeing Xiangnai's worried expression, Shiyu added, "Don't worry, I'll take care of it." After saying that, Shiyu headed in the direction where Hong and Xian had left. His steps were firm, thinking about how to soothe Hong's emotions. Xiangnai, Xianglin, and Ying stood in place, watching Shiyu's figure gradually fade away, silently praying for him. At this moment, a nearby Umbu ninja observed everything, and his eyes narrowed slightly, quickly heading towards the Hokage building to report what had happened here to the 3rd Hokage. Chapter 126. Arrangements in the Hokage office. The atmosphere was heavy. An Umbu kneeling on one knee was reporting to the 3rd Hokage about the earlier confrontation between Shiyu and the Sand Ninja, as well as the encounter between Hong and Xiangnai. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat behind his desk, a pipe in hand emitting wisps of blue smoke. He listened intently, his face showing no sign of joy or anger. After the Umbu finished reporting, a glimmer of light flashed in the third Hokage's eyes as he confirmed. Did she really use the golden chakra chains? Yes, Hokage-sama, the Umbu respectfully replied. And what about Hong? The third Hokage asked again. The atmosphere was tense, and there was a palpable smell of gunpowder between the two. The Umbu reported truthfully. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage pondered for a moment and then said, "Go call Yu Hong here." "Should we also call that Shiyu?" the Umbu inquired. The third Hokage waved his hand and slowly replied, "No need." "Understood." The Umbu accepted the order and instantly used the body flicker technique to leave the office. The third Hokage stood up and walked to the window, gazing down at the bustling Konoha village, his eyes filled with worry and contemplation. On the other side, Hong and Shien were walking briskly down the street, Hong's face dark and silent. Shiyu quickly caught up, reaching out to tightly grasp Hong's hand, urgently saying, "Mei Hong, wait for me." Hong, however, acted as if she hadn't heard, continuing to walk forward, trying to shake off his hand. Shiyu, feeling helpless, could only follow closely until Hong stopped and coldly said, "Let go." "I won't let go, or you'll run away," Shiyu said playfully, wearing a pleading smile. Shien watched the two with growing embarrassment, hesitating before saying, "I have something to do, so I'll head back first." Hong glanced at her, giving a soft HM. Shiyu also nodded at Shien, who felt relieved and hurriedly turned to leave. Shiyu watched Shien's retreating figure, a slight smile appearing on his lips. Hong, seeing his expression, immediately knew he was up to no good, snorted coldly. Umph. At the same time, she forcefully shook her hand, trying to break free, but Shiyu held on tighter. When Shiyu saw that Hong was genuinely a bit angry, he finally reined his thoughts and let go. Hong shot a cold glance at him and turned to leave. In a moment of panic, Shiyu suddenly reached out his arms from behind and tightly embraced Hong. Hong gasped and began to struggle. "Let go of me. Don't move. Someone is watching," Shiyu whispered in her ear. Only then did Hong stop her movements, looking around and noticing that many passers-by were curiously watching them, her face instantly turning slightly red. At that moment, an Umbu suddenly appeared beside them and respectfully said, "Yu Hong, Hokage-sama requests your presence in the office." Upon hearing this, Hong hurriedly said, "Quick, let go. The third Hokage is looking for me." But Shiyu still held her tightly, gazing directly into her eyes, showing no intention of letting go. Hong felt both angry and helpless, stamping her foot. Umph. Then, she stood on her tiptoes, voluntarily wrapping her arms around Shiyu's neck and giving him a gentle kiss on the lips. Shiyu's face broke into a smile as he reciprocated Hong's kiss. After a moment, Hong, her face flushed, turned her head away and coldly said, "Umph, that's enough." Only then did Shiyu release her, smiling as he said, "Okay, I'll wait for you to come back home." Hong ignored him, snorting once more before following the Umbu to the Hokage office, while Shiyu shook his head helplessly and turned to head home. Not long after, the Umbu brought Hong to the Hokage office. Inside the office, the third Hokage was looking at the registration forms of Xiangnai, Xianglin, and Ying as they entered Konoha. Hong walked into the office and greeted, "Hokage-sama, you called for me." The third Hokage glanced at the Umbu and said, "You can leave for now." "Yes." The Umbu bowed and exited the office, closing the door behind them. The third Hokage looked at Hong, remaining silent for a moment. Hong felt a bit nervous under his gaze and asked again, "Hokage-sama, is there something you need from me?" The third Hokage sighed, his tone heavy as he said, "Hong, I hope you can get along well with Xiangnai." Upon hearing this, Hong was taken aback, her face revealing a look of grievance and confusion. "Why?" The third Hokage slowly explained, "Perhaps this is hard for you to accept, but Xiangnai is very important to Konoha. She is from the Uzumaki clan and can perform the adamantine sealing technique." Hong frowned and asked, "Is it because of the Nine Tails?" The third Hokage nodded, his eyes filled with sorrow. The Nine Tails incident caused Konoha to suffer greatly. The fourth Hokage, Kushina, your father, and many excellent ninjas sacrificed that night. We must guard against such events happening again. Hong recalled that terrifying night, a sharp pain shooting through her heart as she trembled and asked, "Can she handle it?" "Perhaps she can," the third Hokage said earnestly. "The Uzumaki clan has immense chakra, and the adamantine sealing technique can effectively suppress tailed beasts." Is it that? And the third Hokage looked at her, sighing again. "For the sake of Konoha, some things are not just for you to endure. Even I have to." Hong looked at the third Hokage, her eyes filled with confusion, not understanding the meaning behind his words. The third Hokage gazed deeply at Hong and said quietly, "You know what ninjutsu killed Elder Minion, right? Water release and giant snake." Hong answered in a low voice. "Shigure is proficient in water release, and Yagumo can perform super beast imitation." They were at the border at that time, with the capability and motive. The third Hokage said slowly. Hong immediately tensed up and exclaimed, "Shigure wouldn't kill Elder Minion." The third Hokage looked at her gently. "You are the closest to Shigure. You understand his character better than I do." Hong recalled Shiyu's reaction when Elder Minion sent him to the border, her face turning slightly pale. The third Hokage observed her reaction and continued. "As for Elder Minion's death, I've already ordered the investigation to be halted. This matter is in the past." Only then did Hong relax a little, and the third Hokage stared at her, speaking earnestly. "I don't have much time left. Right now, it's not about right or wrong, but about Konoha. So I hope you can get along well with Xiangnai and keep her in Konoha." Hong looked at the third Hokage with a complex expression, her mind racing with thoughts. After a long while, she finally said slowly, "I will." The third Hokage nodded and said, "I apologize for putting you in this position." Hong sighed and said, "I'll head back first." The third Hokage replied. Hong turned and walked out of the Hokage's office, sunlight pouring over her, elongating her shadow. Her steps were somewhat heavy, and her emotions were tangled like a mess, unsure how to face everything that was to come. Inside the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat behind a desk piled high with paperwork. The smoke from his pipe curled upward, obscuring the wrinkles on his face. After Hong left, the office fell into brief silence, interrupted only by the occasional chirping of cicadas outside. After a moment, the third Hokage put down his pipe and slowly said to the door, "Come in." As soon as he finished speaking, a hidden door quietly opened, and a member of the Umbu, dressed in a black bodysuit and a white overcoat, walked in. He wore an animal mask, emanating a cold aura. His steps slow yet composed. The Umbu knelt on one knee, speaking in a low voice, "Hokage-sama." The third Hokage leaned back in his chair, his gaze peering through the smoke at the Umbu before him, his aged voice carrying a note of authority and kindness. "Go fetch Kanna and the others. Remember to be polite." "Yes." The Umbu member took his leave, his movements clean and swift, disappearing through the door. At an inn in Konoha, Kanna, K-Rin, and Rei were gathered around an old wooden table. The room was simply yet warmly decorated, with light curtains swaying gently in the breeze. Kanna, wearing an elegant purple kimono that accentuated her mature figure, lightly tapped her fingers on the table, her brow slightly furrowed, clearly worried about Shigure and Hong. K-Rin leaned casually against her chair, her red hair loosely tied up, her eyes reflecting a hint of anxiety and irritation. Rei, younger and still somewhat naive, fidgeted in her seat, glancing nervously at the door. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the room. Rei nearly jumped up, turning to Kanna. "Could it be Lord Shigure?" K-Rin glanced at Kanna. Seeing her silent, she guessed it wasn't Shigure and shrugged. "You'll find out if you go check." Rei, feeling tense, stood up and cautiously walked to the door, taking a deep breath before carefully opening it. Outside, the Umbu member stood straight, his calm gaze visible beneath the mask. "Hello," the Umbu said. Rei was taken aback and instinctively called into the room. "Kanna, there's a masked stranger." Kanna and K-Rin exchanged glances, both rising gracefully and steadily to the door. Kanna's gaze was sharp as she scrutinized the Umbu before her. "Who are you?" The Umbu slightly bowed, speaking respectfully. "Hello. I am a subordinate of the Hokage. The Hokage wishes to invite you to the Hokage's office." K-Rin and Rei exchanged looks, their eyes filled with questions and unease as they turned to Kanna. After a moment of contemplation, Kanna recalled the third Hokage's character from Shigure's mentions, and she trusted Shigure's judgment. Finally, Kanna nodded gently. "All right, lead the way. Please follow me," the Umbu responded, turning and walking confidently toward the Hokage's office. Kanna led the way, her posture upright, exuding a reassuring aura. K-Rin followed closely, eyes alert as she scanned the surroundings, and Rei, somewhat anxious, trailed behind, occasionally leaning closer to K-Rin to whisper, "What if something happens?" K-Rin glanced at Rei and then at Kanna ahead. Seeing Kanna's calm demeanor reassured her a bit. "Don't worry, Lord Shigure mentioned the third's character. There won't be any danger." Hearing K-Rin's words, Rei finally relaxed slightly, her steps becoming a bit lighter. As they walked, the bustling streets of Konoha unfolded before them, vibrant with people. Stalls lined the streets, filled with various items, from exquisite ninja tools to delicious snacks, the air rich with the sense of food. However, Kana and the others were too preoccupied with the upcoming meeting to enjoy the sights. Before long, the Umbu brought Kana and the others to the door of the Hokage's office. The Umbu tidied his attire, raised his hand, and gently knocked on the door. And after receiving permission, he slowly opened it. "Come in." Kana and the others filed in, stepping into this place that symbolized the highest power in Konoha. The office was spacious and bright, with portraits of past Hokages hanging on the walls, seemingly narrating Konoha's glorious history. The third Hokage sat behind his desk, his kind gaze falling upon them, a gentle smile on his face. "Welcome to Konoha. How do you find it?" Kana replied, "It's quite nice, a lively place." Rin and Rei sat nervously to the side, curiously observing the third Hokage, but remaining silent. The third Hokage picked up a teacup from a table, took a small sip, and slowly said, "Would you like to stay in Konoha?" This question was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring ripples in Rin and Rei's hearts. Their eyes brightened, excitement evident on their faces. Rei looked at Kana, her voice filled with barely contained joy. "Is that possible?" The third Hokage, seeing their eager expressions, smiled and nodded. "Yes." Kana furrowed her brow, fully aware that there was no such thing as a free lunch, her vigilance rising as she fixed her gaze on the third Hokage. "What are the conditions?" The third Hokage set down his teacup, his expression turning serious. "If Konoha faces a crisis, I hope you can lend your assistance." He then added meaningfully, "I've already spoken with Yuhi Hong. She will try her best to coexist peacefully with you. I hope you can also let go of any prejudices and work together for Konoha." Upon hearing Hong's name, Rin frowned slightly. She naturally understood the delicate relationship between Hong and them, but at that moment, she chose to remain silent. Rin and Rei looked at each other, their smiles growing wider, eager to see Kana's response. Rin gently tugged at Kana's sleeve, her eyes filled with pleading. Kana, observing the anticipation on their faces and thinking of Shigure, felt a slight shift in her heart. With Shigure and the third Hokage, perhaps they could indeed coexist peacefully with Hong. "All right," Kana finally agreed with a nod. The third Hokage's face broke into a smile of relief. "Welcome to Konoha. I'll have someone arrange housing for you." Rin eagerly asked, "Where will it be?" A glint of mischief flashed in the third Hokage's eyes. "How about near Shigure's house?" This proposal excited Rin and Rei, who exchanged surprised glances. Rei nearly jumped for joy, while Rin quickly nodded. "Yes, that sounds perfect." Kana also gently nodded in agreement. The third Hokage called out to the door, "Come in." The same Umbu member from before pushed the door open and knelt on one knee. "Hokage-sama." The third Hokage took the prepared key from his drawer and handed it to the Umbu, arranged for them to stay near Shigure's house. The Umbu accepted the key, glanced at the address on it, and then looked at Kana and the others. "Please follow me." Kana looked at the excited Rin and Rei, elegantly rising to follow the Umbu. Xianglin and Ning closely followed her on both sides, their faces beaming with happy smiles. They walked out of the Hokage's office, sunlight pouring down on them, as if signifying the beginning of their new life in Konoha. As the doors slowly closed, the third Hokage sat in his office, gazing in the direction they had left, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes, along with expectations for the future. In the hot July sun of the 60th year of Konoha, the streets were baking and cicadas chirped in the treetops. Hong walked home, stepping on the fragmented shadows, her black long hair swaying behind her. Wrapped in red long-sleeved attire, her figure stood tall, and the netting across her chest flickered with each step. She pressed her lips tightly together, recalling the third Hokage's words in the office, her brows knitting together. "He wants me to get along with Kanai," Hong murmured softly, her nails nearly digging into her palms. She certainly knew what Kanai's diamond seal meant for Konoha, but thinking of that voluptuous woman and her relationship with Shiyu made her heart feel like it was tangled in a mess, both sour and bitter. Pushing open the door to her home, a familiar scent wafted over. Hong paused for a moment, hearing clattering sounds from the kitchen, and her feet unconsciously moved in that direction. Inside the kitchen, Shiyu was busy at the stove. His waist-length silver hair was casually tied up, and his black eyes focused intently on the ingredients in the pot. Hearing her footsteps, he looked up, a gentle smile immediately appearing on his lips. "You're back. Did the third Hokage need something from you?" Hong stood at the kitchen door, expressionless as she looked at him, letting out a soft hum. She was taken aback, wiping his hands and quickly walking over to Hong. "What's wrong? Who made our Mei-Hong angry?" Hong turned her head away, not looking at him. Who else could it be? Her voice was muffled, filled with grievance. She reached out and pulled Hong into his arms, and she symbolically struggled a bit. Let go. No. Shiyu leaned close to Hong's ear, his voice low and gentle. What's wrong? Tell me. Hong remained silent, and suddenly, Shiyu chuckled mischievously, using both hands to lift Hong off the ground, gently placing her on the nearby dining table. He leaned over, casting a shadow over her. Only as she flushed, and she reached out to push him. Let go of me. But Shiyu held onto Hong's wrist, pinning her hands above her head on the dining table, leaning down to kiss her. Hong quickly turned her head, and Shiyu's lips landed on her earlobe. She veiled, and Shiyu paused for a moment before continuing to kiss her earlobe, his tongue lightly brushing against it. Moments later, Hong could no longer hold back, turning her head to actively kiss Shiyu's lips. Shiyu released her hands, cradling her face as he deepened the kiss. Hong wrapped her arms around his neck, responding passionately. After a long time, Shiyu released Hong, looking into her glistening eyes, and softly asked, "What did the third Hokage want from you?" Hong recalled the third Hokage's request, and the sweet moment dissipated, letting out another hum with a cold tone. "The third Hokage wants me to get along with Kunai." Shiyu's lips curled up slightly, and upon seeing this, Hong felt extremely wronged. "You're still smiling?" Saying this, she raised her head and bit Shiyu's shoulder. Shiyu let out a muffled grunt, but didn't move away, allowing Hong to bite him. After a while, Hong released her mouth, lying weakly on the dining table. Shiyu leaned down again, cradling her face seriously. "Hong, you will always be the most important person to me." Hong looked at him, her eyes still filled with disbelief. Shiyu smiled and lowered his head, kissing her again. The two indulged in each other for a long time, and Hong, with a rosy face, playfully asked, "Are you done kissing?" "Enough. The rest will be saved for tonight." Shiyu grinned mischievously. "Hurry up and get up." Hong pushed him. Shiyu released Hong, standing in front of the dining table. Hong slowly sat up, reaching to fix her hair. Just as she jumped off the dining table, her legs suddenly weakened, and she fell forward. Shiyu reacted quickly, catching her. Hong's face instantly turned crimson. "It's all your fault." "Okay, let's rest for a bit." Shiyu supported Hong to a nearby chair, then squatted in front of her, gently stroking her cheek. "Rest a bit. I'll finish cooking soon." Leaning back in the chair, watching Shiyu's busy figure, her grievances gradually dissipating, replaced by a hint of sweetness. Meanwhile, Kunai, Xianglin, and Ning followed the Umbu on their way to their new residence. Xianglin and Ning excitedly looked around, filled with curiosity about everything around them. Xianglin's red hair danced in the wind, her eyes sparkling. Ying's brown curly hair fell over her shoulders, and she bounced along like a cheerful little deer. Kunai, on the other hand, was much steadier, her red hair pinned up, and her purple kimono accentuated her curvaceous figure. She sensed the atmosphere around her, and when she noticed they were getting closer to Shiyu, a smile unconsciously appeared on her lips. "Are we there yet?" The Umbu turned to glance at her. Pointing ahead, "It's just up ahead." Xianglin and Ning looked in the direction the Umbu pointed, and a delicate small courtyard appeared before them. Ying's eyes lit up, and she eagerly ran over, with Xianglin closely following. The two stepped on the wall and jumped into the courtyard in just a few steps. "This house is really nice," Ning exclaimed after circling the yard. Xianglin nodded. "Yeah, it's much better than where we lived before. Does this house belong to us now?" Ning leaned close to Xianglin and asked quietly. Xianglin rolled her eyes at her. "Are you worried the Hokage will take it back?" Ning nodded a bit shyly. "I heard houses in Konoha are quite expensive. Do you think the Hokage would be so shameless as to take it back?" Xianglin laughed. "After all, we are useful to Konoha." At that moment, the Umbu opened the gate to the courtyard and walked in with Kunai. Xianglin and Ning immediately ran up to Kunai. The Umbu handed the key to Kunai. "Here, that's the key. Please take care of it." Kunai took the key, giving a slight nod. "Okay, thank you." The Umbu nodded. "If there's nothing else, Where's Shiyu's house?" Ning suddenly asked. The Umbu pointed to the side. "It's right next door." Xianglin and Ning exchanged excited glances and turned to run toward Shiyu's house. Xianglin, Kunai quickly called them back. The two stopped in their tracks, looking at Kunai in confusion. "Don't go." Kunai's expression was serious. "Why?" Ning asked, puzzled. Kunai sighed. "Aren't you afraid of seeing Hong?" Xianglin and Ning immediately remembered Hong's cold gaze from before, feeling a bit apprehensive. They all knew about Hong and Shiyu's relationship and understood Hong's attitude towards them. Kunai continued. "First, let's tidy up the courtyard, and then we can invite Lord Shiyu to come and have a look." Xianglin and Ning could only nod. "Okay." Seeing this, the Umbu asked, "If there is nothing?" "Nothing," Xianglin said. "Nothing," Ning echoed. The Umbu looked at Kunai. "Then I'll take my leave." Kunai nodded. "Okay." The umbu instantly vanished using the body flicker technique. Kanai looked at the small courtyard, took a deep breath. Let's go in first. Saying that, she walked into the yard. Xianglin and Ying nodded. Okay. Xianglin and Ying followed behind, their faces still showing some regret, but more so was the anticipation for their new life. In the 60th year of Konoha, July, the scorching sun baked the earth, and cicadas chirped in the treetops. She gently stroked Hong's long hair, holding her tightly in his arms, comforting her for a long time. After a while, Hong slightly turned her face and softly said, I'm hungry. Shiyu's lips curled up in a doting smile, gently saying, then let's go cook. Hong extended her slender arms, wrapping them around Shiyu's neck, and playfully said, carry me. Without hesitation, Shiyu nodded, using his arms to securely lift Hong up. Shiyu carried Hong, slowly walking down the stairs, arriving at the hall on the first floor. Just then, a sudden knock echoed from the yard. Shiyu was slightly taken aback and looked at Hong, saying, go take a look. Hong softly responded with an mm. Shiyu held Hong and walked to the yard door, where Hong gently struggled a bit and whispered, put me down. Shiyu carefully set Hong down and reached out to open the yard door. At the door stood Ying, looking very nervous, her little face flushed red. She glanced at Hong in a panic before quickly saying, Lord Shiyu, Sister Kanai invites you and Hong to dinner. It's next door. As she spoke, Ying pointed to the small yard next door, and as soon as she finished, she dashed away like a startled rabbit. Shiyu turned to look at Hong, his eyes filled with a questioning smile. Next door? Let's go take a look. Hong gave a light huff, her eyes showing some reluctance. But she allowed Shiyu to wrap his arm around her waist as they walked toward the small yard next door. Upon entering the small yard, a refreshing floral fragrance greeted them. They walked along a path filled with greenery and arrived at the main hall. Kanai had already been waiting at the door, and upon seeing them, she displayed a gentle smile. Lord Shiyu, Miss Hong, please come in. Shiyu acknowledged her, while Hong, with a blank expression, scrutinized Kanai without responding. Shiyu wrapped his arm around Hong and followed Kanai into the hall, arriving at the dining table. The table was laden with sumptuous dishes, all rich in color, aroma, and flavor, with enticing scents wafting from steaming food. Xianglin and Ying were already seated, and upon seeing Shiyu and Hong enter, a flicker of anticipation and nervousness crossed their eyes. Shiyu sat down opposite Kanai, Xianglin, and Ying with Hong. Kanai picked up a wine jug and elegantly poured 3 glasses of wine. She first handed a glass to Shiyu, who took a sip, the aroma of the wine spreading in his mouth. Then, Kanai offered a glass to Hong, softly saying, Miss Hong. Hong coldly glanced at Kanai, slowly extended her hand, and accepted the wine glass. Seeing Hong take the glass, Shiyu couldn't help but smile slightly, feeling secretly pleased. He looked around at everyone and said, let's eat. Kanai, Ying, and Xianglin replied in unison. They all picked up their chopsticks and began to eat. Under the table, Shiyu quietly reached out and gently touched Hong's hand. Hong turned to look at Shiyu, recalling the 3rd Hokage's wish for her to get along well with Kanai, and let out a slight sigh before slowly picking up her chopsticks and starting to eat. Kanai, Xianglin, and Ying secretly observed Hong from the corner of their eyes, and when they saw her begin to eat, a heavy stone in their hearts finally lifted, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Shiyu watched this scene and revealed a hint of a satisfied smile. While eating, Shiyu turned to Kanai with curiosity and asked, how did you end up here? Kanai put down her chopsticks and said seriously, the 3rd Hokage arranged for us to stay here. Shiyu was slightly taken aback and asked, the 3rd Hokage has contacted you? Kanai glanced at Hong and nodded. Yes, the 3rd Hokage invited us to join Konoha with the condition that we assist when Konoha is in danger. Shiyu frowned slightly, showing a helpless expression. Now is not a good time to join Konoha. There's a high probability of war breaking out tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Kanai, Xianglin, and Ying all stopped their movements, looking at Shiyu in shock. Ying, being the most impatient, asked first, war? Who are we fighting? Shiyu's expression turned serious as he said, the Sand Ninjas. Worry crossed Hong's face as she urgently asked, are the Sand Ninjas really going to attack Konoha? Shiyu nodded affirmatively. Yes, be prepared for tomorrow. A hint of fear flashed in Kanai's eyes as she asked worriedly, what should we do? Shiyu looked at Kanai, Xianglin, and Ying, his gaze firm as he said, don't worry, the Sand Ninja's strength is limited. There are not many experts like Maki. Kanai recalled Maki's strength, and her fear lessened slightly, relaxing a bit. Shiyu continued, the 3rd Hokage will deal with the Kazekage, and Jiraiya will handle Orochimaru. We just need to be careful. Upon hearing Jiraiya's name, Hong's eyes lit up with surprise. Lord Jiraiya is back. Shiyu smiled and nodded. Yes, you all should avoid the hot springs for a while. Kanai looked puzzled. Why? Hong thought of Jiraiya's hobbies and couldn't help but feel speechless, letting out a slight sigh. Shiyu explained, Jiraiya loves to peep at beautiful women in hot springs. Kanai, Xianglin, and Ying's eyes widened upon hearing this, surprised that one of the legendary three, Jiraiya, had such a hobby, and they all nodded in agreement. Then, everyone continued to eat quietly. Shiyu looked at the women at the dining table, feeling a surge of satisfaction, and his lips involuntarily curled up. He inadvertently glanced at Hong, only to find her head down, silently eating, her long eyelashes casting a shadow beneath her eyes. Suddenly, an image of placing Hong and Kanai together flashed in Shiyu's mind, stirring excitement within him, and his gaze became heated. Hong keenly sensed Shiyu's stare, raised her head, and met his gaze filled with fantasies. She instantly understood what Shiyu was thinking. Her cheeks slightly flushed, and she coldly huffed. Humph. Kanai, Xianglin, and Ying, hearing Hong's voice, all looked up at her. Shiyu then came back to his senses, awkwardly looking at Hong. Noticing everyone's gaze, Hong's face turned even redder, and she quickly lowered her head to continue eating. Seeing this, Shiyu reached under the table and took Hong's hand, saying to everyone, It's nothing, let's eat. Kanai, Xianglin, and Ying glanced at Shiyu and Hong, then continued eating. The meal ended in a somewhat subtle atmosphere. Shiyu and Hong went to rest on the sofa in the living room, while Kanai, Xianglin, and Ying sat on the opposite sofa. Xianglin stood up, picked up the teapot, and skillfully poured a cup of tea for everyone. Shiyu lazily lay on the sofa, extending one hand to pull Hong into his embrace. Hong's face turned slightly red as she forcefully broke free from Shiyu's hold and stood up. Shiyu looked at Hong in surprise, and she coldly huffed. Humph, I'm going back first. Come back early. After saying that, she quickly left without looking back. Shiyu watched Hong's back as she exited the hall, a hint of surprise in his eyes, and quickly replied, I will. Hong seemed not to hear him and continued walking away. Shiyu stood up and walked to Kanai, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Kanai sat on the sofa, her head down, her hands unconsciously twisting the corners of her clothes. Shiyu reached out, gently holding Kanai's chin, and lifted her head. Then, Shiyu embraced Kanai. Uncertain of how much time passed, Shiyu slowly sat up, smiling. I'm going back. Kanai, Xianglin, and Ying weakly responded. Shiyu stood up and turned to leave. As Shiyu stepped out of Kanai's house, the night had completely enveloped the earth, with the bright moonlight casting a silver veil over the world. He turned and walked into his own house next door, where the yard was quiet, only the sound of the gentle breeze rustling through the leaves. Shiyu looked up at the lights in the second-floor room, feeling a surge of warmth, and quickly walked up the stairs and entered the room. Hong was lying against the headboard, arms crossed, expressionless as she watched Shiyu enter the room. Shiyu wore a gentle smile on his face and softly said, Mei Hong, I'm back. Hong lightly huffed, not responding. Shiyu sat beside Hong, wrapping his arm around her shoulder. Hong struggled slightly, but Shiyu held her tighter. He leaned in closer to Hong and gently kissed her cheek, then gently laid her down on the bed. Hong looked at Shiyu. He leaned down, passionately kissing Hong's fragrant lips, and after a moment, Hong wrapped her arms around Shiyu's neck. Chapter 129. Chunin exam finals on the morning of August in the 60th year of Konoha. Sunlight filtered through the branches and leaves of the cherry blossom trees, casting mottled shadows in the courtyard of Shiyu's home. Shiyu stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling mirror on the second floor, leisurely adjusting his deep blue ninja outfit. His waist-length silver hair casually tied behind his head, and his black eyes sparkling with a lazy yet expectant light. Today is the day of the Nin exam finals, a highly anticipated event that serves as a stage for young ninjas to prove themselves, but it also marks the prelude to a brewing storm. In the restaurant downstairs, Yugao is already dressed, her white figure-hugging dress with black patterns accentuating her graceful figure, while her red long-sleeve top and mesh front subtly showcase her ample chest. She sits elegantly at the dining table, sipping tea, her deep red eyes occasionally glancing towards the staircase, waiting for Shigure to come down. Before long, Shigure descends the stairs with a light step, and upon seeing Yugao, a charming smile creeps onto his lips. Yugao, you look enchanting today. Yugao gives him a sidelong glance, puts down her teacup, and stands up. Stop the flattery, hurry up and eat breakfast. We need to get to the venue early. Shigure casually sits down at the table, takes a piece of bread, and bites into it. What has the rush? There is still plenty of time. After breakfast, the two step out of the house. The summer streets are already filled with a lively atmosphere, as people walk in groups towards the venue of the Nin exam finals, their faces filled with anticipation. Passing by the Kana house, Kana, K-Rin, and K are already waiting at the door. Kana, dressed in a purple kimono, showcases her mature figure beautifully. K-Rin's red hair spills casually over her shoulders, her eyes glimmering with shyness and expectation. K, in a purple-themed traditional outfit, stands behind the two, appearing delicate and obedient. Upon seeing Shigure and Yugao approaching, Kana is the first to break into a gentle smile. Lord Shigure, Miss Yugao. Yugao nods slightly, saying nothing, her gaze merely sweeping over the three. Shigure looks at Kana and the others, his lips curling up. Let us go. Kana, K-Rin, and K nod in unison. Then, the group heads towards the venue. Yugao and Kana naturally walk on either side of Shigure, while K-Rin and K follow behind him. The flow of people on the street grows denser, everyone excitedly discussing the upcoming match and speculating on which candidate might stand out. I heard the candidates from Tsunade are really strong, especially that one named Gaara. He supposedly has terrifying power. The candidates from Konoha aren't weak either. Like Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga, they're both highly regarded geniuses. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this match. It's bound to be exciting. Listening to the chatter around him, Shigure's smile grows wider. He knows that this CH-NIN exam finals is far from as simple as it appears. The conspiracy of Tsunade and Orochimaru is about to unfold, and a bloody storm is about to descend upon Konoha. But at this moment, he is not in a hurry. Instead, he is enjoying the calm before the storm. Finally, the crowd arrives at the finals venue. It is a massive circular open-air arena, surrounded by tall walls, with 3 tall buildings rising above them, each equipped with spectator seating that is nearly full, buzzing with noise and excitement. At the highest seats of the central building, there are 2 enormous stone chairs. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, sits in one of them, his expression both dignified and kind, while the other chair remains empty. Shigure leads Yugao, Kana, K-Rin, and K to the spectator seats of the adjacent tall building, where they take seats in the front row. Kana and Yugao sit on either side of Shigure, while K-Rin and K sit next to Kana. Shigure leans casually against the back of his chair, his gaze sweeping over the competition arena below. In the center of the arena, 7 candidates stand in a row: Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro from Tsunade and Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga, Aburame Shino, and Nara Shikamaru from Konoha. They stand before the proctor, Noera Gunma, their postures tall, their eyes filled with determination and confidence. Sasuke glances up at the crowded audience above, a slight smile forming at the corners of his mouth, his body trembling slightly. In this moment, he is filled with desire. The desire to restore the glory of the Uchiha clan and to show everyone the power of the Uchiha. Just then, the venue doors burst open, and Naruto tumbles in, sliding across the ground before stopping in front of Sasuke. He lies on the ground, drawing the attention of the surrounding candidates. Sasuke feels speechless at Naruto's entrance, shifting his body slightly to distance himself from him. Naruto looks up, sees Sasuke, and excitedly stands up, walking towards him while loudly exclaiming, "Sasuke, did Kakashi-sensei teach you any awesome jutsu? I learned a super cool jutsu from the pervy sage." Sasuke shoots him a cold glance, his tone dripping with disdain. "Idiot, don't come over here." Naruto's face flushes with anger as he shouts, "Bastard Sasuke, what did you say?" Just as the two are about to argue, Proctor Noera Gunma loudly interjects, "Enough. Look up." Naruto finally looks up at the densely packed crowd in the audience, and Noera Gunma continues, "Get your spirits up. Today, you are the main characters." Hearing this, Naruto is suddenly filled with fighting spirit, his eyes sparkling with determination. Shigure watches Naruto tumble into the venue and can't help but smile. He is also from the Uzumaki clan. Kana and K-Rin turn their gaze to Shigure upon hearing this, with K-Rin expressing some disdain. "Is that Naruto Uzumaki? He seems a bit silly." K nods in agreement. "Yeah, really silly." Shigure chuckles, but says nothing. At this moment, a gentle voice comes from the highest seat of the central building. "Dear guests, welcome to Konoha to watch the CH-NIN exam finals. Next, let the 8 candidates entering the finals participate in the official CH-NIN selection match. Please enjoy the show." Shigure looks towards the distant highest seat, and sure enough, the Kazekage is already seated there, flanked by 2 Tsunade ninjas. Yugao, Kana, K-Rin, and K all look towards the Kazekage as well. Shigure softly says, "Don't worry, the 3rd Hokage is here, just take care of yourselves." Yugao glances at the 3rd Hokage and nods gently. Just then a soft voice calls out, "Lord Shigure, Miss Yugao." The group turns to see Kuruma Ayam approaching them. Yugao nods slightly at Iam. Shigure says, take a seat. Iam responds, then walks over to Kei, who eagerly exclaims, Sister Iam. Kei quickly shifts to the side, and Iam nods in satisfaction. She then takes the seat where Kei was sitting. In the competition arena, Noara Genma announces loudly, the first match will be between Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga Neji. Other candidates please proceed to the resting room. Naruto and Neji stand their ground, their eyes locked in determined gazes, while the other candidates head towards the resting room. As Sasuke passes by Naruto, he whispers, don't lose. Naruto clenches his fists, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. I will defeat him. After that, only the proctor Noara Ganma, Uzumaki Naruto, and Hyuga Neji remain in the arena. Naruto and Neji stare at each other. Chapter 130, the first match. In the scorching August of the 60th year of Konoha, the blazing sun mercilessly scorches the earth, enveloping the entire village in a sweltering heat. However, what is even hotter than the weather is the upcoming Nin exam finals. In the center of the arena, Neji, dressed in the signature white attire of the Hyuga clan, activates his Byakugan, his eyes radiating an icy confidence as if he has already secured victory. He assumes a fighting stance, coldly gazing at Naruto across from him. Looks like you have something to say. Naruto, clad in orange, burns with fierce fighting spirit. He tightly clenches his fists and loudly declares to Neji, I already said it. I will definitely win. His voice is firm and powerful, echoing throughout the arena. A sudden gust of wind swept through the arena, as if heralding the imminent start of battle, swirling around Naruto, Neji, and the proctor, Nara Shikamaru, engulfing the entire venue. The spectators squinted their eyes, their gazes drawn like magnets to the two ninjas in the center of the arena who were about to engage in a fierce showdown. Nara Shikamaru glanced up at the dazzling sun above and then fixed his determined gaze on the two, loudly announcing, Then, the first round begins. With this command, Naruto shot forward like an arrow, swiftly drawing several kunai and shuriken from his waist and launching them at Neji. He then pushed off the ground powerfully, charging toward Neji. The flying kunai and shuriken whistled through the air, aimed directly at Neji. However, Neji reacted incredibly quickly, slightly tilting his body to easily dodge the projectiles. At that moment, Naruto had already reached Neji's front. Using his momentum, he raised his right hand and threw a powerful punch at Neji. Neji, unfazed, sidestepped and accurately blocked Naruto's wrist with his palm, using Naruto's forward force to push him backward. Naruto quickly flipped in midair and landed steadily on the ground. But he showed no signs of discouragement and charged at Neji again, swinging his fists in rapid succession. The wind from his punches whooshed through the air, each strike filled with Naruto's fighting spirit. However, Neji, a prodigy of the Hyuga clan, defended impeccably, blocking each of Naruto's attacks one by one. Next, Naruto jumped and swept his leg toward Neji. Neji stepped back slightly, easily avoiding the kick. Without pausing, Naruto swung his right hand again, this time throwing a punch at Neji. Neji dodged to the side, while simultaneously striking Naruto's chest with his palm, quickly following up by jabbing his fingers into Naruto's shoulder, effectively sealing a pressure point. Naruto lost his balance and fell, rolling on the ground a few times before lying there, clutching his shoulder and glaring at Neji with a look of frustration. In the audience, Karui nervously watched the arena, hoping that Naruto, also for the Uzumaki clan, could defeat Neji. At this moment, her face was filled with worry as she muttered, Is he going to lose? Shikamaru, however, appeared confident, shaking his head gently and saying, Naruto isn't that easy to defeat. Karui expressed her concern, asking, Can Naruto really beat Neji? Shikamaru nodded firmly, Yes, he can. While everyone was speaking, Naruto slowly stood up in the arena. He took a deep breath, quickly formed hand seals, and used the shadow clone technique. Several Narutos instantly appeared in the arena, shouting in unison as they charged at Neji to attack. Karui's eyes lit up with surprise at this scene, and she happily exclaimed, There's hope. Kanai also smiled, softly responding with an Hong looked at Shikamaru with some skepticism and asked, You think Naruto can beat Neji? Neji is a genius from the Hyuga clan. Shikamaru smirked mischievously and leaned closer to Hong, saying, How about a bet? If Naruto wins, you promise me something. If Neji wins, I promise you something. Hong glanced at Shikamaru's sly smile and knew he was up to no good, huffing, always thinking about nonsense. Shikamaru persisted, wrapping an arm around Hong's shoulder. Hong shot him a glance, ignoring him. Seeing this, Shikamaru reached out to wrap his other arm around Kanai. Kunai blushed slightly at Shikamaru's sudden move, but continued to focus on the match. Hong, annoyed by Shikamaru's greedy behavior, pinched his hand and said, "Humph." Shikamaru looked at Hong with a smug smile. Meanwhile, Asuma, sitting 3 rows behind Shikamaru, had been fixated on him and Hong. After returning to Konoha, Asuma had often woken up at night to slap himself for leaving Konoha in the first place. Once, he and Hong were childhood friends with a deep bond, but he had left Konoha to become a guardian ninja. Now, watching Shikamaru wrap his arms around Hong and then another woman, Asuma felt filled with regret and jealousy. He glared at Shikamaru, his heart in turmoil. Finally, unable to bear the torment any longer, he slapped himself hard across the face. The loud sound of the slap drew everyone's attention. Shikamaru and the others turned to look at Asuma. Hong showed a puzzled smile and asked, "Asuma, you're here too. What happened to your face?" Asuma forced a smile, his voice hoarse as he replied, Nothing, just a mosquito." Hong clearly didn't believe it, but she didn't press further, only glancing at the empty seat next to her and suggesting, "Do you want to sit up front?" Asuma looked at Hong's familiar smile, feeling a deep ache in his heart, and shook his head, refusing. "No, I have something to take care of." Hong nodded and reminded him, "Okay, be careful." Asuma nodded with difficulty. "Yeah, you too." After saying that, he stood up and left unsteadily. After Asuma left, Hong turned back. Shikamaru mockingly imitated Hong's earlier tone, saying, "Be careful." Hong replied somewhat helplessly, "Asuma and I are just friends." After saying this, she glanced at Shikamaru's arms around her and Kunai, angrily swatting Shikamaru's hand away. "Umph." Shikamaru, however, reached out again to hug Hong, smiling, "Yeah, I believe you." Hong merely huffed and fell silent. At that moment, the situation in the arena changed again. Kunai suddenly shouted worriedly, "Naruto!" Karui also nervously said, "Is he going to lose this time?" Shikamaru looked toward the arena, where Naruto had been hit by Niji's 8 trigrams 64 palms, sealing his chakra points and leaving him on the ground, unable to move. Shikamaru turned to Hong and said, "Mayon, what do you think? Want to bet?" Hong looked at Naruto lying on the ground and revealed a smug smile. "You want to lose to me that badly?" Shikamaru confidently replied, "We won't know who wins until the last moment." Hong's lips curled up in a challenging smile. "All right, I bet with you. I don't believe Naruto can win like this." Shikamaru instantly became excited. "Okay, but you can't go back on your word. Smiled, Ashampiash. That should be something I say to you." Kunai and Karui watched the two's wager, and Kunai asked with concern, "Can Naruto win?" Shikamaru replied firmly, "Don't worry. Naruto will win." Meanwhile, Naruto in the arena was struggling to stand up. His body trembled slightly, his face filled with pain, but his eyes still burned with undying fighting spirit. Hong furrowed her brows at Naruto's struggle. Shikamaru wore a confident smile as he said, "Just watch. Naruto will win." Kunai and Karui also displayed eager smiles, focusing intently on Naruto. Finally, Naruto closed his eyes and began to draw upon the chakra of the 9 tails within him. After a moment, the air around him began to swirl, and a fierce wind erupted around him. With a howling wind, Naruto broke free from the sealed chakra points, and several streams of red chakra danced around him. Gradually, the chakra streams faded, and Naruto was enveloped in a layer of red chakra, radiating a powerful and dangerous aura. Hong's eyes widened in shock. "This is..." Shikamaru explained, "9 tails chakra." Hong exclaimed, "He can actually harness the power of the 9 tails." Shikamaru turned to Hong with a smug smile. "Niji is going to lose." Hong, however, remained unconvinced, saying, "Humph, not so sure about that." On the arena, Naruto launched another attack on Niji. His speed, enhanced by the 9 tails chakra, suddenly became extremely fast. He leaped into the air, appearing behind Niji, and shot shurikens at him. Niji quickly activated his Kaden, the powerful rotating air flow deflecting Naruto's shurikens. After landing on the wall, Naruto leaped towards Niji again. Seeing Naruto coming, Niji also shot shurikens in retaliation. However, Naruto instantly disappeared, and the shurikens hit the surrounding wall. In the next moment, Naruto reappeared behind Niji, holding a kunai, and stabbed fiercely at Niji. Niji reacted quickly, dodging this fatal blow by sidestepping. The two began a high-speed battle, exchanging attacks in the arena, their figures flickering. They leaped into the air, engaging in a life-and-death struggle with kunai, the intense sounds of collision echoing throughout the arena. Then, both landed simultaneously, Naruto charging wildly with his kunai. Niji, also holding a kunai, activated Katen again. Their kunai clashed violently, and the powerful air currents collided rapidly, resulting in an astonishing explosion. Smoke filling the air, and both figures crashing heavily to the ground. Moments later, as the surrounding smoke gradually dissipated, two large craters were left on the ground, still emitting white smoke. The audience stretched their necks, some even standing up, intently watching the arena, eager to see who would emerge victorious in this fierce clash. Kankuro nervously asked, "Who won?" Yakumo glanced at Shigure and confidently said, "If Lord Shigure says Naruto wins, then Naruto will win." In agreement, Ing nodded, "Yeah, Naruto will win." Kankuro, somewhat speechless, replied, "Right." Red anxiously watched the two craters, silently hoping Neji would win. Otherwise, she really didn't know what Shigure would make her do. Shigure grinned wickedly at Red, saying, "Maiku, a bet is a bet." In his mind, he was already planning the wonderful scenario of pairing Kana and Red, a smile creeping onto his lips. Red looked at Shigure's malicious smile, regretting her bet with him, and snorted coldly, "Humph, Neji hasn't lost yet." In the arena, a hand suddenly emerged from one of the craters. Neji struggled to climb up, breathing heavily, his face filled with exhaustion and pain. Red instantly showed a surprised smile. Neji won. Kana and Kankuro, however, stared at the other crater, silently hoping Naruto could stand up. Shigure remained calm, saying, "Not yet." Red smirked, a hint of pride in her voice. "Humph, you want to cheat?" Shigure, unfazed, replied, "Let's just wait and see." Red snorted again. "Humph. Let's see how you cheat later." Shigure narrowed his eyes, watching with interest as Neji staggered to the other crater. The smoke in the pit slowly dissipated, revealing Naruto lying motionless at the bottom, still emitting some smoke, seemingly having lost his fighting capability. Neji looked at Naruto, a hint of victorious glee appearing on his face. However, at that moment, Neji looked down in surprise. The ground suddenly shattered, and Naruto, fist clenched, burst out of the ground, delivering a powerful blow to Neji's jaw. The immense force sent Neji flying into the air, and he crashed heavily to the ground. Naruto's fingers bled from the impact, and the shadow clone in the pit disappeared with a bang, revealing a large hole below. It turned out that Naruto had dug a hole and hidden underground in a very short time, delivering a fatal blow to Neji. Moments later, as the proctor, Uchiha Izumi, loudly announced, "The winner is Uzumaki Naruto." The first match officially ended. Kankuro exclaimed excitedly, "Naruto won." Kana also revealed a pleased smile, gently nodding. They were happy for Naruto, who was also from the Uzumaki clan. Shigure smiled in satisfaction, turning to Red. Red frowned, watching Naruto's jubilant figure in the arena, feeling a mix of helplessness. Shigure, filled with mirth, said, "Maiku, you're not thinking of backing out, are you?" Red looked at Shigure, somewhat unwillingly replying, "Just say what you want me to do." Shigure feigned mystery, saying, "It's not appropriate to say here. Let us talk at home." Upon hearing this, a wave of unease surged in Red's heart, regretting her bet with Shigure. "Don't go too far." Shigure's smile grew wider. "Don't worry, it won't be too much." Red looked at Shigure's calculating smile, feeling anxious. She knew Shigure too well and anticipated the trouble she might face next, but at that moment, she could only helplessly watch Shigure's infuriating smile. Chapter 131. The collapse of Konoha begins in August of the 60th year of Konoha. The scorching sun baked the earth, yet could not dampen the enthusiasm of the crowd for the Chunin exam finals. Inside the finals venue, the cheers of the audience rose and fell like a surging tide, engulfing the entire arena. In the waiting room, the candidates gathered around the railing. As Neji was carried away by medical ninjas to the infirmary, a proud Naruto walked into the waiting room after his victory. "Sasuke, did you see? I defeated Neji." Naruto excitedly ran up to Sasuke, his eyes filled with pride. Sasuke, with a hint of pride, nodded and slightly raised the corners of his mouth. "Yeah, well done." Shikamaru, somewhat surprised, said, "Naruto, I didn't expect you to defeat Neji." Shino adjusted his sunglasses, speaking calmly. "Naruto, congratulations on your victory." Naruto casually glanced at the two, nonchalantly saying, "Yeah, you guys should work hard too." Then he fixed his gaze on Sasuke, his eyes burning. "Sasuke, you must defeat Gaara next. I want to battle with you." Sasuke looked towards Gaara, who was radiating a dangerous aura from a distance, snorting coldly. "Humph, I will." Shikamaru and Shino exchanged glances. Shikamaru quietly remarked, "Looks like he's more concerned about Sasuke." Shino silently nodded in agreement. On the other side of the waiting room, Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro stood together. Gaara exuded a chilling, killing intent, coldly staring at Sasuke, his eyes filled with combat spirit. Sasuke, meanwhile, had a slight smile, his gaze steadfast. In his heart, he believed that only by defeating powerful opponents on the field could he restore the glory of the Uchiha clan. At that moment, in the arena, Uchiha Izumi loudly called out, "The second match contestants, please come down. Uchiha Sasuke and Gaara." The audience erupted into even more enthusiastic cheers, most of them there to witness Uchiha Sasuke's prowess. Upon hearing the cheers, Sasuke couldn't help but smile slightly. "Sasuke, go for it. You must defeat Gaara." Naruto shouted loudly, leaning over the railing. Sasuke replied proudly, "You'll see, and it's not just you who learn a new jutsu." After saying this, he elegantly flipped and jumped onto the arena, his figure flashing as he instantly stood before Uchiha Izumi. The audience's cheers grew even louder, and Sasuke excitedly looked up at the spectators in the stands, secretly vowing, "Here, I will begin to restore the glory of the Uchiha clan," letting them witness the power of the Uchiha. In the audience, Red looked at the dashing Sasuke on the arena and turned to Shigure, asking, "Who do you think will win?" Shigure raised an eyebrow, grinning at Red. "Want to bet?" Recalling the consequences of their previous bet, Red felt a pang of regret. Snorting, "Humph, if you don't say, I'll 1T either." Shigure gently pulled Red into his embrace, his gaze deep. This match might not have a result. Kana asked in confusion, "Why?" Shigure's expression grew serious. "If the Sand Shinobi want to attack Konoha, this match is a great opportunity." Kana and Red immediately tensed up, staring intently at Shigure. Kankuro, Yakumo, and Ing also turned their gazes towards Shigure, with Yakumo exclaiming in surprise, "The Sand Shinobi are going to attack Konoha?" Shigure looked at Yakumo, nodding seriously. "Yeah, you protect Kankuro and Ing." Yakumo nodded firmly. "Yeah, I will." Hong looked worried. "What should we do?" Shiyu comfortingly patted Hong's shoulder. "Don't worry, Kanai will handle it." Kanai also nodded in response. Hong glanced at Kanai, her worries slightly alleviated. In the center of the arena, Gaara approached Sasuke. Narashikamaru watched the two and announced loudly. Then, the second round began. After saying that, he quickly stepped aside. Gaara's sand surged out from his gourd. Sasuke reacted quickly, dodging backward to create distance. He looked at Gaara with determination, his mind focused on one thought. He must fight beautifully and restore the glory of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke quickly formed hand seals and shouted, "Fire style! Great fireball jutsu!" A blazing fireball erupted from his mouth, rapidly expanding to form a massive fireball with an 8-meter diameter, roaring towards Gaara. Instantly, a thick sand wall rose in front of Gaara, firmly blocking the fireball. The fireball crashed against the sand wall, producing a deafening explosion. Flames dancing as the sand wall gradually melted under the intense heat. However, Sasuke did not stop. He formed hand seals again and unleashed, lightning style, lightning wolf form. A wolf-like beast made of lightning, accompanied by crackling sounds, charged fiercely towards Gaara. The sand particles in front of Gaara quickly condensed, forming 3 sand clones that surrounded the lightning beast. The beast transformed into a flash of lightning, entangling the sand clones, and after the lightning disappeared, the sand clones crumbled into grains. Sasuke used these ninjutsu not only to test Gaara's strength, but also to showcase the power of the Uchiha clan to the audience. He quickly reached into his ninja tool pouch, pulled out several shuriken, and rapidly threw them at Gaara. Some shuriken collided in midair, while 3 shuriken shot straight towards Gaara, but were instantly blocked by sand particles and fell to the ground. The shuriken that had collided in midair fell behind Gaara. Sasuke smirked, as 3 thin wires from his right hand connected to the shuriken behind Gaara. He yanked the wires hard, sending the shuriken flying back, wrapping around Gaara. Gaara glanced at the shuriken flying back and controlled the sand particles to form a sandball, wrapping himself within it, with the wires tightly entangled around the sandball. Seeing this, Sasuke frowned slightly, then formed hand seals again and unleashed, fire style, dragon fire jutsu. He raised his right hand in front of him, spewing out intense flames that traveled along the wires towards the sandball. The scorching flames rapidly expanded to 10 meters wide, crashing violently against the sandball, causing the sand particles to melt under the high temperature. Inside the sandball, Gaara felt the intense heat, and the sand particles were melting quickly. He hurriedly controlled the gourd on his back, continually sending out sand particles to the sandball to compensate for the melting parts. After a moment, Sasuke saw that the fire technique had lost its effect and stopped the dragon fire jutsu, causing the flames to disappear. Inside the sandball, Gaara sensed the flames had vanished and the sand particles were no longer melting. He formed hand seals and condensed a sand eye in the air to observe the outside activity. Seeing the immobile sandball, Sasuke was extremely excited. This was the perfect opportunity to use Raikage. He quickly retreated to the high wall, standing on it while activating his Two-Tomo Sharingan. Glancing at the densely packed audience in the stands with a smirk, he quickly formed hand seals and shouted, "Lightning style, lightning cutter." Suddenly, a sharp bird-like cry echoed throughout the arena, resembling the call of 1,000 birds, resonating across the venue. Sasuke's right hand gathered thick lightning, sparkling with a dangerous glow, seemingly containing the power to destroy the world. Inside the sandball, Gaara saw Sasuke's movements through the sand eye and began forming hand seals rapidly. Sasuke was filled with excitement. The revival of the Uchiha clan's glory was at this moment. He held the lightning, accompanied by thunder and lightning, and rapidly charged downward, leaving a deep trench in the wall. Upon landing, dust rose, and his figure instantly charged out of the dust, reaching Gaara's sandball in a flash. The sand on the sandball instantly transformed into countless spikes, stabbing toward Sasuke. Sasuke's Sharingan spun rapidly, and with just a few quick dodges, he skillfully evaded. His right hand, charged with lightning, pierced into the sandball. The arena fell silent. The audience holding their breath, intently watching Sasuke, their eyes filled with tension and anticipation. Sasuke felt he had struck Gaara, and a smile appeared on his face. But the next moment, Sasuke felt something tightly grasping his right arm inside the sandball. He was shocked and tried to pull out his arm, but it was held firmly. In an instant, a flash of lightning surged through Sasuke's right hand, forcibly pulling his arm out of the sandball, and he quickly retreated. However, a giant claw emerged from the hole he had made, chasing after Sasuke. Sasuke managed to shake it off with difficulty, but the monstrous claw slammed down onto the ground before slowly retracting. Sasuke stared at the retracting claw, filled with shock. What is this? The audience in the stands was equally astonished, all speculating. After a moment, a beast-like roar echoed from within the sandball. Gaara screamed, "Blood, it's my blood. I've actually been injured." Through the hole he had just broken, Sasuke used a Sharingan to see a huge, strange thing moving inside the sandball. The sandball slowly dissipated, revealing Gaara, who was panting heavily, with his left shoulder injured and blood flowing continuously. At that moment, in the stands, Kabuto activated the feather illusion technique, Nirvana Temple technique. Countless feathers slowly fell from the sky, resembling snowflakes. Most people fell into an illusion, starting to fall asleep. Chapter 132. The collapse of Konoha in the venue, while everyone's attention was focused on the arena. Kabuto activated the feather illusion technique, Nirvana Temple technique from the left high-rise spectator area. Countless feathers fell like snowflakes, enveloping the entire venue in a strange atmosphere, causing most people to fall into an illusion and begin to sleep. Shigure and the others remained vigilant, and upon seeing the feathers fall, they immediately stood up, scanning their surroundings with alert eyes. Yakumo frowned slightly, channeling chakra within her body, activating her bloodline limit, and softly exclaimed, "Break." An invisible wave emanated from her, causing the feathers in front of Shigure and the others to instantly disappear. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed from the highest seat of the central high-rise, smoke billowing. Hong looked tense and anxiously shouted, "Hokage-sama." As she was about to rush over, Shigure quickly reached out and stopped her, saying, "Don't go, someone has already gone." Just as he finished speaking, several Umbu figures appeared in front of the smoke. However, the fourth Kazekage had taken the third Hokage hostage and jumped onto the roof of the high-rise. Immediately after, the four-sound ninja launched the barrier ninjutsu for purple flames formation before the Umbu could provide support. A purple flame barrier instantly rose, trapping the third Hokage inside and blocking the Umbu's rescue. She looked at the third Hokage within the barrier, secretly thinking, the old man is finally going to die. Han glanced at the barrier, worry etched on her face. What should we do now? Shigure surveyed the surrounding unconscious people and saw the sound ninja shedding their disguises, revealing their sinister faces, beginning to attack the Konoha ninjas in the audience. He decisively ordered, "First, eliminate the enemies in the venue." Han looked at the nearby sound ninja. Her eyes filled with anger. The sound ninja actually dared to interfere. She turned to Yakumo and said, "Yakumo, protect Kanai and Ino, conserve chakra. Gane, and I will deal with the enemies." Yakumo nodded in agreement. Kanai and Ino nervously stood beside Yakumo. Yakumo quickly took out her drawing board, her brush moving swiftly, drawing 9 wolves. Then, she used her bloodline limit, and the 9 wolves instantly transformed from ink shapes into lifelike creatures, their eyes glowing red and exuding a fierce aura. Surrounding Yakumo, Kanai, and Ino. At this moment, dozens of shurikens were rapidly shot towards Shigure and the others, followed by 6 sound ninjas charging in with shurikens in hand. Kana reacted quickly and immediately used water style, water prison technique to wrap Shigure, Hong, and herself inside the water prison. The shurikens struck the water prison and fell to the ground. Kana released the water prison technique, and Shigure and Kana exchanged glances before simultaneously using water style, Heavenly Cry. 2 high-pressure water needles shot rapidly from their mouths, instantly piercing the brains of 2 sound ninjas. Before they could react, they fell to the ground and lost their breath. Hong then used Genjutsu, falling cherry blossom's endurance technique on the remaining 4 sound ninjas. In a moment, they were slightly distracted. Hong took out 8 shurikens from her ninja tool pouch and swiftly shot them at the sound ninjas. The shurikens plunged deeply into their hearts, and the 4 sound ninjas struggled a few times before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Hong looked at Shigure with a proud expression, and Shigure felt a slight warmth in his heart as he praised, "As expected of my beautiful Hong, you're amazing." Hong snorted, a bit Sundara, and said, "Hurry up and clear out the sound ninjas." Shigure nodded and reminded, "Be careful, you guys." Hong and Kana replied in unison. Seeing the strength of Shigure and the others, the sound ninjas surrounded them from all directions. Waves of shurikens and kunai came flying through the air, and Kana decisively used Diamond Lock. For golden chains extended from behind her, dancing in the air and colliding with the incoming weapons, creating a clanging sound as shurikens and kunai fell before Shigure, Kana, and Hong. One sound ninja lunged at Shigure with a shuriken. Shigure slightly sidestepped to avoid it, then charged forward and slammed his shoulder hard into the sound ninja's chest. The sound ninja spat blood and was sent flying back, crashing into a distant wall. Another sound ninja took the opportunity to appear beside Shigure, grinning wickedly and shouting, "Die." The shuriken stabbed towards Shigure's stomach, but Shigure was already prepared and instantly used Earth Style, Earth Spear to harden his skin. The shuriken struck him with a clang, and the sound ninja's eyes widened in shock. What? The corner of Shigure's mouth lifted. If he hadn't used Earth Style, Earth Spear, he wouldn't have dared let the sound ninja get close so easily. He then suddenly raised his right knee and forcefully thrust it into the sound ninja's stomach, sending him flying into the air, crashing into the ceiling, and then heavily falling to the ground, motionless. On the other side, Hong and Kana worked together seamlessly. 3 sound ninjas appeared before Hong, wielding shurikens. Hong used Genjutsu. This place is not to make the sound ninjas slightly dazed. Kana's 3 golden chains quickly pierced through the sound ninjas. The sound ninjas looked at the chains embedded in their chests in disbelief. As Kana retracted the chains, they collapsed to the ground, bleeding profusely. However, the sound ninjas kept pouring in. 3 sound ninjas charged toward Shigure at the same time. Shigure slightly retreated to dodge the attacks and kicked the sound ninja in front of him away. Hong quickly took out 3 shurikens and shot them at the sound ninjas, while Kana's golden chains instantly pierced the 2 sound ninjas beside Shigure. The sound ninjas looked down at the chains that had penetrated their bodies, their faces filled with shock. As Kana slowly retracted the chains, they convulsed and fell to the ground, dead, while Shigure, Hong, and Kana were engaged in fierce battle with the sound ninjas. Xianglin looked at the fallen leaf ninja on the ground and said, "I'll go check if they can be saved." 8 Clouds nodded in agreement. In closely followed behind 8 Clouds, and the 3 quietly approached a leaf ninja lying on the ground. Xianglin and Ing crouched down to turn the ninja over and check, while 8 Clouds controlled 9 wolves nearby to guard against sound ninjas. Looking at the ninja, with several shurikens embedded in him and bleeding profusely, Ing asked fearfully, "Is there still hope?" Xianglin looked at the ninja, who was barely breathing and unconscious, and said firmly, "Yes, there is." She then placed her hands on his chest and performed healing palm and physical healing. Her hands emitted a green light that slowly seeped into the ninja's body. After a moment, Xianglin said, "Pull out the shurikens." Ing hesitated. "Do I really have to pull them out? What if?" Xianglin reassured her, "Don't worry. He won't die." 8 Clouds looked at Ing, her tone serious. "Stop talking nonsense. If I tell you to pull them out, then pull them out." Ing trembled slightly in fear and quickly replied, "Yes, Sister 8 Clouds." She then reached out to grasp a shuriken and pulled it out forcefully. Miraculously, the wound healed instantly. Xianglin said, "Continue." Ing looked at the healed wound, sighed in relief, and continued to pull out the shurikens from the leaf ninja. Soon, the leaf ninja slowly woke up. Looking at Xianglin and Ing in front of him, then glancing at 8 Clouds standing beside them, gratefully saying, "You saved me." Xianglin smiled and nodded. The Leaf Ninja introduced himself. "My name is Tsunade." He moved his body and was shocked to find that he felt as if he had never been injured, staring at Xianglin in amazement. "Your medical skills are incredible. I feel like I've never been hurt at all." Xianglin smiled. "That's good. This is my first time saving someone." Tsunade looked around and asked, "Can you treat others?" Xianglin nodded. "Yes." Tsunade said, "Then I'll go bring back others who can be saved. You stay here and be careful." Xianglin replied. 8 Clouds added, "Go ahead. I'll protect her." Tsunade looked up at 8 Clouds, feeling a bit nervous under the fierce gazes of the 9 wolves, saying, He then went off to find other leaf ninjas who could be saved. Xianglin and Ning crouched behind the seats to hide, and Xianglin urged 8 Clouds. 8 Clouds, you should crouch down too. Otherwise, you might get attacked by the sound ninjas. 8 Clouds confidently replied, "Don't worry, the sound ninjas can't kill me." Xianglin continued, "Lord Shiyu wants you to conserve chakra. He probably needs your help with something. If you fight with the sound ninjas, it would waste chakra." 8 Clouds glanced at Shiyu, Kana, and Hong who were fighting, nodded, and said, "All right." She then crouched down to hide behind the seat, while the 9 wolves stood guard around the 3. Tsunade kept bringing back people, and Xianglin continuously used medical ninjutsu to save them. More and more leaf ninjas were revived and joined the fight to protect the venue. In front of Shiyu, Kana, and Hong, the bodies of the sound ninjas were strewn about. With a final kick, Shiyu sent the last sound ninja crashing onto the arena, completely eliminating the sound ninjas in the tall building. Besides Xianglin, several leaf ninjas were also guarding, as more injured people were brought in and healed by Xianglin before rejoining the battle. Shiyu looked up at the top of the central tall building, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Inside the 4 purple flames formation, the wind shadow had already torn off his disguise, revealing himself as Orochimaru. The 1st and 2nd Hokage had been reanimated and were attacking the 3rd Hokage. Hong and Kana also looked up, and Hong exclaimed in shock, "That's the 1st and 2nd Hokage." She then looked at the 3 Umbu squatting outside the barrier and asked, "Haven't the Umbu broken the barrier yet?" Kana inquired, "Should we go support?" Shiyu glanced inside the venue, noting that only a few sound ninjas remained resisting on the 2 tall buildings nearby, and said, "Let's not worry about that for now. We need to clear out the enemies in the village." Kana looked at Shiyu, understanding that he didn't want to save the 3rd Hokage, and silently nodded. Shiyu quickly leaped to the rooftop, with Kana closely following. Hong, worriedly glancing at the 3rd Hokage inside the barrier, also jumped onto the rooftop to stand beside Shiyu. The 3 stood on the rooftop, seeing sand ninjas and sound ninjas already killing their way into the village, with leaf ninjas and sound ninjas battling throughout the streets. In the distance, a gigantic toad was locked in a fierce battle with a 3-headed giant snake. Hong said, "That's Lord Jiraiya's summoning beast." Shiyu nodded, "Ahem." Then he shouted, "Let's go," and swiftly dashed towards the street, with Kana and Hong following closely behind, their figures quickly disappearing among the tall buildings as they charged toward the chaotic battlefield. Xiang Nai's tenderness, the meticulousness of the sunset red, and the generosity of the red beans all make him deeply immersed. He is not a good person. His encounter with Hinata was carefully planned. Getting drunk with Tsunade,